Chapter 321. Whether it was guilt, fear, or the desire to use the wine in his glass to commemorate Sulu, who he thought was dead, Bai Yulan drank a lot at his brother's wedding. People who drank tended to sweat easily. His sweat dampened a few strands of black hair on his forehead, like dewdrops sliding down the willow branches and into the lake. Bai Yulan was not a dazzlingly handsome man like Shi Qinghai and young Master Li. He just blindly hid his murderous intent with gentleness. His black hair scattered in front of his smooth forehead, drawing out a few pieces of complicated and shocked expression in his eyes. After quietly leaving the mountain behind the Golden Foundation building, he thought Su Lu was dead for sure. After all, the Black Prison and Special Amnesty were classified secrets of the Federation. He was just a chess piece placed by the big shots beside Su Lu, so he didn't know what had happened. Only now, outside the hotel, seeing Su Lu slowly retract his right leg, did he know that Su Lu was still alive. This is good, Bai Yulan thought to himself. He walked past Xiong Linquan and stood in front of Su Lu. He said softly, "Hello, boss." Hearing the word boss, Su Li's lips curved into a slight smile. His gaze didn't fall on Bai Yulan's face, because he didn't know what would happen if he looked at him a few more times. He looked at the officers behind Bai Yulan, who were on high alert, and said with narrowed eyes, "Now it seems that what you said when I first entered Whitewater was not false at all. Team 7 really is yours." Bai Yulan didn't answer, only standing quietly in front of him. The officers who were preparing to draw their guns found the atmosphere to be a little strange. They didn't move for a moment, only staring warily at Su Lu. Another person that Su Lu recognized ran out of the hotel. It was Lan Xiaolong, who had once been in charge of protecting Su Lu. Lan Xiaolong was Bai Yulan's comrade in the 17th Armored Division. He had once participated in the development of the MX Mecha. Although he didn't know what had happened after that, he knew very well that the problem between Su Lu and Bai Yulan wasn't something he could interfere with. With a solemn expression, he said a few words to the officers and drove them far away. However, if blood really did appear later, these people would definitely not stand by and watch. How about we find a quiet place to talk? Bai Yulan didn't ask how Su Lu managed to get out of the military prison alive, nor did she try to escape. She just calmly asked for instructions, just like she had done many times in the past. "This place is pretty good." Su Lu lowered his gaze, looked at him, and said, "I just want to ask you a few questions." "Go ahead and ask. Since it's already come to this, I'm sure you know that there's no need for me to lie to you." Bai Yulan used her fingers to gently push away the wet hair in front of her face. She put her hands into her pockets and looked up calmly. Su Lu was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "The people lying in the hospital are your parents, right?" Bai Yulan's expression froze slightly. Then she slowly replied, "Yes." "You were really sent to the military court because of your illegal activities?" "Yes." "Do you really love money that much?" "Yes." "Did I give you 20 million? "Yes." "Are all the things you told me true?" Su Lu stared into his eyes and asked, "After that, I kept asking myself, what exactly is true and what is false? Everything I told you is true, but there are some things that I didn't tell you, including that day when we went up the mountain. When I asked you to leave for the last time, you said that you wanted to go crazy with me." Bai Yulan was silent for a long time, then said, "Yes, that's what I thought at that time." Su Lu looked at him silently. He didn't ask why he left and gave his hands to death. He looked down at his toes, smiled helplessly, then sighed and said, "You said that you were the person who loved and respected money the most, but that time you wanted to go crazy with me. I thought that was true. In the past, when we went to Hong Kong every week, you helped me get rid of trouble, and you helped me test a plane. You've already helped me a lot. 20 million is more or less. That time outside Flowing Wind Slope, when I set my mind to do that thing, I didn't take your weight into account, but you insisted on going with me. To be honest, I was very touched at that time. I felt that you finally didn't treat me as a boss, but as a friend. The assassination of Macklin was a highly confidential and magnificent project. Su Lu had insisted on not letting Bai Yulan follow because he didn't want to drag him into this mess. But in the end, Su Lu took him with him, which represented how much reliance and trust he had. Unfortunately, in the end, when Red Leaf's gunshots rang out, This person disappeared without a trace, ruining the overall plan, cutting off Su Li's escape route, and exposing his back to the malicious eyes. Let's not talk about friendship and nonsense. When Su Lu used this tone to speak, it meant that his mood was extremely gloomy, but he still lowered his head and looked at his toes. He said, "In the hospital and in the company, you repeated to me that you are a very professional person. You only care about money and not people. You called me boss and said that you would sell your life to me. Is there anything you can explain?" Bai Yulan laughed self-deprecatingly. His smile was actually a little cold. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Do you remember that I once told you that if both of us paid, I would have to follow a first-come, first-served basis? I originally thought that the other side wouldn't give me any instructions, but I treated it as reality, so I followed you up that mountain. But when I was on the mountain, I received the other side's instructions. So Lady Tai beat me to it." Sula looked at his toes and smiled uncomfortably. After being locked up in the black prison of Fox Fortress for more than 100 days, other than chatting with that old thing, he spent most of his free time reminiscing about the details of this operation and the more distant days. Bai Yulan's departure was a devastating blow to the plan to assassinate Macklin. If it wasn't for the Federation's The Glory of the Charter shining into Su Li's black eyes at the most desperate moment, he and Shi Qinghai would probably have died a long time ago. After thinking about it carefully, Su Lu couldn't find a reason why Bai Yulan would betray him. After being together for such a long time, he thought that he understood this delicate man very well. It wasn't until he looked forward for a long time that he finally understood the reason behind it. Being able to get to know Bai Yulan and take in this fierce and delicate man who was good at assassinating security guards as his assistant had happened after Su Lu entered the 7th Combat Team of Whitewater Company. And when he entered Whitewater Company, it was after the data dispute in the laboratory that the Tai family had moved him away from the center of the storm. In other words, his meeting with Bai Yulan had been arranged by Big Secretary Shun. Looking at the source, all his questions were answered by Yulan was and had always been a spy planted by the Tai family by his side. At the back of Macho's Mountain, Su Lu had said that he would work with the Tai family. How could the Chinshir Tai family be at ease with working with him? From that moment on, Su Lu had been developing the MX Mecha and going to the Old Moon base for more than half a year. His whereabouts and details were all under Lady Tai's watch. But at that time, both sides had the same interests, so this cooperation didn't cause any problems. Until the Flowing Wind Slope Club, when Su Lu was determined to kill Macklin, Bai Yulan didn't know why, but she didn't send this vague judgment back to Macho's Mountain. Until the last moment, when Lady Tai laid down this foreshadowing, Bai Yulan floated away, and Su Lu fell into a dead end. The front cover of the dark green military vehicle was tilted up, and the sound of the siren covered the conversation between the two people. The officers who were attending the wedding were vigilantly surrounding the periphery, looking at Bai Yulan and Su Li's figures with suspicion and nervousness. But at this time, the white smoke billowed, and the two figures were somewhat blurry. Everyone has their own principles. I accept this. Su Lu raised his head and said in a low voice, "You took Lady Tai's money first, and you follow the principle of first come, first served. I accept that. Even if you took the money and didn't work with your life, I also accept that. But you joined in and sold me out. This, I can't accept." Hearing these words, Bai Yulan just kept silent. Her slightly wet black hair swayed in front of his eyes like a good hypnotist, making him fall into a strange state of mind. In the building, I was shot 14 times. The hard ceramic bulletproof vest you found for me was very good. There were 4 holes, but there were no major problems. Su Lu stared at her eyes under the black hair, and his voice was very faint and distant. But that was 14 times. I lost a lot of blood, and a lot of bones were broken. I almost died. In fact, I thought I was going to die that time. Su Lu was severely injured in the Golden Foundation building. If he didn't have the vitality of a crustacean, even if the medical soldiers of the 2nd Military Region saved him in time, he probably would have died. Even if he was still alive, he should be lying on a white hospital bed right now. He wouldn't be able to stand in front of Magnolia Orchid like he was right now. He wouldn't be able to talk about what happened to him with a lonely voice. I still have a brother who is now being detained by the Federation government. I don't know how long he can last. Sula said very seriously, we didn't die. Logically speaking, I should feel lucky and then forget everything about you. After all, we didn't die. If he died, I would definitely kill you. If I died, he would probably kill you too. But you stabbed me. Sula narrowed his eyes and said, you stabbed me hard in the back. It hurts, so I'm not in a good mood. That's why I came to find you today. Was this pain of physical pain, or was it the pain of betrayal? Sula didn't say anything. His narrowed eyes were full of seriousness. But Bayulan heard it clearly. She sighed softly in her heart. Just like what she said to Sulu in the past, the life experience since childhood and the cruel life after joining the army made her not have many warm feelings for the world, except for the comrades who went through life and death with him and the silent but very amiable money. However, following Secretary Shun's instructions and following Su Li's side for so long, Bayulan's reserved ideals were also imperceptibly changing. She had never met a person as simple, direct, and pure as Su Lu. She originally thought that by following Su Lu, she would also be a little more simple, direct, and pure. In the end, she didn't expect that things wouldn't go as she wished. In the end, she was still a monitor, a sharp chess piece. Bayulan was silent for a moment. Then, she took her right hand out of her trouser pocket. Holding a delicate knife between 3 fingers, she used the sharp edge of the knife to gently push away the wet black hair above her eyes. Looking at Sulu, she said very seriously, stab me back. Within the circles of the 17th Armored Division and Whitewater's 7th Combat Team, Bayulan, who had once served as the captain of the Special Knife Team, was, without a doubt, an extremely powerful figure. Officers who were older than her called him Little White. Most of the soldiers respectfully called him Old White, regardless of whether he was in active service or not. However, everyone knew that the White Magnolia had another nickname, and that was Magnolia Oil. This was because he was the most terrifying veteran on the battlefield. Even if he didn't have any firearms in his hands, he could kill 3,000 enemies just by relying on that delicate little knife that never left his side. That was enough to kill 3,000 enemies. Through the white smoke, the scattered officers on the sidewalk noticed that Bayulan had taken out his military knife. Their expressions instantly tensed up, and they slowly closed in on the two, ready to strike at any moment. However, Sula didn't seem to have noticed the tense atmosphere outside. Looking at the delicate knife in Bayulan's hand, he thought of the dangerous encounter he had with this person for the first time in the Whitewater Company. He also thought of the mecha piloting skills Bayulan had imparted to him in the underground base. His heart didn't soften, but he felt slightly frustrated. He simply wanted to trust someone. He had done this since he was young. However, this kind of trust was always easily blown away by the strong winds of the Federation, leaving no traces behind. After a moment of silence, he pulled out the 3-edged knife that he had been sharpening for half an hour from behind his waist. He said to Bayulan, "Your knife is too small. It won't hurt enough to stab someone." Bayulan smiled. Her bright eyes seemed to be able to burn the black hair in front of her. With a squelch, the sharp 3-edged knife pierced deeply into Bayulan's back. Sulu slowly let go of his hand and took a step back. Looking at the blood between his thumb and forefinger, he remained silent. Bayulan turned around. His facial muscles twitched painfully a few times. Looking at his pale face, he shook his head and said, "After following you for so long, I know that you have one biggest weakness. You look quite ruthless, and sometimes you can kill without batting an eyelid. However, as long as you meet someone you know, it's basically very difficult for you to do it." Sula didn't say anything. He only extended his hand, spread it in front of him, and said, "Return that bank card to me. We're even." Bayulan shook his head with some difficulty and said softly, "I spend money very quickly. Let me owe you another life." Sulu was silent for a moment, then laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "If you owe me a life, I'm afraid that in the future, I'll be the one who owes you a life." After saying this, he turned and left. He walked across the street and got into the black car. The surrounding officers gathered around. although they had already seen that this matter was very strange, and that Bai Yulan didn't resist at all in the end and allowed the young man to stab him. At this moment, when they saw the blood flowing from Lao Bai's back and that terrible wound, they still felt their blood rush up and were ready to do something. "Take it back," Bai Yulan roared angrily. He looked at the back of the man on the other side of the street. Enduring the pain, he said in a low and trembling voice, "He is Su Lu. I owe him." After saying this, he fell down. Foam of blood spurted out from between his lips. The knife that had pierced into his back had already injured his lung. The injury was very serious. Chapter 322. Years ago, on a remote mineral star at the border between the Westwoods region and Bermuda region, Whitewater Company's Team 7 was carrying out a secret mission. Bai Magnolia was hit in the chest by a piece of hard fiber shrapnel. His ribs were cut open and blood flowed out like a stream. However, despite suffering such heavy injuries, Bai Yulan didn't make a single sound. She didn't even frown as she led the members of Team 7 to maintain a semicircle defensive formation. Relying on the Federation's advanced weapons and their valiant determination, they successfully held on until reinforcements arrived. For a full 16 minutes, Bai Magnolia, who was wearing a full-body isolation suit, stood behind the self-propelled armored vehicle. He did not retreat a single step until the wide-winged space fighter glided over. Only then did he collapse. That scene fell into the eyes of Xiong Linquan, Lu Jiao, and the rest of Team 7's combat personnel. It was deeply engraved in their minds until today. So when they saw Bai Magnolia collapse on the street, the anger in their hearts suddenly erupted. The cold, murderous intent in their hearts rose to an uncontrollable level. Even with Lan Xiaolong's strict suppression, they could not control it. In the end, the reason why they calmed down a little was because of Bai Magnolia's words. That person was Su Lu. The tip of the knife had injured his lung. It seemed to be a serious injury, but for someone like Bai Magnolia who was born in the military, it was just a small surgery. He quietly laid on the hospital bed and signaled Lan Xiaolong, beside him, to turn off the automatic electronic anesthesia pump. He frowned and said in a hoarse voice, "Help me light a cigarette." After bleeding so much and undergoing surgery, the first thing a seriously injured person said after waking up was to smoke. The silent people in the ward did not express any shock. For these people in the ward, injuries were a common occurrence. But everyone felt that the knife that Lao Bai was stabbed with today was somewhat indescribable. What was even stranger was that these people in the ward knew very well that Bai Magnolia had stopped smoking after his failed experiment last autumn and was sent to the military court. "Why did you want to smoke today?" Xiong Linquan lit a cigarette and took 2 puffs to make it burn brighter. He silently put the cigarette between his thin lips. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Is that kid really Su Lu?" Bai Magnolia lay on the bed. Other than the new wounds that had been glued together by physiological glue, there were also many old scars on his bare back. He took a puff of his cigarette and said faintly, "During last year's gathering, I told you that if the Department of Defense and the company really wanted to reorganize Team 7, he would be the most important person. He is the leader that I found for everyone." A strange emotion flashed across Xiong Linquan's face. He opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to curse, but in the end, it only turned into a sigh. Last year, during a few of their occasional gatherings, Bai Yulan had seriously mentioned the current technical director of Team 7. Her words were filled with sincere praise, admiration, and love. After hearing this many times, they naturally started to believe her. Now, Sulu and I are the only 2 people left in Team 7. He is the technical director, and I am his secretary. Bai Magnolia said softly, "Unfortunately, there won't be such a pairing in the future." Xiong Linquan, Lu Jiao, and the rest of the people in the room fell silent. The federal military was a place that valued strength and respected the strong. As the combat director of Team 7, Bai Magnolia was once the most outstanding soldier in the federal military. She had given Su Lu such high praise, which naturally made them believe her. However, they didn't understand. Lao Bai clearly liked that young man very much. So why did something like this happen today? Lao Bai didn't even fight back. What exactly happened? Sulu has a good personality. He treats people well and is very strong. Plus, he has a background in the Department of Defense. I thought that Team 7 would be the best choice to follow him. By Magnolia flicked away the ash from her cigarette and said softly, "Unfortunately, it looks like the military will definitely not let you all come back. He must be very disappointed in me. This team will be disbanded in the end." For by Yulon and the rest of the people in the room, Team 7 was the place where they had fought and lived. It was their truest history. They constantly wanted the Ministry of Defense to rescind the original order and rebuild Team 7, but all of this seemed so illusory. That Sulu, is he really the developer of the MX Mecha? Why didn't I see him at the unveiling ceremony of the assembly line last month? Lu Jiao asked with a frown. In fact, he had never doubted by Magnolia's praise of that young man, but he just found it somewhat unbelievable. By Magnolia naturally wouldn't tell him that at that time, Sulu had still been locked up in a dark military prison. Xiong Linquan sighed and said, "If you hadn't said it yourself, I really wouldn't have believed that this seemingly normal guy could actually operate a mecha and kill that young lieutenant colonel from the military god's family on the summit of Mount Kaki." Lan Xiaolong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "This is a military secret. It's best not to talk about it." Xiong Linquan laughed coldly and said, "This kind of thing can't be hidden for too long." Lan Xiaolong smiled. Just as he was about to say something, the phone in his hand rang. He walked out the door. By Magnolia, who was lying on the hospital bed, threw away the cigarette but in her hand. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "What a pity. What a pity." "What's a pity?" asked an officer. "A pity that Team 7 is disbanded just like that. It's one less person who is destined to be the most ferocious person to go to the front lines, or even to the Empire to do some of the most ferocious deeds." By Magnolia said softly, "Such a loyal boss. Fuck. It would be hard to find a second one in the entire Federation." Lan Xiaolong pushed open the door and entered. He looked at By Magnolia with a strange expression, his hand still holding the encrypted military phone he always carried with him. Everyone in the room felt that something was wrong with him, and they all looked over. Lan Xiaolong looked at the outstanding officers in the room, who had been through the flames of war, and shrugged helplessly. He said, "This is the first news that just came out. The War Strategy Office of the Ministry of Defense has issued a written order. The Whitewater Company's Team 7 is officially reorganizing. The transfer order should be on its way to your unit right now." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little strange. The officers in the room had all fought in Team 7. In the relatively peaceful era, they had fought a life-and-death battle with the Empire's invaders. Although now they were the trump cards of their respective units, as soldiers of the Federation in the quiet night, how could they not miss the starry battlefields, the mines, the bullet holes, and the past battle scenes? By Magnolia's delicate eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. She asked softly, "You're now just a colonel in the garrison area. The Ministry of Defense can't possibly inform you." Lan Xiaolong shrugged again, somewhat innocently. He adjusted his military cap and said, "Remember my mission in Harbor City last year? I was responsible for protecting a certain chief." By Magnolia's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She asked, "Who's the new leader of Team 7? Sulu." Lan Xiaolong smiled and replied, "But it's estimated that there will be an expansion because it seems that the 83-84 Division will also be transferring people over. The entire reorganization timetable will take about 3 months." Everyone in the room finally understood what he was talking about. The shock in their hearts could not be erased. Instead, there was a trace of doubt. Even the 17th Armored Division would be transferring people over. What exactly did the Ministry of Defense want to do by reorganizing Team 7? The Capital Special District was just like the other places in the Federation. There were rich and poor like the clouds in the sky, and poor like the black mud. In the barren world of the Donglin District, there were also extremely luxurious nightclubs. In this city, which was the center of the Federation, there were not only places like Lin Yuan and the Windy Slow Club, but also small restaurants on streets. To be precise, Su Lu had been released from prison for less than 24 hours, but he had already done a lot of things. He had obtained a special pardon from the president, signed a contract to sell himself to the federal military, and even stabbed someone in the back. At this moment, he was sitting on a chair and taking big mouthfuls of vegetables in sesame oil from the pot. He was sweating profusely and seemed to be very happy. Shi Ziyuan wasn't used to eating in this kind of place. He frowned and looked at the oil stains and stains on the table. He then looked at the pile of food in the big pot. He really didn't have much of an appetite. After being locked in prison for 5 months, what I want to eat the most is something hot or even hot. It's best if it can burn my cold stomach until it hurts. Su Lu put down his chopsticks and explained with a smile. You probably don't want to think about the things I want you to think about. Li Pifu, president, the military, and the others bailed you out. What exactly do they want you to do? Do you know? In front of Su, Tai Ziwan did not look like the son of a noble family, but the environment he grew up in made him look so elegant when he wiped the corners of his mouth with a paper towel in this small restaurant. However, it was this kind of elegance that was too inconsistent with the environment that Su Lu could not help but laugh. After going through so many things, Su Li's state of mind had changed a lot. He was gradually returning to the orphan from Donglin's Zhonglo Street. Perhaps he did not need to pick up that broken but sharp hydraulic pipe anymore. His state of mind had already returned to that murderous, rainy night. He was still as persevering, stubborn, and cheerful as before. The silence that covered his face was gradually disappearing, and the blocks in his heart turned into sharp stones. Pressing forward courageously was not because he could not see ahead. Although he was a little confused about his future life, the biggest fear and apprehension since escaping from Donglin had disappeared. His identity as a fugitive from the Federation and his secret had already been caught. It was unnecessary to be nervous and silent. It was like an old scar that was always itching. Once it was abruptly removed, although it hurt a little, it was also exceptionally satisfying. Moreover, the Federation's war god seemed to have become his distant relative. He no longer needed to constantly worry about his identity as a fugitive. How could a cheerful young man like Su Lun not be sunny? His eyes were smiling like the 2 moons in the sky. He said, "Why do you care so much? At most, the Ministry of Defense will send me to the front lines as cannon fodder. If I can kill a few more Empire people, it won't be too much of a loss. After all, I should have been a dead man to begin with. I think the government won't spare a mecha genius like you from being cannon fodder." Taiduan looked at the narrowed eyes of Su Lu in front of him with slight ridicule, and his heart warmed a little. There were still a lot of inside stories that he had not figured out. What was the reason for Li Pifu to come out of seclusion? Why did his mother want him to die? And why was he still alive? Because of all these, Su Li's smiling face seemed somewhat mysterious at this moment. However, as a friend, he did not want to find out what was underneath the mystery. The government is about to make a big move, Tai Ziwan suddenly said. Su Lu understood the abilities of this young man in front of him very well. He knew that the big move he was talking about was definitely not a small matter. In an instant, the bustling little restaurant seemed to have quietened down. He raised his head seriously. To be precise, it's Mr. Pabre. This big move is related to Green Dragon Mountain. Is it going to be a war? Su Lu asked worriedly. Ever since they found out about Macklin's true identity, anyone who knew the inside story was shocked and fearful of the Empire's ambitions and foresight. The Federation now needed unity more than ever before. If the government attacked Green Dragon Mountain again, who knew what kind of negative effects it would bring? It might even give the Empire some opportunities to take advantage of. No, it's a negotiation. It's to implement the agreement at the end of last year. Tai Ziwan shook his head. Sitting at the simple table, they were all involved in the big incident that year, and even the masterminds. However, there was still Shi Qinghai, who is currently still locked up in prison. The president will invite the leader of Nanshui to S1 for formal negotiations. If Green Dragon Mountain is really willing to join the government, this will definitely be the most explosive good news in recent years. Of course, the difficulty is also very high. If it wasn't for the fact that the threat from the Empire is too great, it would be very difficult for the government and the parliament to come to a consensus. However, The problem is that we don't know how Green Dragon Mountain is prepared to respond. This is a rare piece of good news. Sulu put down his chopsticks and was silent for a moment before nodding seriously. If the negotiations are successful and the anti-government forces are really willing to be incorporated, they will probably transfer a unit to the West Woods to express their attitude. Of course, this is mainly because of the greater symbolic significance. President Pabre is very sincere. The main forces of the Second Military Region have already been withdrawn, and the unit I belong to will be transferred to the West Woods to fight in rotation. Taizuan said calmly, "I'll be leaving tomorrow. Take care," Sulu said softly. "Perhaps the next time we meet again, we'll both be on the front lines of the West Woods." A trace of worry appeared between Taizuan's brows. "I'm staying for a few more days mainly because of you." In reality, the situation in the West Woods isn't stable. The 4th Military Region has refused the Joint Chiefs of Staff's order to increase the offensive. That Commander Zhong has guarded the Federation border for so many years and knows the Empire's people much better than we do. The problem is that the Federation needs a small-scale victory right now to raise morale. My main mission in the West Woods this time is to persuade Commander Zhong. Of the 7 major families in the Federation, the Zhong family in the West Woods was the only one who held military power. Without a doubt, they had always been under pressure from both the Empire's main offensive and the Federation's suspicions. Hearing this, Sulu couldn't help but think of the little girl on the warship. He wondered how the little princess of the Zhong family looked like now. More importantly, after stabbing Bai Yulan, he still needed to fish Shi Qinghai out and confirm where that Bradley Wei had been sent by Madame Zhong. The next day, Tai Ziwan disappeared again. Sulu knew that this friend of his carried the glory and pressure of the 1,000-year-old family. He didn't know if this friend of his could really become the president of the Federation in this long life and satisfy that Madame's ambition. He only knew that Tai Ziwan wasn't necessarily happy. It was just that everyone had their own unique identity. This identity represented many things, and it wasn't something that could be easily shaken off. Sulu had the ability to change his identity. As long as he changed the chip on the back of his neck, he would be able to tear up the documents from the Ministry of Defense like they were pieces of paper. He would then be able to enter the Federation star system and not have to worry about anything anymore. The problem was that he couldn't change because there were still many people he cared about in this world, such as Shi Qinghai and Zhou Yu. An identity was a real life. Giving up one's identity meant giving up everything in this life. Sulu wanted to live a life of wandering in the universe. He didn't know if he would end up like his uncle if he changed his life too much. He didn't know if he would end up like his uncle and become a loner who couldn't return home. Other than going to the sanatorium to visit prostitutes and order around his useless students, he was actually a lonely mess with no one to talk to or drink with. In the following days, he nervously made a call to Madame Zhong. From her vague answer, he roughly knew Li Wei's whereabouts and confirmed that he was safe. Then, he went to the Zhou family in the West Mountain compound to visit Minister Zhou Yingxing. At the same time, he had a private discussion with Zhou Yu about many things. He basically spent the rest of his time negotiating with the relevant departments. He was now cheerful and sunny. Because he had nothing to lose, he had nothing to fear. Therefore, he was seeking Shi Qinghai's special pardon. The problem was that the Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of Defense was not willing to intervene at all, and the president's official residence refused to pick up a call from a nobody like him. As for the relevant departments that could decide these things, it was really confusing. Today, it was this department. Tomorrow, it was that committee. The doors of the relevant departments were always closed to him. He didn't know about President Pabre's highly targeted speech at the Nebula Award ceremony a few days ago. He had been busy during this period of time. It wasn't until one day when he saw the article by Chief Editor Bob and Reporter Wood in the Capital Special District Daily that he found out about what was happening in the Federation. The negotiations between the Federation government and Green Dragon Mountain were unanimously supported by hundreds of millions of people in the Federation. In the face of the evil invaders of the Empire, the citizens were really unwilling to see their own internal bloodshed. What was more eye-catching was that the government's Ministry of Justice had once again launched the Medellin special case. Senator Medellin was a spy of the empire. This shameful matter to the Federation would probably be locked in the central database forever and kept a secret. However, just based on the investigation of the terrorist attack that had gathered a lot of evidence last year, it was enough to sentence the dead man in absentia. The Federation would not allow such a person to enjoy the respect of the people after his death. This move would probably anger some of the loyal Medellin youth soldiers, but the shocking news of the government starting negotiations with Green Dragon Mountain covered up too much of their emotions. At this moment, President Pabre and the government had the sincere support of the whole society. Even if there were some demonstrations, they wouldn't cause much of stir. President Pabre's timing to restart the Medellin special case was perfect. It fully demonstrated his increasingly skilled political skills and wise political wisdom. The Federation began to smear dirty vintage ink on the dead Medellin, but no one dared to stand up and oppose the investigation like those in the previous era. In order to prevent the investigation from implicating them and smearing the ink on their faces, they were like those in the previous era. Including the fortune tellers who had a very deep relationship with Medellin, they all maintained absolute silence. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, where the 7 major families of the Federation were collectively silent, the government's Ministry of Finance and the Tax Committee jointly attacked. On the 17th of June, Parliament Hill passed the gold fusion algorithm that had been debated for decades. The information disclosure that George Carlin had mentioned in his book all those years ago was a huge step forward. However, the financial giant of the Federation, the Iron Mathletes, suffered a heavy blow. Sulu was gratified to see the news, and then he finally received his transfer arrangements. To his surprise, the Ministry of Defense did not send him to the Armor Division on the front line of the Westwoods. Instead, he was sent to a mysterious training base in a military vehicle. Chapter 3:23. Firstly, I've already updated today. Secondly, I drank some wine with my friends after returning home. Last night, I sat in front of the computer and read a lot of books. Suddenly, I felt a little lost. I haven't felt a chill in a long time, but last night, I suddenly felt a lot of emotions. My novels have been a little sticky in recent days. This is my problem. Probably because I don't have enough time and have too many things on my mind. That's why I want to mess around. Now that I think about it, when I used to write in the past, I could often write that I was very high. But ever since I killed Macklin, I don't think I've been high. How can I be more high? I have to write more freely. I'm writing too regularly now. The updates are also too regular. I'm too serious, but it's also too dense. I still have some miscellaneous matters to attend to in the past few days. From the 23rd onwards, I plan to write more freely. So on the surface, I'll update every day, but I'll write more. I won't set a task for myself. Otherwise, I'll feel relaxed every time I write a few thousand words. I'll be lazy. I have to write better. I have to write more. If I'm in the right mood in the future, I'll write more. Anyway, I'll definitely write more than what I'm writing now. Don't worry, everyone. The reason why I suddenly have so many bullshit thoughts and feelings is because today is my birthday. I'm 32 years old. Looking back, I can't say that I haven't accomplished anything, but I always feel that I can do better. The only thing I'm lacking is that one word, seriousness. All that I've said is to give myself some pressure. I'm a lazy person who can't live without pressure. In the future, I'll be more serious about my work and life and writing. I'll be able to endure these fewer and fewer days with everyone. Chapter 3:24. Sulu had always thought of himself as an illiterate person. During his youth, he was forced by Uncle Feng Yu to spend most of his free time in Hushi State University's free library, apart from repairing electrical appliances on Xianglan Avenue and in the mine. He carefully studied no less than 200 books related to mechanical repair, such as microelectronics, structural design, and material science. He even forced himself to read a lot of books related to the humanities, such as Schiller's opera scripts, ancient Federation songs, and even seriously read the Federation's painting appreciation dictionaries. But these were all things that Uncle Feng had asked him to do, and with so many things crammed into his brain, apart from mechanical repair, he never had the opportunity to turn his memory into performance. When he was with Zhang Xiaoming in the Plum Garden, love always happened in the cafeteria and on the field, so he didn't find the time to memorize those love poems that had been passed down through the ages. After that, his life was even more difficult and dangerous. So naturally, he didn't have the time to go to the capital's Metropolitan Art Gallery and express his views on art. Li Qixiao's apartment had many famous paintings, but at that time his eyes had already been burned by those flowers, so there was no reason for him to start praising the strange, impressionist style of painting. The most important thing was that he didn't have a proper education. The Federation's free educational benefits for orphans had long been thrown aside by him, and he didn't have the opportunity to take the Ministry of Defense's mechanical repair exam, which he had been looking forward to. So to this day, he still didn't have a single diploma. People without a diploma were illiterate. This was the opinion of most people in the Federation, including Su Lu himself. So he had been greedily absorbing the nutrients of knowledge around him. In these 2 years at Yue University, at the Research Institute, at the Whitewater Company, and at the Engineering Department, he constantly learned from those professors, Tai Ziwan and Bai Yulan, and very honestly put himself in the position of a good student. A guy without a diploma had now become an instructor of the Ministry of Defense. This kind of change made him unable to react for a while, and it was very difficult for him to adapt. The officers who were sitting upright in the training base also found it hard to get used to the fact that their instructor was actually a guy who looked younger than them and was so ordinary that they couldn't look at him. The base was not a military academy, and these officers were not ordinary military academy students. They were the best of the best selected from the Federation's anti-terrorism exercise. Although they still maintained strict discipline in class and sat abnormally straight, there was a sense of alienation and coldness in their eyes and eyebrows. In the end, it converged into a look of disdain as they looked at the podium. A young technical officer from the General Assembly Base was actually sent here to explain to these battle-hardened soldiers the controls of the Federation's newest MX mecha. Due to the prominent role of mecha in the planetary landing field army and the glorious deeds of the old military god, regardless of whether it was the 3 major military academies or the Westwood's military academy, the mecha faculty had always had the highest status. Logistical support and the strength of their teachers were all placed first. The officers in training were forced to watch that video and study the anti-terrorism assault array for 2 months before they finally received notice that they were about to begin learning how to operate the Federation's newest MX mecha. This was extremely good news because they all knew very well what the revolutionary MX mecha meant to future battles. Last month, the General Assembly Base had just begun listing the MX into the production sequence. They would definitely be the first batch of MX pilots in the military. This kind of glory and pressure filled them with anticipation and excitement for today's class. They had originally thought that the one coming to class today would definitely be a professor from the 1st Military Academy's mecha faculty, or perhaps the most terrifying ace pilot of the federal military. Who would have thought that such a young man would come instead? The difference between expectations and reality made the officers feel somewhat frustrated. Naturally, conflicting emotions rose in their hearts. The Ministry of Defense had not prepared a lesson plan, only giving Su Lu a question. However, when he received this question, Su Li's emotions calmed down a lot. Although he knew that he was definitely not an outstanding instructor, when it came to the MX mecha, there was probably no one in the entire Federation who was more familiar with it than he was. Thinking of this, he vaguely understood how the Federation was planning to use him. Making the best use of time to train a batch of capable MX pilots for the military was indeed the most important thing right now. He noticed the strange looks from the officers below the podium, but he did not care. Due to the discipline of the class, none of these officers dared to make a fuss or cause trouble in class. The key was that there might be some small problems during the discussion later. He hoped that Zhou Yu would be able to help out later. He looked at Zhou Yu's smiling face at the front of the class and could not help but smile. Then, he wiped the smile from his face. He slid the touch ball under his thumb to bring up the diagram of the mecha's shoulder on the screen. Then, he said seriously, when performing the power mutation, all of you must pay attention to how the threshold value of the shoulder rises. The MX's monitoring system is located at the head, just like the old system. However, due to the current instantaneous load being too large, the balance compass may be affected. Therefore, all of you must be more precise in your control and match the threshold value of the shoulder. In the underground base of the Nutshell Engineering Department, he had tested the mecha countless times. Moreover, during his exchange with Madman Lee at the Old Moon base, he had gained a deeper understanding of this new mecha. What he was saying now was undoubtedly a very rare experience. However, it was precisely because he knew this very well that his tone was very certain, almost as if he was giving a straight answer. This kind of tone was rather jarring to the ears of the officers, especially when they saw that Su Lu on the rostrum had already begun to break down the tactical movements of the MX mecha in detail, treating them as if they were his older brothers. This kind of dissatisfaction had accumulated to the extreme. After much difficulty, this lesson on the structure system was finally over. Before Su Lu could say anything, one of the officers stood up with a stern expression and said rudely to him on the rostrum, "I've made a thorough record of the tactical movements you just described. I think that everything you said is wrong. I love my teacher, but I love the truth even more." However, this officer's question was not a discussion, but more like a criticism. This was because the essentials of the mecha movements Su Lu had described seemed completely out of order to them. It was completely incompatible with the tactical movements they had learned in the 3 major military academies back then. They could not imagine how much trouble would arise operating a mecha like this, and so their impression of Su Lu subconsciously worsened. They felt that this person probably had some understanding of the MX mecha, but definitely had some great background and had pulled some strings to be able to become their instructor. Where's the mistake? Su Lu released the finger he had been using to turn off the screen to look seriously at that stern-looking officer. If the E3 turn and side slide were executed according to your instructions, it would only result in a big fall. That officer looked at Su Lu with disgust. The way I see it, you've probably never operated a mecha before. How could someone like you be qualified to teach us? Su Lu lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, M-Series mecha. I've come into contact with them 3 times. As soon as these words were said, the entire conference room burst into an uproar. Among these most outstanding officers of the federal military present, some were not from the mecha battalions, but they had all participated in the West Woods rotational warfare for the past 10 years. They were very familiar with the mecha of the federal military. Some of them had even slept in their mecha every day, yet their instructor had only operated a M-Series mecha 3 times. Su Lu ignored the uproar in the conference room. Picking up the pen in his hand, he quickly drew a rough diagram of the mecha on his terminal screen and displayed it on the screen. Pointing at the diagram on the screen and the precise numbers beside it, he said, E3 turn and side slide. If done according to my instructions, it will definitely achieve the best results. As for the fall you mentioned, I don't think it will happen. The standing officer looked at him coldly and said rudely, You want to overturn all the teaching materials of the 3 major academies? I haven't thought about that, but speaking of MX, I think you all should listen to my opinion more. After all, I am the instructor. Su Lu was an easily angered person. Although these officers were extremely rude to him, he did not feel too strongly about it. He was only thinking about the mission the Ministry of Defense had given him and about the advance of the Imperial armies at the West Woods front lines, and his brow furrowed. He felt that these officers who were the pillars of the Federation were all so stubborn, completely unable to understand the biggest difference between the two. Thus, his words sounded rather stern. I don't think you have the right to be our instructor. I will report this to the higher-ups, said the officer in a deep voice. At the same time, many other officers around them stood up and cast a disdainful glance at Su Lu before preparing to leave the conference room. I know why you all find the standard tactical movements of the MX mecha ridiculous. Su Lu was silent for a moment, and then suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, Because you all have stupidly forgotten one thing. Compared to the MX mecha you all commonly use, the MX mecha is a completely new system. If you're satisfied with what you have in the past, and want to use the things you have learned to pilot MX. It's like trying to use a bicycle to drive a car. This is truly ridiculous thinking. The leading officer's body stiffened slightly, but he still walked towards the door. However, a trace of doubt flashed across the faces of the officers behind him, and they subconsciously slowed down their steps. Sulu no longer looked at these people. He drew a few sketches of the structure as fast as he could and marked a few extremely complicated numbers. He looked at the officers who were still sitting below the podium and said, "Order given by the Department of Defense was urgent, so I didn't start from the basics at the beginning. I thought that you should be able to understand this, but I didn't expect that you still weren't mentally prepared to control monster. Then I will dissect this monster with you. Instantaneous quadruple power output, dual control system, cockpit design with fluid replacement, large reduction in long-range firepower, all designed for close combat. This is the MX, a ridiculous monster." Sulu pointed at the values on the holographic screen and said, "The new ADS adaptive suspension system can solve some people's previous worries, but it will require your cooperation with the manual controls. The instantaneous explosive power applied to the spherical joints by the twin engines can allow the MX to perform actions you all could never have imagined in the past." Let's take a look at the CLK value and CLS value. I don't have the specific parameters from the previous experiment, but in the test run, it has already been confirmed the stability under overclocking state. Here is a wave value chart you can analyze. Half an hour passed in the midst of Sue Lee's slightly dry explanation. Hearing the most detailed breakdown of the MX mecha, the officers in the meeting room recorded it seriously. Those officers who had stood up stopped in their tracks somewhat awkwardly. Right then, they finally found that although they did not know how practical the instructor on the podium was, his knowledge of the MX mecha did seem to be very thorough. Those parameters and related tactical actions he had mentioned seemed to really be able to work together. This is a brand new mecha, so it needs a brand new pilot. This is the real reason why I am here as an instructor. Sulu narrowed his eyes, swept his gaze over the officers in the meeting room, and said, "The teaching materials of the 3 major military academies? I suddenly understand that the mission the Ministry of Defense gave me was probably to overturn these teaching materials." The meeting room was silent, and only his voice could be heard. "Just now, I said that I have only come into contact with the M-Series mecha 3 times. Many of you must have some disdain for me, thinking that I am very untrustworthy as an instructor." He paused for a moment, and then said, "But perhaps you all don't know this, but in terms of time spent in contact with the MX mecha, I am definitely the one who has spent the most time in this federation. After spending half a year in the underground of the Nutshell Engineering Department, in terms of understanding of the new MX mecha in the entire federation, Sulu and Shangxiu were probably the 2 people with the most comprehensive understanding. This was because other than the research and development of certain key parts, the entire mecha's assembly system had also been completed by them. As for first-hand understanding of the mecha in actual combat, even Shangxiu could not be mentioned in the same breath as Sulu. There were no real idiots in the Ministry of Defense, and that old man from the Lees of Philadelphia was no idiot either. They wanted to maximize Sue Lee's value to the maximum, so this temporary arrangement before them was unquestionably the best choice. Sulu had no room to refuse. He was also very willing to contribute to increasing the federal military's combat strength in the face of the Empire's invasion. Thus, although he had never been an instructor before, today he would try to suppress the arrogance of these officers. Walking down from the podium, he smiled at Zhou Yu and said a few words. Then, holding the electronic document in his hand, he left the conference room, not even looking at those officers. "Zhou Yu, you know this arrogant fellow?" The officers looked at Zhou Yu and asked, "Is this fellow a technical supervisor on loan for the Nutshell Engineering Department?" The long first lesson had allowed these officers to truly understand Sue Lee's thorough understanding of the MX mecha. Furthermore, they knew that Zhou Yu had once carried out the full materials plan at the Nutshell Engineering Department, so they naturally associated him with the Nutshell company that had developed the MX. He should not be at the Nutshell Engineering Department now. Zhou Yu was silent for a moment. He thought to himself that Ka Chi Feng's battle was still in a semi-secret state, but the development of the MX mecha no longer needed to be kept a secret. After some thought, he stood up and smiled at the officers in the conference room. His name is Su Lu, the main developer of the MX mecha. The main developer of the MX mecha. What did this title mean? These outstanding officers who had studied in the various military academies naturally knew. Connecting the dots to this person's age, in addition to their shock, their slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed into disbelief. The other developer is not that much older than him, and she's also a lady. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "To have the developer personally explain the MX, I think this is a rare opportunity. Even if he really is the developer of the MX mecha, he is not a soldier after all. How can he teach the true tactical movements and controls of the battlefield?" The stern-faced officer walked back from the door and said with a cold smile, "It's just an armchair strategist." The training base was hidden in the dense mountains. Up until now, Su Lu still had not figured out the exact location. After all, he was not a professional soldier. On the way here on his private jet, he could not pinpoint the exact location just by looking at the sun's position and the direction of the mountain range. After finishing his first class, he walked to the viewing platform of the training field of the base. Putting down the electronic document in his hands, he sat down and sank into silence. The president had signed a special pardon, and he had signed the two thin indentures from the Ministry of National Defense. Then, he had been sent to this remote base. He lit a cigarette and narrowed his eyes at the wild grass growing wildly on the training field. For some reason, he actually thought of the scenery outside the window of Qingqing's military prison. If he had been the one to teach those military prisoners about the MX mecha, perhaps it would have been easier to teach than these officers today, right? He thought this somewhat ludicrously. Su Li's personality was one that valued promises above all else. Since he had signed the indenture, he would do this well. Thus, going against his conscience, he played the role of indifference in the meeting room, simulating things like prestige. However, he knew that just based on his understanding of the MX mecha, it was not enough to make those officers truly lower their heads. Instructors and students were natural enemies. The greater the pressure, the greater the resistance. It was just that this instructor, Su Lu, was a little too young, and those students were a little too fierce. These soldiers all had academy backgrounds and were already basic-level commanders in their respective units. Just sitting upright in the meeting room gave off the feeling of a powerful army. These past few years, they had killed countless enemies in the West Woods. There was even a sense of pride and ruthlessness that was deeply rooted in their bones. Moreover, it was their profession. Thinking of the word profession, Su Lu could not help but lick his lips and curse under his breath. Profession often meant inflexibility, meant bureaucracy. The bureaucracy of the government and the military could tell from this incident. The new mecha had clearly been successfully developed last year, but in the end, from assembly to training, it had actually dragged on for a full half a year. After he had been released from prison, he had thought that the Federation had already trained countless skilled MX pilots. In the end, he had not expected that he would still have to do this himself. After fiercely smoking a cigarette, Su Lu stood up and walked towards the dormitory. He thought to himself, "I've killed as many people as you all. If we want to compete, I can only pretend for you all to see." Chapter 325. The fresh blood of the military who had been specially groomed by the Federation might have had the word fresh in them, but they were definitely not true rookies. These officers who had been trained were at least the fellows of a Special Forces company commander in their own base, and were also admired by the leaders of their respective units, doted on like treasures. Thus, although they could not be said to be truly arrogant and willful, there was definitely an aloof attitude in their eyes that treated everyone else as if they were nothing. In terms of overall strength, these officers were unquestionably among the best in the federal military. Otherwise, their units would not have chosen them to participate in the joint exercise. Losing so badly in front of their brother units, other than losing face, there was no other benefit. A certain person's mecha control was ferocious, able to break through the 4th level of the test with an M37. A certain person's face was not red, nor was he out of breath after injuring a target with a combination of firearms, and he could even pretend to be a scarecrow in a grain field. A certain person hid in a swamp during the exercise and did not show his face for 7 days. In the end, it was only when the staff of the 1st Military Region, the organizer of the exercise, had almost checked the data of the Bureau of Proclamation that he floated out like a ghost detail behind the pursuit team, silently performing a great comeback. Each of them had their own strengths that could not be replicated, so it was very difficult to determine a true victor. Moreover, they were all characters who had once fought in turn in the Westwoods. Perhaps they had even supported each other on the battlefield back then, so the officer cadets themselves were able to respect each other and live in harmony. However, after the anti-terrorism exercise ended, these prodigious soldiers were locked up in the training base for several months of training. Before the new year, the federal military had suddenly raised the security level, coupled with the rare anti-terrorism joint exercise. Although they had not received any clear orders, they knew that the situation between the Federation and the Empire was definitely becoming tense again. However, at such a critical time, they were unable to return to their own units and fight alongside their comrades. Instead, they were locked up in this godforsaken base in silence. How could they not be frustrated? It had to be said that the reason Sulu had attracted so many conflicting emotions during the first lesson of the new MX Mecha had a lot to do with the emotions of the officers about to erupt. The trainees received comprehensive training at the base, and the Federation attached great importance to it. It was obvious that they were preparing for this batch of officers to grow into generals who could command an area on the battlefield. Thus, they had set up many courses, among which were courses on command and tactical deduction. Among the 19 courses, the course on the new mecha, which had started less than 2 days ago, was particularly unremarkable. However, this was the class that the officers didn't want to attend the most right now, because they realized that the young instructor that they had once disregarded and looked down upon was really a good-for-nothing. The holographic screen in the conference room flashed with structural blueprints and core data that were constantly changing. Sulu stood on the podium, coldly looking at the officers below the podium, and said in a calm tone, he said calmly, "The base covers an area of 47 square kilometers, and that doesn't include the wilderness mountain area behind it. The Federation has set up such a large area and invited the best teachers from the 3 major military academies just to train the 30 or so of you. In the end, you've spent 4 days and still haven't grasped the most basic tactical movements. I really don't know what's going on in your brains. The citizens of the Federation pay taxes to support you bunch of soldiers. Don't you feel ashamed? With your level, any random person from the Empire's Royal Special Forces would be able to kill you. I'm not asking you to grasp the design of the twin-engine jet. The electron turbulence generator involves quantum physics. I believe that you won't be able to learn it even if you study for another 3 years. But you haven't even grasped the basic structural blueprints for the wings. How are you going to go to the battlefield in the future? Back to the standard tactical movements. I've already told you very clearly that this is a brand new set of movements. Forget all those useless techniques and rules from the past, and don't even remember the sacred rule of not leaving the ground with your mechanical legs. Then come and challenge my experience. I can jump up and kick someone when I'm operating the prototype MX. In the underground storeroom, you're operating an MX, and you still want to learn how to move slowly like a little girl? Sulu spoke very slowly, his tone very calm, but every word he spoke was filled with the stupidity and rigidity of the officer students. That kind of tone was enough to infuriate anyone. The faces of the proud officers below the stage were livid. They stared fixedly at the tactical light screen in front of them, but they forcefully suppressed their anger and did not stand up to fight it out with him. These officers who thought that they understood mecha very well, after several days of arguments in class, had already deeply realized that the little instructor on the rostrum was indeed a mecha expert. No matter how inconceivable the standard tactical movements he proposed were, in practice after class, he could always prove that he was correct. This was especially so during class debates. Each time an officer below raised an objection, Instructor Sulu would be able to report precise data, even with his eyes closed, sharply and coldly mocking the crowd. And in practice after class, the officers could not help but angrily find that everything he said was right. If one did not understand the MX mecha, as well as one's own body, how could one possibly be able to deduce the fluctuations in the parameters of the mecha's movements just from the data in one's mind? Practice was the only standard to test the truth. In the military camp, only the strong were the standard. In terms of MX mecha operation theory, the officers were shocked to find that no matter how hard they tried, they could not seem to compare to the instructor on the rostrum. Thus, these past few days, when the instructor had been harshly mocking and even scolding them, they could only forcefully suppress their anger, patiently waiting for a chance to take revenge in the future. You can still jump up and kick someone when you're operating the prototype MX, but you can only move your mecha slowly like a little girl. This sentence was too harsh, too cruel. The stifling silence in the classroom was mixed with the sound of angry breathing. Seated at the front, Zhou Yu's expression could not help but turn ugly. He lowered his head and laughed bitterly in his heart, because he was that person who had been kicked by Su Lu with the prototype MX someone. That had been 2 years ago at Pear Blossom University. At that time, Zhou Yu had already felt that Su Lu was a genius at mecha operation, but he could never have imagined that in such a short time, Su Lu would already become a level 1 mecha instructor of the Ministry of Defense, and Zhou Yu himself would become a student. I know you all are very capable people, because I am different from you. I believe in the vision of the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense chose me to teach you all naturally because I have the qualifications to do so. Since the Ministry of Defense chose you all, then you all are naturally also excellent soldiers and have the right to be proud. This seemed to be what an instructor should be doing, first hammering the students a little, then slightly restoring the others' confidence. The atmosphere in the classroom relaxed slightly, but unexpectedly, Su Lu continued coldly, "But in mecha class in front of me, you all have no right to be proud. If you want to deal with me, you all need to pass the mecha operation test first, and then try to challenge me. I don't have the time or the time of the Empire to play these childish games with you all." The federal officers, who had been humiliated by Instructor Su's words these days, had long been thinking about how to find a suitable opportunity to compare notes with Instructor Su on the podium, who seemed to only know how to talk on paper. However, they did not expect that Instructor Su seemed to have guessed this point and decisively erased this possibility. He even reprimanded their idea of a challenge as childish. Hearing these words, Zhou Yu, who was sitting in the front row, finally could not help but raise his head to glance at Su Lu on the rostrum. Deep confusion appeared on his usually gentle face. He thought to himself, with your mecha combat ability, it's more than enough to take care of a few of the fiercest ace mecha pilots in the class. One battle would be enough to determine the instructor's dignity, so why not do that? What made Zhou Yu even more confused was this Instructor Su on the rostrum really the Su Lu he knew? This cold instructor who wore sunglasses in the classroom, whose lips were as sharp as a knife, and whose face was as cold as the snow in Lin Hai University. Was he really that mechanic who always had a smile on his face and a face full of sunshine? Finally, an officer could not control his emotions under Su Li's incisive insults. He stood up abruptly and angrily protested. Even if the tactical standard movements you designed are the only correct ones, we are indeed trying to familiarize ourselves with them. But why is there a mecha mechanic aspect in your assessment criteria? A brand new suspension system and a fitting program for the spherical joint. That's a whole 3 big books. How can we learn in such a short time? Don't forget that we are frontline officers, not mecha soldiers. He looked angrily at Su Lu and said, "You've been unwilling to go on the mecha all this time. Is it because you're afraid of being exposed? You're a captain. I'm a lieutenant colonel. You're a student. I'm an instructor. I didn't ask you to stand up, but you stood up." Su Lu stood on the rostrum and looked at him coldly. "Count yourself how many rules you've broken. Go run 3 laps on the field yourself. I'll answer your questions to the other students. If the answer is already over by the time you run back, you can ask someone else." After saying this, he adjusted the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. From the start of the second class, Sulu began to wear the brand new lieutenant colonel uniform of class. He wore sunglasses and had the Purple Star medal pinned to his chest. The military rank and medal were the rewards he had received for developing the MX Mecha. That day, he had thrown them into a pile of snow after leaving the Lufeng Slope clubhouse. Now, the Ministry of Defense had arranged a new one for him. Originally, Mad Manly was the only lieutenant colonel at such a young age in the Federation. Now, Sulu was added. Even Tai Ziwan, who had achieved great merit in the S2 secret mission and gotten first place in the anti-terrorist exercise, who had the support of a 1,000-year-old family, was still only a major. When Sulu walked into the classroom wearing the lieutenant colonel uniform, the officers below suddenly became silent. They were of different ages, but even those who were over 30 years old were only majors at most. However, this young instructor was actually a lieutenant colonel. Sulu wanted to complete the mission of the Ministry of Defense in the shortest amount of time possible, so he didn't have the leisure to mingle with the officers. He simply came here with his horse and horse, using his identity as an instructor to suppress the students, using his identity as a senior officer to suppress the officers, and using the honor of the Purple Star Medal to suppress the other party's honor. If it were up to him, he would have hung the Purple Star Medal on his chest. Unfortunately, that incomparably precious medal was obtained from assassinating Macklin. In the foreseeable future, it would have to be hidden in a dusty box. Even so, the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, the holder of the Purple Star Medal, and a first-class instructor in the Ministry of Defense. These three identities were like three mountains weighing down on the hearts of the officers below the podium, causing them to be vigilant, shocked, and silent. In their silence, they still thought that this young instructor who wore sunglasses in class during the day was probably an arrogant guy who only knew how to show off. They were waiting for the day when he would show off and ignite the anger of the entire base. However, later on, reality proved them wrong. This young instructor's background was even greater than they had imagined. In the midst of the chaos caused by Instructor Su, the senior officers in charge of the discipline of the base actually completely followed his lead. They had even specially sent several military police officers to maintain order during the mecha class, according to his request. Hearing this, the officer was stunned. Looking at the instructor's lieutenant colonel uniform and the Purple Star Medal, he knew that he had been blinded by anger and let the instructor have something against him. He then looked at the military police officers who were eyeing him with hostility at the door of the meeting room. He couldn't help but grumble bitterly, took off his military cap, and walked out. Why do you want to learn mechanical structure and maintenance? This is another very stupid question. After the officer who had violated discipline left to run, Sulu adjusted the sunglasses on his nose and said coldly, "This only proves once again your inflexibility and stupidity. Mechanical repair camp? On the battlefield, if the entire mechanical repair camp is wiped out, and you guys are left empty-handed with the spare parts and supply depot, but can't even deal with the mecha's self-damage, what will you do then?" There's another very important point. The MX mecha's main use on the battlefield, aside from direct attacks, is for long-distance special operations. Back then, Marshal Lee ambushed the Empire's emperor from thousands of miles away and killed the enemy chief in one fell swoop. Does he still have mechanical engineers by his side? Ridiculous. An officer raised his hand silently. Sulu squinted at this person through his sunglasses and found that it was the person who had walked out first during the first class. Suppressing the curve of his lips that was about to curve up, Sulu said coldly, "Ask." This officer's surname was Hua, and his name was Xiaoxi. He belonged to the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team. These past few years, he had operated the M52 Mecha on the front lines of the West Woods. Who knew how many battles he had fought with the Empire's people? His control of military mecha was exceptionally strong. In his mind, the only person in the entire Federation who was worthy of his admiration in terms of mecha control was the god of war Li Pifu, Commander Zhong, and the retired Commander Tian. Even the current commander was not worthy of his respect. As for these outstanding officers in the base, he only thought that Zhou Yu, who had come from the 1st Military Academy's mecha department, had the ability to compete with him in terms of mecha combat. It was precisely this strong self-confidence that made him extremely dissatisfied with those tactical movements Su Lu had proposed during the first class, and he had taken the initiative to raise his doubts. However, after so many days of class, Hua Xiaoxi understood that the instructor Su on the podium was truly talented. Although he did not know what his actual control level was, his theoretical level was definitely second to none. A trace of respect gradually grew in his heart, but this trace of respect was instantly wiped clean by Su Li's cold reprimand and humiliation. He stood up and saluted Su Lu on the podium. There was no fault in any of his movements, and he said in a low voice, reporting to instructor, "The Federation only has one god of war. You cannot expect every pilot to have that kind of ability, so I think that you can learn about mecha, but not too much." Su Lu looked at him, and after a moment of silence, suddenly said, "Have you seen the movie where Marshal Li assassinated the Emperor of the Empire?" Yes. In fact, everyone in the conference room had seen it, but they did not understand why Su Lu would ask this. Su Lu continued expressionlessly, "The movie is all fake. If you have paid attention to the war situation report sent by the Department of Defense back then, you should know that back then, on that resource planet within the Empire, Marshal Li ran for thousands of miles. Along the way, his mecha's assembly system nearly broke down 3 times. Marshal Li used local materials for all of them, obtaining parts and components from his own mecha on the battlefield. He even modified the mecha that the Empire left behind in the mountains. That was how he managed to support the M-37 to the end. If Marshal Li was as clueless about mecha mechanics as you all are, how could he have accomplished such a shocking feat? In fact, this is what I admire the most about Marshal Li. To be able to drive a broken and kill the Emperor of the Empire. He praised loudly. This is really not something a human can do. So, to become a real pilot, first of all, you must learn how to be a mecha mechanic. Su Lu looked at the officers below the podium and said coldly, "The Federation's military regulations have never had such a rule. This is my opinion. Because MX is different, I think that since the Department of Defense asked me to train you all, they must agree with my opinion on MX. But we are not the war god after all." Hua Xiaoxi shook his head with a serious expression. A soldier who does not want to become a marshal is not a good soldier. After saying this, Su Lu looked at the thoughtful expressions of Hua Xiaoxi and the officers below the podium, and suddenly fell into silence. Training pilots for the Department of Defense, pretending to be cold, but as time passed, he found that he had actually sunk into this kind of role-playing. These young officers below the podium, full of vigor and strength, would soon step onto the battlefield to welcome the great battle with the Empire, and these officers who were destined to become the elites of the military were his own students. Thinking of this, a faint sense of pride grew in his heart. After pausing for a moment, he said seriously, "Not to mention that you're not soldiers, but officers. Don't forget that when Marshal Li went to kill the Emperor of the Empire, he was only the commander of the 17th Armored Division. He was just a soldier like you, but he dared to do so. So he is no longer a human, but a war god. During the first assessment, I hope that some of you can pass. Maybe after the training, it will be difficult for us to meet again, or maybe you don't want to remember my name at all, but I still want to say that my name is Su Lu. I am Instructor Su. In the ancient language, that is Teacher Hugh. Of course, with your knowledge reserve, you definitely don't know much about the ancient language." After mocking as usual, Su Lu adjusted the sunglasses on his nose again and left the conference room down on the shore of Lake Feiqing. Under the reflection of the snowy mountains, a general stood behind an old man in casual clothes, pulled up the video on the holographic screen, and said with a smile, "Father, he said you are not human." The war god of the Federation, Li Pifu, smiled. The age spots on his forehead were particularly obvious, and his old voice sounded, "To be able to disregard life and death and throw away the instincts of living creatures, at that moment, you really can't be called human. This little guy has had many inhuman experiences, so it is a good choice for Zhou Yingxing to make him an instructor. But I still have expectations for this little guy. After the training, let him go back to Whitewater. He is too young." For some reason, Major generally looked at the screen and smiled bitterly. He felt a little disappointed and said something that seemed to have nothing to do with what he was saying. Li Pifu sat quietly by the lake, looking at the reflection of the snowy mountains in the distance, and said with a smile, "Don't worry too much. Just let nature take its course. If I remember correctly, they know each other and have met each other more than once." Major General Li had never learned to disobey his father in his life. The old man on the shore of Lake Feiqing was his father, but his more important identity was the war god who protected the Federation. Although he couldn't understand why his father paid so much attention to the young man, and even made some decisions that he felt were inconceivable, he believed that his father must have seen the future many years in the future. The foggy future was something that he couldn't see through and was unwilling to touch. Those sunglasses don't seem to be his. They're a bit loose, and he wants to pretend to be cold, but he looks a bit funny. I don't understand what he wants to do. The atmosphere by the lake was a bit silent and weird. Major General Li forced a smile and mentioned some details in the training base. The old man gently let go of his hand, stood up, and stood on the rock, his eyes full of wisdom and iron will forged on the battlefield. He said slowly, "The young man is eager to teach all he knows to the military, to prove that Mr. President's pardon order is correct." Major General Li didn't understand what he meant. The old man said with a smile, "The more important he is to the Federation, the more likely that the spy in the prison will be pardoned. I pay attention to Su Lu, not only because of his relationship with your uncle, not only because of his ability, but also because of his temperament." The old man fell silent again after hearing this. He thought to himself, if he didn't have the opposite ancient style of caring and righteousness, I wouldn't dare to take such a big risk and use him. Not many people in the Federation knew about the obscure and complicated relationship between Su Lu and the Lees of Philadelphia. Even President Pabre and General Miles didn't think of a certain interstellar prodigal uncle, a fugitive from the Federation. Probably only the lady in the back of the mountain knew the whole truth. The senior generals of the federal military only knew that the war god appreciated this young man. So when Zhou Yingxing issued a written order to transfer Su Lu to the training base, no one dared to raise an objection. With such a background, Su Li's treatment in the training base naturally wouldn't be bad. He pushed open the door of the instructor's apartment and walked in. He washed his face with hot water, looked at the blurry face in the mirror, and couldn't help but sigh, rubbing his cheeks hard. He had to play the cold instructor every day, and he almost couldn't even smile anymore. He looked at the face in the mirror with some bitterness, then looked at the sunglasses on the stage. He had borrowed this pair from another instructor, and it was a bit big, so it wasn't very suitable to wear. He knew that the officers in the training base were actually very good, but they hadn't come into contact with the new mecha. There would definitely be people who could pass the next test, but he didn't know what kind of challenge he would face. "I don't have any intention of fighting in the arena." He looked at himself, gently clenched his fist, smiled, then picked up the phone and pressed a string of numbers. Chapter 326. Su Lu had never planned to use actual combat to establish his authority as an instructor because he did not have the simulation system with him right now. Before heading to S2 to assassinate Macklin, he had taken out the simulation system from under the workbench and placed it in the safe at Whitewater Company. Now, that expensive workbench had become the evidence of the Federation government, and he did not know whether he still had the authority to enter Whitewater Company, so he could only leave the simulation system there. The call was to Li Xiaodong. After being released from prison, Su Lu had not gone to see him, even though he was the first person in the Federation willing to invest in him. Su Lu knew from Zhou Yu that the Li family was not in a good situation right now, because the government and the parliament had continuously passed the gold fusion algorithm. The Li family's influence in the financial industry of the Federation had taken a heavy blow. These measures would not shake the foundation of the Iron family, but as the second in line to the family, Li Xiaotong must be busy right now. From a certain perspective, Su Lu should be the Li family's irreconcilable enemy, but he had always maintained some kind of tacit relationship with 7th young Master Li. Now that Su Lu had gained the favor of the Lees of Philadelphia, just this point alone could convince Li Xiaotong to invest a second time and maintain this almost friendly relationship, and the upper echelons of the Li family could only acquiesce. Su Le needed 7th Young Master Li's help to reassemble the simulation system. In fact, even without the help of the simulation system, he believed that he could still defeat this batch of officer students in the base by operating the MX mecha. However, Zhou Yu had seen the Battle of Ketchum Peak with his own eyes. If the difference in skill level was too great, it might arouse his suspicion. After all, this gentle gentleman had too close a relationship with Macho at the back of the mountain, so Su Le had to be careful. More importantly, if he could not display Madman Li's level of battle prowess in battle and obtain an overwhelming victory, then even if he won this battle, what was the point? She had signed a contract to sell her body and was transferred by the Department of Defense to serve a group of military officers. This was not happiness at all. However, everyone had a different view of happiness. Su Lu rubbed his cheeks and looked at himself in the mirror with a smile. He began to carefully shave his beard. He thought of the difficult days in the black prison and how he no longer had to worry about his identity as a fugitive. Every time he washed his face, he no longer had to trim his eyebrows. He felt endless happiness. The training base in the mountains went from early summer to late summer, and then the autumn wind gradually rose, but it couldn't blow away the summer heat. The days passed by in such a boring manner. Although the officers from the various units were still angry, they were exceptionally serious in their learning and training. In the underground mecha storeroom, the 3 MX standard mecha were actually trained night after night, lined up by the officers to train them. Although they were not frail bodies, it was still extremely tiring. Su Lu really hadn't expected that his simple provocation of disdain would actually have some effect. These officers were clearly all academically trained soldiers who had graduated from military academies. Their IQ and EQ couldn't be low, so how was it that things were going according to his plan? After thinking about it, he could only attribute this to the atmosphere of the military camp. Although there was also deception in the military, it was still a distance away from society after all. It retained a rare sense of simplicity and simplicity. These officers had been in the military for a long time, so the simple and direct part of their bodies had manifested. Perhaps some of them roughly understood Instructor Su's intentions, but no one would give him a good attitude. They just kept their heads down and trained, waiting for the beautiful day to come when they passed the assessment and beat the instructor up. Simple and direct was very much in line with Su Li's personality, so these days he kept his usual sullen face, playing the role of a cold and disdainful instructor. He wasn't worried about the arrival of that day. Instead, through the new sunglasses that Zhou Yu had sent him, he looked with interest at these officers who were howling as if they had taken aphrodisiac and had nowhere to vent their energy. He thought to himself, so the military is actually such a simple place. There was no ready-made tutorial for the MX training, so Su Le had to compile everything on the spot. Moreover, the MX in the nutshell production department and the assembly line of the main assembly base had undergone many minor adjustments compared to the prototype designed by Su Lu and Shang Qiu. He also didn't have any teaching experience, so every day, teaching classes was actually a very painful process. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of information from the Nutshell Production Company through the Ministry of Defense, and had also applied for permission to work remotely with Shang Qiu. In addition, he had the experience of training in Area H1 of Yue University's library, so he was able to do this job with great difficulty. Sometimes, Su Le would feel a little smug. The federal military probably really needed this teaching material. If he could do this job well, wouldn't Mr. Shi's special pardon order be issued? Other than tormenting himself with the MX mecha training, Su Le was also silently paying attention to the situation in the West Woods and the movements within the Federation. The Federation's proverb had once said, "Even after leaving the palace of His Majesty and being amongst the stars, one still could not forget the troubles of the world." Su Le knew what kind of intelligence this imperial spy had sent back, but he didn't know when the next war would break out. The Federation government was anxiously waiting, and so was he. But first came the good news that the leader of the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army, Nan Shui, was visiting the capital. In these peaceful days, the first gust of autumn wind at the beginning of September brought another batch of students to the training base. Sulu, who had been ordered by the base's commanding officer to receive them, saw the dozen or so men jumping out of military vehicles at the entrance of the base. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. Autumn had not yet arrived, but he could already feel the chill. There were a total of 17 men, some of them tall and sturdy, some of them lean and strong, some of them cold and ruthless. They were not wearing military uniforms, but they exuded a murderous aura from head to toe. However, some of them could hide this murderous aura with just a slight turn of their bodies, leaving not a trace of it exposed. Xiong Linquan, Lu Jiao, Gu Shifeng, and Major Lan Xiaolong. Sulu looked at the row of people standing at attention in front of him and understood why the base's commanding officer had sent him, a temporary instructor, to receive them. It was because of these 17 men, other than Lan Xiaolong, the rest were all members of the 7th Combat Team of the Whitewater Company. The 7th Combat Team of the Security Advisory Department of the Whitewater Company under the jurisdiction of the Nutshell Company has been reorganized. We have been ordered to report to the commanding officer. Please give us further instructions. The fierce combatants stood side by side meticulously. Gunner Xiong Linquan took a step forward and shouted at Sulu, his voice shaking the mountains. Sulu was speechless. He did not know if this person was shouting at him because he had stabbed by Yulan, or if it was because of his habitual loud voice. Fortunately, he had been a cold and ruthless instructor at the training base for more than 2 months. He had more or less cultivated the cold and fierce aura of a soldier, so he could calmly look at the big face in front of him and did not take a step back. After a moment of silence, he did not understand and said softly, "There are no instructions. Since you're here, let's eat first." Sitting behind the self-propelled green rail car that entered the base, Sulu took off his sunglasses, narrowed his eyes, and asked with a frown, "What's going on?" The 7th Combat Team was reorganized. Why was it sent to the base? It was a direct order from the Ministry of National Defense. The 7th Combat Team has been reorganized for a long time, but you, the director, have not been here, so they have been idle. The 83-84 Combat Team also picked a group of people to be the peripheral force of the 7th Combat Team. This time, they did not come with you. Now that I think about it, the people you can command are basically a battalion. Major Lan Xiaolong sat beside him. As an officer of the Harbor City Guard District, he had spent some time with Sulu, so he was comfortable talking to him. He shrugged and said, "In Harbor City, the order I received was to protect you, and now it seems to be the same." Sulu was silent for a long time. Looking at the silent members in front of the rail car, he pursed his lips and said, "I'm asking why. It was an order from the Ministry of National Defense. How do we know the reason?" Lan Xiaolong shrugged again and said, "But I can guess a little." Sulu looked at him with a bitter smile and said, "Hurry up and say it, or the question marks in my head are going to explode. I'm from the 17th Armored Division." White Magnolia. Lan Xiaolong looked at his face and said, "You're also from the 17th Division. Out of the 18 members of the 7th Combat Team, 15 of them are from our division. The 7th Combat Team has always been the strongest in the Whitewater Company. The Ministry of National Defense bypassed the Nutshell Board of Directors and directly ordered the reorganization of the 7th Combat Team. The 83-84 Combat Team was stationed in the Harbor City Guard District. Before the unit's designation was changed, it was the most famous 17th Armored Division of the Federation. Li Pifu was the commander of the 17th Armored Division. Sulu was silent. How could a combat team of the security company be related to the old man in Philadelphia? You're training officers in the training base, which is contributing to the Federal Army. You're leading the 7th Combat Team to give you a group of your own subordinates. Lan Xiaolong took a puff of his cigarette, and his expression became serious and serious. The old commander definitely doesn't want to see his old unit turn from an iron-blooded army into a group of riffraff troops. Since he thinks highly of you, this mission naturally has to be given to you. You definitely can't be a commander now, so you can only start practicing with the 7th Combat Team. Sulu felt that this reasoning was too ridiculous. Li Pifu was the Federation's god of war. Even if he took care of him a little for the sake of his uncle, how could he let him do this kind of thing? You guessed right. Nonsense. If I could know what those big shots are thinking, why would I be a soldier? Wouldn't it be better to just charge into the stock market? Lan Xiaolong said in annoyance. The team members in front of the rail car had been sitting for a while, but now they began to relax. Some of them crossed their legs, some of them began to smoke, and some of them began to talk loudly. Su Lu shook his head and thought about how this major peaked at Shang Qiu's cleavage in the underground base of the Ministry of Engineering. He sighed and said, "No wonder you're from the 83-84 combat team. Same here. You're not a proper soldier either." Lan Xiaolong shrugged and said that in addition to the 30 or so excellent military officers in the training base, there were suddenly 17 more unofficially organized armed personnel. Although according to the Ministry of Defense, these armed personnel were only there to listen, the atmosphere in the base still became a little strange. The three major security companies of the Federation often cooperated with the military in battle, but there was a gap between active duty soldiers and these unofficially organized soldiers. The armed personnel of Team 7 actually had military records in their respective units, but for some reason, when they returned to the unit, they didn't look like professional soldiers at all. They were doing their duty as unofficially organized soldiers. The most important thing was that the officers who received the training had graduated from various universities and belonged to the typical academic faction. However, the 17 men who came later were definitely born in the wilderness. They all started off as small soldiers on the battlefield and relied on killing enemies to get to where they were today. In terms of rank, the trained officers were naturally higher. Other than Lan Xiaolong, none of the members of Team 7 had the nerve to take out their epaulets to dry. In terms of commanding ability and comprehensive assessment of some subjects, the trained officers were also a lot better than the members of Team 7. But when it came to specific combat ability, those 17 men were all looking up, full of disdain and contempt for these academic military nobles. What made Su Lu feel strange was that although the atmosphere in the base was strange and tense, there was no intense conflict between the two sides. After 2 days of observation, even though his was vaguely on Team 7's side, he had to admit that it was mainly because those academic soldiers were maintaining their tolerance and did not show the attitude of a superior officer. The attention of the trained officers was all on the upcoming mecha assessment. Most of the other subjects had already been completed, but for this MX mecha assessment, their eyes were already red from waiting. Because of the attitude Su Lu had displayed in the base, the trained officers began to dig up his background. In the end, they finally found out about his relationship with the Minister of Defense's family. Everyone thought they understood why Su Lu was so arrogant. This kind of nepotism was the most unacceptable thing in the military, and their hearts became increasingly conflicted. In the dorms at night, one could often hear some officer coldly saying that he was ready to open a paint factory to teach someone a lesson. A week after the arrival of the 17 men, the MX-MEC's first assessment had ended. Most of the officers who had been trained had demonstrated excellent control and combat abilities in the assessment, reaching the passing standard. The ones with the best results were Hua Xiaoxi from Celine and Zhou Yu, who had a deep understanding of the MX mech. On the rostrum, Su Lu finished reading out the results and sighed softly. Very satisfied with the results of these 2 months of hard work, he removed the sunglasses on his nose and said to the people below the rostrum, "In half an hour, I'll be waiting for you all at the entrance." The conference room was silent. The trained officers stood up silently and walked towards the door. This silence seemed to hide some kind of hostility. Due to the strict military discipline, they could not do anything to the instructor. Today, they finally had a chance to vent their anger openly, but after all, they were all mid-ranking officers and would not make a big fuss like a hooligan. Instead, they all clenched their fists in excitement. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, Su Lu did not walk with them into the underground hangar, but instead led them to the field. Accompanied by the dull evening breeze, some of the fallen leaves on the field moved slowly. Wearing sunglasses, Su Lu turned his head and said to the officers, "Who is it?" "Me." Hua Xiaoxi from the Westwoods Military District stepped forward and glanced calmly at Su Lu, his heart brimming with confidence. He had tied for the highest score in this assessment. and from the very beginning, he had been the one to lead his fellow students in resisting Instructor Su's humiliation. Stepping forward now to challenge on behalf of the officers was only natural. Very natural. Sula nodded and said, "After learning MX for so long, you're the most outstanding student. I think you should know very well what MX's main purpose is." This was the question an instructor asked a student. Hua Xiaoxi thought for a moment and then said without hesitation, "It's to kill using physical techniques. To control MX well, other than familiarizing yourself with the operating system, what is the most important tactical quality a pilot should have? Close-range combat." Su Lu unbuttoned the collar of his lieutenant colonel uniform, nodded and said, "You said it very clearly. Then use close-range combat to knock me down, then use mecha. Do you have any objections?" The surrounding officers looked at each other. Although they felt that the instructor's words were slightly different from what they had said at the beginning, these words also made some sense. The key was to use mecha to challenge. With the protection of the safety control system, they could at most make Instructor Su lose some face. Using close-range combat to challenge first was even better. Other than making the instructor lose face, they could also make the instructor's face bruise and vent their anger. As for whether these people would lose or not, they had not considered it. Until today, they still thought that the young Instructor Su was a pretty good technical supervisor, an arrogant brat with a great background. If they really fought, how could he be a match for people like them who had been on the battlefield for so long? Without another word, Hua Xiaoxi took off his uniform and began to move the joints of his arms and legs, warming up before the fight. After taking off his clothes, it was discovered that this ace pilot from the West Woods Military District had strong muscles. He was definitely also an expert in close-range combat. The surrounding officers had expressions of schadenfreude on their faces. Now that the test was over, there was naturally no need to maintain absolute courtesy to the instructor. Occasionally, a trace of doubt would flash across the faces of a few people. They felt that there was something wrong with the instructor agreeing to this challenge. However, no one noticed that at the edge of the crowd, two officers were staring at Su Lu with cold gazes. They were from the 3rd Military District and had been silent these past few days. Only when the officers found out Su Li's true identity did the coldness in their eyes grow thicker and thicker. The members of Team 7 who were listening and stood far away at the edge of the crowd, leaning against the trees and lying on the stone steps, their figures lazy. They were also very curious about Su Li's strength. Seeing was believing. They wanted to see if their supervisor was as ferocious as Lao Bai had said. Only Zhou Yu laughed bitterly and turned his head away, unwilling to see Hua Xiaoxi's miserable appearance later. "You're the instructor. I won't hit your face." The wind rose on the field. Hua Xiaoxi's face was dark. The moment he attacked, it was the sharpest direct attack of the military special forces. At this time, Su Lu was still wearing his sunglasses. His eyes narrowed under the lenses, and he allowed the fierce wind from the fist to hit him in the face. Only then did his left hand flip up casually, blocking the bend of the opponent's elbow. He took 3 steps forward. The edge of his palm, his fingertips, his wrist, and the hard tip of his elbow sprayed out like raindrops, hitting Hua Xiaoxi's body like a drum. His movements were too fast. It was like countless shadows flashing between the two of them. Hua Xiaoxi barely covered his chest and retreated. He felt a wave of pain and numbness on his body and arm. He couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't know what the instructor's body was made of to be able to reach such a fast speed. Just as everyone was shocked and Hua Xiaoxi was retreating with a grunt, Su Lu suddenly pulled back his fist, raised his right leg, and struck out like a bolt of lightning, hitting the outer side of Hua Xiaoxi's knee. Hua Xiaoxi's strength was all concentrated on the defense of his upper body. His body suddenly lost its balance. Like a scene in a movie, he flipped in the air and then fell tragically onto the hard ground with a muffled thud. Chapter 3:27. The field was deathly silent. The officers looked at this scene in disbelief. Some of them had thought that Instructor Su's close combat ability would be extremely strong, which was why they had agreed to this kind of challenge. However, they could never have imagined that Hua Xiaoxi, as an expert of the West Woods Military District, would not even be able to withstand a single blow from Su Lu. After a series of breezes and drizzles, he was beaten into a stiff stick by Su Lu and fell from the air to the ground. Even if it had been a little longer, the officers would have been able to accept this kind of situation easily. However, they only heard a series of muffled sounds that sounded like raindrops hitting sand. Hua Xiaoxi retreated miserably, and then the instructor kicked. Hua Xiaoxi flew up and fell down. They could see that instructor Little Su seemed to be using the close combat techniques of the military, but it was extremely different in some aspects, especially the feeling when he attacked. Whether it was extending his elbow, knee, or entering the body, each of his actions was clean and efficient, but also extremely fast. He launched with a flick, retracted with a touch. He did not fully extend, but his speed was displayed to the extreme. This kind of close combat method always made the audience feel that Su Lu was like a girl who did not use his full strength. It was difficult for him to use his full strength, but the effect was exceptionally clear and powerful. The final result was so jaw-dropping. He had knocked down Hua Xiaoxi in a single exchange. This kind of close combat ability was a bit too strong. Looking at Su Lu, who was taking off his sunglasses, the officer's eyes finally began to show some kind of reverence and admiration, and also a bit of coldness. The two officers with cold gazes looked at each other and frowned, as if they felt that this matter was a bit more difficult to handle. Meanwhile, the members of Team 7 at the periphery of the crowd had already stood up from the stone steps by the tree. With complicated gazes, they stared at Su Lu. At this time, they experienced the evaluation that Bai Yulan had once made, and more or less confirmed the fierceness of their future direct superior. Su Lu took off his sunglasses and reached out to pull up Hua Xiaoxi on the ground. Earlier, when he attacked, he did not use even a sliver of the true power in his body. He completely relied on the 10 postures that were soaked into his bones and the battle instincts he had forged over the years. It was not difficult to defeat the opponent, but he did not cause any real damage to the opponent. "If you can beat me one day, you can try using the mecha again," he said with a smile. The thought of not having to get on the mecha to reveal that he was not as strong as Madman made him feel very gratified. Hua Xiaoxi propped up his upper body and spat out a mouthful of sand and sand. He hatefully said, "I underestimated the enemy. Otherwise, I would have been able to hold on a little longer." Soldiers were simple and direct. A loss was a loss. Hua Xiaoxi did not plan on persevering. It was just that he kept feeling that he had been knocked out of his head by the instructor's nagging combat skills. Otherwise, he would have been able to persevere for a while longer. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw Su Li's extremely sincere smile. His words could not help but stop abruptly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that instructor Little Su's face without the sunglasses was so amiable with a smile, as if he did not look as hateful as before. No one knew that during the 2 months in the training base, Su Lu had been wearing sunglasses on his nose to hide his smiling, amiable, and harmless eyes. In order to play the role of a cold instructor, he could press the corners of his lips into a sheet of frost, but he still could not do anything about this pair of eyes. After Hua Xiaoxi shook his head and returned to the crowd, Su Lu swept his gaze over the officers around him and said with a smile, "Who else?" No one answered. Although some of the officers believed that their close combat abilities were much stronger than Hua Xiaoxi's, when faced with Instructor Su's seemingly chaotic but actually extremely incisive combat skills, they did not have much confidence in winning. More importantly, at this moment, as they looked at Instructor Su's smiling face and thought about their mecha lessons these past few days, their hearts calmed somewhat. Just like Hua Xiaoxi, that urge to vent his anger that had been somewhat childish to begin with gradually faded away. In the midst of the silence, someone suddenly said in a low voice, "Can it be 2v1? Su Lu looked over with some confusion to everyone's surprise. After Su Lu had displayed his close combat prowess, the officers who had still stepped forward to issue a challenge were from the 3rd Military Region. They were precisely the 2 people who had been sizing up Su Lu with cold gazes earlier. Perhaps they were very confident in their combat prowess, but strangely, for some reason, they seemed to be constantly looking for a chance to attack Su Lu directly. The officers frowned, thinking to themselves that even with their military ranks, they were not real cadets. Challenging a little instructor and losing was already embarrassing enough. What more when it was 2v1? However, when they recognized these two officers, the words they had been about to say turned into ice and snow stuck in their mouths at the same time. The field was silent. The two officers who had stepped forward to issue the challenge had been abnormally quiet and dutiful in the past half year at the base. But in reality, they were particularly eye-catching because these two belonged to the 3rd Military Region's trump card, the Iron 7th Division. Every time they thought of the federal military's most dazzling, yet coldest, young instructor, no one was willing to provoke them, even if the training officers were all geniuses in the military. Everyone knew how cold and heartless that Instructor Du was, yet he was an extremely protective person. If they were able to fight under this kind of commanding officer, it would undoubtedly be the most exciting and happiest thing. However, becoming enemies with the officers under him was definitely an unwise move. Su Li's eyes gradually narrowed as he quietly watched the two officers walk out from the crowd. Relying on the ability to see through people's hearts that Uncle Feng Yu greatly admired, he could clearly sense the cold and severe intent hidden under these two officers' ordinary faces. Unlike Hua Xiaoxi and the others who challenged him to vent their anger, these two officers clearly had other intentions. One of the officers said coldly, "We are cadets. We want to ask for guidance from Instructor Xiao Su. Please agree." Sulu was slightly taken aback. He used his hand to comb through his slightly messy hair and tossed the sunglasses in his hand to Zhou. Then, when he raised his right hand and was about to say something, he found that he couldn't seem to find any reason to refuse this challenge. "What are your names?" He wasn't clear about the origins of these two officers. "Chang 1, Chang 2. The two officers replied in a low voice at the same time. "The instructor gave us code names. From the day we entered the military until the day we retire, we only have code names." "What instructor?" "The 3rd Military Region's Iron 7th Division." Su Lu had never heard of the Iron 7th Division, so he naturally didn't know that the instructor was such an untouchable and powerful figure. He only sank into deep confusion. He had never been to S3 and had even less of an interaction with the 3rd Military Region. So why were these two officers in front of him like fierce tigers filled with killing intent towards him? The two officers stood on the left and right. Suddenly, they took a deep breath, and all the joints on their bodies started to crackle. What was shocking was that their bodies seemed to swell up along with the crackling sounds, and their uniforms were extremely tight. When the surrounding crowd saw this, they subconsciously expanded their area. Including Hua Xiaoxi, all the officers stared at the field with suspicion and vigilance. They knew very well that the two officers who came out to challenge Su Lu were ranked at the top of the list for close combat in this assessment, and the 3rd Military Region's Iron 7th Division was also an ace troop that was famous for its close combat ferocity. What kind of level did the Special Forces personally trained by such an instructor have? Not to mention, the current state of the two Iron 7th Division officers showed meant that they had once learned some kind of technique in the training hall. With these two officers attacking one, would Instructor Xiao Su be able to hold on? Everyone felt a sense of danger pervading the field. Right now, there was no commanding officer or military police present, but presumably these two officers wouldn't dare to make a move. But for some reason, everyone felt that something dangerous was about to happen. The members of the 7th Division on the periphery had already stood up. They were all skilled soldiers in the forest and could faintly smell the scent of blood. In particular, Xiong Linchuan's pupils constricted slightly. Thinking of Bai Yulan's instructions on the sickbed, his palm subconsciously moved to the bottom of the stone steps and applied a bit of force. Tea this time. Sulu was still thinking about where the gloominess and hatred in the eyes of the two officers came from. He lowered his head and was silent, his mind wandering. However, before his mind could calm down, a strong wind rushed toward his face. Chang 1 and Chang 2, these two Iron 7th Division close combat experts, stomped their thick-soled military boots on the solid surface of the field. The ground trembled slightly, and two wisps of light smoke rose into the air. The two of them were like fierce tigers leaping down from a cliff. In an instant, they closed the distance between them and Su Lu and attacked him, who had his head lowered in thought. One of them punched towards Su Li's chin, while the other moved close to his body and raised his knee to attack the base of his thigh. The attack was extremely ruthless, and the wind whistled as it broke through the air. This might have been a sneak attack, and it might have been somewhat shameless, but with the challenge before them, Su Lu acquiesced. These two officers of the Iron 7th Division would always be able to find some excuse afterward. Furthermore, with the arrow on the bow and the fist in front of them, regardless of whether it was the audience or the person involved, they could only watch as this scene unfolded. Su Lu suddenly raised his head, and a trace of anger flashed through his slightly narrowed eyes. His anger wasn't because of the sinister and vicious attacks of the officers, but because he still didn't understand why they hated him. In a flash, his state of mind was as steady as a rock. Just like in the countless dangerous moments in the past, he calmly took a step forward. His body was like a nail nailed to the ground. At the same time, he flipped his left hand and grabbed Chong Won's wrist, who was attacking his chin. His right leg swung to the right and slapped the inside of Chong Tu's knee with the outer edge of his thigh. If he had been dealing with an ordinary person, with the reaction speed and skill he displayed at this moment, this would have been a perfect response. According to the usual development of close-range combat, Su Lu would have closed in on his opponent again and used his iron shoulder to push one of them away. At the same time, his left hand would follow the opponent's elbow joint and stab the other person's armpit. One punch would numb the opponent's blood and make him unable to continue fighting. However, what Su Lu did not expect was that although his left hand grabbed Chong Won's wrist, what his fingertips touched was like an old tree root. In particular, the fine muscles on Chong Won's wrist suddenly tightened and jumped horizontally, like the skin of an old tree root bursting. This made his 3 fingers unable to wedge into the other's muscle fibers. And when he leaned violently to the right, it was like leaning against a thick wall. Not only did he not push the other away, but he also exposed his right rib to Chong Tu's attack. Su Lu would never underestimate any of his enemies, but he didn't treat these two officers as irreconcilable enemies. He hadn't used a single vicious move, hadn't mobilized a single strand of the violent power in his body. Yet in the end, he had lost the initiative. The two officers of the Iron 7th Division did not let go of this opportunity. A cold light flashed in their eyes as they attacked Su Li's vital points. With 2 muffled sounds, the 3 people on the field quickly blocked a few times. Like 3 shadows, the shadows turned into concrete bodies in an instant. The situation on the field had changed completely. The 2 officers of the 3rd Military Region had broken through Su Li's defense and used the exact same method to get close to him. They grabbed his wrist with one hand and blocked under his armpit with the other, waiting for the right moment to exert force. This was the most vicious close-range combat technique, the anti-joint technique, if these 2 officers were allowed to unleash their full strength. Even if Su Li's shoulder joint was still intact, the cartilage in his elbow would definitely shatter into pieces. The 2 officers of the Iron 7th Division did not immediately press down on Su Lu. They just maintained this posture, as if they wanted to show the surrounding officers what would happen if Su Lu was defeated. They looked coldly at Su Li's face, who was right in front of them. They were not worried that Su Lu would be able to win, because no matter how big the difference in strength between the 2 sides was, they already had the absolute advantage. Using the simplest lever theory in physics, Su Lu, whose arms were blocked, was unable to exert any force at all. The spectating officers had felt a strange sense of danger when the challenge started. However, when they saw that the 2 of them had defeated instructor Xiao Su in one fell swoop, they thought that even though the 2 of them were Iron 7th Master's Icemen, they still wouldn't dare to hurt an instructor as students. Thus, they heaved a sigh of relief. Only Xiong Linquan, who was standing at the edge of the crowd, had the coldness in his eyes getting deeper and deeper. His 5 fingers that were grabbing onto the stone steps behind him started to exert force. His knuckles turned white, and he was actually able to lift the stone steps that weighed dozens of kilograms by an inch. The atmosphere was very silent, very strange, and very awkward. As an instructor, Su Lu was completely controlled by two students. Although he was younger than these officers and had no experience in the military, nor did he have a record of killing people, he was still an instructor. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little humiliated. Instructor said that strength is strength when speed is multiplied by strength. The limit of an individual's strength is constant. Chang-Yi looked at his face that was close by, and his eyes were full of ridicule and indifference. He said in a lecturing tone, "The faster the speed, the lighter the strength of the punch. You're just playing with fancy moves, but we, the people of the Iron 7th Division, are not as weak as those guys." Both of his arms were blocked, and his joints were restrained. Human physiology and basic physics confirmed that Su Lu was completely restrained, so this Iron 7th Division officer was in the mood to appreciate his failure and ridicule his incompetence. "I admit defeat," Su Lu said directly with a smile. He wasn't obsessed with winning or losing. On the contrary, he was obsessed with the opponent's hatred for him, and he really wanted to know how far the Iron 7th Division officer wanted to go. The officer didn't expect Su Lu to admit defeat so easily. After a slight pause, he said fiercely, "I don't accept. You're an instructor. If we kill you, we'll definitely have to go to military court. But I think if we just break your arms, there shouldn't be too much of a problem." His eyes were cold and ruthless. He said in a low voice, "In close combat, there are often accidental injuries like this, right?" The conversation in the field was very low and fast, so the officers in the crowd didn't hear it at all. They wondered why instructor Xiao Su still didn't admit defeat. Su Lu was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and said, "Since it's revenge, let me know the reason. Then I'll feel better, right? Par Ji-ho is someone that the Iron 7th Division wants." Chang-Yi said coldly, "I'm from the same yard as him." Su Lu raised his head, an indescribable emotion flashing through his eyes. Almost at the same time, the two Iron 7th Division officers' eyes flashed fiercely. Their muscles tightened, and they clamped their arms around his elbow joint, pressing down hard. Not all the people in the crowd were combat experts, but as outstanding officers at the Federation focused on grooming, they definitely had a sharp and accurate eye. When the two Iron 7th Division officers lowered their shoulders and crossed their legs, at least half of the people in the crowd could see what they were going to do next. It was just a very common camp challenge. The winner was already decided, but who would have thought that it wasn't over yet? In these past 2 months, the officers had hated MX Mecha class to the core. However, after passing the assessment, they no longer hated instructor Little Sue for wearing sunglasses and pretending to be cool. Deeply educated in discipline and self-control, they knew very well that upholding the original challenge agreement today was more of a tradition of steel in the military camp. In some ways, this was just a game between men. But these two people from the Iron 7th Division were actually going to break instructor Xiao Su's arm in front of everyone on the field. Could it be that the soldiers raised by Commander Du of the Iron 7th Division were so cold and cruel that they weren't even afraid of the military law? Or could it be that because they had the Iron 7th Division as their backing, they didn't care about the military law at all? In the midst of the shock, Lan Xiaolong and Zhou Yu's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately started to move. But there was one person who reacted faster than them. Outside the crowd, there was a crisp sound as the stone steps were lifted up by someone. Xiong Linquan roared as he held the heavy concrete steps with both hands. Like a deity, he shook the crowd and rushed over before the other two. He valiantly smashed the stone steps down. With a muffled boom, the heavy concrete steps smashed into the ground, creating a crater. In the blink of an eye, the stone steps, which weighed who knew how many kilograms, were shattered by the huge force. Debris flew everywhere, and dust flew everywhere. However, Xiong Linquan, who had rushed over like a god, spread out his hands and stared blankly at where the stone steps had landed. He blinked in shock and didn't feel that the web between his thumb and index finger had been split open and was bleeding. There was a suffocating silence in the field because his thunderous attack missed. 3 meters before the stone steps landed, The three people who were tangled up with each other still maintained their previous postures, as if they hadn't moved at all. The only reason they were able to dodge this terrifying attack was because at the last moment, someone still had the strength to force the other two people to take 3 steps back. There was only one person who could do this. The pupils of the 2 Iron 7th Division officers shrank as they stared at Su Li's face in horror. When they attacked with all their might, they found that Su Li's arm didn't break as they had imagined. It didn't even bend. This completely violated the physiological structure and physics of the human body. Su Li's arm seemed to be cast from iron. Su Li's eyes were unusually bright. He looked at them and said sincerely, "After you get out of the hospital, tell your teacher that his reasoning is bullshit to me. I'm fast enough, and I'm strong enough." Chapter 328. Xiong Linquan smashed down the stone stairs. Su Lu, whose arms were restrained, dragged the 2 officers of the Iron 7th Division back a few steps in a flash. Logically speaking, he was unable to exert any strength, but he was able to use the strength of one person to move the bodies of 3 people. This only proved that he was in control of the situation the entire time. It was only now that the 2 officers of the Iron 7th Division knew that they had encountered a real iron plate. In the previous fight between Su Lu and Hua Xiaoxi, he had only displayed the most accurate and fast aspects of close-range combat. His true strength had been hidden the entire time. With a single misjudgment, the 2 officers immediately fell into a predicament. They had already pressed down on Su Li's elbow joint with all their strength, but it had no effect at all. It was like 2 insects wailing and waving their chelicerae, but they couldn't leave a single mark on a thick iron rod. Su Li's tone was very normal. He was indeed very strong. He had trained with Uncle Feng Yu for so many years. After coming to the capital ring, other than Madman Li, he had never met anyone who could face him head-on. The ruthless anti-joint technique was completely ineffective. The 2 officers of the Iron 7th Division had a flash of fear in their eyes. Changwon's face was pale. A hint of despair and desperation flashed through his eyes. His hands gave up on the idea of suppressing instructor Su Li's elbow joint. Like 2 poisonous snakes, they wrapped around his arm. With a whistling sound, he raised his fist and punched straight at the corner of Su Li's eye. At this moment, he still hadn't given up and used a ruthless move that was enough to kill. Previously, Su Li's fingers had been repelled by the muscles on Changwon's wrist. He couldn't grasp it because Changwon had learned some thrusting kung fu in the Iron 7th Division and the Body Cultivation Hall. His body was very strong, but more importantly, he hadn't used his true terrifying strength. At this moment, a stream of heat gushed out from behind his waist, spreading to his limbs and torso. Every pair of muscle fibers were rubbing against each other, and every cell seemed to be expanding and breathing. Strong and unparalleled strength filled his entire body. How could he give his opponent a chance to counterattack? With a flip of his palm, his thumb and index finger were like 2 iron pincers. They gripped the joint of Changwon's upper left arm. Gathering strength at the tip of his finger, it suddenly shot out. With a ripping sound, it tore apart the sturdy military uniform and viciously clawed into the other shoulder joint. A wave of intense pain and numbness rushed into Chang Yi's mind at the same time. The fist that was viciously aimed at the corner of Su Li's eye was still in midair, but like a viper that had been frozen to death, it went limp and limp. Since he had already made his move, he naturally wouldn't stop. Su Lu expressionlessly took a step forward. With 2 muffled thuds, one knee struck the inside of Changwon's knee. At the same time, his right hip pushed Chang to some distance away. Compared to Changwon, the other officer appeared to be more well-behaved, so Su Lu didn't use too much force. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum of the collision to raise his right leg again. Just like how he had kicked Hua Xiaoxi earlier, it strangely drew an arc outside his body and viciously chopped down on his thigh. These movements seemed ordinary, but Su Lu executed them with incomparable speed. Furthermore, the rhythm of each movement was very beautiful. It was simple and smooth to the extreme, making it impossible for his opponent to react. These were the 10 postures that the uncle had taught him, and they had been integrated into his blood. During battle, he did not need to use his brain to think at all. Relying on the situation in the field and his instincts, he naturally displayed them. However, this fierce kick was not taught to him by Uncle. It was more than 2 years ago when he saw Captain Tion's sharp kick on the Ancient Bell spaceship. His heart trembled, and he pondered over it day and night. Only then did he combine the intent of this kick with the 10 postures, which became his favorite attack method. However, this kick was qualitatively different from the one that had hit Hua Xiaoxi earlier. This was because Su Lu had channeled all the mysterious power in his body into his tibia. When he kicked Hua Xiaoxi, he did not use much force, so Hua Xiaoxi was sent flying. However, this kick was already as sharp as a knife. Its speed and power were extremely terrifying. Chang, too, whose thigh was hit, felt a huge force hit him. His body could not fly at all, so he had to bear the full brunt of this force. With a heart-chilling crack, Chang Er let out a muffled groan, his face pale. He was not kicked into the air, but like an old tree that was blown down by a huge gust of wind, he fell heavily onto the ground, unable to get up again. After kicking Chang Tu down, Su Li's other hand was still tightly gripping Chang, one's upper arm joint. Blood was faintly seeping out from his fingertips. Since Su Lu already knew the reason for this ruthless Iron 7th Division officer's ruthlessness, he naturally would not hold back. However, this was a training base after all. The other party was a Federation officer, so he did not think of killing him on the spot. Otherwise, he would probably end up in prison again the moment he stepped out of a lure. At this time, Chang Wan still did not know that his companion had lost his ability to fight. He felt his right arm joint being gripped by the other party's iron clamp-like hand. He was unable to mobilize his strength. A strong sense of unwillingness and viciousness made his mind a little dizzy. He raised his leg and kicked at Su Li's lower abdomen. His empty left hand viciously stabbed at Su Li's eyes. In the beginning, these two Iron 7th Division officers only wanted to humiliate Su Lu by breaking his arms during combat training. Once he realized that something was amiss, Chang Wan became bold. He did not care about Su Li's identity as an instructor and used an absolutely forbidden move. This included the punch that had been aimed at the corner of Su Li's eyes, as well as the current kick and stab. No matter which action it was, it could have taken Su Li's life or left him with irreparable damage. Looking at the 2 fingers that were getting closer and closer to his eyes, Su Li's eyes suddenly brightened. A hint of viciousness flashed through his eyes. He retracted his left hand as fast as lightning and then struck out horizontally. Back in Linyuan, Madman Li had thrown 3 horizontal punches, but Su Lu had taken all 3 of them head-on. Today, Su Lu was also using this kind of unreasonable horizontal punch. He did not care about the fingers in front of him or the military boots that were about to reach his lower abdomen. He threw out a brutal and terrifying punch. Absolute strength and speed were like the occasional torrent of rays that wreaked havoc among the stars. No matter what kind of intricate techniques or insidious responses the opponent had, they would all be blown into disarray by this kind of absolute realm. It was an indescribable tragedy. Amidst the tearing sounds, the sleeve of Su Li's military uniform on his forearm was torn into pieces by the force of the pulsating force. The 2 fingers that were thrusting towards Su Li's eyes like a viper first met the horizontal punch. As expected, the knuckles shattered with a crisp sound. Chang Yi's eyes were full of fear. He did not pay attention to the intense pain in his left hand. With a roar, he pulled back his right arm to block his cheek before the fierce fist could reach his face. However, if Su Lu could block Madman Li's horizontal punch, how could this officer of the Iron 7th Division be able to block it? With a loud boom, Su Li's horizontal punch struck the other's vertical arm. Chang Wan's body trembled violently as he stumbled back 7 steps. However, in the end, he was unable to withstand the powerful torrent of energy and fell to the ground in a tragic manner. He rolled backwards like a rolling gourd, rolling all the way until he was out of the crowd of dumbfounded onlookers. After rolling for more than 20 meters, he finally stopped. His limbs went limp as he lay on the ground and fainted. How much strength was needed to send someone more than 20 meters away with one punch? There was a deathly silence. Xiong Linquan, who was still bleeding from the web between his thumb and index finger, looked at Su Lu in disbelief. He felt an unprecedented chill in his heart. He thought that not only was Lao Bai right, but he also seemed to have underestimated Supervisor Su's strength. Su Lu pulled back his fist and looked down. He wiped the traces of blood from his fingertips on his military uniform and walked toward Chang Yi, who was outside the crowd. Chang Yi was at his feet. His thigh was at least fractured, but his life was not in danger, so he did not need to worry. Seeing instructor Xiao Su walk toward the unconscious Chang Yi, the military cadets had shocked and complicated expressions. They did not know if instructor Xiao Su had been angered by these two officers of the Iron 7th Division and was not willing to give up. He wanted to beat them to death. Lan Xiaolong and Zhou Yu looked at each other and forcibly suppressed the shock in their hearts. They walked to Su Li's side and whispered a few words. Su Li shook his head and walked to Chang Yi's side. Looking at the unconscious officer, he said, "Call the medical team over." Chang Yi, who was unconscious on the field, had 2 fingers on his left hand that were completely shattered. Placed beside him, they looked as ugly as the chicken claws sold in the black market. What was even more frightening was that the upper arm that he used to protect his face was already fractured, and the power contained in Su Li's punch had passed through his arm bone and caused his lower jaw to be slightly deformed. A few broken teeth flew out with blood. It was truly a tragic sight to behold. This triggered Su Li's ruthless state of mind. Even though he had tried his best to protect his face, it was a pity that his face, which could not be considered handsome, could not be preserved. Fortunately, the medical and logistical support in the training base was very strong, so he probably would not die just like that. The fight on the field naturally caused a huge uproar in the training base. The 2 officers who had passed all the examinations and were about to participate in the graduation drill had been beaten by their instructors in school. One of them had a fractured thigh bone, while the other was seriously injured and unconscious. No matter what, this was a major incident that required investigation. The National Defense Department authorized the base to conduct an independent investigation. The base's investigation naturally would not pay attention to the fight between instructors Su and Hua Xiaoxi. Instead, the focus of the investigation was placed on the latter. Su Lu was not worried about the results of the investigation because it was the officers who had initiated the challenge. Furthermore, he strictly abided by his duties as an instructor. He had never thought of returning a heavy blow. Even though the other party had disregarded the difference in military ranks, fought 2 against 1, and even tried to seriously injure him after gaining the upper hand. During the entire process of the fight, it was not until the officer named Chang Yi used lethal and ruthless attacks again and again that the ruthlessness in his heart surged to teach the other party a lesson. He firmly believed that he was in the right. The results of the follow-up investigation also proved this point. There were a total of 50 people on the field who had witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. Even if the 17 people of Team 7 were not included, there were still many officers who testified to the base's investigation team. Instructor Su had not done anything wrong in this matter. He had only been forcefully dragged into danger by the other party, so he had no choice but to use a heavy blow to protect himself. The officers had always held great opinions and contempt for Su Lu. However, at this time, the contempt had disappeared without a trace with the ability Su Lu displayed. They were the most outstanding officers in the Federation. Naturally, they were not willing to violate military discipline in order to punish Su Lu. Moreover, soldiers had their own personal integrity. However, other than 5 officers who maintained their silence, everyone else stood on Su Li's side in the investigation. One day later, the 2 injured officers of the Iron 7th Division left the base and were sent by military aircraft to the Army General Hospital for treatment. The results of the base's investigation were not conclusive. Su Lu was called by the base's commanding officer to have a talk. He was not reprimanded. What puzzled him was that the 2 officers who had caused trouble were not disciplined either. Because they were selected by the Iron 7th Division, Even the base did not want to cause any more trouble and reported the disciplinary action. Su Lu sat at the innermost table in the cafeteria with a thermal lunchbox in his hand. He couldn't help but frown as he thought about the news he had heard from the Zhou family. After this incident, he called Zhou Yu and asked her to help investigate the relationship between Park Ji-ho and the Iron 7th Division. During the fight, the officer of the Iron 7th Division, Chung Yi, thought that he was going to win and coldly said that they were going to avenge Park Ji-ho. Thinking about this, Su Lu became a little vigilant. He often thought about the hatred the Park family had for him in the District Procurator General's office, especially when he remembered the saliva of Park Ji-ho's younger sister and the frosty words of Park Ji-ho's widow in the car. He knew that the hatred of murder would never disappear. He couldn't rest assured until he figured out the true relationship between the Iron 7th Division and Park Ji-ho. Zoe was the daughter of the Minister of National Defense. Under the personal guidance of Lady Tai, she had traveled extensively in the past few years. It was easy for her to investigate this matter. In just one night, she called back. It turned out that the Park family had been living in S3. Park Ji-ho's father used to be a logistics officer in the Iron 7th Division. After he retired from the military, the whole family moved to S1. When Park Ji-ho was young, he had lived in the Iron 7th Division's compound and had a good relationship with the people in the division. More importantly, Park Ji-ho had entered the 2nd Military Academy under the name of the Iron 7th Division. His performance in the academy was excellent. As long as he completed the National Defense Department's all-rounder training program, he would definitely return to the Iron 7th Division after a year of training in the Nutshell Company. In a sense, the Park Ji-ho that Su Lu killed at the entrance of Husan Road was the Iron 7th Division's main training target. Zhou Yu warned Su Lu on the phone that he should keep a safe distance from the Iron 7th Division in the future. This was because the Trump Card Division of the 3rd Military Region was famous for being very protective of their own people. Su Lu didn't understand. His backer in the Federation was really powerful. Could it be that there was really someone in the federal military who was willing to cause trouble for him? Zhou Yu didn't explain too much on the phone. After all calls in and out of the base were monitored, so there were many things that couldn't be explained. She just seriously reminded Su Lu that the Iron 7th Division was a special force in the federal military. It was very strong, and the commander of this division, Commander Du, wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they really got into a fight, even her father wouldn't be able to say anything. Iron 7th Division. Su Lu shook his head with a bitter smile. Killing Park Ji-ho wasn't something that he planned. It was the other party's plot to harm him, and they ran into his knife. The knife flashed at the entrance of Husan Road. Park Ji-ho was dead, and he was still alive. In the eyes of the Park family and the Iron 7th Division, he was probably a shameless murderer who used the Tai family to escape justice. And Park Ji-ho was an innocent military officer who died at a young age. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little dignified and unhappy. He didn't feel guilty about killing Park Ji-ho, but he also didn't really want to provoke the Iron 7th Division. Even if Zhou Yu didn't warn him, he would have stayed away from the Iron 7th Division in the future. All the courses of the training plan had been completed, and there was going to be a small-scale tactical exercise the day after tomorrow. The instructors from the Federation had already left the base. Only Su Lu hadn't received any further orders from the Ministry of Defense, so he had to stay at the base for the time being. Tonight was the base's banquet. More than 30 military officers were talking loudly in the cafeteria. They were gobbling down food, drinking wine, and hugging each other's shoulders. They were very enthusiastic. After more than half a year of training, these military officers had developed a lot of feelings for each other. They used to be comrades, but now there was a sense of camaraderie. They all knew that they were going to be sent to the front line in the Westwood soon. After today's departure, they didn't know when they would see each other again. Perhaps they would never see each other again. Naturally, there was a lot of emotion and reluctance. Tonight, in the cafeteria, who knew how many military regulations had been violated? However, the base understood the emotions of these military officers, especially when they knew that these people would become high-ranking military officers after they left. They didn't want to cross the line, so they acquiesced to their nonsense. As they drank and drank, even Team 7, who had been watching from the sidelines at the beginning, was pulled into the drinking competition by these military officers. In the words of the military officers, although you guys are a little rough, you're really good at fighting. You guys haven't been classmates for a long time, but in the future, if you want to join my army, I'll definitely welcome you with open arms. No one paid any attention to Sulu, who was sitting in the deepest corner. Sulu didn't care either. For him, his 2+ months of life at the training base was just a promise he made to President Pabre and the Ministry of Defense. Or rather, it should be said that it was a job. He ate by himself with a lunchbox in his hand. At this moment, Lan Xiaolong came over with 2 plates of food and 2 wine glasses. He said with a smile, "It's so lively over there. Why are you pretending to be lonely here?" Sulu smiled and said, "I like liveliness, but it seems that liveliness has never liked me." Lan Xiaolong thought for a moment and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about that Iron 7th Division." Sulu was silent for a moment and said, "I've offended this teacher too much this time. I'll have to stay away from him in the future." Lan Xiaolong poured him a glass of wine and said, "Let me tell you a piece of bad news. At the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow, the headquarters of these military officers will send people to pick them up. The Iron 7th Division will also send people." Sulu narrowed his eyes. The Ministry of Defense values this training very much. Lan Xiaolong looked at the wine glass and said with slight worry, "The Iron 7th Division will send people to pick them up. It's the teacher, Du Changqing." Chapter 329. Division Commander Du Xiaoqing. Sulu was both unfamiliar and familiar with this name. Before these few days, he didn't even know that the 3rd Military Region had an unbreakable Iron 7 Division, much less that the division commander of the Iron 7 Division was called Du Xiaoqing. But after Zhou Yu's warning over the phone, he had developed a natural sense of vigilance towards this name. Du Xiaoqing. These 3 words were written as thin as bones, but they were filled with the aura of steel. When read aloud, these 3 monosyllabic words seemed to have some sort of lethality when they came out of anyone's mouth. Even Lan Xiaolong, who said them with a hint of worry, still felt this way. Sulu was silent for a long time. The reason why this division commander's name could make him feel so emotional was all because of those 2 fearless officers and the tolerance the base had for the Iron 7 Division. Combined, it seemed that when people mentioned this division commander, their emotions would become somewhat unnatural, and they would feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. But this was just a division commander. Just as he was about to ask Lan Xiaolong about the Iron 7 Division, the officers who were making a ruckus suddenly quietened down. This was because Zhou Yu had just walked over to the table in the corner with a glass of wine in his hand. Everyone quietly watched this scene. Everyone laughed and drank while Sulu sat alone in the corner. This couldn't be considered a deliberate exclusion. It was just a natural boundary between the instructor and the students. Moreover, the 2 sides hadn't gotten along very well in the past few months. But Zhou Yu's action seemed to be breaking some sort of boundary. Zhou Yu smiled and lowered his body, clinking his glass with Su Li's, and said, "These past 2 months, you've been teaching them attentively. They're actually very grateful, but they just can't bring themselves to come over." Sulu didn't think about the Iron 7 Division again. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "It's just work." Zhou Yu had once followed the entire development of the MX Mecha in the Nutshell Engineering Department, so he naturally knew that Sulu had really given his all in these 2 months, teaching all he knew about the MX Mecha to these officers. The federal military didn't have a standard tutorial for the MX Mecha in the first place. What Sulu did was beneficial to the federal military, but its effects could be maintained for a long time. Sulu looked at him and smiled. In the past 2 months, Zhou Yu had not had much personal contact with him. He knew very well that this was some sort of unspoken rule in the military camp, so he did not understand why the other party wanted to break this rule today. Zhou Yu seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He smiled warmly and said, "We're about to graduate. There's no need to worry about anything else. Regardless of what others think, I still have to thank you. You're the one who doesn't need to thank me. With your understanding of MX, you'll be able to grasp it immediately even without these lessons." Sulu downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. His chest felt slightly spicy, and he exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. Pursing his lips, he smiled and said, "Just like how you were in the First Academy's mecha faculty. You're still number one." Zhou Yu broke the invisible dividing line in the canteen. After a moment of silence, a person whom Su Lu had not expected also walked over with a wine cup in his hand. This officer had a serious expression on his face. He lightly clinked his cup with Su Lu and said in a deep voice, "Commanding officer of the West Woods Special Mecha Battalion, Hua Xiaoxi. Thank you, Instructor Su, for your hard work these past 2 months." Su Lu stared at Hua Xiaoxi's dark face and was speechless. The spicy feeling in his chest turned into warmth. He smiled but didn't say anything. He only drank the full cup of wine that Lan Xiaolong had poured for him and drank with the other. Hua Xiaoxi gave him a formal military salute and then turned around to return to his own table. There wasn't any irreconcilable hatred to begin with. The stiff mood between Su Lu and the officers was mostly caused by the unique atmosphere in the military camp. This kind of mood came and went quickly. The officers had already noticed that after the assessment, Instructor Little Su no longer wore those damn sunglasses. His smile was so amiable that it was as bright as the sun. When they looked back, they realized that the sarcastic and mean instructor in the past was just a mask that he had deliberately put on. And after Su Lu perfectly demonstrated his ability from theory to actual combat, the humiliation and shock they had received in class was gradually thrown to the back of the officers' minds. With this kind of situation as a prerequisite, Su Lu only needed an opportunity to break the silence between him and the officers. Zhou Yu and Hua Xiaoxi's toast were precisely this opportunity. A small and thin officer walked over with a smile and said, "First Military Region's Mechanical Automation Research Institute, Captain Lin AI." After saying this captain drained the wine in his cup in one gulp, gave a military salute, and then turned to leave. Second Military Region's 11th Automated Army Group, Major Hele. Federal Fleet's Circular Base, Captain Mizru. With this, as the beginning, after a moment of contemplation, more and more officers walked over with wine cups to toast Su Lu. In the end, they actually formed groups of 2 or 3. There was an endless stream of people who came and went to toast, other than the solemn and formal introductions of the troops and military ranks they belonged to. During the process of toasting, Su Lu and the officers were silent. They didn't say a word, but their eyes were filled with smiles. Su Li's eyes were smiling like 2 crescent moons. Their gazes met, and there was an indescribable tacit understanding. Lan Xiaolong smiled as he poured wine for Su Lu. His cup was never empty. After a round of toasting, the 2 bottles of strong wine he had brought over had long been finished. The crowd around the table gradually dispersed. Lan Xiaolong looked at the gradually intoxicated Su Lu and couldn't help but sigh in praise. Wine doesn't make one drunk, but one gets drunk. The friendship between teacher and student, the relationship between teacher and student, you've taught so many future cornerstones of the Federation. In the future, on the battlefield, just how abundant of a capital will this be? It was unknown what kind of emotion it was, but it made Su Lu feel that the cafeteria was filled with a solemn and warm feeling. He drank close to 2 gin of strong wine, and his drunkenness had long entered his brain. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those officers who were at the peak of their lives. He thought that perhaps in a few more days, they would follow their respective troops to the front lines. In the battle against the Empire's invaders, they would spill their hot blood in exchange for the peace of the Federation's people. These faces, whether fat or thin, beautiful or ugly, perhaps would never be seen again in the future. With this thought, hot blood poured into his chest. If it were someone else, perhaps at this moment, they would have slammed the table, stood up, and gathered the officers in front of them. They would loudly and powerfully speak about youth, hot-bloodedness, and sacrifice. However, Su Lu was just Su Lu. He couldn't do this kind of thing. He remained silent, as usual. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those officers. He put the bottle to his mouth and drank the remaining wine in the bottle in one gulp. His chest wasn't carefree, but at least it was somewhat satisfying. However, there were still 5 officers in the cafeteria. They sat silently at their small tables. They didn't take advantage of the alcohol to play with those officers, pour out their hearts, or curse the Empire's dogs. Instead, they coldly watched all of this. Lan Xiaolong stared in that direction. He moved close to Su Li's ear and said softly, "The 5 officers it didn't toast are all from the Iron 7th Division." The officers from the Iron 7th Division naturally wouldn't toast to Su Lu. However, whether it was because of the Iron 7th Division's strict discipline or some other reason, the 5 officers at the table didn't even pay attention to the other officers. It was a bit strange in the cafeteria. What shocked Su Lu wasn't this strange atmosphere, but Lan Xiaolong's reminder. He originally thought that the Iron 7th Division only sent 2 officers to the base for training. At this time, he had already beaten them to the Army General Hospital. He didn't expect that there were actually 5 officers from the Iron 7th Division in the base. The Federation specially organized an anti-terrorism exercise and carefully selected 30 officers to participate in this secret training. It was hoped that these people would be able to independently support a side of the war in the future. However, just the Iron 7th Division alone took up 7 of the spots. How many divisions were there in the federal military? The Iron 7th Division alone took up 1/5 of the quota. Su Li's heart was filled with endless shock. What kind of division was this? How strong was the training level and military quality of this division to be able to achieve such shocking results? To be able to train such a division? What kind of person was Du Shaoqing? Thinking about the matter between himself and the Iron 7th Division, and how he had just destroyed 2 officers from the Iron 7th Division who had limitless futures, Su Li's drunkenness actually subsided a little. His eyes were still bright, but he narrowed them even more. Lan Xiaolong saw his mood and asked with a frown, "You don't know about the Iron 7th Division?" Su Li shook his head. When Lan Xiaolong realized that he was not a real soldier, he showed a look of understanding. From Lan Xiaolong's description, Su Lu learned about the shocking history and exceptionally strange current situation of the Iron 7th Division. The 7th Mechanic Division of the 3rd Military Region, during the Second Defensive War of the Federation, ushered in a bloody battle at the Huiming Corridor in the West Woods. Facing 3 reorganized brigades of the Empire, the division alone completed an unbelievable mission on administrative planet 5460, which bought precious time for the Federation's main forces to surround the Empire. However, the 7th Division paid a huge price for this, suffering heavy casualties and losing a large number of people. It could be said that the entire division was buried in that planet filled with blood and smoke. During the post-war reorganization, the 7th Division, whose division commander and company commander all died on the battlefield, almost had its designation revoked. However, at this time, the Federation's news channel broadcasted a tragic video recording of the Iron 7th Division's sniper attack. This caused a huge uproar within the Federation. The Veteran Association, which had already begun to show its power at that time, organized an angry demonstration that directly surrounded the Parliament Hill and the President's residence. Under this kind of pressure, the federal military had no choice but to withdraw the order to revoke the 7th Division's designation. Instead, they announced that they had begun to rebuild the division. Whether it was equipment or personnel, they allocated to the 7th Division according to the status of an absolute ace. They also gave the Mechanic Division the title of Iron 7th Division. The glory of the Iron 7th Division spread throughout the universe until the god of war, Li Bofu, left his division. Only then did the 1st Military Region's 17th Armored Division completely overwhelm the Iron 7th Division, establishing its position as the Federation's #1 division. The once glorious Iron 7th Division, due to certain reasons, gradually disappeared from the Federation's people's memories. Why is that? Sula held the beer bottle tightly and listened to Lan Xiaolong's narration seriously. His mood fluctuated along with the bloody history of the Iron 7th Division. His vigilance and resistance toward the name Iron 7th Division gradually turned into a trace of disappointment. There are many theories, most of which are related to the evaluation of Battle 5460. Many big shots in the military have always had doubts about the process of that battle. Later, Due to the pressure of public opinion, they rebuilt the division, but they didn't want to pay attention to it anymore. It seems to be a scar on our history. Lan Xiaolong said faintly, "Those big shots are long dead. No one knows the truth of history." However, just as the Iron 7th Division was stationed in S3 for decades and was so lonely that only the name of the Iron 7th Division remained, Du Xiaoqing, who had graduated from the 1st Academy, came to this forgotten corner. The story of the Iron 7th Division began once again. Chapter 330. Du Xiaoqing was 37 years old this year. After he graduated from the 1st Military Academy, he was directly recruited by the Department of Defense and transferred to the 3rd Military Region. He requested to enter the 7th Mechanic Division and become the commander of the division's independent battalion. S3 had always been located on the side of the capital ring. It enjoyed the wealth of the Federation and was far away from the flames of war and political struggles. Its people were simple and peaceful, and it gradually became a star system that was ignored by the people of the Federation. The 7th Mechanic Division, which was stationed in the capital of the administrative planet of S3, was naturally ignored and almost forgotten by the people because they were disliked by the upper echelons of the military. However, just 1 year after Du Xiaoqing officially entered the 7th Mechanic Division, in a routine military exercise organized by the 3rd Military Region of the Federation, the 7th Mechanic Division that had been silent for a long time suddenly shone brightly. In more than a month of comprehensive military exercises, the 7th Mechanic Division gave the headquarters of the 3rd Military Region a huge surprise. Mobility test, quick reaction ability, automatic digital combat ability. There were a total of 17 test indicators, and the 7th Mechanic Division actually obtained first place in 15 of them, obtaining an uncontested and overwhelming victory. At that time, the unit that represented the 7th Mechanic Division in the comprehensive military exercise was the independent battalion led by Du Xiaoqing. After this battle, it was as if the dust on the 7th Division had been washed away by someone. With strict discipline, daunting and arduous training, and the explosive advancement of the commanders at all levels, the 7th Division had become an intimidating steel fighting machine. After that, in 3 consecutive military exercises, the 7th Mechanic Division obtained consecutive victories easily and silently, shocking the entire 3rd Military Region. Even the Department of Defense expressed concern. After that, the 7th Mechanic Division began to represent the 3rd Military Region to participate in large-scale military exercises organized by the Federation. Whether it was the Interplanetary Support Landing Battle or the Deep Strike Battle, the 7th Mechanic Division displayed their incomparable combat ability, crushing their brothers and sisters like dry weeds. Other than these large-scale military exercises, the soldiers that the 7th Mechanic Division sent to participate in the Federation's small-scale training, military camp competitions, and anti-terrorism exercises would always obtain victory coldly. Ever since Du Xiaoqing came to the 7th Mechanic Division, the division had always gotten first place in every federal military assessment that they participated in. They had never gotten second place once. The federal military was as strong as a forest. It was not difficult to get first place in so many exercises. However, if they got first place every time, it could only mean that the training level of the division and the commanding ability of the commander were excellent to the extreme. During the drill, the Iron 7 Division displayed incomparably strict military discipline and incomparably powerful combat ability. The federal military watched in shock as the 7th Mechanic revealed his brilliance and approached the name of the Iron 7th Division step by step. As for the rest of the troops, they watched this scene with vigilance, unease, and admiration. Getting first place in 37 military exercises in a row had firmly engraved the name of the Iron 7th Division in the federal military's honor book. No one knew if there would be a division that could do this in the future, but in the past tens of thousands of years of history, there had never been a division that had been able to win like the Iron 7th Division for 8 years. The 3rd Military Region, which did not have a very high position in the federal military, no longer cared about the questionable Battle 5460 and the bad impression that the military had of the 7th Mechanic Division. Based on the achievements of the Iron 7th Division, the 3rd Military Region did not hesitate to treat the 7th Mechanic Division as their trump card. Whether it was equipment or honor, the 7th Mechanic Division gave them everything they had. During these continuous maneuvers, the 7th Mechanic Division truly gained the reputation of the Iron 7th Division. Du Xiaoqing also rose from a battalion commander to a regiment commander. Finally, at the age of 33, he became the youngest division commander in the history of the Federation. He even broke Li Pifu's record. No one had any doubts about this. Although the Iron 7th Division had never shown its sharp fangs at the front line of the West Woods to this day and had never obtained any real military exploits. But when the Iron 7th Division was mentioned, the trump card troops of the various military regions who had encountered the division in maneuvers would think of the Iron 7th Division in the mountains and on the mineral planets. It was as condensed as a fist, scattered like a gust of wind, roaring and howling. It was an iron-blooded division with a cold steel will in its strict and solemn demeanor. These trump card troops were really frightened by the Iron 7th Division in many maneuvers. They absolutely believed that if a division like the Iron 7th Division was sent to the front line, it would be easy for them to achieve their own great military exploits. And Du Xiaoqing, who had personally trained this kind of division, of course, he was qualified, and only he was qualified to be the commander of such a division. Sula held his empty wine glass and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He thought about how Du Xiaoqing was able to turn a division that had been deliberately abandoned by the military into a well-disciplined and terrifyingly well-trained Iron 7th Division. He led this division to achieve such a fierce military exploits. He was really not an ordinary person. He could really be said to be extremely talented and had extraordinary perseverance. Or maybe he was just like Li Pifu, a peerless military genius. If he was remembered by such a person, it would not be very good news. When Lan Xiaolong was telling these stories, a few people were sitting around the table. The combat personnel of Iron 7th Division did not toast to Su Lu. Instead, they brought their lunch boxes to the table, which seemed to indicate some kind of attitude. Xiong Linquan frowned and looked at Su Lu. He suddenly said, "I know that the Iron 7th Division is very fierce, but Du Xiaoqing is just one person. He wants to become the second army god. He doesn't even know if the Empire will agree. If he really has the ability, he should take the initiative to go fight a few battles in the Westwoods." Over the past year, the seniors of Iron 7th Division had heard a lot about Su Li's achievements from Bai Yulan. They found it hard to believe, but after seeing it with their own eyes in the training base, it had a certain impact on their minds. They knew very well that in the years to come, Su Lu would always be the supervisor of Iron 7th Division. They would be Su Li's men, although they still could not say that they were very close to Su Lu right now. When they saw him worrying about the Iron 7th Division, they subconsciously mocked him a little. After all, in front of outsiders, they had always been on Su Li's side. The Iron 7th Division had been dazzling and imposing in the military all these years because of a series of achievements. However, they did not have a reputation in the Federation. It was precisely because of this that the Iron 7th Division's biggest problem was that they had never been to the front lines in the Westwoods. Therefore, Xiong Linquan's question was tantamount to directly asking a question about the Iron 7th Division's most vital part. The soldiers of the Federation valued honor above all else. The 5 officers of the Iron 7th Division who had been silently eating in the distance heard Xiong Linquan's question. A hint of anger flashed across their cold faces. One of the officers suddenly stood up and angrily rebuked Su Li's table. "My division commander has written a letter in blood requesting to fight 103 times. Who dares to say that my division doesn't dare to fight?" Hearing this powerful and resonant sentence, the people at Su Li's table fell silent. Xiong Linquan opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not retort. After all, this involved the most important issue of a division's reputation. Instead, it was Lan Xiaolong who said with a smile, "Don't tell me that the soldiers under Division Commander Du are all like your 2 colleagues who were carried away. From the looks of it, Division Commander Du is just SOSO. The officer who had stood up to debate for the Iron 7 Division had a frosty expression on his face as he said in a cold voice, "Division Commander Xiaoqing graduated first from the 1st Affiliated High School of the capital 1st Affiliated High School, entered the 1st Military Academy first, and graduated first from the 1st Military Academy first. A member of the Federation's Trinity Association, the youngest division commander in the Federation. If this is all there is to it, then who can bring it out to compare?" This officer's voice was very cold, but there was a hint of fanaticism in it. The indifference was directed at Su Li's table, but the fanaticism showed the admiration and reverence that the Iron 7th Division officers had for this division commander. The best high school in the Federation was the Capital University Affiliated High School, and the most difficult school to get into was the 1st Military Academy. The Federation had a population of more than 10 billion, and these two most prestigious schools had gathered countless geniuses and elites. Previously, when this officer repeated Du Xiaoqing's resume, this division commander had actually gotten first place 3 times in a row. According to the simple life before the catastrophe depicted in the movies, this kind of excellent result was equivalent to getting first place in the 3 examinations, which was extremely rare. The Trinity Association's history was exactly like this. Until today, there were only a dozen members of the Federation's Trinity Association, and most of them were already old men. It was no wonder that when this officer talked about his teacher, his back was ramrod straight and his face was full of pride. Hearing this, Su Li's table was shocked into silence, thinking that Du Xiaoqing's resume was really a mess. Even Lan Xiaolong's lips curled into a cold smile, but he didn't say anything because he really couldn't find a loophole to attack this impeccable division commander. Su Lu was also shocked, but what surprised him was the Iron 7th Division officers' fanatical reverence and worship for their division commander. Based on his rough understanding, he always felt that this kind of situation in the military wasn't a good thing. The Iron 7th Division officers' eyes were as cold as ice, but this kind of calm that was about to freeze represented their pride and glory. Although they didn't show any contempt or disdain, they made the people standing opposite them feel a sense of pressure and displeasure. Sula had drunk a lot tonight, so he was a little excited. Feeling the coldness and disdain of the Iron 7th Division officers, he shook his head and said, "I happen to know 2 people who are qualified to enter the Trinity Association. One of them is now a secretary, and the other one is in prison." He smiled, looked up at the officer, and said, "So this doesn't mean anything. I think your division commander, Duke, doesn't want you to talk about his childhood every day." The officer's expression stiffened, and when he was about to say something, Su Lu said seriously, "If you don't believe me, you can ask around and see if I'm lying." The 2 people he was talking about were Secretary Shun Li and Shi Qinghai from the back mountain of Macho. One was the person in charge of the Tai family, and the other was the person who had manipulated the presidential election and assassinated Macklin. It was not a disgrace to Do Xiaoqing's status as a teacher. However, he only said that one was a secretary and the other was in prison. This made the people of the Iron 7 Division very angry. The 5 Iron 7 Division officers realized that Instructor Su didn't seem to be lying. After a moment of silence, they saluted and left the busy cafeteria. Sula looked at the 5 officers who didn't fit in with the surrounding environment and couldn't help but frown. Lan Xiaolong asked, "Is what you said true?" Sulu paused for a moment before he realized that he was asking about Secretary Shun and Mr. Shi. He smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I rarely lie." Chapter 331. There are many theories. Some say that the Iron 7th Division's performance is too strong. Coincidentally, the situation between the Federation and the Empire has been relatively calm in the past 10 years. If they were to use the 3rd Military Region's Trump Card Division to fight in the West Woods, it would seem that they value the Empire too much. It was already late at night. The early autumn breeze blew on Su Li's hot cheeks, waking him up a little. After getting drunk in the cafeteria, Lan Xiaolong and Zhou Yu forcefully dragged him out and were now walking towards the instructor's apartment. Lan Xiaolong shrugged, but this habitual action almost made Su Lu vomit. He heard the major of the 83 84 mocking. Trump card division? The war god set the strategy of fighting in the West Woods years ago in order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the army in a relatively calm environment. The trump card divisions of the 4 military regions, the Iron Army, which one of them isn't yelling and rushing to the West Woods? Why don't I see the Department of Defense keeping them as a last resort? I don't agree with you. The Iron 7th Division's performance in the various military exercises is indeed too strong. When I was in school, the instructors once discussed this issue. The Federation believes that good steel should be used on warship rams. Iron-blooded troops like the Iron 7th Division have always been suppressing their pride and anger, not allowing them to be deployed, just so that they could be the vanguard of an expedition against the Empire in the future. Zhou said he had graduated from the 1st Military Academy, so the discussion of those professors and lecturers made some sense. Even if what you said makes sense, even though I don't like the Iron 7th Division, I still have to admit their combat effectiveness. Lan Xiaolong's expression was a little lonely. We don't know why the Federation didn't allow them to fight in the West Woods. Su Lu let out a drunken burp. He was too lazy to speak, but when he heard the words that entered his ears, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. From the attitude of the officers in the training base, the soldiers of the Federation respected and distanced themselves from the Iron 7 Division. The feelings of admiration and discomfort were tangled together, but very few people were like Lan Xiaolong and Xiong Linquan earlier, directly expressing their dissatisfaction. Lan Xiaolong changed the topic and said mockingly, "Regarding the issue we discussed, there's always a rumor going around. Why the Federation didn't allow the Iron 7th Division to go to the West Woods? What rumor?" Commander Zhong of the West Woods Military District, Lan Xiaolong smiled mysteriously and said, "He used to be a classmate of Du Xiaoqing, but I heard that Commander Zhong hated this person so much that he directly flipped out to the Ministry of Defense and firmly refused to allow the Iron 7th Division to fight in the West Woods." When Su Lu and Zhou Yu heard this for the first time, they couldn't help but be shocked. They thought to themselves, how could a great general of the Federation directly go against the orders of the Ministry of Defense just because of some personal feelings? But after thinking about it silently, it seemed that only this kind of seemingly unreliable rumor could explain why Du Xiaoqing couldn't find any opportunity to set foot in the West Woods even though he had been outstanding for more than 10 years. The Zhong family of the West Woods was the only one of the 7 major families of the Federation that had military power. The current head of the family was Little Watermelon's father, Commander Zhong of the West Woods Military District. There were 4 major military academies and 4 major military districts in the Federation. However, when people talked about the 4th Military Academy and the 4th Military District in the West Woods, they were already used to calling them the West Woods Military District and the West Woods Military Academy. Commander Zhong controlled the military power of the West Woods region, and the Zhong family secretly controlled the politics and economy of the West Woods region. If it wasn't for the glory of the charter that spread throughout the universe, this big shot, who seemed to have a corner of the universe, was completely like a warlord. Probably only this kind of local tyrant could brazenly exclude Du Xiaoqing from the West Woods for so many years. When Commander Zhong gets angry, the president can't do anything, and the Department of Defense can't do anything either. This is probably the biggest helplessness of Du Xiaoqing's life. Lan Xiaolong said with slight sarcasm, but Du Xiaoqing can be considered a stubborn person. With his ability to manage an army and command strategy, how could he only be promoted to Major General this year? For the past few years, the 3rd Military District has been trying to promote him and transfer him to the headquarters. Even the Joint Chiefs of Staff are interested in transferring him to the capital to train him well, but this person is determined not to agree. He just wants to stay in the position of commander of the Iron 7th Division. The drunk Su Lu listened to these words in a daze. He remembered some of it and forgot some of it. He just felt the alcohol rush to his head and fell asleep. After getting drunk, he fell into a dark and sweet dream. In his dream, he saw a lot of things. Sure, Qinghai had been locked up for a lifetime. When he was released from prison, his hair was already silver, but he was still flirting with the female officer guarding him. Li Wei was holding a machete and looking at the crowd on both sides with a face full of fear. On one side of the crowd was the calm Lady Tai, and on the other side was the kind Madame Zhong. He didn't seem to know which side to walk to. Sulu also dreamed of a head of purple hair, a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and a certain young genius girl with big breasts. In his dream, there was also a very faint, beautiful face, but he couldn't remember who it was. He also dreamed of an old butler wearing a black suit. During his time in the black prison of Foxfort, he often saw this old butler. Although he could clearly recognize that the other party was the incarnation of some great existence in his dreams, he was already fearless. He walked over with a smile on his face. However, this old thing was somewhat abnormal today. His face was so solemn that it made one's heart palpitate. It seemed that in the next moment, he would turn into countless rays of white light that would envelop Su Li's body and slowly devour it like some single-celled organism, leaving not a single bone behind. Su Lu was very frightened in his dream because he knew that he didn't have many methods to resist the other party. However, he forcefully concealed his fear and forced a smile. He extended his non-existent hands to touch the old butler's wrinkled face. At this moment, the old butler's frosty face finally disappeared. He became like a mischievous child. Using his pair of eyes full of wisdom and absolute calmness, he showed Su Lu what the taste of a shrewd and ruthless craftiness was like. In the end, the old butler's face became as white as a sheet of paper, as white as a snowy mountain. However, he wore the military uniform of a major general. His figure was as straight as a cedar tree in the mountains. Emitting a bone-piercing chill, Su Lu woke up and quietly looked at the sky outside the window. He wasn't sure if this dream was auspicious or inauspicious. He didn't know if the central computer in the Bureau of Proclamations underground would always silently watch him like this. However, he knew very well what the officer who appeared in the end represented. It represented the big trouble he was about to encounter soon. That teacher named Du Xiaoqing. However, he was fearless. After experiencing so many trials and storms, it would probably be difficult for even the most outstanding figure in the Federation to disturb his state of mind. After washing up, he began to call the relevant departments of the Federation government. He called Zhou and that Madame Zhong. He was in the training base. He was worried about his two friends. Other than calling, it seemed like he couldn't do anything else. Time passed quickly as the radio waves flowed through the phone. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the graduation ceremony at the training base. The Federation government attached great importance to the military officer training this time. In order to evaluate the results, they specially arranged a temporary military exercise. They transferred 3 fully mechanized divisions and handed them to the military officer students who were about to graduate. This allowed them to demonstrate their combat ability in all aspects. On this day, there were specks of yellow in the lush mountains behind them. With the feeling of autumn, they welcomed countless important figures and Federation soldiers who had come from afar. All kinds of military spaceships and planes arrived with a roar. Accompanied by a dense group of combat helicopters, they landed on a special airport. For a moment, military flags fluttered, military songs resonated, and the sound of footsteps rang out. Countless military officers from the departments directly under the Ministry of Defense and various military regions came to watch the ceremony. Su Lu and the members of Team 7 stood in the shade to the side of the rostrum. Looking at the high-ranking military officers on the rostrum, they were surprised to see a lieutenant general and several major generals. The military exercise officially began. The holographic screen on the rostrum, with the help of the Bureau of Proclamation, accurately displayed the situation of the military exercise in the mountains and the fields. The purpose of this military exercise was to show the results of the training, so the higher-ups of the federal military were not nervous. They even took advantage of the time when the military exercise was advancing to the designated area to receive all the military officers who participated in the training. Su Lu was naturally among those who were received. What made Team 7 and the rest of the military officers extremely shocked was that the lieutenant general on the rostrum, who who was also the deputy commander of the 1st Military Region, was incomparably friendly when he personally received Sulu. Even the major generals behind him were sincerely encouraging him with warm words. Sulu himself knew the reason, so he could naturally guard his heart and not show a trace of arrogance. In fact, he had nothing to be proud of. What made him vigilant was that except for Lieutenant General E, the other high-ranking military officers looked at him with admiration in their eyes. There was also a trace of extremely complicated and strange emotions. The military god left Philadelphia for the first time in order to enter the military prison of Chinchon to see this young man. This matter was not a secret among the higher-ups of the federal military, and the military officers on the rostrum were all very clear about this. They knew that Sulu was a person with a strong backer, but they also knew that there was some trouble between him and the Iron 7th Division. They were all very curious about what would happen when Sulu and teacher Du Xiaoqing, who was as cold as ice, met at the graduation ceremony. Sulu received the order of commendation from the military officers and returned to the team under the shade of the trees. Lan Xiaolong, who had been standing behind him, said softly, Du Xiaoqing is here, but he has never liked to show his face in public. Today, he is mainly here to pick up his own soldiers. I will tell you when I recognize them. Sulu shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and quietly watched the situation on the holographic screen. His smiling face was extremely calm, but his heart began to become vigilant because he felt a pair of emotionless eyes looking at him. Behind the rostrum, a major general slowly retracted his gaze and stood indifferently with his hands behind his back. Stars shone on the shoulders of his well-ironed military uniform. This person wore a pair of black leather gloves and polished military boots. His posture was extremely tall and straight, and his standing posture did not deviate an inch. The details were impeccable. However, whether it was the stars on his shoulder or the reflection of his gloves and military boots, nothing could hide the brilliance of this person's body. This middle-aged general's eyebrows were like unsheathed swords, but they were slightly covered by the shadow of the standard military cap. His whole body exuded a sense of perseverance and calmness, not like an iceberg, but like a cedar tree on an iceberg. In this noisy drill ground, there was a great sense of transcendence. Such a person was naturally Du Xiaoqing. Chapter 332. Du Xiaoqing, the youngest commander in the history of the Federation, the famous general of a generation who had infinite expectations placed on him by the military, stood meticulously in an inconspicuous corner of the rostrum, but he attracted the attention of most people. Since ancient times, all famous generals had fought bravely on the battlefield, without mountains of bones, fireworks like death rays, and without actual battle achievements. Who could be called a famous general? However, Du Xiaoqing successfully overturned this rule. In the past 10 years, Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division had never set foot on the front lines of the West Woods. However, in countless military exercises, Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division had perfectly demonstrated their powerful combat ability and commanding wisdom, vividly displaying their unique and fierce characteristics. The strategic advisors of the federal military and the major military academies, on the other hand, highly praised his military command theories. They acknowledged that he was the first general in the military who could perfectly combine macro-strategic intentions with specific tactical deductions after the military godly Bufu. Du Xiaoqing, who had never failed in his military career and whose art of commanding had been written into the teaching materials of the military academy, was certainly a famous general of a generation. Unfortunately, the biggest flaw of being a famous general was that he didn't have the opportunity to be stained with the blood of the people of the Imperium and the dust of the Westwoods. This was definitely the biggest regret of Du Xiaoqing's life, and also his goal. However, there was still a lot of time left for him. If the war between the Federation and the Imperium broke out again, the Iron 7 Division would have to be on the front lines one day. But right now, he could only wear the hat of a military genius and wear the title of a famous general, stay in the capital ring a little lonely and angry, and participate in these meaningless military exercises and graduation ceremonies. The coldness emitted by the well-ironed military uniform and shiny military boots was probably a true portrayal of this commander's inner feelings. Glancing at Du Shaoqing from the corner of his eyes, Su Li's eyes quickly blinked. Such a peerless figure was like a tiger locked in a laboratory, unable to roar and run in the forest. After a long period of depression, it was likely that he would become even more dangerous. At this time, Lan Xiaolong also saw Du Shaoqing on the stage. The veins on his forehead bulged and then disappeared. He said in a cold tone, "Do you know why this military genius is not willing to be promoted to the 3 military regions and not willing to go to the Ministry of National Defense? That's because he wants to lead the Iron 7th Division to the West Woods or even to the Empire. He wants to be a commander and lead the Iron 7th Division to the West Woods or even to the Empire. He wants to make a name for himself. Otherwise, everyone will flatter him and say that he's a famous general. The best place for the general to return to should be on a burning warship." Sula looked at the major general on the stage, who was like a cedar tree, and thought for a while. He then slowly said a Federation proverb. "It's not strange that he has this kind of stubbornness. That's because the god of war was fought by our division's commander. When this commander Du first joined the army, every step he took seemed to be following the steps of his old commander. He copied his old commander completely." Lan Xiaolong said coldly and mockingly. "In fact, a lot of people have already seen that Du Shaoqing wants to be the second god of war of the Federation. A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier, and a general who didn't want to be a god of war probably wouldn't have a bright future." Sula had heard too much about the achievements of the Iron 7 Division in the past few days. He knew that Du Shaoqing was a person with amazing talent and a strong will. If he hadn't been suppressed by the big shot of the Zhong family in the West Woods, he probably would have already made outstanding military achievements. It wouldn't be impossible for him to catch up with the old man in Philadelphia. Lan Xiaolong was silent for a while, and then suddenly said with a hint of sadness, "I was in the 17th Division when I joined the army. Back then, when the commander sealed up the marshal's uniform, the 17th Division accepted the military order to become a regular ground force and was transferred to the Hongdu Garrison District. The designation was changed to 8384. Before the designation was changed, the Federation held a joint military exercise. In fact, it was just to send off the 17th Division. During the exercise, all the brother units gave us face. At that time, our division was filled with sadness, so we didn't do much. Only the Iron 7 Division of the 3rd Military Region looked like they had taken an aphrodisiac when they saw our division. Their faces were dark, and they chased after us like ghosts." What happened in the end? It was the first time that Sula knew about this. He turned around and asked in surprise, "Our division lost." Lan Xiaolong lowered his head slightly and said in a heavy tone, "The 17th Division has always been the first division of the Federation. It was an undefeated division that was personally created by the old man. Even in the territory of the Empire, it had never tasted defeat, let alone a mere military exercise. But in the last military exercise before the designation was changed, we lost. We lost to the Iron 7 Division of the 3rd Military Region. At that time, Du Shaoqing wasn't the commander of the Iron 7 Division. He was the military officer in charge of tactical deduction in his division." Lan Xiaolong raised his head and stared at Du Shaoqing and the officers of the Iron 7 Division in the distance with disgust. He said coldly, "In order to build up his reputation, he took advantage of the fact that our division's morale was still unstable to beat us at the 17th Division's farewell ceremony. After we were transferred to the Garrison Division, there was no way for us to win back. This Commander Du is really shameless to the extreme." Sulu was silent for a long time. The competition between the various divisions in the military had always been extremely cruel. If that military exercise was said to be a farewell ceremony for the 17th Division and a ceremony for the retirement of Army Godly Pifu, then Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7 Division actually won. On one hand, it showed the combat ability of the Iron 7 Division. On the other hand, it also showed how terrifyingly strong this commander Du's desire for victory was. To be able to personally defeat the 17th Division that was trained by Army Godly Pifu was probably the thing that Du Xiaoqing looked forward to the most. Although our division is a bit weak right now, no one will forget when this matter is mentioned. Lan Xiaolong looked coldly at the Major General on the stage and said, "One day, we will get back this face and avenge our teacher." At this time, Su Lu finally understood why Lan Xiaolong always showed a very targeted disgust toward the Iron 7 Division and Commander Du Xiaoqing. He was not like the other Federation officers who were respectful and distant, but also couldn't hide their admiration. The Iron 7 Division defeated the 17th Division, but I don't know if this commander can catch up to that old man in Philadelphia, he thought as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Xiaoqing's tall and straight figure on the stage. While the two were quietly discussing, the military exercise codenamed Graduation Day had also entered a heated phase. The color blocks that represented different troops on the giant screen gradually spread across the barren hills in a gradual manner. The simulated environment of this military exercise was a small, occupied administrative planet at the edge of Westwood, and the troops that would be playing the role of the Empire's army was a division of the Iron 7 Division that had been dispatched from the distant 3rd Military Region. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the situation map on the holographic screen and the real-time feedback of the military strength fluctuations. Naturally, he thought of the officers that he had spent a few months with. Today, these officers were randomly assigned to form a battlefield command headquarters and led their own troops to carry out the established tasks of the military exercise. They were originally outstanding military talents, and they had also received comprehensive training. Whether it was commanding or tactical courage when leading the attack, there was no problem. However, when he thought that their opponent was the Iron 7 Division, Su Lu was a little worried. After all, he was also one of the instructors, and he really hoped that they could produce a good result. However, the situation of the military exercise did not develop as he had hoped. Su Lu was not a professional officer, and he had not received any relevant education. However, judging from the data fed back from the light beam and the frosty faces of the generals of the Federation, he knew that the troops led by the graduates were not in an advantageous situation right now. The image of the mountain captured by the precision satellite appeared on the holographic screen after the data was restored. Sula narrowed his eyes and looked at the soldiers wearing dark-colored digital camouflage uniforms on the holographic screen. He was deeply shocked by the cold aura that the other party exuded. The soldiers hidden in the fortifications in the mountains, whether it was the mobile battalion piloting the M5 mechas or the low-altitude attack troops hidden in the forest, whether it was the deployment and transfer of troops or the attacks, all of them were exceptionally accurate. The army of thousands appeared on the holographic screen like a single person, accurately and perfectly executing every order. Was this the strength of the Iron 7 Division? What shocked Su Lu the most was that this iron-blooded army was like a single person, but its brain was not in the command center at this time. Instead, it was like a bystander looking at the holographic screen indifferently and did not issue any orders. He subconsciously looked at the rostrum. The generals on the rostrum were silent and cold. Compared to them, Commander Du Xiaoqing, who always had a cold expression on his face, seemed to be more normal. The commander was not here, but the Iron 7 Division was still able to display such amazing combat power. How crazy and meticulous did their daily training and tactical deduction have to be? At this time, Su Lu noticed that an officer walked up to the rostrum. He walked behind Du Xiaoqing and whispered a few words. Du Xiaoqing nodded slightly with a cold expression. The lieutenant colonel smiled slightly, took out a pair of sunglasses, and handed it over respectfully. Seeing Du Xiaoqing put on the sunglasses under the sun, it added a sense of coldness. Su Lu frowned deeply. Could that lieutenant colonel be Du Xiaoqing's bodyguard? Su Lu knew that the bodyguard of the Minister of Defense was just a colonel, and Du Xiaoqing was just a division commander. How dare he use a lieutenant colonel as his bodyguard? Too arrogant. He narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. However, He knew that the federal military felt guilty towards Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7 Division because of Commander Zhong's outburst in the West Woods and forced the Iron 7 Division to obtain military merits. Naturally, they would not pay attention to these details. On the rostrum, Du Shaoqing slowly took off his gloves and put them in his left hand. His right hand touched the lower beam of his sunglasses. The curves on his face seemed to have been carved by a knife. He still stood straight, displaying the bearing and demeanor of a professional soldier. I've been pretending to be cool in the training base for more than 2 months. I thought that I had grasped the essence of it, but after seeing it today, I realized that my level is still far from it. Looking at Du Shaoqing, the role model of a professional military officer, Su Lu couldn't help but feel endless emotions. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of discomfort, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. Right at this moment, a burst of rapid discussion came from the rostrum. On the screen, the two sides of the military exercise had already come into contact on the Eastern Front. The battle was about to start. The color blocks that represented the military strength began to disintegrate and collapse, especially at the hilly terrain on the side. Both sides placed their special mecha battalions there. The heavy alloy mechas crushed the green and yellow forest, fiercely clashing together. The battle was extremely intense. Chapter 333. Sula looked at Du Shaoqing and thought about how the other person seemed to have a natural cold and majestic aura as a professional military officer, compared to the awkwardness he felt when he drew mountains instead of hills. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Although his voice was low, it still fell into the ears of the members of Team 7 next to him. From the beginning of the military exercise, the members of Team 7 had been standing in a scattered manner. When they heard Su Li's sigh, including Major Lan Xiaolong, everyone's spirits were lifted. They nodded like they were pounding garlic. They thought to themselves, who couldn't tell that you were faking it when you were pretending to be cool in class? But the teacher on the stage wasn't pretending to be cool. He was really cool. If the military officers and students who were currently braving the rain of bullets in the mountains and commanding the troops in battle heard Su Li's sigh, they would definitely have the same opinion. After the military exercise finished, the two sides began to make contact with each other in the predetermined terrain. The situation became extremely intense. The high-ranking military officers and their attendants on the rostrum followed the path on the stage and walked underground. There was a large empty room underground. The mechanics of the Federation's General Assembly Base installed and repaired 37 large light screens and related electronic equipment yesterday. They temporarily acted as the headquarters for the graduation military exercise. A faint light fell into the space of the headquarters. The images on the light screen constantly changed. The Federal Central Computer was directly connected through the network. Using its supercomputing power, it presented all the details of the military exercise in real time for the military officers who were watching the exercise. Looking at the fierce contact battle between the two sides on the light screen, the military officers and officers in the headquarters discussed animatedly. The staff officer of the 1st Military Region, who was in charge of the military exercise, was busy in front of his workbench. The underground space was filled with a serious and tense atmosphere. Su Lu, who was standing inconspicuously in the corner, narrowed his eyes as he observed all of this. However, a very strange thought appeared in his mind. The high-speed electric current and data flow in the terminal workbench in front of him was that old man's clone. However, what he saw now was only electronic equipment, and there was no trace of the old man in the tuxedo. When he was young, Sulu had always wanted to participate in the mechanic officer examination of the Ministry of National Defense. For this, he had specially studied some tactical teaching materials of the federal military. However, he was not a professional soldier after all. Looking at the professional terms and terms that kept flashing on the 37 light screens, as well as the numerical curves that kept decreasing and increasing, he could not understand at all what stage the military exercise had progressed to. Lan Xiaolong glanced at his side profile and saw his awkwardness. He lowered his voice and explained a few words. Only then did Su Lu roughly understand the current development of the military exercise. The Iron 7th Division, which was playing the role of the Empire's army, had gained the upper hand in the military exercise. They forcibly seized a high ground in the area 192, 220, 345, and occupied a considerable advantage. During this process, although the military officers deduced the opponent's tactical intentions in advance, they couldn't stop the advance of the Iron 7th Division. They could only watch as a big hole was torn open on their side. The Iron 7th Division was an exceptionally strong force. They were used to winning, but they would never be blinded by victory. Instead, they would develop absolute confidence and courage. Such a terrifying force had never been on the battlefield in the West Woods. Under the long-term dissatisfaction and anger, the commander of the Iron 7th Division and the ordinary soldiers all had a flame in their heart. Every time they participated in the Federation's military exercise, they wanted to spew out this flame so that it wouldn't burn their organs. They treated every military exercise as a real battle. They wanted to make up for the regrets of the entire force with the difficulties of their brothers. They wanted to prove to the Federation that they were the strongest division in the Federation. They didn't deserve to be placed in the peaceful and lonely S3 galaxy. They should go to the West Woods and even go on an expedition to the Empire. In countless military exercises, the Iron 7th Division had always won an overwhelming victory in the end. It had to be said that this had something to do with the overall fighting spirit of this division. During the military exercise, the Iron 7 Division's attacks were exceptionally fierce, causing people's hearts to turn cold. They had defeated countless of their brothers' troops, and had also established an unquestionable prestige and respect for this division and Du Shaoqing. What was even more frightening and respectable was that the Iron 7th Division didn't only know how to be fierce and inflexible. This Iron Blood Division had strict tactical discipline, sharp command, and strong practical experience. Every regiment and battalion seemed to have their own thoughts. Under the premise of a big goal and strict military orders, they could also show an extremely flexible and adaptable ability. This ability could even be demonstrated in a class segment. Every component and segment of the Iron 7th Division was as cold as ice. They were like machines that didn't know fatigue and fear, but they were also very agile. Under the control of Division Du Shaoqing, they were like living steel monsters, giving people a feeling that they were unstoppable. Sulu looked at the hologram worriedly as he listened to Lan Xiaolong's detailed explanation. He was very worried about the students in the mountain. Although the Iron 7th Division today was playing the role of the Empire's army, and logically speaking, the Military Exercise Command Center wouldn't let them win an overwhelming victory. Moreover, Du Shaoqing wasn't personally commanding, but looking at the current situation, he felt that something was wrong. Everyone in the Military Exercise Command Center probably had the same feeling. Although these professional officers had long been used to the invincibility of the Iron 7th Division in the military exercise, the other side today was an outstanding officer specially trained by the Federation to prepare for a fierce war with the Empire. In the end, it still ended up like this. The highest-ranking lieutenant general in the room, Deputy Commander E, had a gloomy expression. The generals and senior officers behind him also stopped talking and were silent. Occasionally, someone thought of something and subconsciously turned to look. Du Shaoqing was sitting in a chair in the corner of the command center, drinking a cup of coffee. He didn't take off his sunglasses, and his chin was slightly lowered. It seemed that he didn't care about the outcome of this military exercise at all. This was probably the temperament and confidence of an ever-victorious general. After a simple lunch at noon, the Military Exercise Command Center began to busy themselves with work again. But at this time, Lieutenant General Yi's expression was much better than it was in the morning, and the atmosphere in the command center gradually relaxed. The reason for this change was that the situation of the military exercise shown on the 37 circular holograms was developing in a direction that comforted the federal military. In the face of the Iron 7 Division's ferocious and cold offensive, although the joint column under the command of the military officers was in an extremely difficult situation, after paying an extremely heavy price, they finally stopped the enemy in the area of the lonely mountain range. Lonely Mountain was the code name of the military exercise simulation sand table on the graduation day. In fact, it was an area of mountains and valleys 70 kilometers behind the base. Both sides of the military exercise had to achieve their respective tactical objectives, so this area was of utmost importance. According to Su Lee's understanding, the Military Exercise Command Center named this area Lonely Mountain because in the border area of the West Woods, on a planet that was first occupied by the Imperial Expeditionary Force, there was a lonely mountain. The military officers were divided into several small groups to command the joint column of the military exercise side. After all, they were the best all-around talents in the Federation. After being caught off guard by the ferocious offensive of the Iron 7th Division in the beginning, they gradually calmed down and fully displayed their excellent commanding skills. However, the cooperation between the various groups was still a bit stiff and rusty. Any small detail on the battlefield could affect the final outcome of a battle. The reason why the joint forces were able to hold off Iron 7 Division at Lonely Ridge was because the Special Mecha Battalion of the joint forces had taken the risk of cutting in from a 30-degree angle. The Special Mecha Battalion, which had 8 MX mechas, had successfully evaded the electronic surveillance and destroyed the reserve armored force camp that Iron 7 Division had purposely left there in one fell swoop. The heavy black silhouettes of the alloy mechas were like silent giants. With agility that did not match their bodies, they quickly advanced on a rugged mountain path, splitting up and launching surprise attacks. The generals in the Military Exercise Command Center watched the screen and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This was the first time the Federation's new MX Mecha had displayed its true power in a large-scale battle. It completely overturned everyone's previous impression of mecha being cumbersome and powerful, and achieved very clear results. The Black MX Mecha, leading the charge of the Special Mecha Battalion's tactical movements, were extremely precise and fierce. Sula narrowed his eyes as he watched the mecha's movements. He immediately determined that the pilot inside was definitely Hua Xiaoxi. He had taught them for more than 2 months and was so familiar with the mecha movements of these officers that he could replay them in his mind. Naturally, he could tell who the pilot was through certain movement habits and details. Hua Xiaoxi was the joint first in the mecha assessment, so he naturally had to assume the role of the main attacker of the mecha battalion. 8 MX Mecha meant that 8 officers were not in the command center of their respective units. Instead, they were charging on the front lines of the battlefield. He had watched for a long time before discovering that Zhou Yu was not among these 8 MX Mecha. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. Although Zhou Yu was very good at mecha piloting, at the same time, he was also the number 1 in the tactical deduction test. He was only slightly worse than Yuan. For this military exercise, he must have stayed in the command center of the joint column to be in charge of commanding the entire column. Thinking about how Zhou Yu was currently commanding the joint column to block the cold and terrifying attack of the Iron 7th Division at Silent Hill, and then thinking about how the MX Mecha that was incomparably close to him would definitely shine brightly in this military exercise, Su Lu was like a rock. He couldn't help but feel a sliver of pride and pride. Unfortunately, he would not be able to learn the ability to command troops from this military exercise. Every profession has its own specialization, Su Lu thought to himself, somewhat self-deprecatingly. If he had been the commander on the battlefield, any one of these officer cadets whom he had scolded for so long would have been able to annihilate the troops he was leading. This was the difference between them. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of that teacher who had not personally commanded today. Glancing over from the corner of his eye, he saw Du Shaoqing sitting solemnly in his chair, his expression as cold as ice. But for some reason, Su Lu felt that there was an invisible curve at the corner of the other's lips, expressing some sort of disdain and contempt. The graduation drill used a real, simulated battlefield, using a 17% ratio. The relevant battle scale, firepower calculation, and time were all calculated according to this ratio, representing 1/6 of the real battlefield environment. When it was close to evening, the graduation drill officially ended. A total of 5 tactical objectives had been set for this military exercise. Under the brilliant display of the MX Mecha and the precise and calm command of the officer cadets, the combined column had made a strong counterattack in the latter half of the drill. In the end, they had completed 2 of the objectives with the help of the attack group at the last moment. And the Iron 7th Division, which had gone into battle in a conventional manner, was as strong as ever. This iron-blooded troop completely ignored the unexpected blow they had received in the latter half of the drill, silently, and even somewhat calmly, completing 3 of the tactical objectives. The calmness of the Iron 7th Division was particularly evident during the process of the troops returning to camp after the drill. The screen in the command hall was clearly broadcasting the scene over there. From the senior officers of the Iron 7th Division to the most basic gunner, the expressions on their faces were calm, cold, and proud. This kind of pride seemed to be forever on their faces. This kind of calmness seemed to be something they would never forget. A troop that was used to winning was indeed very frightening, just like their teacher. The people in the Military Exercise Command Center were already quite satisfied with this result, and traces of a smile appeared on Lieutenant General Yi's face. The federal military had long been used to the victories of the Iron 7th Division. Today, the combined column under the command of the officer cadets had not lost too badly. Although the defensive line would definitely have collapsed if they had held on for a standard day, this was still the most evenly matched military exercise in many years. These officers that the Federation had focused on grooming did not lose face for the military. After the military exercise ended, the various participating troops left the base one by one. Sula looked at the military transport ships that covered the sky and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It was said that the Federation was lacking in crystal resources, but for the sake of a military exercise, they were able to transport thousands of people from S2. It seemed that in order to prepare for war with the Empire, the Federation really was willing to pay any price. Immediately after, he turned his head and looked at the officers lined up in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. At this time, the instructors were all standing on the other side. He was only the instructor of the mecha class, so it was naturally not convenient for him to stand out and say anything. However, his mood was revealed through his expression. Although he was young, these officers in front of him were still considered his students. This was probably a sense of achievement that came from being a teacher. The officers did not try to hide the smiles on their faces. Although they were all proud people, they had enough reason to be proud of the fact that they were able to fight so well against the Iron 7th Division after forming a team at the last minute and commanding troops they were not familiar with. Zhou Yu and Hua Xiaoxi were the focal figures among the officers because in this military exercise, Zhou Yu had been responsible for the overall tactical deduction, while Hua Xiaoxi had been responsible for the most dangerous ambush. The two of them had contributed the most. Hua Xiaoxi's eyebrows were raised in unspeakable joy. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, maintained his gentlemanly appearance, smiling in response. Right at this time, the slightly chaotic ranks suddenly quietened down because the general in charge of inspecting and summarizing had already walked over. What was completely unexpected was that the person who had walked over was actually the commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Xiaoqing. The field instantly fell silent. The officers straightened their chests, the emotions in their eyes burning. If they could be praised by Du Xiaoqing, it would be an irresistible honor for any officer. The monotonous sound of footsteps rang out. Du Xiaoqing, wearing sunglasses, walked over with a cold expression. 3 officers from the Iron 7th Division followed behind him. When he reached the right side, the 3 officers stopped in their tracks. Du Xiaoqing did not stop. His shiny military boots stepped slowly on the ground, as if landing on the hearts of the officers. He walked from the left to the right of the formation, then stopped. He looked coldly at the officers, his thin lips slightly parted, and his words were as sharp as knives. Known as the most outstanding officer in the Federation, after 8 months of training, all you end up with is a bunch of trash? Chapter 334. Everyone was still silent, but some of the officers' faces were slightly red, and a hint of struggle flashed through their eyes. They felt a strong sense of humiliation and anger, but no one dared to say anything. This was because they were in the military camp, and the person who had said those words was a major general, and the person who was rudely reprimanding them was Du Xiaoqing. The lines of this young military general's face were very clear, just like the tactics he used to command the Iron 7th Division. Through the lenses of his sunglasses, one could faintly see his extremely deep eye sockets, just like the strict military discipline of the troops he led, deep and inviolable. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division were proud and indifferent, and as a division commander, Du Xiaoqing brought this temperament to the extreme. Coupled with his well-ironed general's uniform, his appearance and posture left a deep impression in people's minds. He had an exceptionally iron-blooded charm. No one in the federal military dared to deny this charm. In formal situations, no one had ever seen Du Xiaoqing smile. Only the coldest and most ruthless people, who treated others and themselves to the extreme, could single-handedly train a troop like the Iron 7th Division. But many people knew that in private, Division Commander Du's favorite thing to do was to play the violin on the balcony of the barracks. The military camp was a place where the hierarchy was particularly strict. As a division commander, Du Xiaoqing, no matter what he said or did, these officers who were much lower in rank than him could only listen obediently. Even if they were not convinced, they could only blush and straighten their backs even more. No one dared to voice out their doubts. The Federation government now particularly appreciated the Iron 7th Division, and the military also relied heavily on Du Xiaoqing. After today's military exercise, he was the one who gave the speech, which already showed a certain inclination. Today, when war was about to begin, a sharp and cold military knife like Du Xiaoqing could not be hidden in its scabbard forever. Even if the fierce man from the Zhong family in the West Woods tried to suppress him, he would not be able to hold down the handle of the knife. The strict discipline and silence displayed by the trainees at this time could not melt the ice on Du Xiaoqing's face. His sharp eyes slowly scanned the surroundings through the lenses of his sunglasses and coldly said, "For a preset military exercise like this, regardless of the outcome, it has no meaning to the Federation soldiers." With one sentence, he had made the graduation speech organized by the Federal Military Japanese Army a piece of shit. Probably only this major general, who had thousands of eyes on him, dared to say such words. However, his words also erased the most awe-inspiring capital of the Iron 7th Division in one stroke. When others heard it, they could not refute it at all. Du Xiaoqing quietly looked at the officers in front of him. Only he knew that these words were from his heart. The stage of a soldier could only be the real battlefield. Even if the Iron 7th Division led by him could always maintain the victory of the military exercise in the next 100 years, what was the point? If he could not set foot in the West Woods, defeat the imperial armies, and make a real contribution, his title as a famous general was only a famous general on paper. He could not even beat the fierce tiger from the West Woods whose surname was Zhong, let alone catch up with the old man from Lake Feiqing. Thinking of this, Du Xiaoqing's expression became even colder. The lines on his jawline were abnormally stiff. He coldly reprimanded, "The Federation has only successfully assembled 27 MXs. This time, we transferred 8 MXs to you. You actually fought like this. As soldiers of the Federation, don't you feel ashamed?" Du Xiaoqing did not seem to be satisfied. He coldly looked at the crowd and calmly said, "After fighting with the 7th Division and seizing 2 tactical targets, do you feel very satisfied? Before the battle, you were already thinking about losing. As soldiers of the Federation, don't you feel ashamed? Even these 2 targets were given to you by my subordinates." Du Xiaoqing reprimanded in a deep voice, "I don't want to give you any face. I also don't care about the Military Exercise Command Center's plan. The sand table is the battlefield. Today, the 7th Division didn't let you lose too badly. It has nothing to do with you. I was just thinking about those normal soldiers who were carelessly commanded by you. As a military officer, I don't want to see the soldiers at the bottom lose all hope in the future command system of the Federation military. Fighting a fake battle, yet you still need the opponent to deliberately show mercy. As soldiers of the Federation, don't you feel that you are trash? Ashamed, ashamed, trash. Each sentence was sharper and heavier than the last, especially what Du Xiaoqing said at the end. Today, the joint column under the command of the military officer had taken 2 tactical targets, and it was actually the Iron 7th Division that deliberately let them win. The military officer cadets clearly knew that at the beginning of the military exercise, they found a lot of objective difficulties for themselves. They did not have the courage to try and defeat the Iron 7th Division. After being pointed out by Commander Du, they no longer felt as proud as before. Instead, they felt a little ashamed. But when they heard the last sentence, they felt very indignant. This was the result of the battle that they fought for. How did it become the Iron 7th Division letting them win? The military officers stood even straighter. It was as if there was fire in their eyes. But under the strict military discipline, still no one dared to stand out. You know how to be angry. It means that you still have a sense of shame. You are not considered trash that can't be saved, although you are not far from being useless. Du Xiaoqing looked at everyone coldly. His hands that were holding the black leather gloves were behind his back. He said lightly, "Zhou Yu, step forward." Zhou Yu was slightly shocked. He took a step forward from the formation and stood at attention. He looked straight ahead and saluted. His movement was extremely clean and neat. He was a gentle gentleman. Facing this cold and dignified major general, he could not help but be extra cautious. He wanted to make sure that the other side would not be able to find any mistakes in the details. The second tactical deduction from the anti-terrorism drill, Du Xiaoqing had not walked past him before, so he casually glanced at him. "Yes, General," Zhou Yu answered loudly with an expressionless face. The second tactical deduction, Du Xiaoqing said indifferently. "Let me ask you, if the 7th Division gave up on the backup and didn't provide any support when your mecha battalion went straight to the bottom of Silent Hill and attacked your camp with the Armor Brigade, what would you do?" The atmosphere in the middle of the silent field suddenly changed. This was because all the military officers, including the instructors standing outside, could hear that this division commander Du Xiaoqing, who was known for his tactical deduction, was actually going to verbally test the military officers' brains today. He wanted to use this to prove to everyone that the 7th Division had gone easy on them today. This was to give these military officers a heavy blow to their confidence. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he replied in a clear voice. "The instructor said that the MX Mecha is best at surprise attacks and decapitation. Our army will need 34 minutes to rush down to provide assistance, and 12 minutes to return to the camp. Within 46 minutes, the 7th Division's Armor Brigade will not be able to pass through Area 452. 124, why not?" Du Xiaoqing looked at him coldly. "Because the road is not easy to travel, General." It was rare for Zhou Yu to be so playful. It seemed that even someone as gentle and polite as him felt a bit of disgust towards the aggressive Du Xiaoqing. When he heard Zhou Yu mention the instructor, Su Lu was smiling with his head lowered. Hearing this, his smile widened. Du Xiaoqing was not affected. He was not angry, but he did not laugh. He asked coldly, "Why is it not easy to travel?" Zhou Yu was slightly taken aback. He replied, "The area is all mountainous. The Armored Brigade is not suitable to advance quickly in this kind of terrain. Also, the 7th Division's commander should have considered that it is easy to be attacked by individual weapons in this kind of terrain. The casualty rate is too high. There is no need to consider casualty rates in war." Du Xiaoqing said coldly. To the side of Area 452, 124, there is a temporary road used by the main assembly base for maintenance of the radar station. Although it has been out of use for 20 years, the Armored Brigade can still force its way through without any problem. As soon as these words were said, the originally silent scene was instantly filled with gasps. Who would have thought that Du Xiaoqing would actually know of a maintenance road that had been out of use for 20 years? Perhaps even the logistics officer of the base would not be able to describe the location of this road so casually. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed. He felt a trace of nervousness and disbelief. His brow furrowed, and after a moment of silence, he said, The map provided by the Exercise Command Center did not indicate this road. "You officers have been in this base for 8 months," Du Xiaoqing reprimanded in a low voice. "The 7th Division only received the order for the exercise 3 days ago. The 7th Division came from System S3. They only used 3 days to find this abandoned road, but you guys don't know about it. Is this an excuse?" Zhou Yu frowned and thought for a long time. He confirmed that if the 7th Division's Armor Brigade had been able to use this road, the situation of today's military exercise would have been greatly reversed. But who would have thought that the people of the Iron 7th Division would actually know the terrain of the military exercise area better than they did? Preparation for the battlefield was indeed the most important thing. Could it be that the other side had really gone easy on them today, and that was why the troops under his command were able to get a barely passable result? Thinking of this, Zhou Yu's brow furrowed even tighter. He said very seriously, "Even if the Armor Brigade was able to use this road that we don't know about, how could they have discovered the location of the Joint Army's camp? I've already set up 3 layers of electronic interference barriers beforehand, and the satellite signal filtering and disguising has also been completed." He raised his head to look at Du Xiaoqing's cold profile and said, "And the Armor Brigade's disguise radius is not large. After I discovered them, the MX mecha that had returned to help would have been able to coordinate with the heavy infantry to disperse them before they could reach me. Why couldn't they have discovered your camp? Forget about the things you learned in No. 1 Academy." Du Xiaoqing said coldly, "Those electronic barriers of yours are as densely packed as an old woman's underwear. I don't know if it's because you're afraid of the cold or because you're afraid of exposing your body, but you actually set up so many layers. There's a very simple principle on the battlefield. It's just like being a person. The thing that you want to protect the most is the most vulnerable and most important part of your enemy." A thick sense of mockery flashed across his face that was not covered by the sunglasses. Any civilian equipment would have been able to discover the strangeness of your area. Even if they didn't know what you were hiding, they would still know that it was your weak point. Cold sweat gradually seeped out of Zhou Yu's back. He suddenly raised his head and retorted, "You're gambling with the Armored Brigade's life. If I deliberately used 3 layers of electronic barriers as a disguise to lure the Armored Brigade into the ambush," Du Xiaoqing unhappily waved his hand and cut him off. He said coldly, "All of your soldiers are tied up at the eastern line of Silent Hill. How would you have extra soldiers to set up an ambush? Even if the Armored Brigade didn't find your camp, once they came out from there, they would be able to circle around your camp and coordinate with the main force of the 7th Division. How many people do you think will be able to survive today? The most important thing is..." Du Xiaoqing looked at Zhou Yu indifferently. He increased his tone and said with a pressuring tone, "Your camp is right there. A soldier must dare to gamble on the battlefield. A soldier who doesn't have the will to gamble is destined to be a failure." Zhou Yu slowly lowered his head. He furrowed his eyebrows and thought for a long time. Then he raised his head firmly and said, "Even if the Armored Brigade comes, I can still use the 44-man assault formation to retreat. As long as I can hold on until the mecha camp comes back, this battle can still be fought." 120, 447 area. How much power do you have left? One of the 7th Division's divisions is watching over there, Du Xiaoqing said coldly without hesitation. Zhou Yu thought for a while and replied, "But 120, 446 area is still in my hands. The highest altitude here is 1,245 meters. Your assault helicopters won't be able to do much damage." Du Xiaoqing said expressionlessly, "Your MX is on the way back. Although the 7th Division's M52 is a little slow, it's not like they can't walk on a mountain road." Zhou Yu was stunned. He frowned and thought for a long time. There was no terminal computer, no holographic screen, no map coordinates, no firepower deployment data, and no modern tools. The most talented division commander in the Federation and the best tactical deduction expert in the new generation of military officers were just using his memory and understanding of the troops on the battlefield to make verbal deductions. The field grew quieter and quieter. Only the voices of these 2 people could be heard. It was as if there were golden spears and armored horses colliding in the air, making crisp and silent sounds of collisions. There was also the faint smell of smoke from the explosions of gunpowder. However, Division Commander Du Xiaoqing's tone was always cold and indifferent. Moreover, he didn't need time to think before making any deployment. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, took longer and longer to think, and his voice became more and more labored. The federal military recognized Du Xiaoqing as the #1 person in terms of strategic intelligence and tactical command. For Zhou Yu to be able to argue verbally with him was already very impressive in the eyes of everyone present. However, looking at the cold-faced division commander wearing sunglasses, everyone felt an incomparable chill in their hearts. They wondered what exactly Du Xiaoqing's brain was made of. The few lieutenant colonels of the Iron 7th Division who came with Du Xiaoqing had calm expressions. They had seen too much of their division commander's shocking military intelligence and had long gotten used to all of this. On the contrary, they instead felt a faint admiration for Zhou Yu, who had been verbally deducing tactics with his division commander until now. Back when he was at the West Woods Preparatory Military Academy, Zhou Yu was already regarded as a genius, completely overshadowing his already excellent brother Zhou Jin. He was sent by the 4th Military Region to the 1st Military Academy to study history and battle examples. He was incomparably diligent, and that was why he had achieved what he had today. However, what made him feel incomparably oppressed was that the division commander he was facing today, Du Xiaoqing, was actually as cold and unapproachable as a snowy mountain. Every virtual command that came out of this person's thin lips was like a noose that tied people to death, making it difficult for him to breathe, and cold sweat trickled down his back. What made him even more fearful was that Du Xiaoqing's tactical commands were not only sharp and forceful, they were also meticulous in taking care of the details. There was not the slightest gap, and his calculations were extremely precise. It made people feel a sense of defeat, and they actually gradually lost all of their confidence. The joint column will definitely lose. I admit that the Iron 7th Division showed mercy today. After a long silence, Zhou Yu reluctantly admitted defeat and gave a military salute. "Return to your unit," Du Xiaoqing said coldly, but the eyes hidden behind the sunglasses flashed with a hint of surprise. He had not expected that there would actually be a talent in this batch of officers. In just a split second, he had the thought of transferring Zhou Yu to the 7th Division. He glanced coldly at Zhou Yu, who had already returned to his unit, and suddenly remembered that this young officer seemed to be someone from the Tai family. Teacher Du Xiaoqing had always been cold and self-controlled, but he was also a person with great ambition and ambition. A successful general needed countless outstanding subordinates, and without question, Zhou Yu had this potential. He believed that he was a tolerant person, and also believed that the melting pot known as the Iron 7th Division would definitely be able to attract truly outstanding professional soldiers. It was because of this innate calm and self-confidence that even though he had clearly thought of Zhou Yu's background, he was only slightly taken aback and did not have the slightest hesitation in his desire to take this person into the Iron 7th Division. Tolerant was only tolerant of those who were willing to be accommodated. Towards those who were unwilling to be accommodated, Teacher Du Xiaoqing had always been as cold as winter. His blade-like gaze swept past Su Lu through his sunglasses, and then he quickly retracted it. If you know that you're trash, then there's still room for improvement. Du Xiaoqing looked at the extremely ugly expressions of the officer students and said coldly, just as the entire field was deathly silent, preparing for Teacher Du's storm-like reprimand, an extremely untimely voice suddenly rang out. Spending so much effort to win against a piece of trash who just graduated from school, it's really meaningless. As these words were spoken, the entire field fell silent, and a chilling sense of danger arose spontaneously. The military camp was strictly governed by military hierarchy. When a major general was lecturing, who would allow a subordinate to casually interrupt? Earlier, the officer students had been thoroughly reprimanded, their faces flushed red, but they could only puff out their chests. Now, someone had actually appeared out of nowhere and said such a thing. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Moreover, these words were clearly directed at Du Xiaoqing and his 7th Division. Previously, Teacher Du had said that the military exercise of the Federation was meaningless. So this person had said that Du Xiaoqing's victory over Zhou Yu was just an armchair strategist. What was even more frightening was the hidden meaning in this person's words. Teacher Du had coldly and harshly condemned this group of officer students as trash. Then you worked so hard to win against the trash. What was that? These words were not spoken by Su Lu. The military camp was a place filled with the smell of iron and blood. The reprimands of superiors were all loud, and there were many people who scolded even more harshly than Du Xiaoqing. There were all sorts of obscenities. Speaking of which, when Su Lu had been an instructor, he had also often scolded people as trash in class. But people were just so strange. Su Lu always viewed these officer students as his own students and scolded them himself. Hearing Du Xiaoqing's incomparably cold reprimand, he felt exceptionally uncomfortable in his heart. However, he knew of the problem between himself and the Iron 7th Division, especially after feeling Du Xiaoqing's cold gaze sweep over him twice earlier. Although he wanted to protect his calf, under the difference of military ranks, he could not do so. He could only remain silent. But Major Lan Xiaolong, who stood behind him, could not hold back the hint of dissatisfaction and mockery in his heart. After his slightly mocking voice rang out, the entire field instantly fell into an even more absolute silence than before. The 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division, standing on the left side of the formation, suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. These 3 officers had been silent the entire time. Their military posture was perfect. Even after standing for such a long time, their eyebrows didn't even twitch. They looked like 3 ice sculptures that were cold and indifferent, keeping people thousands of miles away. But at this time, these 3 officers were like fierce tigers that had suddenly awakened. 3 pairs of blade-like eyes stared at Lan Xiaolong's face at the same time. Du Xiaoqing's sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. He slowly turned his head and also looked in that direction. There was no way the military camp would allow this kind of insubordination to happen. Lan Xiaolong had been stationed here for a long time, in Garrison Unit 8384, and had endured until he became a major. However, he had more or less an undisciplined aura, just like the members of the 7th Combat Group behind Su Lu and Su Lu. Even when the 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division glared at him with angry eyes, Lan Xiaolong still had an indifferent expression on his face. He even raised his eyebrows. But when Division Commander Du Xiaoqing also turned his head, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was a little confused. This division commander was clearly wearing sunglasses, but why did he feel like his gloomy gaze was about to pierce into his heart? One of the 3 officers of the Iron 7th Division was the guard officer Du Xiaoqing, Shimin Jin, who had previously made Su Lu exclaim at Du Xiaoqing's arrogance. As a lieutenant colonel, he was willing to serve as Du Xiaoqing's guard officer. Naturally, he was incomparably loyal. Shimin Jin strode in front of Lan Xiaolong. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like rain was about to fall. He moved a few centimeters in front of Lan Xiaolong and scolded him loudly. "Which division are you from? Don't you know the rules? Who allowed you to interrupt when your superior is scolding you? Where are the military regulations that you learned? Tell me your name." Lan Xiaolong's ears were about to be deafened. Feeling the spittle on his face, he was a little displeased. However, he was suppressed by the other party's ferocious roar and anger. He looked at the gloomy face in front of him and believed that if Du Xiaoqing wanted to kill him right now, this guard officer would definitely pull out his gun and shoot him without hesitation. In order to maintain military discipline, Commander Du Xiaoqing naturally wouldn't execute Lan Xiaolong for his actions. However, he would definitely make him suffer a lot. He might even be locked up in a dark room for half a month. However, Lan Xiaolong didn't regret this. As a member of the 17 Mechanics Division, how happy was it to be able to mock Du Xiaoqing to his face? Furthermore, although his temperament was undisciplined, he still had the perseverance of the Federation soldiers. He looked at Shimin Jin indifferently and didn't say a word, waiting to be punished later. At this moment, there was a slight movement behind him. He He was pulled behind someone. He looked over in shock and found that it was Su Lu who had protected him in front of him. It was like an old hen protecting her child. He's Major Lan Xiaolong, a member of the Whitewater Company's 7th Combat Team. Su Lu explained to the guard officer in front of him. He had a headache about the trouble Lan Xiaolong had caused. The members of the Iron 7th Division had been looking for a chance to vent their anger on him. If he stepped in, wouldn't he be giving the other party the best reason? However, the members of the 7th Division were all orphans without a mother. With a wave of his hand, the old man in Philadelphia removed them from their official military status and put them under Su Li's command. As the supervisor, he had to step in at this moment. Since you're not a training officer, why are you here now? Shimin Jin looked at Su Lu and continued to scold him loudly. His expression was dark. Su Lu replied sincerely, "This is an order from the Ministry of Defense. I don't understand what's going on either." Shimin Jin frowned and said coldly, "He's your subordinate? Who are you?" Base Mecha Instructor Su Lu, currently the supervisor of the Whitewater Company's 7th Combat Team. Shimin Jin's expression was dark, and he said disdainfully, "As expected, the kind of instructor produces the kind of students. The kind of supervisor produces the kind of cowardly soldiers." Hearing these words, Su Li's eyebrows twitched slightly. The two small flying knives seemed to have the thought of flying. Shortly after, he took a light breath and said seriously, "It's not up to you to judge whether my soldiers are cowards or not. I may not be a good supervisor or a good instructor, but I think the students participating in today's military exercise are all not bad." Hearing these words, the expressions of the students standing in a row, who had initially been somewhat ugly, softened slightly. They all thought in their hearts that Instructor Xiao Su was usually a jerk, but in front of outsiders, he actually gave them face. However, they did not expect that this thought had already placed them in the same category as Su Lu. They had even copied Su Li's way of calling himself young master in class. As for the combat personnel of the 7th Combat Team, most of them were from the 17th Mechanic Division. They had an irreconcilable enmity with Du Xiaoqing's Iron 7th Division. Hearing Su Li's words made them very happy. Furthermore, they were originally non-military personnel, so they had less to worry about. Xiong Linquan purposely made himself not look at that ice-cold instructor, Du Xiaoqing, and said faintly, "Our soldiers are indeed quite cowardly. It's just that we often go to the West woods to kill the Empire's people." Xiong Linquan's words were undoubtedly a loud slap to the face of the Iron 7th Division's officer. The stern look in Shimin Jin's eyes gradually deepened. He stared at Su Lu in front of him and said coldly, "You really have guts. You're a lieutenant colonel, and I'm also a lieutenant colonel. Why should I act pitiful and resentful in front of you?" From the moment the 7th Division appeared in front of him, Su Lu instinctively felt a sense of danger. Du Xiaoqing had reprimanded everyone mercilessly, and his anger had already accumulated to a certain extent. At this moment, looking at the gloomy face of the guard in front of him and hearing his words, the two throwing knives on his forehead finally flew up. He replied indifferently. Shimin Jin was slightly stunned. He did not argue with him about the military rank. Instead, he looked at Lan Xiaolong, who was behind Su Lu, and said coldly, "You violated the rules. Have your man come out." In the military camp, this request was not unreasonable. However, Su Lu was not a professional soldier, and his personality also determined that he would not hand Lan Xiaolong over today. However, in the face of strict military discipline, what could he do? Earlier, when Teacher Du and Student Zhou, you were conducting tactical simulations, this subordinate of mine only wanted to participate in the discussion. He did not intentionally interrupt the senior officer's conversation. I don't think he needs to be disciplined. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and actually said such a thing. "You guys are from the 17th Division?" Right at this moment, Du Xiaoqing's cold and oppressive question came from the other end of the line. "I don't know how to fight." Su Lu learned from Teacher Du's experience of pretending. Tomorrow, he'll show a little. Chapter 335. Hearing his teacher's words, Lieutenant Colonel Shimin Jin's expression turned solemn. He quickly put away his angry and dark expression and calmly turned away. exposing Su Li's body to everyone's eyes. Su Li's heart chilled slightly. This guard's change in expression so quickly could only mean that his previous roaring and anger had all been an act. The Iron 7th Division was just looking for a reason to deal with him. Su Lu himself was a youth who occasionally got angry, so when faced with Shimin Jin or even Du Xiaoqing's anger, he would not be afraid. However, today's opponent was a general whose rank and authority were far above his, and who had always maintained a calm mind and a cold hostility. This matter was somewhat troublesome. Lieutenant Colonel Su, as an instructor, do you have your own opinion on the tactical deduction for this military exercise? Du Xiaoqing said coldly. His speed was normal, and even his tone was normal. Just by pointing out Su Li's rank, he naturally had the air of a military camp. Su Lu had thought that this iron-blooded teacher would come to find trouble with him, but he did not expect the other's first words to be like this. Hearing the calmness and self-restraint in Du Xiaoqing's words, as well as a natural sense of majesty, he silently thought that some of the truly important people in this world were probably used to their words, and no one dared to refute them. Therefore, there was naturally some kind of unquestionable coldness and valiance in their words. I'm teaching mecha, not deduction. Su Lu lowered his head slightly and said calmly, if you want me to do tactical deduction, even if you give me 3 divisions in front of the Iron 7th Division, they will only end up dead. In a person's life, who knew how many conflicts they had to go through before they could reach their goal. However, the prerequisite for competing with others was that you had to have the ability to compete, except for some issues that involved principles and could not be challenged. The Iron 7th Division was not Macklin, and they were not the Empire's invaders. Su Lu knew that his tactical command was a blank piece of paper full of question marks, so at this time, he calmly and naturally retreated 90 kilometers away. Du Xiaoqing, who was facing Su Lu from a distance, felt slightly silent and lonely. He did not think that Su Li's answer would be so simple and direct. Facing the hint of flirting that he deliberately released, she actually willingly admitted defeat. How could a person with such a soft waist be valued so highly by the marshal in that person? However, at this time, Su Lu raised his head and defended the officers. It's just that today was the first time the MX was used. The students have no experience, and the troops they commanded were not their own troops, so of course, they were not as strong as the Iron 7th Division. Although they failed, I feel that their performance was not bad. In the future, if they spend more time on the battlefield, they will not lose face for the Federation. As soon as these words were said, the officers, who had been in low spirits, could not help but straighten their chests. There was an additional trace of gratitude in their eyes as they looked forward. Looking at Su Lu, who was standing quietly in the group of instructors, Du Xiaoqing's deep eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Because these words were originally intended for everyone to hear. The Federation and the upper echelons of the military had intended for him to carry out the final summary inspection work. Naturally, there was a deeper meaning to this. They were tacitly allowing and even encouraging him to establish his own authority in the military. In the previous lecture, Du Xiaoqing had given these officer students a torrent of abuse, but in reality, he knew better than anyone else that these officer students had endless potential. He knew what kind of role they would play in the federal army system in the future battlefield. Harsh lectures and ridicule were not his goal. His goal was to subdue these arrogant fellows. In his vision, he would crush all of these officers' arrogance with a storm. Then, he would change the topic. When they were at their lowest, he would give them confidence and beat their hearts and minds. Like the spring breeze after a storm, he would capture their hearts and minds. Only then would he be able to leave the great name of Du Xiaoqing in the hearts of the future young forces of the federal military. Seeing himself as the spring breeze, as the sun, Du Xiaoqing's state of mind was very normal. He believed that he had the qualifications to become the unsetting sun of the federal military in the future. Now that he was a famous general of the Federation and the commander of the Iron 7th Division, he was already the target of admiration and worship in the eyes of the Federation officers. With a little beating, he would naturally be able to easily achieve his goal. However, After a series of tactical deductions, he suppressed the most famous Zhou Yu until his face turned slightly pale. The entire audience was silent. Just as Commander Du Shaoqing was about to change the topic and appease the crowd, someone extremely untimely and impudently disrupted the course he had planned. Then, there was another person who stole his lines. What made him even angrier was that the person who stole his lines just had to be that very unpleasant person, Sulu. The clear sound of footsteps rang out in the quiet field. Pa-pa-pa. The sound of the hard military boots hitting the ground was crisp but not loud. However, what was strange was that when all the officers, including Sulu, looked at Commander Du, who was slowly walking over from the end of the line, they felt that his footsteps were exceptionally heavy and powerful. It was as if a heavy black mecha was walking out of a smoke-filled valley. Du Shaoqing walked to the center of the line and stared at Sulu through his sunglasses. He didn't say anything for a long time. Sulu took 2 steps forward and gave a military salute. He also didn't say anything. The smile on his face was completely gone. He calmly and solemnly narrowed his eyes. It was as if the sun was about to set and was burning his retinas. He felt a little uncomfortable. This kind of deathly silence and the feeling of almost confrontation made all the officers in the field feel a strong pressure. The trainees were very worried about this bastard, Instructor Xiao Su, but they didn't have the right to stand up and say anything. The instructors wanted to say a few words on behalf of Sulu, but under this kind of pressure, no one dared to stand up. Even those undisciplined and strong members of Team 7 behind Sulu were intimidated by the cold aura exuding from Du Shaoqing in this instant. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. A cold general of the federal military, the youngest major general, just by standing at the front of the line, he was able to exude a boundless sense of pressure. After a long silence, Du Shaoqing finally opened his mouth to speak. The words that came out of his thin lips were cold and sharp. A lieutenant colonel and a mecha instructor. You admit that you don't know anything about tactical deduction, but you stand up for your students and challenge my judgment. Was it the Ministry of Defense or the Joint Chiefs of Staff who gave you this guts and this authority? The military camp was a simple and direct world. Even though Du Shaoqing was the youngest division commander in the Federation, the only major general, the most standard professional soldier, and the most idol-level figure, once he was enraged, he still walked the simple and direct path without so many twists and turns. His words were not as sharp as knives. They were like a bucket of ice water that had been splashed directly onto Su Li's head, sending a chill down his spine. Su Li clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head slightly. The dim light of dusk shone on his resolute and calm face. He didn't say anything to retort, keeping his head lowered so as not to meet Du Shaoqing's eyes. But he also didn't give off the feeling that he was surrendering. It was probably this attitude that caused Du Shaoqing's mood to darken. He glanced at the members of Team 7 behind Sulu and said coldly, "You are no longer part of the 17th Division. You are just a bunch of trash. Don't embarrass the Marshal." Sulu wasn't moved by these words, because he wasn't part of the 17th Division to begin with. However, the faces of those fellows behind him were filled with anger. Du Shaoqing, however, didn't look at them anymore. He turned his head to stare at Sulu and scolded him coldly. "Trash is trash. You're also trash." Hearing the word trash, Sulu vaguely caught on to something. Other than Park Ji-ho, who had died at Hushan Road, and the 2 Iron 7th Division officers who had been heavily injured by him and couldn't participate in the graduation parade. Du Shaoqing's intention to humiliate him probably had something to do with this. But was this because of his pride as an ace officer of the Federation, or did it have something to do with that old man in Philadelphia? I don't know why the Ministry of National Defense would take in a criminal. Du Shaoqing said darkly, "But you actually used the name of an instructor to heavily injure 2 officers of my division during training. Do you really think that the military court won't dare to do anything to you? That I won't dare to do anything to you?" Du Shaoqing's voice wasn't loud, but every word was like the sound of a cannon as it blasted into Su Li's ears. Su Li didn't want to go against this strong military man, but when he heard these words, his eyebrows that had already fluttered once raised again. The interaction between people was a very strange thing. If you didn't like someone at first sight, you would not like them for the rest of your life. This was probably the reason why the tiger of the Zhong family in the West Woods kept suppressing Du Shaoqing. And Sulu also had the same feeling when he saw Du Shaoqing. The coldness of this major general made him very uncomfortable. If a general scolded a lieutenant colonel, in any other situation, anyone could only silently accept it, let alone the person who scolded him, was Du Shaoqing of the Iron 7th Division. But Sulu was just an ordinary lieutenant colonel. Du Shaoqing's cold and oppressive aura could make everyone quiet, but it couldn't really press his head down. It should be known that in the room of the military prison in Qingcheng, even the lightning-like gaze of the military god of Philadelphia couldn't break his big heart, let alone other people. So he raised his head, and his slightly squinted eyes were unusually bright against the beautiful sunset in the west. He answered, "Reporting to Commander Du, I didn't use the name of an instructor to suppress your subordinates so that they wouldn't dare to fight back, so I took the opportunity to heavily injure them. The investigation report of the base is already out. You can read it yourself." After a slight pause, Sulu turned his head and looked directly at the sunglasses on Du Shaoqing's nose bridge. He said loudly, "Those two officers once passed on the teachings of the instructor, that a person's strength is the combination of speed and strength. And those two officers also said at the scene of the challenge that the 7th Division often suffered heavy injuries in close combat training, and asked me not to worry about it. So, they were heavily injured. This is the result of the fight. If the commander doubts the investigation report of the base, you can let the close combat experts of the 7th Division, or you can try it yourself." The calm and loud voice echoed in the field. Everyone's expression was very interesting, especially the members of the 7th Division and the training officers. Instructor Su's words couldn't be said to be heroic, nor could they be said to be powerful. However, when he said it in such a normal way, the expressions of Du Shaoqing and the other officers of the Iron 7th Division slightly froze at the same time. They had probably never seen a lieutenant colonel who dared to speak to Du Shaoqing like that. "Very good, at least you have some guts." Half of Du Shaoqing's face was gloomy. He raised his right hand that was holding a black leather glove and pointed it at Su Li's face. He said, "Violating military regulations and talking back to your superiors. How can a free and lazy person like you be qualified to be a soldier of the Federation? The military camp is not a world for people like you. Leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one day you violate the regulations on the battlefield, I will personally destroy you." At this time, Instructor Du's voice was extremely low. Probably only the two people involved could hear it, but Sulu could feel a real sense of danger and coldness in this voice. He knew that Du Shaoqing was speaking the truth. Although he had never found a real reason, he believed that if in the future on the battlefield of the universe, the other party would not hesitate to destroy him if he found some excuse. This feeling of extreme danger made the hair on Su Li's neck stand on end, just like in the underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium, just like in a foundation building surrounded by mountains in the 4 states. When he encountered fatal danger, his often smiling eyes would grow brighter and brighter. It was like seeing the first ray of starlight after breaking through the gray clouds of the Donglin region. What could he do when he was coldly reprimanded and threatened by a major general who held military power? There seemed to be only a difference of 2 ranks between a major general and a lieutenant colonel, but there was a deep and almost insurmountable gap between a general and a field officer. Many ambitious professional soldiers eventually fell in front of this abyss. Faced with Du Shaoqing's indifferent ridicule and humiliation, Sulu seemed to have no choice but to listen. However, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. How could he return to calmness? It was at this moment that he thought of Little Watermelon's father, the West Woods tiger who had suppressed Du Shaoqing for an entire 10 years. When faced with Du Shaoqing and his 7th Division, there was no other way but to be unreasonable, to be incomparably overbearing and violent. Su Li's narrowed eyes were almost as bright as the new moon in the sky. He stared at the black leather glove waving indifferently in front of his nose and suddenly said, "Lambskin." The black leather glove in Du Shaoqing's hand slowly came to a stop in the evening wind. Bureau HTD doesn't care. The Federation's laws are always a little higher than the military regulations. A hint of a sincere smile appeared on Su Li's face. Violating the regulations, contradicting the superiors, being free and undisciplined, does that mean you don't have the qualifications to be a soldier of the Federation? Then how can someone who brazenly uses lambskin as a glove and violates the Federation's Wildlife Protection Act be qualified to be a teacher? Du Shaoqing looked coldly at Su Lu. His expression was as cold as ever, but there seemed to be a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Who in the Federation didn't know that Commander Du of the Iron 7th Division was the role model of a soldier, the standard role model? His style of attire was unparalleled, and his sunglasses and black leather gloves were his style of dress. As a major general, who would dare to question such privilege? Hearing Su Li's words, Du Shaoqing was slightly angered. He said indifferently, "You can ask Bureau HTD to come find me, as long as they dare to interfere with my business." These words were very imposing and arrogant. The Iron 7th Division had always been an imposing, arrogant, and protective force. Their commander was even more so. Su Li's question was clearly asking for humiliation. Du Shaoqing's indifferent words revealed a hint of disdain and mockery that couldn't be hidden. About injuring an officer of the Iron 7th Division, contradicting the superiors, and violating the regulations. Su Lu looked at Du Shaoqing's sunglasses and said calmly, "You can ask the legal department, no, the Ministry of Defense to come find me, as long as they dare to interfere with my business." Whatever Du Shaoqing said, Su Lu said the same thing. Normal Federation laws couldn't control the commander of the Iron 7th Division, but could the military regulations control Su Lu? This was a resounding slap to Du Shaoqing's face. "You have privileges, but I have a father-in-law who is the scapegoat, and a distant relative beside Feiqing Lake. As the saying goes, unreasonable and unreasonable. In the end, isn't this what it means to be angry?" Du Shaoqing's face finally changed. The cedar tree on the mountain began to loosen. Snow rustled and fell, and endless coldness rose. However, just as this major general was about to flip out, Su Lu said something that directly slapped him in the face and also didn't allow him to apply the ointment. He looked straight ahead, his line of sight passing through Du Shaoqing's ice-like shoulders and side face to look at the last trace of sunset in the distance. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't go crazy anymore. Otherwise, if you really force me to go crazy, what good will it do you? You're a big shot. If you are beaten by me in front of so many people, how humiliating will it be for you? How can you be the second army god of the Federation in the future? I believe you know that I can fight very well. Your bodyguards didn't have time to shoot. The point is, you're standing too close to me." Su Lu withdrew his gaze and looked at Du Shaoqing. He said softly, "If I beat you until you are disabled, at most I will not be a soldier and be sent to Qingshang to be locked up for 12 years. I don't care, and you should have investigated me. I could still be pardoned for killing Macklin. I didn't want to be a lieutenant colonel. It was that person in the official residence and that old man who asked me to be a lieutenant colonel." Su Lu lowered his voice and finished this long paragraph, which was rare for him. Then he took a deep breath and said with narrowed eyes, "Reporting to Commander, please allow me to not flip out." No one present heard what Su Lu said. They only noticed that Commander Du Shaoqing had retracted his hands behind his back and clenched them tightly. The black lambskin glove on his left hand was clenched so tightly that it was somewhat deformed. Du Shaoqing stared at Su Li's face and was silent for a long time. When the anger in his heart gradually turned into a kind of cold emotion, he smiled slightly and said, "Good, very good. You are indeed the second person who dares to threaten me to my face after that savage in the West Woods." Everyone was silent. Night fell, and everyone was shocked and confused. Commander Du Shaoqing of the Iron 7th Division had never smiled in his entire life in the military camp, but today he smiled. What was his current state of mind? Chapter 336. Power, glory, and wealth were all things that Su Lu liked, but he didn't feel that they were indispensable. Some of the things that he truly cared about had already been blown away by the wind in front of the Parliament building, while the other parts were firmly reborn in a certain building or a dark prison cell. Those things that he cared about the most were not things that could be forcibly taken away by external forces. Thus, for the current him, he had nothing to lose, so he naturally had nothing to fear. His eyes narrowed, and the strict social order and certain unbreakable rules of the military camp were crushed by his eyelids. Back in the day, the Fei Chung brute had once caused the Empire's emperor to bleed and fall in a fit of anger. The Federation's ancient proverb had a similar saying. Du Shaoqing wasn't the Empire's emperor, and Su Lu wasn't Li Pifu, but Su Lu truly did have a bit of the swift and fierce aura beneath his cheerfulness, as well as the ability to launch an explosive strike. This displayed a deterrent force. Teacher Du's status was dignified, cold, and tyrannical. He had great ambitions and great aspirations, so he naturally couldn't fight with an unreasonable barefoot man like Su Lu. This was a natural imbalance and weakness. Su Lu had helped the Federation choke a poisonous seed of the Empire to death. However, after the incident, many of the Federation's top politicians, as well as the upper echelons of the seven great families, developed a strong sense of vigilance toward him. They even wanted to erase his existence, precisely because of this reason. For a stable society, someone like Su Lu who had the strength to challenge a certain order and dare to do so was not a good thing. The stable structure that human society relied on was the order and arrangement of social strata. Someone who threatened this order absolutely could not be allowed. Even that old man from Fei Chung, if he wasn't a military god who had established outstanding military service for the Federation, if he wasn't surrounded by truly vicious Empire invaders at the other end of the universe, it was likely that the Federation would have long acted like a living creature, trying to expel the mutated cells in its body. Lady Tai knew that Su Li's threat to the Federation didn't only lie in his intentions and ability, but also in a deeper layer of relationship. Thus, her desire to erase Su Lu was stronger than anyone else's. However, as of now, Su Lu was still alive and well. Du Shaoqing smiled for the first time in the military camp. His smile was filled with faint self-mockery, because he was very clear that Su Li's threat was indeed something that he was very afraid of. Facing an expert who did not care about rules, using military rules to pressure him was simply impossible. Since that was the case, how could he fly into a rage? But in the end, Du Shaoqing was still Du Shaoqing, a famous general with a slight self-deprecating smile. He was more frightening than ever before, but he was able to forcibly suppress the madly growing anger in his heart and did not lose his composure at all. He just stared at Su Lu in front of him and then slowly took off his sunglasses. Deep in his eye sockets, his gaze was deep and cold, like a deep mining pit on some mineral planet. Methane and snow were accumulated there, reflecting the bright background of the universe, giving people a feeling that they couldn't bear the coldness. I heard that you were the one who successfully developed the MX. Du Shaoqing stared into Su Li's eyes and said, as a famous general of a generation, being able to judge the situation and be brave enough to make a decisive decision was a form of true military wisdom. In just a few seconds, he had calmed down and accepted Su Li's threat that neither side would fly into a rage. The officers present all knew of Su Li's important role in the development of the MX mecha, so they didn't show any shock at these words. Su Li let out a small sigh of relief. Just as he was about to explain something, he heard Du Shaoqing continue calmly. In the first test battle of the MX mecha on Ka Chifeng, you completely defeated Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng. I think that your understanding of the MX mecha should be number one in the Federation. Under the influence of President Sieg and Lady Tai, the details of the MX mecha battle at the Old Moon base had always been kept a secret. The Federation's military only knew that in that battle, the Nutshell Engineering Department had won against the Federation's Academy of Sciences, and the MX mecha had been finalized. However, they never knew who those two extremely powerful mecha pilots were. In the training base, Zhou Yu had known the truth, and the members of Team 7 had also vaguely understood some of it from Secretary Bai's mouth. However, most people did not know this. Right now, hearing Instructor Du say it calmly, they finally understood that their mecha instructor was actually someone who could defeat the successor of the Lees of Philadelphia, that crazy genius. The lined-up officers stared at Instructor Little Sue in shock, somewhat unable to believe their own ears. Thinking back to how they had been trying to use mecha to challenge their instructor these past few months, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shame and fear. Sula knew why Du Xiaoqing would bring up his most outstanding achievement at this time. He looked at the other, frowned slightly, and said, "Reporting to Instructor, this is a Federation secret. 3 days ago, the details of the battle at Ka Chifeng have already been declassified." Du Xiaoqing looked at him expressionlessly. A strange feeling grew in Su Li's heart. He wasn't sure what the cold and callous instructor in front of him meant by saying all this. Right then, Du Xiaoqing continued coldly, "I heard that you were personally recruited into the army by the Lord Marshal. In the past few decades, the Federation had only had 2 marshals. One was the current president, but no one would directly address him as the Grand Marshal. The other was the actual marshal. Although that old man had already resigned from all his military positions many years ago, returning to the shores of Lake Philadelphia to watch the water, the mountains, the snow, the fish, and the world, everyone in the Federation, especially the soldiers, would respectfully refer to this old man as the marshal whenever they mentioned him." Du Xiaoqing's words shocked the officers present even more than the 2 facts he had revealed earlier. Sula looked at this person's deep gaze in slight surprise, but he could already hear the sounds of discussion coming from behind him. To be personally chosen by the Great War God and specially recruited into the army, this was more glorious than any other kind of glory. The officers looked at Instructor Su with shock and curiosity. Even the excellent military posture they had been maintaining all this time was somewhat scattered. Du Xiaoqing looked at Su Lu expressionlessly. He was forced by this seemingly ordinary man to the point that he couldn't flip out. The anger in his chest turned into a stifled knife, almost cutting his heart and lungs. He directly admitted that the other party had the qualifications to make him unable to flip out, and then announced to the crowd. Then, the teacher changed the topic and returned to the topic at the beginning. "You previously thought that the students didn't use the MX machine, and you are undoubtedly the most experienced soldier." Du Xiaoqing said lightly, "Marshal Li admires you a lot. If you say that you don't know how to make tactical deductions, who would believe that? If you were the one attacking today, how would you attack?" The words were as cold as ice, but no one could stop them. Du Xiaoqing's strategy was amazing, and no one could compare to his detailed deductions. He had actually used the commanding techniques on the battlefield at this moment. "If I can't use military rank to suppress you, I'll use logic to suppress you." In just 3 sentences, Du Xiaoqing had pushed Su Lu to the front of everyone's burning gazes, pushing him to a certain height. "You are the developer of the MX Mecha. You are the strong person who defeated Madman Li. You are the person personally groomed by the Great Marshal." If Su Lu still said that he didn't know how to respond at this time, who would believe him? With Su Li's personality, if he didn't know how to respond, he wouldn't. He wasn't particularly afraid of losing face, but at this time, Du Xiaoqing had connected him to the Lees of Philadelphia, so he couldn't help but be cautious. The reason he could survive and leave the dark military prison was all because of that old man. Although he viewed that old man as a distant relative in his heart, he knew very well that the upper echelons of the federal military all saw him as someone the Great War God would focus on grooming. Otherwise, why would Deputy Commander E be so cordial with a small fry like him during the ceremony this morning? It had nothing to do with protecting the glory of the Lees of Philadelphia. Sula just didn't want that old man's vision to be questioned by Du Xiaoqing. He also didn't want to become a silent rock after throwing a tantrum, so he wanted to answer Du Xiaoqing's question about the military drill. The heavens pitted him. Sulu was really a rookie when it came to military tactics. Even if Du Xiaoqing wasn't personally in command today, how many generals in the Federation dared to say that they could break through the joint defense of the Iron 7th Division? How would he break through? After a moment of silence, Su Lu raised his head to look at Du Xiaoqing and said, I don't know how to make tactical deductions, so I will let Zhou Yu continue to be in full command, just like how the situation developed during the day. Then, use your method to gamble with your life and bet where your division headquarters is. In the beginning, he had not been confident enough in his words, but after a few sentences, he remembered that he was just messing around anyway. He straightened himself up and said, the M-Series mechas of the Special Mecha Battalion are all stationed in the command center. I won't bring them with me. As long as Zhou Yu can bet where the headquarters of the 7th Division is, give me 8 MX series, and I will break through your headquarters. Give me 8 MX series, and I will break through your headquarters. How bold and arrogant were these words? It even made people feel that they were ridiculous. The MX mecha's performance was indeed excellent, and its surprise attack power was extremely strong. However, when facing an entire division of mechanics, how could it be possible to break through the layers of defense and attack the other's headquarters? Strangely enough, when the officers heard Su Lu say this, they didn't show any mocking expressions, but instead fell into deep thought. Just like how Du Xiaoqing had been able to stand up straight and give off the feeling of a cedar tree pressing down on their heads, making them not dare to speak, a person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. To be able to operate a MX mecha to defeat Madman Li, to be able to gain the favor of the Federation's God of War, no matter how outrageous the mecha surprise attack Su Lu said was, they couldn't help but ponder it. Su Lu knew that he was indeed speaking nonsense. He didn't know how to make tactical deductions, so he didn't have the ability to make any of his own judgments when it came to commanding. His only source of confidence in a military camp came from the swift and agile attack style of the MX mecha. To break through the combined defense of the Iron 7th Division, he had no way at all, so he could only let Zhou Yu continue to be in command, and then repeat Du Xiaoqing's murderous command judgment, and then make a strange move, saying that he would use 8 MX series to break through the enemy's headquarters. In any case, it was all said with his mouth, so there was no way to prove that he was lying. Su Lu thought in his heart. At this moment, the spirit of Mr. Sure the Rogue, little brother Wei the Jianghu Wei, the former rogue orphan, possessed him. Very good, very funny. Du Xiaoqing looked at Su Lu and said coldly, who in this world can do it? Marshal Li did it before. Su Lu replied after a moment of silence, but in his heart, he was thinking that the uncle should also have this ability. Back then, Li Pifu had controlled the M37 mecha to launch a surprise attack thousands of li away and kill the emperor of the empire. Compared to controlling the new MX mecha to break through a division and destroy a division, it was undoubtedly many times more difficult. A glimmer of light appeared in Du Xiaoqing's deep eyes. He had originally been prepared to say that the marshal was already old, but when the words reached his mouth, they became the following sentence. Still having the marshal on the battlefield is in itself the greatest humiliation of our Federation soldiers. Who else but the marshal can come up with such a ridiculous tactical design like yours? Do you really think you can? Su Lu lowered his head slightly and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he thought of the brilliance that spread throughout the universe and said softly, maybe I can. The field was silent, awkward silence. The officers woke up from the shock of Su Li's 3 brilliant battle achievements. After some thought, they confirmed that Instructor Su's tactical deduction could not be said to be daring. It was pure nonsense. Even if he was given 80 mecha, he still might not be able to get close to the Iron 7th Division's division headquarters. However, at this time, when they heard that Su Lu actually really thought that he could, they could not help but feel awkward. In the gradually darkening night and in the strange atmosphere, Instructor Du Xiaoqing laughed once again. His slightly mocking smile contained undisguised coldness and disgust. As a representative of the academic faction of the federal military, he had always believed that on the battlefield, strategy and tactics were the key to determining victory and defeat. An individual's bravery would always be the bravery of an ordinary person, unable to determine the overall situation. It was precisely because of this unbreakable belief that Du Xiaoqing was somewhat dismissive of Su Lu and the new MX mecha that the federal military valued so much. Today's graduation demonstration seemed to have proven his belief. However, at this time, Su Lu actually dared to say that he could defeat the Iron 7th Division's division headquarters with just 8 MX mecha. What kind of ridiculous and irresponsible nonsense was this? Did he need to use ironclad facts to educate this shameless person in front of him? Du Xiaoqing stared coldly at Su Lu. Most of the participating troops had already left, and Iron 7th Division was only left with a full battalion. However, he believed that even a well-trained full battalion would be enough to trap and kill 8 MX mecha. Looks like you're really stupid when it comes to tactical deduction. Du Xiaoqing took a deep breath and thought about the instructions of that big shot in the capital before he left. He decided to let Su Lu off the hook for now. After saying this, he turned around and left, still as cold as ever. On the other hand, a few of the officers of the 3rd Military Region looked at Su Lu with disdain, as if they were looking at the biggest idiot in the world. Su Lu didn't angrily call for the other to come back and compete with him. Instead, he was somewhat glad that Iron 7th Division didn't allow him to hold another military drill to see if his tactical deduction could succeed. His military boots were already soaked. Relying on 8 MX mecha to fight an entire battalion of mechanics, that was really an idiot. Even if the Special Forces mixed 8 MX mecha, they still wouldn't be able to defeat a division headquarters. You really dare to talk nonsense. To everyone's surprise, from the side of the rostrum, a group of black officers walked over. Surrounded by those generals, they were the Defense Minister Zhou Yingxing and the 1st Military Region's commanding officer, General Miles. Du Xiaoqing, who was just about to leave, paused and stopped in his tracks. Under the shocked and confused gazes of the crowd, General Miles smiled and said, "Xiaoqing, didn't the 7th Division still leave a battalion behind? Let this guy try to defeat a battalion." Chapter 337. The Federation attached great importance to the military officer training this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort and used the few crystal mines in the first place to transfer the troops to participate in the battle from afar so that the military officer students could use them as chess pieces. These officer cadets were, in a sense, the future of the Federal Army, but who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Perhaps they would fall in space before they became generals, or perhaps they would be mediocre on the battlefield in the future. Thus, although the military placed great importance on this, they were careful not to make too much of a spectacle. Today, the highest-ranking general who had personally come to watch the graduation drill was only Deputy Commander E of the 1st Military Region. Who would have thought that the Defense Minister and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, these two top brass of the military, would quietly come to the base several hours after the drill had ended? What were they doing here? Seeing Minister Zhou and General Miles being accompanied by a group of officers, everyone present could not help but feel shocked and confused, countless thoughts running through their minds. This was especially so for Division Commander Du Xiaoqing, who had been preparing to leave. His grip on his gloves and sunglasses tightened subconsciously, and his sword-like eyebrows twitched slightly. The arrival of two military bigwigs made him feel confused, especially General Miles' words earlier, which made the veins on his forehead pop out and disappear. Let his own personal guard battalion play a game with Su Lu? Try breaking through a battalion? The cold and proud Du Xiaoqing felt that he and the 7th Division were being disrespected, and many feelings of displeasure welled up in his heart. However, the other party was the highest-ranking general of the federal military, so he silently saluted and then stood to one side, not saying anything. Of course, Du Xiaoqing, you can't do it yourself. If you personally command that special attack personal guard battalion of yours, that would be bullying, said General Miles as he looked at Du Xiaoqing. Hearing this, Du Xiaoqing's expression cleared slightly, and his mood improved slightly. He was indeed somewhat curious about this legendary mecha expert, Su Lu. Although he had seen the recording of Su Li's battle, he had never seen him up close. Especially after seeing Su Li's tough attitude earlier, his mood had already darkened to the extreme. Now that there was such a chance, he could try to beat this person up a little and use iron-blooded facts to educate this person. This was very rare. After a moment of silent consideration, Du Xiaoqing said in a low voice, "Shimin, fight well. Don't embarrass the 7th Division." Behind him, the eyes of Shimin Jin, a bright light flashed through his eyes. He saluted and loudly said, "I promise to complete the mission." Admiral Myers nodded. The military had a deeper level of consideration for this military exercise, which was why he and Zhou Yingxing had suddenly come to the base after the military exercise. However, even if it was to achieve that strategic objective, they could not let Du Xiaoqing personally command. As the Federation's most promising Major General, using him to spar with these cadets was really like using the main cannon of a battleship to fight mecha. It was a bit of a mountain out a molehill, and it was also a form of disrespect to Division Commander Du Xiaoqing. Defense Minister Zhou Yingxing stood calmly beside General Miles, not saying a word. From the moment he had appeared, Su Lu had been staring at him, thinking about how he had forced Du Xiaoqing to the point where he could not flip out. He could not help but feel that life was really strange. Just as he was thinking of taking the blame for his father-in-law, this person really came to take the blame for him. Thinking too much, Su Lu only came back to his senses when he heard Shimin Jin promise to complete the mission. His lips parted slightly, and his eyes subconsciously narrowed. From the beginning until now, it seemed like no one had asked for his opinion. It should be known that if such a small-scale military exercise was really designed, the person who would be piloting the MX to attack the opposing division would be him. However, even Du Xiaoqing had no choice but to temporarily restrain his coldness and arrogance in front of the federal military's will. How could he object? With just one sentence from General Miles, the base, which had already become quiet, began to bustle again. The staff officers of the 1st Military Region's Staff Officer Unit once again returned to the Military Exercise Command Hall and began to design and adjust the military exercise data model. They were so busy that they did not even have time to eat dinner. As these staff officers designed the military exercise plan, they also felt that it was hilarious and ridiculous, using 8 MX mechas to attack an entire battalion. With this sort of power difference, no matter how perfect the Military Exercise Command Center's plan was, it would not be able to achieve a complete balance. Most of the participating troops had already left the base on military aircraft. The main forces of the Iron 7 Division had already embarked on their journey back to System S3. In today's military exercise, the MX Mecha had already demonstrated their formidable combat prowess. If this had been a normal military exercise, the staff officers might have really believed that these 8 MX Mecha would be able to take down an entire battalion's defensive line. But the problem was that the last battalion left in the base was the Iron 7 Division's most ferocious all-mecha defense battalion. All the officers of the Federation knew that the strength of the Iron 7 Division was mainly due to Division Commander Xiaoqing, followed by a group of outstanding officers led by Shimin Jin, and the most ferocious of all was the all-mecha defense battalion. In many military exercises in the past, the Iron 7 Division had never mobilized the defense battalion by the division commander's side. Once this battalion was mobilized, it meant that the other side had indeed performed extremely well. But at the same time, the military exercise was about to end. The Iron 7 Division's defense battalion was nominally an entire battalion, but in reality, if you included the mechanical repair company and the individual logistics system, this battalion was extremely overstaffed. When these military staff officers had nothing to do, they had done some calculations on their combat power. If the Iron 7 Division's defense battalion was fully mobilized, they would actually have the combat power of an independent regiment. The time for this sudden small-scale military exercise was set for the next morning. However, the military staff officers busied themselves for half the night and still couldn't come up with a plan for the military exercise. This was because in the past military exercises, there had never been such a strange design. After a long time of frustration, the staff officers of the Military Exercise Command Center decided to revise the original plan. After consulting with their superiors, they added in a data simulation. With the help of the Federal Central Computer, they designed their own virtual military force. Only then did they barely manage to pass the military exercise plan. One side of the military exercise was the Iron 7 Division's Defense Battalion and a virtual support team. The other side was the virtual battalion commanded by the officer cadets and the 8 MX mechas led by Su Lu. While the staff officers were busy, Su Lu and the officer cadets were eating dinner in the cafeteria of the base. After the sudden confrontation in the afternoon, the members of Team 7, who called themselves the 17 Mechanics, had already shed their initial suspicion and uneasiness toward Su Lu. Under the lead of Xiong Linquan, they clamored and yelled as they sat at his table. As for the other officer cadets, their impression of Instructor Xiao Su had also undergone a fundamental change. They all sat at the table beside him with smiles on their faces. Thus, the scene in the cafeteria was very interesting. With Su Li's table as the center, 50 to 60 soldiers sat neatly in a circle. Although everyone had smiles on their faces, those smiles were actually very forced. Tomorrow morning, these officer cadets would once again walk onto the simulated battlefield of the military exercise, and Su Lu would have to lead the 8 MX mechas to complete that seemingly impossible mission. Today, the military transferred 3 mechanics over. Although the 2 reserve divisions are only used to set up the simulated battlefield and exert pressure, they can't be deployed to the lonely mountain area. But after all, we are commanding 3 divisions. If we lost so badly against the Iron 7 Division, I have even less confidence in commanding tomorrow morning. Zhou Yu put down the utensils in his hands and said with a complicated expression, Commander Du's tactical deduction has no loopholes. Although Shimanjin will be commanding tomorrow, in reality, the Iron 7 Division is still his division regardless of whether he is there or not. I can't find any loopholes in their plan. As for the surprise attack by the MX mechas, if it was a true surprise attack, perhaps there would be some chance of success. But this impromptu military exercise has already clearly indicated that you're going to launch a surprise attack, so the other side will definitely be prepared to deal with it. There is no way we can succeed in this kind of ridiculous military exercise. Su Lu lowered his head and ate silently, not saying a word. He could feel the atmosphere in the cafeteria. The officer cadets had never had the experience of commanding a large unit by themselves, especially freshly graduated students like Zhou Yu. No matter how talented he was, the gap between him and instructor Du Xiaoqing could not be closed. At this time, everyone no longer had much confidence in themselves, after General Miles somewhat unreasonably confirmed the impromptu military exercise. Su Lu noticed that Du Xiaoqing was looking at him coldly. With his ability to judge people's hearts, he actually felt a trace of murderous intent. The burning jinqi in his body immediately began to circulate, becoming extremely sensitive. Su Li's mood was somewhat gloomy and slightly angry. Although Du Xiaoqing had not been able to fly into a rage today, which had caused him to lose face, and because of Park Ji-ho and other matters, it was difficult for him to coexist peacefully with the Iron 7 Division. But the other party had actually wanted to kill him. This made him feel incomprehensible and uneasy. Just as he was about to comfort the student who was forcing a smile, he saw Secretary Jiao walk in and use his eyes to signal for him to follow him out. Minister Zhou wants to see you. Secretary Jiao had met Su Lu a few times and was no stranger to him. He also knew that the person in front of him often went in and out of the Shishan Zhou family. Su Lu was slightly startled. He did not understand why Minister Zhou wanted to see him at such a tense time before the military exercise. Was he not afraid of the speculation and discussion within the military? Sit. In the high-rise suite of the training base, Zhou Yingxing took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose and calmly waved his hand at Su Lu, indicating that he should sit on the sofa beside the bed. This big shot who had suddenly risen to power in the Federation, whether it was in charge of logistics in the General Assembly base or cautiously holding his tail between his legs as the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of National Defense, or now that he had become a real big shot with great power in the federal military, his expression was always so calm and peaceful. There was not the slightest change because of his rise in rank and power. Su Lu sat down and looked at Zhou Yingxing in front of him. He suddenly thought of a year ago at the Milky Way Public Cemetery when they first met. They should not have been familiar with each other, but because of the black pot, they became familiar with each other. Looking at the white hair on Zhou Yingxing's mane, Su Lu felt a little emotional. He thought that Minister Zhou probably had to bear a lot of pressure between the government and the back mountain. Teacher Xiaoqing is talented, courageous, and capable, so it is natural for him to be proud and cold. As a soldier of the Federation, you have to admit that he is a model soldier. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is difficult for you to find fault with him. Zhou Yingxing looked at him gently and said, "The president and the new members of the parliament all admire him." After casually mentioning this powerful minister did not say anything else, nor did he blame Su Lu for his performance today. In the past year, Su Lu had often gone to the West Mountain compound to eat, and had also had a few deep and simple conversations with the other in the study. He had gradually gotten used to this style of speaking, but he was extremely sensitive to some hidden meaning in Minister Zhou's words. It was difficult to find fault with Du Xiaoqing. Did this mean that some people in the upper echelons of the military had been trying to find fault with the Iron 7th Division? On the surface, the data shows that only 27 MX mecha have been made, but in reality, the General Assembly Base and the Nutshell Engineering Department have already made 230 MX mecha. Minister Zhou calmly changed the topic and said, "The relevant military mechanics have also been receiving training in Hong Kong. The ones in charge of the training are Shang Qiu, whom you know, and those companions who worked with you all those years ago." Sula nodded. The Federation had sent Shang Qiu and the others to train mechanic engineers, while he was sent here to train pilots. With both sides working together at the same time, the actual large-scale equipment of MX should be able to be brought forward. It was just that he did not really understand why he had to train so harshly in their mecha abilities when the training officers were trained according to the standards of their commanding officers. Why did the military not let him train the original pilots of the various units? Fitting out a new mecha is a comprehensive project. It cannot be rushed. Zhou Yingxing's brows showed signs of fatigue. He said, "But no one knows how much data the Empire has on those two corridors. When will the first shot be fired in the Westwoods? So the military must hurry. The department has seen the teaching materials you wrote in the base and admire them very much, especially your statement that the pilots themselves should also be excellent mechanics. The Federation cannot immediately train tens of thousands of ready-made mechanics. If the people who operate the mecha have a deeper understanding of the mecha, this problem can be solved. After some modifications to your teaching materials, they will be sent to the 4 great military academies." Zhou Yingxing seemed to be in a better mood. He looked at him with a smile and said, "I knew you could design mecha, but I didn't expect your theoretical level of mecha operation to be so good." Sulu was a little embarrassed. He had never formally learned how to operate mecha. He had only memorized a lot of it in UA University. Coupled with the advanced testing system in H1, he had been able to rely on his deep knowledge of mechanics and his understanding of the MX to come up with this set of teaching materials. He had not expected that this set of teaching materials, which he had been forced to write, would actually be used by the military. In the past, the official data stated that there were only 400 M-Series mecha. How many are there really? Su Lu thought back to what Minister Zhou had said earlier, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He had a close relationship with this important person in front of him. He could not help but want to know the big question he had when he was reading the weapons magazines in Donglan. 3,400 units, and it's still increasing at the rate of 20 units a day. Minister Zhou rested both his hands on the sofa and replied with a smile. The MX is a brand new system. The main assembly base and nutshell don't have enough production lines, and the cost is too high. The old M-Series mecha will still play a big role in future battles. Hearing this number, Su Li's heart shook. So the Federation had been hiding its true strength all this time. And looking at the trace of emotion and satisfaction on Minister Zhou's face, he remembered that this general had always been in charge of the Federation's logistics system. The astonishing number of mecha and the powerful ability to deliver supplies should be the condensation of the other's life's work and his greatest pride. Everyone knew that logistics were the key to war, and the Federation had appointed a general with a logistical background as the Federation's Minister of Defense. No matter how much of this involved, the strong recommendation of Macho, Ingxing, and President Pabre's balancing act, it at least proved that the Federation was changing some big concepts. Summoning him here in the middle of the night naturally couldn't be just to talk about some Federation secret numbers or daily life. Sulu thought to himself that tonight's conversation would definitely have something to do with the MX Mecha. These training officers and the Japanese military exercise this time are actually the plans drawn up by the Joint Chiefs of Staff after the MX Mecha standard was officially confirmed half a year ago. Minister Zhou looked at him calmly and asked, "Do you know the true purpose of this military exercise?" Sulu shook his head. War is a war of people, and also a war of equipment. A revolutionary weapon will bring about a revolutionary change in the thinking of war. Unfortunately, the MX appeared too late, and the war is just around the corner. There isn't much time for the federal military generals to gradually discover the importance of the MX and gradually change the inherent tactical guiding ideology. To change the established thinking they learned from the 4 major military academies is a very difficult thing. This bend, no matter who tries, it will be very difficult to turn it around. But we need to consider what kind of situation we will face if the Empire's new mecha has already been successfully developed. Zhou Ingxing said with a serious expression. In the future, the frontline commanders must learn a completely new commanding ideology in terms of attack and defense. Attack, they must maximize the mobility of the MX mecha. Defense, they must learn how to face the highly mobile close-range attacks of the new mecha. All the generals in the military must have a deep understanding that in the future battlefields of the planetary continent, the mecha is the most important thing. Zhou Ingxing's tone was calm, but it carried a trace of an air that brooked no resistance. This was the long-term plan of the top brass of the federal military, the crystallization of their collective wisdom, and also the general trend of the Federal Army's reform. The reason why I didn't let you train the original pilots, but instead train these commanders, is to spread this attitude towards the MX Mecha to all the troops through these officers. In the future, when this batch of officers grows up, they will become staunch supporters of the theory of mecha dominance. This is also the mission President Pabre and the military has given you. Hearing these words, Sulu could not help but feel his mind waver. He had not expected that he would actually be involved in such an important matter. He pursed his lips and then said seriously, "The students have learned very well. In today's military exercise, the Special Mecha Battalion, led by Hua Xiaoxi, has already displayed the capabilities of the MX Mecha. It's still too far from the requirements of the Joint Conference." Zhou Ingxing shook his head coldly and said, "Zhou, you clearly had a 70% chance of getting to the opponent's command center. They clearly knew where the MX's deep penetration ability was, but they were still limited by their inherent tactical discipline and ideology. They only dared to attack the backup mecha base of Iron 7 Division, not daring to directly attack the division headquarters. The division headquarters might have failed because they were facing the Iron 7 Division. But in this military exercise, the Joint Conference had originally hoped to display the capabilities of the MX Mecha to shake the old ideology of the spectating officers. Unfortunately, the MX's capabilities were only partially displayed. The officers present and watching from afar were not truly moved. Minister Zhou rubbed his forehead tiredly and sighed softly. He said, "Without being moved from the depths of one's heart, it is very difficult to adjust the strategic thinking of an army. This is especially true for this group of academic officers, led by Commander Xiaoqing. They still firmly believe that strategy is the most important thing on the battlefield. Of course, the Joint Conference will definitely not oppose this ideology, but they will need to make adjustments. In fact, one of Commander Xiaoqing's personal guard camps is filled with mecha. He understands the importance of equipment better than anyone else, but he has always been proud of his daily training and commanding, so he subconsciously does not want to admit this point." Zhou Ingxing said calmly, "This is also the real reason why Admiral Miles and I came to the base. After your impromptu military exercise ends tomorrow, there will be a senior general meeting immediately. The 4 main armies and the federal fleet will be connected remotely. Sulu stared blankly at the department head sitting on the sofa. Only now did he realize that the impromptu military exercise in the early hours of the morning was not because of the trivial matter between him and the Iron 7 Division. It had such a profound meaning. He suddenly felt a little cold. His voice was slightly hoarse as he said, "A super defense battalion full of mechas. I can't win. The Joint Conference is not asking you to fight the Iron 7 Division, just one camp. The military exercise plan is already out. Both sides will divide up the simulated forces and try to get as close as possible. Other than those military cadets, the 7th group will also be assigned to you." Minister Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said, "In truth, no one expects you to win. They just hope that even if you lose beautifully. You need to use ironclad facts to warn those generals that anyone who underestimates the usefulness of the MX mecha will definitely end up in a sorry state. On the battlefield, that is a tragic sight to behold." He was going to fight a battle that was destined to be unwinnable just to vent his anger and make the other side suffer heavy losses. This would leave a shadow in the hearts of the generals. Sula felt that this matter was a little ridiculous. Furthermore, he knew that he would lose, but he still had to lose to the bastard Iron 7 Division. Thinking of Du Xiaoqing's extremely cold and murderous eyes, Su Lu felt a wave of anger rise in his heart. He said, "Can I not go? You have already signed a contract to sell your body." Zhou Yingxing looked at Su Lu, and his brows furrowed slightly. He knew in his heart that such a request was unreasonable for this person. Regardless of the outcome, if Su Lu were to beat the opponent into a pulp, he would definitely offend Du Xiaoqing, who had the most limitless future in the Federation military, as well as the incomparably iron-blooded 7th Division. Thinking of this, Minister Zhou's gaze softened. Thinking of the relationship between his daughter and the man in front of him, a complicated thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Sulu was single, and so was Yuzi. Anyway, Lu Hua's father was this fellow's name. "If, after this matter is done, come over for a meal," Minister Zhou said casually. Sula nodded gloomily. However, he thought that after this matter was done, the government should send Mr. Shur a special pardon, right? Thinking of this, he smiled and asked, "How's Lu Hua's appetite now?" "Very good at eating," Minister Zhou said calmly. In the warehouse on the other side of the base, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy. In the extremely spacious warehouse, 700 Federation soldiers were nervously but orderly making the final preparations before the battle. Some people cleaned up their guns, removed the real ammunition, and replaced it with digital analog signal generators. The self-propelled armored vehicles' engines began to roar. In the innermost part of the warehouse, dozens of black M52 mechas were like iron giants, coldly watching the people of the warehouse. The busy mechanical engineers beside the mechas were shouting something through the intercom, and all kinds of equipment were moving in and out. If the Iron 7th Division was the trump card of the 3rd Military Region, the trump card that the Federation regrettably didn't go through the test of war, then the local defense unit that had always followed Du Xiaoqing was the trump card. Whether it was the equipment or the quality of the soldiers, they were second to none in the entire military. They were extremely excellent, and they had always been under the command of the best military officers. Although it wasn't a real battle, the soldiers of the local defense unit were abnormally solemn. They treated any drill as a real battle, especially this impromptu drill that was about to begin in the early morning. It was related to the glory of Division Commander Xiaoqing and the entire Iron 7th Division. Many people already knew about the story between the lieutenant colonel named Su Lu and their division commander on the field. Their hearts were filled with anger, and they decided to directly smash the troops led by that reckless lieutenant colonel into pieces. Following a sharp beep of an alarm, the armored vehicles and the M52 mecha that had switched to moving mode began to rumble forward, crushing the hard and special ground as they moved into the night, heading towards the designated area of the military exercise headquarters to set up defenses. "Division Commander, why did you agree to the Ministry of Defense's request? Everyone knows that kid is the future son-in-law of the head of the military. Our Iron 7th Division is not a tool to play games with other people. A lieutenant colonel stood beside Division Commander Du Xiaoqing and said angrily. Du Xiaoqing was silent and didn't answer. He only glanced at Shimanjin beside him to confirm that this subordinate of his that he admired the most didn't have any intention of underestimating the enemy. He nodded his head in satisfaction. There are no games on the battlefield, Du Xiaoqing said coldly. Shiman, fight well. Yes, Division Commander, Shimanjin replied in a low voice, and then followed his troops into the darkness. Watching the local defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division gradually disappear into the darkness, listening to the faint sounds of mechas tearing through the forest and the rumbling of tanks in the distance, Du Xiaoqing's deep eye sockets suddenly became cold, but it immediately turned into a trace of indescribable complex emotions. Many people, including his subordinates, thought that this impromptu military drill was a joke, but what kind of person was Du Xiaoqing? Although he was successfully angered by Su Lu, he only needed to calm down for a few minutes to clearly determine the true intentions of the Joint Conference and the Ministry of Defense. This was not a dispute between him and Su Lu. In fact, Su Lu didn't even have the right to challenge his military talent. Du Xiaoqing quietly looked at the Dark Knight, but from this impromptu military drill and the intentions of the military, he thought of something even more profound. Looking at the entire universe, Du Xiaoqing had always had no respect for anyone on the battlefield. Even the tiger in the West Woods was just a person with courage, but no brains in his eyes. Only one person stood in front of him like a mountain, blocking the blue sea, blue sky, and thousands of stars as eyes. That was the Federation's god of war, Li Pifu. He was not a person who only knew how to be arrogant. His heart was filled with respect and worship for the Federation's god of war. During his military career, he had even regarded Li Pifu as his teacher from afar. But Du Xiaoqing was not an ordinary person. He regarded Li Pifu as his teacher, but he wanted to surpass this teacher who didn't know him and establish his own history on the battlefield. After many years of peace, the Federation urgently needed a hero after the god of war retired to the lakeside of Feiqing. Du Xiaoqing relied on his own talent and his achievements in the Iron 7th Division to become the successor of the god of war. He himself did not contradict this saying. His real thought was, if not me, who else can do it? However, the god of war suddenly left Feiqing, went to the capital special district, and went to the military prison of Qingcheng, all for that kid. That kid even entered the military base and became the instructor of this batch of officers with great potential. Du Xiaoqing's cold eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Successor? The god of war, Li Pifu, had both military wisdom and supreme bravery. He was the epitome of military talent. Du Xiaoqing took away the word strategy, while Su Lu challenged Li Feng at the top of Kaki Peak and killed Macklin at S2. However, he took away the word bravery from Li Pifu. The marshal shocked the universe back then. In the end, he relied on his bravery to travel thousands of miles to kill the emperor of the empire. Du Xiaoqing looked at the Dark Knight with some loneliness and muttered to himself in his heart. Su Lu was still an inconspicuous instructor, but he already felt threatened. How far would he go in the future? A person specially trained by the army god. Therefore, he wanted to prove to the entire federal military that between strategy and bravery, strategy was the most important thing. This was also why he agreed to the Ministry of National Defense and let his subordinates and Su Lu carry out this military exercise. But in fact, in the deepest part of Du Xiaoqing's heart, he had always been disgusted with the Federation and the military. He respected Li Pifu very much. When he was studying at the First Military Academy, he had calmly thought about this because the god of war would always die. As a person who governed the military, Du Xiaoqing insisted that training the level of logistical support, the ability to implement tactics, and the unpredictability of strategic intentions were the most important things to kill the enemy on the battlefield. Individual heroism and idol creation could bring an extremely strong combat strength in normal times, but this kind of influence was too heavily relied on. Once the hero or idol died, what would the army do? However, Du Xiaoqing did not notice that at this time, several soldiers left in the warehouse were secretly looking at him from afar. Looking at the tall and straight figure of their teacher, the eyes of these soldiers were filled with fanatical worship and awe. He himself was already the embodiment of the Iron 7th Division. The plan for the military exercise has been decided. The Iron 7 Division has been given a virtual high-speed missile unit by the central computer. It's a non-cruise system. Although it won't do much damage to the MX mecha, it'll still be a big problem. Our side has only been moved by a virtual reorganization camp. Those digital signals will face the trump card of Iron 7th Division, so we can't place too much hope on them. Besides, the tactical intent this time is too clear. The other side will definitely be on guard against the MX mecha breaking out of camp. If the other side has a thermal activation band monitor, then it'll be very difficult for you guys to approach silently. If you guys block all electronic signals, then I can release a few inductive heat sources and try. But the problem is if you guys block all electronic signals, then you won't be able to receive the satellite map and real-time information from the command center. In this vast mountain range, where will you find the other side's command center? The most important thing is I might not be able to bet on the location of his command center from the electronic monitoring. Zhou Yu, who was in charge of the overall tactical deduction and specific command, was not as gentle and calm as usual. His brows were furrowed, and his expression was worried as he said, "The local defense camp's equipment is too strong. Although Du Xiaoqing is not well known, I heard that he is Du Xiaoqing's most trusted staff officer. He is still a guard with the rank of lieutenant colonel, and is educated by Du Xiaoqing every day. You can imagine how good his commanding skills are. We will lose without a doubt." "I can't think of any other way," said Zhou Yu directly. The stern-looking officer students beside him began to discuss among themselves. "Instructor Su, what do you suggest?" Hua Xiaoxi noticed the silent Su Lu and asked curiously. With these words, the room instantly fell silent. Su Lu was silent for a moment, then smiled somewhat helplessly and said, "I'm not good at this, but Zhou Yu, can you think a way to tear open a hole in Iron 7th Division's outer defensive perimeter and open up a path for me? Even if you can tear it open, it won't mean much. 8 MX mecha are too big of a target and will be easily discovered," said Zhou Yu seriously. Su Lu lowered his head slightly, his palm lightly stroking the black workbench beside him. He said, "Hua Xiaoxi, you guys send all 7 MX mecha out in a moment and leave a path for me to sneak in. No matter how strong the MX mecha are, don't expect them to actually be able to break into the opponent's command center." Zhou Yu retorted bluntly, "The internal electronic codes of the federal military are too easy to identify. As mentioned earlier, unless you turn the MX into a blind and deaf person, then there will be some possibility. But for a blind and deaf person, are you prepared to wander around the mountains for an entire day and then admit defeat? I'm going to lose anyway. Just help me leave a hole." Su Lu scratched his head, then turned his head with a wry smile to say to Xiong Linquan and the other 18 men, "You guys follow me. Once you can squeeze into the hole, then spread out and help me cover up." The entire room was silent. The officer students were all excellent all-rounders, but after thinking about it for a while, they still couldn't understand. Other than stupidity, what other adjectives could describe Instructor Xiao Su's design? The night wind blew gently. At the training base, surrounded by the lush mountains, it was already autumn, stimulated by the chill of the night. Even those swaying branches seemed to be frozen stiff. 8 pure black MX mecha were like 8 proud warriors about to go on an expedition. Sula narrowed his eyes as he looked at the cold mecha that had been repaired and recharged. Carrying the black workbench, he climbed up in a few steps and squeezed into the comfortable design of the operation cabin. Team 7 had already taken the lead and slipped into the mountains under the night sky. These professional militants who were used to doing the dirty work for the government might not be better than the people of the Iron 7 Division in terms of military quality, but this kind of stealth work was exceptionally easy for them. Sulu thought of the heroic figure of Xiong Linquan breaking through the forest with Carlin's guns and cannons, and couldn't help but feel a chill. The pilots of the Federation all had their own hidden treasures. This was a rule that had been cultivated over the years. The more ace the pilot was, the more bizarre and mysterious their belongings would be. Some would use their wife's sexy underwear, some would use their daughter's school bag, and some would even put a miniature statue of Li Ruofu in their mech. No one knew that Su Lu and Madman Li's hidden treasures were both boxes. It was just that Su Li's box was slightly bigger, but what he really needed was the heavy leather jacket that was hidden under the black workbench. After the phone call many days ago, the seventh young master of the Li family, who had been trying to reinvest in Su Lu, had prepared money and some controlled equipment components without hesitation. Through Zhou Yu's means, he had quietly smuggled them into the base. The equipment in the base was incomparably advanced, and Su Lu also had extremely high authority. As early as half a month ago, he had already assembled the simulation system he needed the most. With the simulation system in hand, I have the world. Without this hidden treasure, Su Lu would definitely be like these military cadets when he participated in this impromptu military exercise without any confidence. Of course, his current confidence was still not much. Accompanied by the buzzing sound of micromotors, the front hatch of the MX Mecha slowly closed. The feeling of silence and isolation once again appeared in Su Li's mind. Narrowing his eyes, he opened the central control system and performed one last round of self-checks. Taking out the simulation system, he put it on and began to connect. As a mecha designer, he had an innate advantage in this aspect. The universal interface that Su Lu had designed just so happened to be able to connect to the simulation system. After 3 minutes of silence, Su Lu felt the numbing and itching sensation of electricity on the surface of his skin. He felt the scorching lines of power in his body flowing along his internal meridians, continuously sending signals to the MX Mecha. He could not help but feel a strong surge of confidence and power fill his entire body. The black MX Mecha began to move. Its cold, alloy mechanical legs did not turn into forward mode, but instead trembled strangely. Then, with a strong gust of wind, the black mecha disappeared from its original position with unparalleled speed, breaking through the forest and kicking up a cloud of dust, leaves in the air, and countless birds chirping. The 7 MX mecha who had been left behind seemed to freeze. In the cockpit, Hua Xiaoxi thought about the scene on the screen and could not help but rub his eyes. This level of mecha control. How high of a hand speed was needed to make a mecha display this kind of speed? Everyone was shocked and amazed. Instructor Little Sue was indeed the ace pilot who had defeated the heir of the Lees of Philadelphia. This level of ferocity was truly not normal. 5:30 a.m., this strange military exercise officially began. Iron 7th Division's Ace Defense Camp, in just one encounter, displayed even greater combat power than they had displayed during the day. On the battlefield, the interference of radio waves, filtering, and strong and weak signals intertwined with each other in the air without a sound, but in an incredibly tragic manner. The moment the ground troops came into contact with each other, the numerical strength of the virtual soldiers on the central computer dropped rapidly under the attack of the local defense battalion, who cut them apart like sharp blades. Zhou Yu stared at the data on the screen with a heavy expression. Only now did he know that Instructor Du Shaoqing's words were true. During the day, Iron 7th Division had indeed gone easy on them. Right now, the opponent looked like they were really going for it. His own ragtag troops could only hold on for another half an hour at most. Chapter 338. Area 232. 938. 26 has been lost. Simulated Support Team 1 has been wiped out. Red Team's command post has retreated 3 kilometers to the right of the Yellow Mountain Ridge. In the underground military exercise command hall of the base, the staff officers of the headquarters of the 1st Military Region were walking back and forth, retrieving data for feedback. Then, they would use the work platform to perform complicated calculations, turning the real-time situation of the exercise site into a visual image and displaying it on a large holographic screen. The satellite controlled by the Federation's charter computer was faithfully superimposing these images with a real-world map, creating a world full of blood and smoke. These were all simulated data streams, but when displayed on the holographic screen, they turned into dazzling blocks of color. It was especially shocking. The staff officer who kept reporting the current situation had a dull and monotonous voice. It was like the voice of a synthetic robot. There was no change in his emotions. One reason was because staff officers needed to be calm. 2. In the eyes of everyone in the command hall, the failure of Red Team was already a fact of life. The impromptu military exercise had already been going on for 17 minutes. The Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion, which was under the command of Jin, had played the role of Blue Team. From the start of the exercise, they had given everyone a huge shock. In the plan of the exercise, Blue Team, which was supposed to play the role of being attacked by the mechas, suddenly turned out in full force. Their mobile firepower fiercely attacked the valley between the two mountain ranges, catching Red Team off guard. Red Team, which was under the command of Zhou Yu and the other military cadets, suffered a huge loss at the start. Although they tried their best, and even tried their best to launch counterattacks from every small angle, they were still unable to change the situation of being gradually surrounded. The Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion perfectly executed Jin's command plan. They used a seemingly simple strategy change to achieve excellent results. It had to be said that to be able to complete such a large-scale change in the darkness before dawn, this unit's training level and combat ability had reached a new level. Jin is not bad, who said that we have to stay in the barracks obediently. Although these military cadets have been to the front lines before, they have never been the commanding officer of a unit. Especially Zhou Yu, who is in charge of the specific command this time. I heard that he just graduated from No. 1 Academy. In the quiet and solemn command hall, General Myers sat on the sofa with no expression on his face. He drank a cup of hot tea and said to Minister Zhou beside him, but the Red Team reacted quickly. These officers were able to hold on for more than 10 minutes in this situation. Young people are really brave. I can see that their commanding skills are quite good. Minister of Zhou Yingxing nodded and looked at the holographic screen with a serious expression. The cup of tea beside him was still steaming, and he didn't even take a sip. The unit that was supposed to be on the defensive had chosen to attack in a cold and ruthless manner. This didn't violate the rules of the drill. However, the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was able to consecutively attack 3 key areas of the military cadet side in an extremely short period of time. This wasn't entirely due to the lack of preparation on the part of the military cadets. It was because this unit had truly achieved the combat style of a mountain collapsing when they moved. Commander Jin's orders were clear, concise, and powerful. His troops were also very used to this kind of fighting style. Their ability to make use of the terrain and surpass the terrain was indescribably powerful. They had truly pushed the mobility of a fully automated mechanic to the extreme. In front of such an iron-blooded army, the data simulated by the Federation's central computer was obviously nothing. The Joint Chiefs of Staff was most concerned about the performance of the MX Mecha. However, in the face of the sharp attacks of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion, their hands and feet were completely tied. Minister Zhou looked at the light screen indifferently, and a faint sense of shock arose in his heart. Who would have thought that the commander named Jin would actually place the thermal activation band monitoring equipment at the forefront of the battlefield, and not at the most crucial command center? Moreover, this person had actually turned the armored vehicles, which were originally loaded with electromagnetic beam bombs, into countless explosive packs that would explode with a single trigger. They then charged toward the military officer's front line. Currently, the most effective weapon against mecha was the electromagnetic beam bomb. Perhaps the MX Mecha's mobility was enough to mitigate most of the damage, but even an ace pilot would feel fear when he saw that the area he had to pass through was filled with these things. At the 212, 453 front line, if the Iron 7th Division's determination to advance had been delayed by even a second, the MX Mecha on the military cadet side would have been able to pass through this checkpoint. However, at this time, this checkpoint was blocked by the Iron 7th Division without any fear of death. The battle situation on the holographic screen was very tragic. Although the Red Team, under the command of Officer Shang, was already showing signs of defeat, those troops were still valiantly defending every line under their command. It was indeed a siege because although their command center had tactically retreated 3 kilometers, according to the way both sides were fighting without regard for their lives, in the end, it would only lead to them being trapped and then completely annihilated. Zhou Yu and the military cadets command was not too big of a problem, but after all, they were commanding a virtual army. On the other hand, the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division was made up of real people. Only soldiers had the soul of a soldier and could unleash power greater than what was calculated by the computer. In the face of such a force, even the most desperate resistance seemed to be futile. Minister Zhou rubbed his forehead tiredly. He had not slept for a night, so he was a little tired. However, this tiredness came from the drill site. If the command center and electronic command network were destroyed, even if the 8 MX Mecha could escape the threat of the Iron 7th Division's electromagnetic beam bombs, how would they be able to find the enemy's command center? How would they be of any use? It seemed that the far-reaching intentions of the federal military still could not be realized. He took a sip of the thick tea and frowned. He thought to himself that choosing the Iron 7th Division as the side for the drill was probably the wrong choice. However, if the MX had not shocked the hearts of the Federation's ace troops during the drill, how would those stubborn generals be willing to change their command strategy? In comparison, Shimin Jin's tactical command strategy was more suitable for the MX Mecha. If the 8 MX Mecha had been on the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division, the battle would have probably ended long ago. With this thought, Minister Zhou put down his teacup and subconsciously glanced to his right. On the sofa on the far right of the first row of the drill command hall, the commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Xiaoqing, still had a cold expression on his face. Just like during the day, he did not seem to care about the development of the drill. His head was lowered and he was resting, but his sunglasses were missing. Commander Du Xiaoqing kept everyone at arm's length and was confident that he did not care about the progress of the drill. However, there were many senior military officers in the command hall who were concerned about this tragic and somewhat helpless drill. They were impressed by the commanding ability of the cadets, but what shocked them even more was the battle prowess of the Iron 7th Division and the extremely calm command of the commander. Nonsense! General Miles roared with a gloomy expression. This chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was the same as Minister Zhou. What he was most concerned about was the performance of the MX Mecha in the drill. Right then, he saw the screen displaying that the red team had scattered all 8 MX Mecha, as if trying to break them up into smaller groups, and forcefully crossed the 212. 453 line. He could no longer control his emotions and slammed his hand down on the coffee table, causing the tea in his cup to spill out. The orderlies hurried over to clean up. General Miles took off the button on his collar and pointed at the screen. He loudly reprimanded, "The electromagnetic beam is a damn thing. But how can we have time to dodge it? By the time the mechas get away, our base camp will be completely wiped out." The federal military had already come to a certain conclusion after numerous experiments on the MX Mecha. This revolutionary new mecha, once fully displayed its mobility, was incomparably powerful. However, under Shimin Jin's precise command, the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division had already lured the 8 MX Mecha into the most unfavorable terrain. Still trying to fish in troubled waters at this time? They will only be destroyed by the division. General Miles reprimanded darkly. Once they are captured by electronic surveillance, they will be trapped in the terrain and have to face continuous attacks. How can they survive? If they were to support each other, these 8 MX Mecha would at least contain all of the M-Series Mecha and half of the self-propelled artillery systems of the Iron 7th Division. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "I saw that Zhou Yu's command was not bad at all. How could he have made such a stupid mistake?" Minister Zhou smiled slightly and said, "I'm afraid it was Su Li's idea." Admiral Miles was stunned. A faint, bitter smile flashed across his slightly red wrinkles due to excitement. The development of the drill was just as the general had predicted. In order to cover the 8 MX Mecha's dispersal, the military officers' command center launched the last virtual airdrop. However, they had no choice but to choose the airdrop location to be in a valley. In the end, They were completely surrounded. On the other hand, Shimin-Jin, who was commanding the Iron 7 Division's guards, coldly maintained their military positions in all directions. They carefully deployed their forces, neither too fast nor too slow. However, they stared fiercely at the 7 MX mechas. A few sure-kill encirclements gradually formed near the light spots that represented the MX mechas. They were filled with killing intent. Once the encirclement formed by the self-propelled artillery and the mecha was completed, no matter how strong the MX mecha were, they would not be able to last for long in this kind of rugged, hilly terrain in the middle of the night without any firepower support. The people in the Military Exercise Command Center looked at the screen with a sorrowful and emotional gaze. The MX mecha relied on their mobility to force their way out of the encirclement. However, not long after, they were forcefully surrounded by the indifferent soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. They were surrounded again and divided into a few lonely circles. The clear tactic of the Iron 7th Division was gradually showing its power. However, strangely, Shimin-Jin did not use the unmanned cruise missile position that the central mainframe had deployed. Was it because he did not want to use it, or was there another reason? The people in the Military Exercise Command Center were guessing Shimin-Jin's intentions. They were calculating the time when the red team would fail. At this time, Du Xiaoqing finally stopped resting. He slowly raised his head and looked at the progress on the screen. His indifferent face was still expressionless. The hand holding the lambskin glove gradually relaxed. Number 1 MX main cannon has failed. Damage integration is at 17%. Number 3 MX component has been destroyed. Number 7 MX has entered electronic shielding mode. Other than the normal data of the damaged system, all communications are cut off, unable to locate. The red team has released an electronic interference method. The band level is Gamma Level 3. According to calculations, within 2 hours, all the red team's electronic interference equipment will not be able to be activated again due to overload. The calm voice of the staff officer finally caused a small fluctuation in the Military Exercise Command Center. Everyone noticed that an MX mecha on the screen had suddenly disappeared. The red team has used all their electronic interference. What are they betting on? General Miles frowned slightly and whispered to himself. The MX is in a self-shielding state. It is not easy for the Iron 7th Division to discover it. However, the pilot can no longer receive any signals. Doesn't that mean he's become blind and mute? He shook his head and said, "Is this MX trying to learn from a blind cat that has found a dead mouse? Is he trying to break into the blue team's command center by wandering around in the mountains?" After saying this, General Miles and the other generals around him couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the atmosphere in the field eased a little. "Bring up the real-time satellite image." General Miles frowned and said, "I want to see what this pilot is planning to do. Is he planning to find a big cave and hide there until the end of the exercise?" Half a minute later, a staff officer reported with an unpleasant expression, "Commander, there is a delay in the satellite image. The mecha's movement after blocking the signal was too fast. We are unable to locate it for the time being." Hearing this, the generals sitting in the first row of the Military Exercise Command Center were suddenly interested. They all thought of a person's name. Probably only that person could operate a mecha that could reach such a speed. Du Xiaoqing, who was sitting on the sofa on the far right, was expressionless. A hint of interest flashed through his eyes. He thought to himself, what else can Su Lu do in this situation? Su Lu was not doing anything. Right now, he was panting heavily in the dimly lit cockpit. He was anxiously observing his surroundings through the infrared search equipment and visual ray capture system. He did not even have time to wipe away the sweat that was dripping down his forehead. From the start, they had never thought that they would be able to defeat Iron 7 Division's trump card in a direct confrontation. Everything was only because of Zhou Yu and the other officers' trust in him. The red team had sacrificed a lot. Even 7 MX Mecha had fallen into the merciless encirclement of Iron 7 Division. Only then had they found an opportunity for Su Lu to hide. The mountains were in the darkest moment before dawn. In the distance, there were faint flashes of white light. Although the sound of explosions could not be heard, The feeling of being filled with blood and fire constantly drifted in the valley. He knew that Zhou Yu and the other officers in the command center were not having a good time. All of their manpower had been invested in the battle on the west side of the Yellow Mountain Ridge. In fact, because most of the command center was virtual combat power, most of the officers were even willing to use themselves as staff officers. It was also because of the stubborn resistance of these officers, the cover of the 7 MX Mecha, and even the 18 men of Iron 7 Division, that Su Lu was able to find an opening on the battlefield and sneak in. The Red Team's last and most intense electronic interference attack was to cover for his breakthrough. Su Lu brought up the electronic map on the screen and looked at it carefully. Unfortunately, even at the last moment before they blocked themselves and cut off all electronic communication, the officers still could not find the location of Iron 7 Division's command center. Shimanjin was very similar to Du Xiaoqing. He did not reveal any loopholes at all. Thinking of these two names, Su Lu felt a chill in his heart. A shadow flashed across his eyes. He knew that Iron 7 Division was an invincible division in the Federation's military exercises. However, only when he was on the battlefield and saw with his own eyes this meticulous, calm, and machine-like, ferocious, beast-like force could he truly understand how terrifying they were. This battle was too tragic. The Iron 7 Division was indeed ferocious. Even though there was only one battalion participating today, they still fought with the resentment and murderous spirit they had accumulated over the years. Their sharpness was unstoppable and indescribably cold. The tiger in the West Woods had suppressed Du Xiaoqing for 10 years, but Du Xiaoqing had successfully transformed this emotion into the temperament or soul of an army. Once it was displayed on the battlefield, it was truly terrifying. Moreover, the commander named Shimanjin was indeed very outstanding. The 18 men of Iron 7 Division who had protected him when they entered the mountain area were indeed able to erupt with power that even Su Lu praised. However, even though they had killed more than 40 enemies, they were all killed in the end. In front of the ruthless Iron 7 Division, the strength of this small group was mercilessly crushed into powder. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. At this moment, Su Lu had to admit that Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division had the right to be proud. His bodyguard, Du Xiaoqing, was already so fierce. What if Du Xiaoqing was personally in command? After a few deep breaths, he calmed down. After confirming that the electronic shielding system was working properly, he quickly keyed in commands with the fingers of his right hand. His left hand gently pushed the control stick, and the black MX Mecha glided to the right in the dense forest. The heavy body of the mecha did not make any noise that would have woken squirrel. It looked more like a ghost. Under the self-shielding system, the MX Mecha did not emit any signals other than the visible and infrared devices. It was also unable to receive any signals. The small semi-aperture radar and SSC search system were also forced to shut down. Right now, the mecha he was operating was like a moving rock. It could not see into the distance, nor could it hear any good news carried by the wind. The cadets did not buy much time for him. Once the command center and the 7 MX mechas were destroyed, the Iron 7 Division's defense battalion would retreat. He would not have any more chances. In this tense moment where every second counted, Su Lu did not move. Instead, he closed his eyes. A rock would not always be upright. There were times when it was crazy, and there were times when it was shameless. Su Lu thought of the chilling aura emanating from Du Xiaoqing's body. He thought of what he had seen with his own eyes. He thought of his comrades being utterly defeated by the Iron 7 Division. His hair stood on end. Not only did he have to complete the difficult mission given to him by the military, but also because of the murderous intent that Du Xiaoqing had revealed. In the future, if he had to constantly worry about a famous general behind him trying to eliminate him on the battlefield in the West Woods, it would not be a good life. Therefore, Su Lu decided to win this exercise at all costs. He had to suppress the arrogance of the Iron 7 Division. So, he decided to cheat. He closed his eyes and stared into the deep darkness. He listened to the smooth and low sounds coming from the cockpit. He said in his heart, "Old thing, I need you to show me the way." There was no response. His mind was blank. There was no white light. There was nothing. This blank state did not last long, but to Sulu, it felt as long as a century. The glory of the Charter was his biggest support in the Federation. It was his biggest secret. Even Uncle Lou would not have guessed such a bizarre thing. However, this was also his biggest fear. He did not understand why the old thing would help him. He also did not know when the old thing would abandon him or even arrest him. 7 seconds. Cold sweat dampened the simulation system on his skin. Sulu finally heard a voice that was usually abnormally old-fashioned. Today, however, it was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. What is it this time? Chapter 339. Hearing this sentence, all the pores on Su Li's skin opened at the same time. The cold sweat on his skin seemed to turn into mist and dissipated in an instant, leaving behind only a sense of comfort. The reason why he had such a strong feeling was because the previous 7 seconds of silence made him very frightened. The far-flung glory of the Charter relied on countless aircraft, satellites, ground electronic monitoring networks, and even all the chips used by the government to build a giant network that would never have any gaps. In the past, when Su Lu wanted to actively contact the great existence through this network, there was never any delay. The other party was like a god that would answer all his requests, always by his side. He needed to delay for a period of time before he could contact the other party. This was something he had never experienced before. It was just that in the tragic, intense military exercise site, Su Lu didn't have enough energy to capture this strange phenomenon and arouse enough vigilance. He just subconsciously felt that the first sentence that the old thing said today was a little different. Help me find a person. Iron 7th Division Lieutenant Colonel Shimanjin. Looking at the grid in his left eye, Su Lu quickly said. The Federal Central Computer wouldn't always appear in his retina with the face of an old butler. Sometimes it was just some relatively simple and boring lines. He didn't know what kind of algorithm the Federal Central Computer represented. In the Fox Fortress Black Dungeon, Su Lu had a lot of conversations with the computer of the Bureau of Proclamation. He was already familiar with and used to this mode of communication in his mind. So even though he knew that the other party was operating a cold and mechanical program, he always felt like he was talking to an old butler. This goes against the Charter. Without hearing the complete sentence, Su Lu said in his mind, "It's not like you haven't done it before. Although until today, I still don't understand what kind of virus is in your computer to make it go crazy. You know what I'm doing right now?" Su Lu quickly said to the grid of light dots in his mind, "Just treat it as a game. After all, it's not like the last time in the building where I need you to help me kill someone." The old man was silent for a long time. Suddenly, there was a change in his voice as he said, "Since it's a game, why don't I just change the data and kill all of the enemy's simulated troops? Then, I'll send you 2 armies?" In the cockpit, Su Lu was startled. He lifted the light screen goggles on his eyes. Only then did he remember that a large portion of the simulated firepower in today's military exercise was simulated and distributed by the Charter computer. Hearing the old man's suggestion, he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. He said, "Even if you want to cheat, you should have some professional ethics. You have to leave a way out for others." Because of this shock, he once again missed the opportunity to notice the old thing's abnormality today. It was obvious that the computer program in the depths of the Bureau of Proclamation was very mischievous today. Su Li's left, I could see ghosts and people that he couldn't see before. It was like an omniscient and omnipotent radar. However, beyond his own body and even the mecha outside of his body, through the chip behind his neck, he was connected to the Charter of the universe. This was his biggest secret. In the darkness before dawn, when the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was about to win the military exercise, he decided to use this ability that made him feel a little scared and wanted to avoid it. The other end of the black dream fell silent again. The fine light dots condensed into a grid and simulated a 3-dimensional map. It was transmitted into his brain and appeared on his retina. If he wanted to, and the old man agreed, he could even peek at the First Lady taking a bath. At this time, it wasn't very difficult to find the calm Lieutenant Colonel Shimanjin in the middle of the mountains. If he found Shimanjin, he would find the headquarters of the Iron 7th Division. Turning off all of the mecha's detection equipment, Sulu stared at the holographic screen in front of him with his naked eyes. He controlled the black MX mecha and moved silently through the forest. Following the map points in his eyes, he gradually approached his target. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, like a wolf shooting out the light of its prey in the dark forest. After the MX mecha's automatic electronic shielding, it became a rock in the dark night. Regardless of whether it was the heat it emitted or the electromagnetic wave that leaked out from the dual engines, it was all carefully designed and controlled within an extremely small range. The problem was that the MX in this state had a huge disadvantage. It had lost all of its detection equipment. It could only hide, but not launch a surprise attack. However, Sulu, who was controlling the MX, was able to make up for this disadvantage. At 6:13 a.m., a faint ray of light appeared on the horizon, but the surroundings were still pitch black. There were no sounds of birds or insects in the forest, only bursts of light coming from the direction of the yellow mountains in the distance. It looked like the troops commanded by Zhou Yu and those military cadets were still making their last stand. After capturing the location of the Iron 7th Division's headquarters, Sulu used more than 10 minutes to control the Black MX. Like a ghost, under the cover of the night, he used his superb control skills to silently climb over 2 steep mountain peaks and approach the enemy's camp. Along the way, although the heavy mecha couldn't avoid crushing a few rocks and making some noise, startling the 2 sleeping eagles, the mecha still managed to successfully hide from the Iron 7th Division's strict electronic surveillance equipment under its automatic electronic shielding state. The Black MX mecha arrived at the peak of Blue Lake. In front of it was a steep slope, and below it was the command camp of the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion. Looking from afar in the darkness, there were only a few dim lights in the camp, so it was impossible to see how much firepower was hidden. In the mecha, Sulu frowned as he carefully analyzed the terrain and the enemy's defenses. He knew that stealth would stop here. If the 2 sides got any closer, they would no longer be within the range of the electronic shielding battle. The Black MX mecha's body would be visible to the naked eye. That old thing's earlier words could only be taken as a joke. If the central computer really did suddenly kill all of Blue Team's virtual troops and then transferred 2 divisions worth of troops to Red Team, how could the military exercise continue? Finding the enemy's headquarters was already cheating, but to actually break through the enemy's headquarters and obtain victory in this military exercise, Sulu had to do it himself. Still haven't found it? In the military exercise command hall, General Miles had a dark expression on his face as he unceremoniously reprimanded the staff officers around him. That MX mecha had already disappeared for a long time. The intense battle at the front line of the Lonely Ridge at Yellow Mountain Ridge had already reached its end, but in the end, the command hall still had not been able to pull up the image of that MX mecha. This sort of information-gathering ability naturally did not satisfy him. Found it! A military staff officer suddenly stood up from behind the workbench and said excitedly, "We found it just now, but there was a delay in the data. The satellite image was only pulled up now." "Then hurry up and show it," General Miles said in a low voice. There were 30 or so large screens in the command hall, and 7 of them showed a circular moving image. In the extremely dark background of the image, only the faint silhouette of a black mecha could be seen. It was running non-stop in the mountains behind the base, leaping and running at an extremely fast speed. "Is that Sulu?" General Miles frowned as he turned to ask Minister Zhou. Zhou Yingxing's brow was also furrowed, and he said, "Should be. Where's he going? He hasn't slowed down at all." General Miles couldn't quite guess the intentions of that black mecha. Could it be that he knows where 7th Division's headquarters is? Zhou Yingxing shook his head. It's clearly in a completely shielded state. Both sides' public satellite signals can't be received, so how can he find it? Just as the 2 military bigwigs were whispering to each other, the military exercise command hall gradually quieted down. All of the high-ranking generals and staff officers in charge of the exercise planning had their eyes firmly glued to the silhouette of the MX mecha on the screen. The image taken by the military's precision satellite was very clear, and due to the angle of the lighting, The black mecha that had been running along the mountain ridge was faintly shrouded in a layer of faint light. Facing the rugged, weathered rock face of the mountain, this black mecha was actually running so fast. Whether it was leaping or zigzagging, it had no intention of slowing down. Moreover, looking at the analysis of the dust when the mecha's feet landed on the ground, it was likely that even the sound of the landing would not be too loud. Could this be the true form of the MX mecha? But no matter how advanced the MX mecha was, to be able to run along the mountains at such a high speed and with such stability and serenity, it could only rely on the pilot's superb control skills. In the hands of this pilot, the black mecha's movements were clear and concise, light and agile, exuding an indescribable sense of wonder and beauty. It far surpassed the impression that the average military ace pilot left on others. Who was this pilot? The military exercise command hall was silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, to the black mecha on the screen, walking silently on the other side of the mountain ridge. Du Xiaoqing had been sitting quietly on the sofa on the far right. Even when the entire hall was in awe of the black MX mecha silence, he was still unusually calm and cool, not a ripple in his heart. When General Miles and Minister Zhou had thought of the identity of that pilot, he had already determined that the person in the black mecha could only be Su Lu. For someone who could be chosen by the Federation's military god, if he could not display an extraordinary level of strength, then he would actually be a little disappointed. His right hand held the black lambskin glove lightly as he looked coldly at the black mecha on the screen. It was advancing like a leopard cat, as if it had completely escaped the shackles of gravity. A hint of interest flashed through his deep eyes. Running like this, could it be that he would be able to find his troops in the mountains? Although the specific commander of this impromptu military exercise was Shimanjin, Du Xiaoqing still only thought that this was his troops, and they could not be defeated. On the widescreen, only a black MX mecha could be seen moving forward at full speed, running, jumping, and moving freely and silently among the mountains. The image was a little dull, but what was strange was that even if the two military bigwigs were not watching the black mecha's figure seriously, no one would have thought of switching the screen. For everyone in the hall, this black mecha that had disappeared alone should be the winner of this military exercise. All the soldiers in the command hall who were watching the battle were inexplicably nervous and confused. The black mecha seemed to be running like a headless fly. Did it hide a hidden meaning that no one could guess? This mystery was revealed when the black mecha stopped for the first time, and also when it stopped for the last time. The black mecha felt its way to the top of a mountain and then quietly squatted down, as if preparing for something. There was a camp below the valley. What is this place? Minister Zhou asked curiously. Although the military exercise command hall was very clear about the military deployment and losses of both sides, right now, everyone's eyes had followed the black mecha for so long that they were a little confused. Blue Pool Mountain, peak number 2. It was still that military staff officer who was in charge of information gathering. He stood up from behind the workbench and said in a trembling voice, full of disbelief, Zhou Yingxing frowned and turned to look at him. That military staff officer licked his dry lips and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "In the valley is the blue team's command center." The black mecha had run all the way through the mountains without slowing down, and in the end, it had actually bumped into the blue team's command center. At this time, of course, no one believed that this pilot had been a blind cat that had hit the mouse, a headless fly that had headed straight for the washroom, completely relying on luck. Everyone was shocked. A mecha that could not receive any signals on its own. How could it have found the blue team's command center? General Miles grunted in surprise and sat back down on the sofa. His white eyebrows raised slightly, and he seemed very satisfied. Minister Zhou's face was still calm, but he picked up the cup of tea on the coffee table and slowly took a few sips. The command hall could no longer keep quiet. Everyone began to talk in private, and the buzzing sound was accompanied by feelings of shock, filling the entire underground space. Du Xiaoqing looked at the screen in shock. Even he did not know where Shimanjin would put the command center, so he had been calm before, but who would have thought that that guy would actually find it? His expression was cold, and two dark clouds appeared in his eyes. A major of the Iron 7th Division walked to his side and whispered a few words in his ear, then respectfully handed over the sunglasses. Du Xiaoqing took the sunglasses but did not put them on. Instead, he coldly placed them on the coffee table beside him. The major hesitated. He wanted to say a few words of advice, but looking at the commander's already cold face, in the end, he did not dare to say anything. Finding the command center does not mean you have the ability to break through the camp. Even I admire Shimin Jin's ability to set up camp. You only have one MX. I want to see how you can break through the camp and win. Du Xiaoqing looked at the black mecha resting on the peak of the mountain on the screen, and a fierce light flashed through his deep eyes. Right at this time, a soft cry came from the command hall. It was not that the black mecha had done something amazing again, but that the first ray of sunlight from planet S1 had finally broken through the horizon and spilled onto the ground. The black MX mecha that was quietly squatting on the peak of the Blue Lake Mountain just happened to welcome the freshest sunlight. In the dim light of dawn, the black mecha bathed to its heart's content, full of solemn beauty. This scene was truly beautiful. After Du Xiaoqing graduated with the highest score from the 1st Military Academy, he was assigned to the 3rd Military Region. Ignoring the military headquarters' request to cherish talent, he forcefully requested to enter the already fallen Iron 7th Division. In the Iron 7th Division, his first position was as the battalion commander of the Independent Battalion. The resurgence of the Iron 7th Division was also due to the victory of the Independent Battalion in a certain military exercise. Du Xiaoqing had been promoted from battalion commander to division commander. The 1st Independent Battalion he led was also reorganized into the local defense battalion that protected the division headquarters. What the Black Mecha Sulu was facing was precisely this kind of super mechanized battalion that had a glorious tradition and powerful combat strength. In the impromptu military exercise this morning, despite the efforts of Zhou Yu and the other officers, the 7th team had still been torn apart by the local defense camp. Sulu, on the other hand, only had one MX mecha. Yet he had to face the seemingly calm, but definitely heavily guarded headquarters of the local defense camp. The morning light shone on the mountain peak, shining on the black mecha that was half crouched like a statue. Iron 7th Division headquarters definitely didn't expect a mecha to be able to reach their headquarters in a completely shielded state, but their commander was Shimin Jin. Just as Division Commander Du Xiaoqing had praised, Shimin Jin was a very strict person. Even in this kind of highly modern simulation exercise, he still arranged for human sentries around the camp. The first person to discover the black MX mecha was a soldier on the western sentry post. Without any warning, a sharp alarm rang through the quiet valley. The small radius precision radar began to scan wildly, trying to determine the location of the enemy. Early in the morning was the best time to launch a sneak attack, but it definitely wasn't suitable for Iron 7th Division. The exercise had only started in the early morning, so all the officers and soldiers of this division still maintained a very clear mind and spirit. From a moment they had discovered the black MX mecha, it had only taken 3 seconds for the self-propelled cannons around the camp to aim at the peak of Blue Pond Peak under the guidance of the electronic system. With a violent roar, the cannons fired without hesitation. In an instant, the roar was so loud that the entire valley seemed to shake. Who knew how many self-firing cannons Shimin Jin had set up around the camp headquarters? These self-firing cannons were simple to equip and easy to set up. They didn't have much destructive power in the mountains, but once they were used to fire at fast targets on the slopes, they were extremely powerful. Could it be that Iron 7th Division had thought from the start that the mecha could break through the camp? Or could it be that this was an ambush? Sulu didn't think too much about it. From the moment he had appeared on the peak, he had entered battle mode. It was only natural that he would be discovered by the enemy, so he didn't panic. As for what kind of defensive measures Iron 7th Division had set up around the camp headquarters, it was none of his business. He was a simple and direct person. With an axe, he would smash a future, and with a knife, he would cleave a ray of light. Right now, with the MX mecha in hand, The strength in his body was surging. Other than rushing down, he had not prepared a second battle plan for himself at all. It was precisely because of this kind of absolute heroism that the Black Mecha rushed down the steep slope from the peak. Even if it wasn't a sneak attack, it was still a sneak attack. 3 seconds later, the self-firing cannons were all aimed at the top of the Black Mecha. From this, one could see how fast the mecha was. Sitting in the cockpit, Sulu stared at the holographic screen in front of him. His left, I was looking at the eye-catching row of citizen numbers in the Valley camp. He felt the intense vibrations coming from the mecha, but his heart was unprecedentedly calm. Every time he entered the mecha, he would enter a very strange mental state. It was as if the mecha was the real world, while the outside world was completely isolated. There were only countless data models, moving quickly there. His left hand pushed the control stick fiercely, his right hand quickly entering commands. The simulation system was at full power, the precision instruments magnifying and correcting every tiny movement of his body, then faithfully reproduced by the Black MX Mecha. Silently and sternly, the mecha charged down the mountain peak. The Black Mecha rushed down the steep slope from the peak. There was no longer any sense of lightness, only an unstoppable momentum. With every step the heavy alloy mecha took, a few pieces of rock burst out. It was as if the entire mountain peak was trembling. The huge recoil force was absorbed by the mecha's highly efficient connecting devices and spherical joints, turning into a forward momentum. Thus, with every step the Black Mecha took, its speed increased by a few notches. Under the mecha's feet, the mountain rocks cracked, like a yellow dragon in the morning light. At the end of the yellow dragon, the Black MX Mecha's body was unusually cold. Its speed increased to the point where the mecha's movement frequency could not be seen clearly. "What is he trying to do?" asked General Miles, frowning in the command hall. "Speed up?" said Zhou uncertainly, his brow also tightly furrowed. "He's going to fall to his death if he speeds up any more," said General Miles silently. With the current slope of Blue Pool Mountain, if the Black Mecha continued to speed up like this, there was no need for Iron 7th Division's concentrated artillery fire at all. He would fall to his death. However, he believed that the young man his old teacher had chosen would give him another surprise like before, so he did not say this out loud. Shimanjin did not think that the Black Mecha charging down from the monitor would fall to his death, because even after being attacked, he still maintained the absolute calm of a commander. The other party had gone through untold hardships to find their way to his camp, definitely not to commit suicide, so he decided to send the other party on his way. Today's military exercise, the battle in the Lonely Mountains and Yellow Mountain Ridge, had been decided. Although the resistance of the officers and cadets was unexpectedly fierce, making it difficult for him to deal with, in the end, they had won. As long as they destroyed this Black Mecha, which could be either amazing or stupid, the Iron 7th Division would welcome another victory. Fire from all directions. Shimanjin calmly gave the order. He picked up his cup of coffee and took a sip, allowing the staff officer beside him to operate the electronic workstation. He had carefully studied all of the technical parameters of the MX Mecha, so he was very clear about the terrifying movement speed and close-range combat ability of this new mecha. Thus, he was very certain that under his long-prepared all-around attack this time, that Black Mecha would definitely be hit continuously. The first round of concentrated fire from the howitzers did not even graze the side of the Black Mecha. It was as comical as setting off a round of fireworks to cheer on the Black Mecha's heroic attack. But inside the mecha, Sulu was abnormally calm. The Iron 7th Division, who had won 37 consecutive military exercises, would not be flustered by a sneak attack, even though the person personally in command this time was not that cold and ruthless division commander due as expected. The reactivated MX's onboard radar and SCC search system suddenly emitted a shrill warning. Trembling violently, Sulu stared at the screen and narrowed his eyes. Looking at the complex lines on the screen that represented lethality, Sulu really could not understand. Could it be that Shimanjin had guessed that he would charge down from this hillside? Otherwise, how could the opponent's battalion headquarters have perfectly repositioned all the howitzers in such a short amount of time? Or could it be that the Iron 7th Division's usual training was already at such a terrifying level? Hundreds of howitzers were already roaring towards him, so it did not have much time to think. On this kind of slope, the Iron 7th Division's firepower area was precisely controlled to an oval area in front of and behind him. It was truly terrifying. The MX Mecha could withstand the howitzers head-on, but it could not withstand too many of them. Moreover, if the battle damage system determined that the damage was too severe, it could be immediately disqualified. Right then, the only thing Su Li's black mecha needed to do was to dodge these densely packed horizontal grenades. However, this also seemed to be something that was completely impossible to do. No matter how great the mobility of the MX Mecha was, under such a complex barrage of firepower, even the strongest Federation pilot would find it difficult to make precise dodging. The military exercise command hall was silent. Many of the officers looked at the screen with mixed feelings. On the screen, the 200-meter radius of the slope at the foot of Blue Cake Mountain had already been plowed by the howitzers. Although they did not carry actual ammunition, those high-speed ejections had still blasted countless bits of the hard mountain rock into pieces, sending dust and smoke into the air. The high-ranking officers who were watching this military exercise were still in awe of the Black Mecha's elusive methods and heroic charge. Now, seeing Iron 7th Division's steel-like calmness and computer-like precision of calculation, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. In the shortest amount of time, they had made the most appropriate response. When the enemy seemed to be at their strongest, they had used the simplest of volleys to strangle this heroic attack in its cradle. "Report the damage of that mecha," General Miles said urgently. The officers in the hall were somewhat surprised. Under such concentrated firepower, did the commanders still think that the mecha would be able to retain a certain amount of combat power? It should be known that this volley of howitzers by the local defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division looked simple, but in reality, the timing and area of effect had been perfect. After hearing General Miles's words, the staff officer was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly pulled up the data. When everyone in the hall saw the damage figures of the mecha, they could not help but think that the staff officer had been too flustered and gotten the numbers wrong. Not even 2% of the battle losses were achieved. General Miles's expression gradually became strange as he stared at the image magnified by the staff officer on the screen. On the screen, the Black Mecha was in the midst of the smoke and dust. Amidst the hail of bullets, its entire body trembled. Countless high-speed howitzers brushed past it, making it difficult for the enemy to reach it. In an extremely dangerous situation, the Black Mecha could be hit at any time, but it relied on its incredible maneuvering to twist the body of the mecha, jumping around like a ray of black light. It was like an old willow tree that was gradually darkening in color, no matter how the wind and rain hit it, but it was always strong enough to survive. General Miles stood up abruptly. With an extremely complicated expression, he looked at the trembling figure of the Black Mecha on the screen with passion and sadness. He couldn't help but think of the past, of that old man who had brought him through life and death. Chapter 340. Not the past, not the old teacher. General Miles stood up abruptly and looked at the Black Mech on the screen with great emotion. After a while, he came back to his senses. Many years had passed since those days of war on the Empire's planet fields. The Black Mech trembled under the bombardment of grenades on the steep slopes of the Blue Pool Peak. It used its demonic high-speed body movements to avoid damage and continued to accelerate forward with a chill. Compared to the old teacher with the surname Lee, it was obvious that there was still a huge gap. He operated an MX, while the old teacher operated an M37. However, he still had not reached the level of the old teacher where he could break through obstacles alone and make the rivers give way to him. However, the two mechs that were separated by decades, whether it was the control method or the traces of movement, there were some similarities. General Miles looked at this scene and thought that he understood the real reason why the old teacher protected Su Lu so much. He couldn't help but be speechless. In reality, It only took a very short time to dodge through 17 complicated and difficult areas at high speed. The people watching the military exercise only felt that their eyes were blurred for a few seconds. The black mech instantly escaped the range of the grenades and broke through the smoke and dust in the valley. Like a god of death from the netherworld, it continued to rush down the mountain. Whether it was the initial sniper attack or the difficult process of avoiding the grenade firing line after that, the black mech did not slow down at all. Even every indeterminate turn and slide was completed at high speed. Seeing the speed at which the black mecha was falling towards the valley was getting faster and faster, about to become a stream of flowing black light. The spectators, who had already been shocked by the pilot's superb control skills, could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. If the speed limit was exceeded and the onboard system lost control, would this black mecha fall to pieces? They should have guessed that this pilot would be like before and would definitely be hiding many surprises. However, seeing this kind of high-speed, crazy impact that was close to losing control with their own eyes, the people were still very worried. Being hit head-on by the crazy black MX mech, the headquarters of the Iron's 7th Division in the valley was still calm. The invisible electric waves in the air flowed quickly. All the soldiers coldly and calmly continued with the work at hand, as if they did not see this scene. Along with the clear sound of motors, the level-firing grenade base completed its second round of automatic aiming in the shortest amount of time. Following the officer's order, the electrically controlled anti-infantry mines buried in front of the steep slope of Blue Pool Mountain exploded one after another, sending countless earth pillars into the air. Like countless fireworks, they blocked the path of the black mecha. This type of weapon, which was extremely destructive against individual soldiers and even armored vehicles, might not be able to do much damage to the sturdy MX mecha, but it could successfully interfere with the field's vision, buying the best opportunity in space for the level-firing grenade launchers. The sky full of grenades rained down again. At this time, the black mecha had already charged up 3/5 of the steep slope. Its own speed had already been raised to a terrifying level. Under such high inertia, no matter how skilled the pilot was, he would not be able to make those inconceivable dodging movements in the face of this sky full of grenades. The fire control of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was so precise that it was praiseworthy. They didn't panic because of the enemy's strength and didn't hesitate because of the failure of the first wave of attacks. They quickly launched the second wave of attacks without pause, and the details were calculated very precisely. At this moment, even if the uncle was reborn or the old man came out of seclusion, they probably would not be able to dodge such a dense barrage of attacks at such a short distance. Sula naturally would not be able to do so either. However, just as the defense battalion was firing at full power, a strange change suddenly occurred to the black mech. Amidst the rumbling of the bullets, countless crisp sounds could be clearly heard. Those were the sounds of metal colliding with metal and separating from each other. The modified main cannon on the right shoulder of the black MX mecha instantly spat out flames. Although it did not carry actual ammunition, this kind of momentum was still shocking. Even as it was falling at a high speed, to the point of almost losing its momentum, the main cannon of the black mecha still managed to successfully deal a great deal of damage to the close-range fire control formation of the local defense camp. However, the people in the command center did not have time to assess the casualties of the local defense camp. Instead, they found that the black mecha's main cannon had flown up after this round of furious fire. Like a piece of scrap metal, it whistled through the air and shot towards the group of level-firing grenades. Main cannon detached automatically. The staff officers in the command hall could no longer maintain their calm mechanical voices. They reported loudly in shock. Long-range weapon system detached automatically. Platform type cover strip detached. Hidden repair arm detached. Area 41's firmware detached. Auxiliary balancer ejected. The military staff officer's voice was urgent and shocked. However, on the steep slope in front of the command center, everything that was happening to the black mecha was happening much faster than his explanation. Following the crisp sound of metal clashing and detaching, countless heavy components were ejected from the black mecha's body. In the original design, this type of detachment had a certain initial velocity to prevent damage to the mecha itself. However, at this time, the black mecha was already descending at an almost uncontrollable speed. At the same time, the heavy components that were detached from the mecha's body were also moving at a terrifying speed. They were actually sputtering outwards without stopping. Some of the firmware was ejected into the air at high speed. Others were ejected in front of the black mecha. As the black mecha continued to descend, components were sputtering out of the mecha's body. This scene was extremely strange. It was like a solid black boulder that could not withstand the erosion of thousands of years. It fell from the mountain peak, colliding with each other and sending countless fragments flying everywhere. These splashing components were extremely fast, their mass massive, and they were immensely powerful. They've battered the entire hillside into a sorry state. And for some strange reason, they even helped the black mecha block several level fire grenades that were aimed at its hard body. Was this luck or something else? Mecha battle damage, 23%. The military staff officer in the command center stared dumbfoundedly at the image on the screen. He pulled up the data and confirmed that the black mecha had still survived the second round of Iron 7 Division's normal shooting. What was even more frightening was that, after this extremely dramatic visual impact of the components peeling off and sputtering, the black mecha, which was already moving at an extremely fast speed, seemed to have instantly increased its speed by several notches. The steep peak of MT Blue Cake, which was over 1,000 meters long, was actually about to touch the bottom. "Enter overclocking mode," he shouted loudly. There were many people in the command center who had watched Ka Chiefeng's battle before. When they saw the black mecha's components being detached, they had already guessed that the black mecha was preparing to enter overclocking mode. What shocked them was the way the black mecha had entered overclocking mode. General Miles narrowed his eyes at the screen. Forcefully entering an overclocking state at such a high speed, yet the high-speed sputtering of components did not cause any problems with the balance of the MX mecha itself. Could it be that Su Li's level of mecha control had already reached this level? When the black mecha appeared on the mountain peak, Du Shaoqing's expression was only occasionally gloomy, but it was immediately back to normal. When the black mecha rushed down towards the camp in a valiant manner, he was still sitting on the sofa, his expression as cold as ever, his sunglasses still by his side, unmoving. But when he saw the black mecha enter overclocking mode in such a manner, his fingers on the sofa's armrest finally moved. The major beside him glanced at him, but in the end did not hand over the sunglasses. After the shock of the command center, there was silence. Everyone looked at the screen in confusion. Even if it had entered overclocking mode, the black mecha was about to turn into a stream of light and smash into the ground. What was that pilot going to do? On the peak of Ka Chiefeng, the Purple Sea MX controlled by Madman, Li could not even last 3 minutes of overclocking mode. The Nutshell Standard MX, which used Little White Flower as its prototype, did not have that kind of fatal flaw. However, overclocking was still an overload on the mecha system. Be it the designer or the user, no one would expect to be able to maintain such a crazy and dangerous state forever. Su Lu was both the designer and the user. Naturally, he knew this better than anyone else. He did not know how well the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion was arranged, but he definitely would not underestimate the Iron Blood Army and Shimanjin, who had single-handedly created by Du Shaoqing. Therefore, he needed to keep the overclocking mode for as long as possible until the most critical moment of the breakout. It was precisely because of this reason that he had always used the conventional mode when he sneaked between the mountains before dawn. Even when he initiated the charge, he still did so. It was not until the last moment, when he was forced into a desperate situation by the defensive firepower of the Iron 7th Division, that he took off his clothes and threw away his sweaty clothes. Like a newborn bird returning to the forest, like a maiden returning to her first love on the beach, he rushed towards the camp in the valley. Removing the heavy components from the sputtering walls helped him deal with a portion of the dense grenades. This could be said to be luck, but it could also be said to be Su Li's precise control of instantaneous battle situations. Of course, there was also a lot of shamelessness mixed in. After all, this was a drill. When the grenades hit those components, they would only crash to the ground. If this was a real battle, who knew how many explosions would have occurred in front of him? How could the battle damage be maintained within 30%? What should he do next? Looking at the hard ground, approaching at high speed on the screen before him, feeling the violent tremors of the MX mecha as if it was about to fall apart under the high speed, Su Li's eyes behind the goggle-like screen narrowed and shone brightly. His exposed lips pursed tightly, and even his barely budding beard blossomed with a certain fierceness. In that split second, he pressed the red button beside the control stick. With a low grunt, he channeled all the power in his body into his muscles and skin, using the simulation system to control the central system of the mecha. In an instant, the falling black mecha was forcefully pulled back up from the ground. No one could defy the laws of nature, so when the people in the command hall saw the black mecha crash into the ground like a blind tiger, they all thought that the black mecha would not survive. In order to pass through the layers of defensive firepower of the Iron 7th Division, the black mecha had no choice but to engage in a high-speed charge. However, in the end, it seemed that the black mecha would also be destroyed by the high-speed charge. The generals and officers did not close their eyes because they could not bear to watch. They only frowned, very worried about the safety of the pilot. Just a few flashes of lightning and thunder from before had already made them feel a strong sense of respect for the pilot. There were only about 3 people in the hall who still had confidence in the black mecha. General Miles and Minister Zoe looked at the screen calmly. Their confidence came from the attitude of the old man in Philadelphia and Su Li's previous performance. However, the third person was a little strange because it was Du Xiaoqing. Du Xiaoqing looked coldly at the screen. He definitely did not believe that the black mecha would be stupid enough to commit suicide. Just as he expected, in the next moment, the entire command hall suddenly fell into a collective silence. Everyone looked at the black mecha on the screen, shocked speechless, as if it had turned into a fossil. At this moment, the image on the screen seemed to have been muted. The scene in the valley camp also seemed to have been muted. There was only a deathly silence. The dense cluster of flaming grenade cannons tried to lift their barrels in vain. The anti-infantry mines that were still exploding seemed to have disappeared as well. Only small mushrooms rose from the steep slope and then dissipated into a sandstorm cloud. In the dead silence, the soldiers of Iron 7 Division, who were as calm as machine parts, finally couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. Like the spectating officers in the command hall, they raised their heads and looked at the silent picture without any reaction. In the greenish-yellow sandstorm cloud, the silvery-white, streamlined wings attached to the waist of the black mecha that was charging down at high speed had already spread out. The black mecha had already left the ground, whistling through the sand and the rain of bullets, and was sprinting towards the camp. At this moment, it really flew. Mecha could not fly, and neither could the MX. However, at high speeds, with the help of its perfectly designed wings, it could glide through the air. This was originally designed to be used to forcibly drop mecha into the air. But today, the black mecha that Su Li was piloting had shown another use for it. In Ka Qifeng's shocking battle, because of the vacuum of the Old Moon polar region, the wings attached to the 2 MX mechas had only played a part of the role of balance. Today's charge, if not for the terrain to forcibly increase the mecha's speed to the maximum, how could it have been able to glide through the air in such a beautiful curve? The unexpected had to be obtained from the unexpected. Countless people watched as the black mecha soared into the air like a giant blackbird, passing through the control fire of the local defense camp. They could not help but be shocked speechless. This scene would be branded in everyone's minds for a long time. In reality, the black mecha had only stayed in the air for 2 seconds, but it had already forcibly passed through the most concentrated line of fire of the local defense camp to land in the middle of the camp. With a loud boom, the black mecha's alloy mechanical feet landed heavily on the ground. Shards of metal and dirt flew everywhere, and the Iron 7 Division soldiers who were yelling at the top of their lungs fell down in all directions. But what no one expected was that after the Black Mecha had passed through the control fire of the local defense camp, it did not directly enter the location of the command center. Instead, before landing, it forcibly twisted its body 30 degrees to the west, aiming for an ordinary barracks at the entrance of Blue Cake Mountain. At this moment, the deathly still scene seemed to have a sound once again. The sound of guns, electronic screams, and the sound of the self-propelled artillery system's motors rang out densely. But the MX Mecha had already passed through the middle of the camp. How could these control fire of the local defense camp keep up with its ghostly footsteps? Under normal conditions, the Black MX was already able to avoid long-range attacks. Now that it was in overclocking mode, its trembling body, strange twisting movements, and dazzling fast-dodging movements allowed the Black MX to successfully avoid most of the interception and rush towards its target. In the cockpit, Su Li's face was pale. Cold sweat flowed down his face. The heat in his body was quickly draining away. After controlling the MX to perform so many perverted movements, his energy and physical strength had already reached the limit. Most importantly, the damned hunger in his stomach had come to disturb him again. Without hesitation, he controlled the MX to charge towards that ordinary barracks at the fastest speed possible. This was because he knew that Shimin was in that ordinary barracks. The room on the right that seemed to be the command center was, in fact, empty. Shimin was indeed very careful. Even though the Iron 7th Division had clearly obtained an overwhelming victory, he still made so many strict arrangements in the camp headquarters. That alone was not enough. He had even disguised the command center. This kind of commander was really scary. So when the onboard radar alarm sounded and 4M-52 Mecha suddenly appeared in front of the ordinary barracks, Su Lu was not at all surprised. Shimin had only used 2/3 of his military strength to forcefully suppress the officers and cadets in the lonely Yellow Mountain Ridge area. The rest of his forces were all placed in the command center. Moreover, these 4M-52 Mecha that had been hidden for a long time had been warmed up since the start of the drill, silently guarding this area. This was not a trap set up by Iron 7th Division. This was the meticulous design and strict tactical discipline of the Iron 7th Division that they had learned from Du Shaoqing. A dignified division would not fight an unprepared war. They had to be prepared to the fullest. This way, once the situation changed, any backup plan of the Iron 7th Division could become a trap that could kill the enemy. But so what if it was a trap? Facing the 4M-52 Mecha that had their camouflage cloth removed, the heavy mechanical legs of the Black MX quickly moved on the ground, turning into a series of afterimages. It avoided the hail of bullets at an unimaginable speed and closed in on the bodies of the 2M-52 Mecha. The Black MX's right alloy fist smashed heavily into the central system of one of the M-52 Mecha, easily breaking through the sturdy alloy armor. At the same time, its left alloy hand reached out like lightning to fiercely control the right arm of the other M-52 that was spraying bullets. The huge difference in power output made the M-52 Mecha that the military had always been proud of look like a drunkard in front of the Black MX. Moreover, it was completely unable to break free from the Black MX's control. The Carlin barrels of the 2M-52 Mecha were still rotating at high speed, spraying bullets. However, they were unable to hit the Black MX between them. Instead, they aimed at each other's chests and abdomens. Two beautiful streaks of bullet fire splashed into the Mecha like electric sparks, instantly destroying each other. Meanwhile, the Black MX controlled by Su Lu pushed up with both arms, shaking off the 2M-52 Mecha that had already stopped moving, and with a whoosh, it dove in. It had to be admitted that Su Li's breakout had ultimately taken advantage of many military exercises. If both sides had used live ammunition, in that shocking scene earlier, the 2M-52 Mecha would have been forced to shoot each other. At such a close distance, the high-speed spray of armor-piercing bullets would definitely have hurt the Black MX Mecha. The Federation's military exercise combat system was extremely accurate. Once the central control computer confirmed that a mecha had been killed, it would immediately stop working, including the soldiers. After the Black MX had swiftly and valiantly killed the 2M5 mecha, it then charged towards the normal barracks. At this moment, the Black mecha was like a special forces soldier engaging in close combat, fiercely throwing 14 punches at the remaining 2M5 mecha. Based on Su Li's understanding of mecha structures, these heavy blows were definitely enough to ensure that these two mecha would never have the chance to stand up again. Suddenly, the Black mecha's right mechanical arm reached out, and as quick as lightning, it grabbed one of the already stopped M52 mecha and threw it viciously to the right. The Black MX mecha was about the same weight as the M-series mecha, but after stripping off the components and entering an overclock state, its body appeared much slimmer in comparison. However, with its powerful twin engines outputting 4 times the power output, it was actually able to easily grab the M52 mecha and throw it. This scene was very strange. It was as if a delicate woman with a frosty expression had picked up a burly man and thrown him away like a sandbag. Of course, the Black mecha had not done this to vent, but to humiliate the Iron 7th Division. The M52 mecha it had thrown accurately hit a self-propelled heavy cannon 50 meters to the right. That modified self-propelled heavy cannon did not even have time to blast out the electromagnetic beam bomb that mecha feared the most before it was smashed all over the ground by this ruined mecha that had been thrown over. The graphite beams that shot out were extremely magnetic as they stuck to the ruined mecha and began to flash with blue electric arcs. This pitiful mecha that had been used as a sandbag twitched uncontrollably. The Black mecha shuddered as it moved at high speed, clearing out all the targets in its path one by one. It twisted its body forcefully in midair, using an extremely beautiful pose to transform into a phantom, nimbly dodging the 4 incoming rocket projectiles by a hair's breadth. Speed. What it needed was speed. The Black mecha pushed its speed to the limit. Whether it was the 4 hidden mechas, the electromagnetic beam bomb, or the individual rocket projectiles that were impossible to defend against, none of them could stop the Black mecha's footsteps for even a moment. Before the remaining armored soldiers of the Iron 7th Division could surround it, the Black mecha had already inconceivably crossed 70 meters in a second. With one foot, it overturned an electronically linked armored vehicle. With a shake of its body, it rushed to the front of the ordinary barrack and smashed open the door with a punch. In the barrack, the officers and staff of the Iron 7th Division looked at the Black mecha outside the door, their expressions extremely ugly. The Black mecha was like a skilled assassin that could kill with a single strike. It didn't give them much time to react. Shimin-Jin, whose hair was a little dry, turned around and glanced at the Black mecha. She was about to say something. However, the pilot in the Black mecha did not have the demeanor of an assassin. Before Shimin-Jin could speak, the pilot in the Black mecha lifted its heavy mechanical arm and completed the last designated action through the control system. Under the burning gazes of the officers of the Iron 7th Division, the Black mecha's right alloy arm pointed directly at the highest commander here, Shimin-Jin. Chapter 341. The Black MX mecha had already stripped away all of its long-range firepower systems. Right now, facing the gloomy Iron 7th Division officers from outside the barracks. If it wanted to complete its tactical objective, it could only rely on the mecha's movements. In other words, Shimin-Jin could only be trampled to death, beaten to death, and tortured to death by the Black mecha. Sula didn't want to humiliate the opponent, but this was the only way he could fight. Of course, he couldn't really break through the door and use his heavy mechanical legs to trample Shimin-Jin into minced meat. He could only enter the next step into the battle damage system in the Military Exercise Command Center. Through precise calculations, the Command Center directly determined that his actions were effective. In the next moment, the Military Exercise Command Center and the officers and soldiers of the Iron 7th Division all received a notification from the battle damage system. The Blue Team commander has died. The officers and generals in the Command Center couldn't hide their shock as they watched the image on the screen. The Black mech rushed down from the top of Blue Pond Peak. The smoke and cannons exploded. In just a few moments, this MX had already successfully broken through the barracks, completing this mission that seemed impossible to complete in the first place. General Miles's white eyebrows bloomed as he sighed softly in relief. The Minister of Defense, Zhou Yingxing, calmly picked up the cup of tea beside him and took a sip. The tea was already cold, but he didn't react at all. It seemed that this military big shot was hiding a lot of emotions under his calm exterior. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the right side of the command center. The Federal Army officers were very curious. What kind of expression would the usually cold and arrogant division commander, Du Xiaoqing, have after witnessing the defeat of his own troops? To their surprise and slight disappointment, although division commander Du Xiaoqing had already stood up, his expression was still cold, his posture dignified, and his figure straight. He didn't seem to have suffered such a heavy blow at all. Of course, some people still noticed that Division Commander Du's hands were clenched tightly behind his back. His knuckles were faintly white. The soldiers in the military drill hall were shocked by the performance of the Black Mecha, marveling at the unimaginable level of control displayed by the pilot. Du Xiaoqing was the same. Other than anger and gloom in his heart, he also felt a strong sense of incomprehension. As an all-rounder in military affairs, Division Commander Du Xiaoqing's mecha piloting skills were also quite outstanding. However, after seeing Su Lu operate the Black MX with his own eyes, he could not use a logical deduction to convince himself that this was something a normal person could do. Du Xiaoqing's face was cold and detached as he looked at the Black Mecha and his subordinates on the screen. His brows furrowed. Those straight eyebrows that had always been like unsheathed swords seemed to have been resheathed at this moment. They became silent, as if they were waiting for something to happen. A moment later, another exclamation rang out in the military exercise command hall. The military staff officer who had completely lost his cool today stood up from behind the workbench and loudly reported, "Mecha damage 61%, 88%, 100%. The Black MX has exploded." The military exercise command hall suddenly fell into a state of busy calculations and shocked discussions. The staff officers could not understand why the Black MX had suddenly exploded after successfully breaking through the camp. The armored squad of the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion had not yet arrived. What exactly happened in the command center? General Miles, who was sitting on the sofa, was stunned. He frowned and immediately thought of the part of the battle force that the Iron 7th Division had not used during this impromptu military exercise. After a moment of silence, a look of appreciation appeared on his face. Du Xiaoqing looked at the screen expressionlessly. That pair of eyebrows of his raised again. Although it was not as insufferably arrogant and unstoppable as before, it had recovered some of its luster. From the beginning of the military exercise until now, the Defense Battalion under the command of Shimanjin had not used that fixed-speed, non-cruise missile unit. He believed that his soldiers would not disappoint him to the extreme. The unforeseen event happened too quickly. The command system had just reported the news of the blue team's commander's death when a sharp alarm rang out from the central control system of the mecha. Looking at the red energy lines blotting out the sky and covering the earth on the full-view radar screen, Su Lu could not help but sweat profusely, drenching his back in the stuffy cockpit, even though he knew that this was all virtual. Different from the level-fire howitzers from before, a dense cluster of missiles flew in from an unknown base and covered the entire area around the barracks. It did not distinguish between friend and foe and carried out a powerful attack. The power of the missiles was set to explode, and on the virtual screen, the entire barracks turned into a sea of fire. Almost at the same time as the command hall, the battle damage system connected to the Black Mecha coldly and mechanically reported the battle damage situation. In just the blink of an eye, the Black MX, which had not yet lost 30% of its battle force, had its red column representing the status of the mecha drop continuously as if it was rapidly losing blood. In the end, the system determined that the mecha had exploded. During this process, the Black Mecha had no time to react at all. Faced with the high-speed missiles that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, even if it could react, it would not be able to complete any evasive maneuvers. It could only watch as its body was buried in the sea of fire. A deathly silence. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at the data feedback on the screen. Listening to the cold voice of the system, he pondered in silence for a long time before he finally understood the source of all this. A fixed-velocity, non-cruise missile unit. The military exercise command system had added a group of virtual soldiers for both sides of the exercise, and what had been added to the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was this two-base missile unit. During the exercise that had started before dawn, the Iron 7th Division had not used this unit at all. They had actually been suppressing it all this time until the very end, when they finally aimed at their own command center and launched a barrage of attacks without distinguishing friend from foe. This virtual unit was equipped with the Stinger II missile, which had terrifying absolute speed. However, it also had an extremely fatal flaw. The direct injection vortex engine made it impossible for this type of fast missile to perform precise navigation. Therefore, using this type of light missile to attack the powerful MX mecha from a distance would be very difficult to achieve any results. However, Shimanjin had placed the missile base in the valley behind Blue Pool Mountain and aimed it at her own command center. This excellent and meticulous commander had maintained absolute self-control and calm throughout the entire exercise, saving this force for the very end. Even when Su Li's black mecha had charged down from the mountain peak, due to the flaw of the Stinger II missile, the black mecha had still not been willing to fire recklessly. Only when the black mecha had penetrated deep into camp headquarters and was within the absolute range of the missile cluster did Shimanjin launch a devastating attack. At such a close distance, with such a high density of continuous fire, the Stinger II missile did not need a cruise system at all to blast any enemy into pieces. If the black mecha had been in the valley at this time, it would probably have been able to rely on its mobility to dodge this wave of attacks. However, at this time, the black mecha had succeeded in its mission and was no longer vigilant. Most importantly, this wave of missiles had been coldly aimed at its location. How could it escape? Inside the glowing red cockpit, Sulu pondered in silence for a very long time before he finally managed to sort out the sequence of events. Using the Stinger II missile against a mecha, only Shimanjin's method could achieve tactical results. However, what made him feel even colder was that the Iron 7th Division had actually buried the entire command center with it, wanting to bury him here. This kind of design was a little too cruel. He rubbed his stiff face, shook his head, and pressed the button to open the cockpit. Accompanied by the sound of hydraulic systems and motors, the cockpit of the black mecha at the entrance to the command center of the Iron 7th Division's defense camp slowly opened. At this time, the military exercise command system had already determined that all personnel near the command center were dead, so the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division could only stare at the open cockpit door with ugly expressions. They did not raise their weapons to aim at the enemy. Although this black mecha had exploded and died in the end, the other party had broken into their camp and killed four of their own mecha in an instant. In the end, they had even killed their highest commanding officer. This was the equivalent of a tight slap to their faces. The pale-faced Sulu crawled out of the cockpit, but he did not climb down to the ground. Instead, he stood on the alloy railings and looked down at the angry Iron 7th Division officers with narrowed eyes. Although he had been determined to be dead in the end, he had done everything he could. He had successfully broken into camp and killed the enemy's commander, so there was a hint of youthful excitement in his calm mood. There was no regret or sadness. "You're really ruthless." Sulu felt unusually tired. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with his fingers and sat down on the slightly hot mecha. Leaning against the tough alloy armor, he looked down at the gloomy commander in the barracks and said seriously, "I admit that Iron 7th Division has the right to be proud." These were sincere words. In today's impromptu military exercise, Zhou Yu's group of officers who were born in the Lonely Mountain and Yellow Mountain Ridge area had displayed their strongest abilities. Otherwise, they would not have been able to delay the large number of soldiers of the defense camp for so long and give Sulu a chance to break into camp. However, in the face of Iron 7th Division's well-trained an unusually calm offensive. The red team could only lose. What was even more frightening was that Su Lu had cheated and had the ability to operate a mecha that few people in this world understood. He had displayed the performance of the Black MX to the extreme and unexpectedly broke into the camp. In the end, he had encountered 3 layers of backup from Iron 7th Division. Although he had succeeded in killing the enemy's commander in the end, he had also ushered in death. Shimin Jin sat in the barracks with a calm expression. He did not pick up the coffee cup in his hand again. His mood was not as calm as his expression. He had long been boiling with anger. He had commanded the most powerful defense camp of Iron 7th Division, but he had actually been broken in by a single Black MX. The commander had been killed? What kind of humiliation was this? He did not raise his head to speak to Su Lu on the Black Mecha, because that would make people feel that Su Lu was looking down at him with the attitude of a victor. Chapter 342. The battle at the front line of Lonely Ridge had just ended a minute ago. The military exercise command system had used the fastest speed to determine the outcome. Although the red team had successfully killed the blue team's commander, the red team's final members had all been killed. The blue team had completed the final tactical mission, so the system determined the blue team's victory. Hearing the notification of victory, Shimin Jin's expression became more and more unsightly. How could this kind of victory taste good? I never thought of using the sharp stinger type too. In the valley, I was just being cautious out of habit. However, I really didn't think that your side would actually have a mecha that could break into my command center. Just when the camp command center was deathly silent, Shimin Jin suddenly opened her mouth and said, "But there is one thing that I don't understand no matter how I think about it. To pass through my electronic detection, your mecha must have entered the automatic electronic shield. Then how were you able to find my camp?" This commander finally raised his head and looked at the exhausted Su Lu sitting on the mecha. He asked, "Not only did you find the camp, you even guessed that this room was the real command center. How did you do it?" Shimin Jin used a philosophical tone, frowning as he supported himself on the table and asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. The humiliation of being successfully broken into by the opponent had magnified the questions and shock in his heart by countless times. Thus, he would rather raise his head and look at the high and mighty Su Lu and ask aloud. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division around the Blue Pool Valley gradually gathered. There were about 150 of them, and all of them had already been determined to be dead by the command system. The soldiers looked at the Black Mecha, disguised as the entrance of the command center. They looked at the young pilot leaning against the body of the mecha. Their faces were ashen, and the hostility in their gazes was almost enough to cause some kind of substantial harm. Su Lu was Dong Lin's stone. He would never be affected by the emotions of his enemies. He would not be moved by external things. His face was like a hard stone covering the outside of the stone, blocking out all these gazes. After a moment of silence, he looked at Shimin Jin below the mecha and said, "Yesterday, when Instructor Du was lecturing the officer students, he said that soldiers should have a gambling spirit. I just took a gamble. Looks like my luck is not bad and I won the gamble." Shimin Jin looked at him with gloomy expression and said, "Who will believe these words?" Su Lu was speechless. He thought to himself that he couldn't possibly dance around on the mecha and then sing in a hoarse voice. "This is a little secret, a little secret. I won't tell you. I'll tell you." Looking at Du Shaoqing's cold style, Shimin Jin, who was sitting firmly in the camp and was still trying her best to imitate Du Shaoqing's cold style, even though she had died miserably, Su Lu looked at the string of pale yellow radiance on the head of this outstanding commander and wanted to tell the other party, "Not only do I know where your headquarters is, I even know that you are a citizen of Donglin, and you are 35 years old this year." However, looking at Shimin Jin's bloodshot eyes and dry and unnatural hair, Su Lu didn't say anything in the end as he thought of the other party's current mood. He maintained his composure under the hateful gazes of the Iron 7th Division soldiers surrounding him and didn't appear to be too happy at noon. The troops participating in the military exercise finally retreated one by one. Although it was only a small impromptu military exercise, a battle on the scale of 1,000 people, transporting the damaged equipment back was already quite troublesome. What was even more troublesome was that the soldiers who had been injured by the flying debris during the Black Mecca's breakout needed to be treated in time. Fortunately, there were no real fatalities. Even so, although the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division who had retreated were as silent and calm as usual, anyone could find a different emotion in their eyes: unwillingness and intense anger. This anger was not directed at the Red Team officer students in the exercise, but rather at this unexpected outcome, this embarrassing victory. What kind of army was the Iron 7th Division? The brotherly troops who had suffered a dismal ending in 37 military exercises knew best. They were as solemn as winter to the enemy, and as harsh as the harshest of art connoisseurs who refused to accept red packets from cultural foundations. They were extremely strict in their management, and on the battlefield, they cruelly demanded that there be no loopholes. The problem was that in this impromptu military exercise, they didn't think that they had done anything wrong, but they still lost, so they were angry. At the same time, they also had countless complex emotions towards the pilot who had piloted the Black Mecca. There was hatred, confusion, shock, and all kinds of emotions mixed together, but they still returned to the original point: anger. On the military airport, heavy transport aircraft were taking off and landing nonstop. Heavy transport helicopters whizzed past like large birds. Further away, transport spaceships were on standby. Soldiers with orderly footsteps walked across the road with stern expressions. The entire base was filled with a busy and solemn atmosphere. Shimin Jean, whose dry black hair was messy in the wind, led the staff officers of the defense battalion and walked at the front of the line. Her expression was very ugly, and even when she walked into the warehouse of the base, the expression on her face didn't change at all. Unlike the anger of the Iron 7th Division, the military officers who were in line couldn't hide the smile on their faces. All of them who had represented the Red Team had died or been captured, and they had just been released by the main force of the Iron 7th Division. Everyone should have been dejected, with a face full of grief and indignation, doing their duty as a loser, but they just smiled and looked outside the warehouse. In this military exercise, the performance of the military officers was actually very outstanding. Relying on the 7MXs and the virtual forces transferred by the central computer, they actually managed to hold the main force of the defense battalion of the Iron 7th Division at the front line of the lonely Yellow Mountain Ridge for more than an hour. This bought precious time and opportunity for Su Lu to break through the camp. But after being scolded like a snowstorm by Du Xiaoqin yesterday afternoon, they couldn't be proud of this kind of thing. The reason for their pride was the black MX that was slowly being lowered by the heavy helicopter outside the warehouse. Su Lu, wearing a black high-energy material pilot's suit, rubbed his sweaty hair, dragged the heavy black workbench box, and walked at the back of the line into the warehouse where the participating soldiers were lined up. The moment he appeared in front of everyone, Zhou Yu, who had a gentle smile on his face, and Hua Xiaoxi, whose left shoulder was injured, were the first to start clapping. Although close to 1,000 Iron 7 Division officers and men were looking ahead without any movement, the 30-odd trainees, 17 men from Team 7, and the staff officers in the base were applauding fervently. It was as if there was a thunderstorm, as if there was a clap of thunder in spring. Sulu was slightly taken aback, but then he narrowed his eyes and smiled. He raised his hand and waved in the direction of the trainees. Then he heard the sharp whistles and cheers of the 7th Division. Hearing the applause, whistles, and cheers, the expressions of the Iron 7th Division soldiers, who had been cold and calm, became even more gloomy. Listening to the applause, Su Lu thought back to the day when the MX Mecha had been successfully developed in the underground storeroom of the Nutshell Engineering Department in the Harbor City Industrial Park. When he and Shang Xiu had walked into the quiet storeroom, what had greeted them had also been such a moving applause. Suddenly, he had the urge to call Shang Xiu and tell her about this scene. The biggest difference between glory and vanity was whether or not you had done the right thing for this sense of glory. If the glory Su Lu enjoyed after the military exercise was vanity, he wouldn't reject it. He would only enjoy it, and he would be willing to enjoy it monotonously and repeatedly. Minister Zhou and General Myers didn't participate in the inspection after the military exercise. The two most powerful big shots in the military had to leave some face for the Iron 7th Division. After all, the final victor of the military exercise was the Iron 7th Division. If they were there, they would have to be kind to Su Lu and protect him. Where would the dignity of the Iron 7th Division go? In addition, these two big shots probably also thought that Su Lu was already in a pot of oil right now, so there was no need to give him too much face and splash a ladle of alcohol on him. What ended the thunderous applause in the warehouse was another round of monotonous and dull applause. The commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Xiaoqing, had a calm expression on his face. He looked at Su Lu, who walked in with a box, and clapped lightly with his hands that were wearing lambskin gloves. The applause was somewhat dull, so the applause in the warehouse quietened down. Complete silence. Su Lu walked to the front of the formation and gave a military salute. The reception after the military exercise ended very quickly. The federal military needed this exercise to change the inherent tactical thinking of many of the generals. But in reality, if one carefully analyzed these two exercises, the Iron 7th Division, led by Du Xiaoqing, was actually the unit that didn't need to be hammered the least. The nimble and precise tactical design allowed the Iron 7th Division to seamlessly coordinate with the MX Mecha's powerful attacks. The soldiers in the warehouse gradually dispersed. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division gathered together, and the officers and men of the Iron 7th Division naturally gathered together. Lan Xiaolong glanced at Shimin-Jin, who walked past him, and said, "I'm really sorry. We lost again. But please believe me, we didn't go easy on you." In order to cover for Su Li's black MX Mecha going deep into the mountains, the Iron 7th Division had no choice but to expose themselves. All of them were surrounded. Lan Xiaolong was pitifully captured, but in front of the Iron 7th Division, he didn't feel like a captive at all. Nearly 1,000 Iron 7th Division soldiers heard these provocative words, and their expressions turned ugly. But in the end, they couldn't stage a gang fight in front of so many high-ranking military officials in the warehouse. Even Shimin-Jin only paused for a moment before leaving the scene. Zhou Yu patted Lan Xiaolong's shoulder and indicated for him to look outside the warehouse. In reality, most of the soldiers on the field had already cast their gazes outside. The sun above the mountains was gradually moving westward, and dusk was gradually thickening. In the light red background, on a protruding hill, two figures stood facing each other. It was like a scene out of a paper cut. Du Xiaoqing and Su Lu. Although I know it's easy, I really only watched it for one night. How can I not be narcissistic? Wahaha. Chapter 343. Your comrades are all dead. Du Xiaoqing looked calmly at the red clouds on the narrow flat land between the mountains in the distance. His gloved hands were behind his back as he asked, "If you were facing an entire mechanical regiment, would you be able to charge into the regiment headquarters?" This Federation's youngest major general did not deliberately take off his gloves in front of Su Lu because of yesterday's conflict. His heart, which had been honed for many years in the military, could no longer be affected by such small matters. Su Lu was silent for a long time before he said, "I can't do it now, but that doesn't mean I can't do it in the future." He understood the meaning of this conversation between Du Xiaoqing and himself, so he decided not to give in at all. Du Xiaoqing looked at him coldly and said, "Even if you can, no one else can." This was a judgment that directly hit the nail on the head regarding this military exercise. If not for the help of the glory of the charter, if not for the tyrannical methods that the uncle had taught him, how could Su Lu have done all this? He could do it, but the other ace pilots of the Federation military could not do it. This was a feat that could not be repeated, so it could not become a template for the Federation military. "You're not a qualified commander." Du Xiaoqing looked at him coldly and said coldly, "And you'll never be able to become a qualified commander in the future." Su Lu silently agreed with this judgment, but when he felt the coldness and faint contempt in this person's words and thought of the killing intent he had felt yesterday, his heart suddenly hardened. He raised his head and said, "Commander, that qualified commander of yours has just been killed by me." Du Xiaoqing was not as angry as he had been yesterday. He had already sunk all his disgust toward this young man into his bones. He looked at Su Lu and said, "The Federation has a modern military system. If a commander dies, there's still a replacement. This is also why the military exercise command hall still judged the blue team to be the winner, even though you successfully broke through the camp and killed Shimanjin. The Federation has a modern military system, but the Empire doesn't." Sulu looked at him and said, "Marshal Li killed the Emperor of the Empire, and the Empire was forced to retreat. The President of the Federation is dead, but there's still the Vice President and the Deputy Speaker. But they can't. We're training our soldiers to fight the Empire, not the Iron 7th Division." This was almost a quibble, but it was impossible to find a problem with it. Du Shaoqing's thick eyebrows, which were like heavy swords, trembled. He was silent, but the fists behind his back were clenched. Sulu stood quietly by his side, looking at the man's firm and resolute face under the twilight. He thought to himself, given the man's lofty status and fanatical support in the Iron 7 Division, if he really died, the Iron 7 Division would be destroyed as well. Du Shaoqing seemed to have guessed what Su Lu was thinking. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, "If I personally commanded the military exercise troops, do you think your MX would be able to kill me?" This sentence was very calm, but it was mixed with endless confidence and strong deterrence, making it difficult for anyone to doubt it, including Su Lu. He pursed his dry lips and repeated what he said before. "You can't do it now, but it doesn't mean you can't do it in the future. You're not a marshal. You defeated Madman Li once and destroyed the Imperial Guard Battalion once, but it doesn't mean you can go anywhere in the universe." Du Shaoqing looked at him indifferently, not hiding the disgust in his heart. After 2 days of military exercise, Su Lu had gradually caught on to the complex reasons why Commander Du disliked him. This condescending and oppressive hostility came from Park Ji-ho, from the 2 officers he killed, from the old man in Philadelphia. But more than that, it came from the philosophy and the unpredictable future of the army. In fact, from a certain point of view, even Su Lu admitted that Commander Du Shaoqing and his 7th Division were walking the right path of military management. Su Lu was just following the old path of the Li brothers, walking on an old path that could not be replicated or promoted. It was not the normal path, but he did have the ability to not walk the normal path. Uncle Feng, you once praised Su Li's ability to see through people's minds. This ability was even better than his mechanical engineering talent. The reason why he had this ability was probably because Su Lu could maintain an absolutely calm and clean heart under high-speed thinking. So his gaze was extremely penetrating. After being together for several years, he could still feel the indifference in the depths of the uncle's heart. If they had only met for the first time in life, he had already grasped a certain wave band that was deeply hidden in Qinghai's source of darkness. The acquaintance was cold, and the friendship was absurd. However, he had calmly accompanied Zhou Yu on a crucial journey. The reason why he had become close friends with the 3 of them was that he could see through their truest thoughts. If there was a mistake in judgment, it was probably only by Yulan. With this kind of insight, Su Lu could see through Du Shaoqing's heart. It was not a difficult thing. "Commander, you want to be the 2nd Li Pifu, the 2nd Federation's god of war." Sula narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the dusk on the horizon. He said, "But I don't. I know that I'm just a piece of material that can withstand training, but it's difficult to assemble into the big machine that is the army, and I don't have the ability to drive the group forward. So, I don't want to be the 2nd Li Pifu. I just want to be the only Su Lu." Du Shaoqing was silent for a moment. After laughing out of anger yesterday, he returned to his cold expression. Listening to Su Li's words, no one knew if he would be moved, but at least on the surface, he was still a cold and iron-blooded commander. "When I was studying in No. 1 Academy, Li Jie-du was an instructor in our department. He is now the Vice Dean of No. 1 Academy." Du Shaoqing said in a deep voice, "Someone from the constellation has appeared. I hope you won't disappoint me. See you in the Westwoods." After saying this, the representative of the young generation of the federal military walked down the hill in an extremely straightforward manner, leaving Su Lu with only a rather awe-inspiring back view. Li Jie-du was the son of the old man in Philadelphia and Madman Li's father. Why did Du Shaoqing suddenly say this? Was it just because he was lamenting that there was suddenly an anomaly like Su Lu in the army? Watching Du Xiaoqing walk down the hill, surrounded by the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, Su Li's heart was filled with complex emotions. What made him extremely vigilant was that the tone of Du Xiaoqing's last conversation with him was so calm. The coldness and murderous intent from the day before had been completely wiped out. There was a type of person in this world who was born with a certain temperament. Those who held grudges and protected those who were close to them would be seen as quick to repay kindness and revenge. Those who were cold and bloodthirsty would be seen as iron-blooded. Even if he was standing in a pile of black ores, he would still be as dazzling as a diamond. Even if he was in the midst of miasma and poisonous fog, he would still breathe like ice, giving people a sense of what it meant to be aloof from the world. In the bustling world, in the midst of millions of people, you would be able to see him as soon as you looked up. There is no doubt that Du Xiaoqing was this type of person. He calmly left the warehouse, his military posture still perfect and precise. His well-ironed military uniform and his person were still calm, confident, and elegant, with a hint of bloody rust. Although the victory of the Iron 7th Division today was a little embarrassing, the soldiers who watched him leave still dared not look down on this division commander. If the two military exercises were personally commanded by this person, what would the result be? Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked over there. His gaze moved from Du Xiaoqing's back to Du Xiaoqing's dry black hair behind him, then back to Du Xiaoqing's upright body. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. Such a person had the intention to kill him, but he immediately wiped it clean. He was afraid that he would become even more dangerous. The next day, the base held a meeting with the high-ranking military officers. After the meeting, Du Xiaoqing didn't even attend a meal. He directly took the spaceship to the Old Moon base, then transferred to the space battleship and embarked on the journey back to S3. The federal military had long been used to this division commander's behavior, so they wouldn't be so narrow-minded as to think that he was holding a grudge because the military exercises didn't go well. In the dark blue universe, a space battleship full of mechanical beauty was moving forward at a seemingly slow speed. In a luxurious cockpit, the guard officer, Shimin-Jin, received a phone call and handed it to Du Xiaoqing. Du Xiaoqing was slightly startled. After taking the phone, he immediately stood up and said a few words in a deep voice. His attitude was abnormally serious and proper. There were only two people in the cockpit, Du Xiaoqing and Shimin-Jin. Naturally, no one saw this scene. Otherwise, they would definitely be surprised to see who was on the other side of the phone and who could make the usually cold and silent division commander stand up and stand at attention from tens of thousands of kilometers away. After putting down the phone, Du Xiaoqing sat upright in the chair and slowly took off his sunglasses. His deep, statue-like eyes were filled with hidden anger and gloominess. His emotions had nothing to do with this phone call. In fact, from a long time ago, he had incomparably respected and trusted the other party. It was precisely because of the other party's sincere request that he had been forcefully suppressing his anger towards Su Lu in the base. Thinking of a young man with small eyes and the words the other party had whispered in his ear about flipping out, Du Xiaoqing's expression became gloomy. He thought faintly in his heart, a professional soldier will never shoot his comrades in the back on the battlefield. However, if you violate military discipline in the future, Su Lu, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shimin-Jin was silent to the side. His military cap was pressed extremely low, covering all of his hair. The sunglasses in Du Xiaoqing's hand had already been crushed, revealing some extremely intricate pieces of circuit components. During the military exercises, he didn't conduct remote commands. This was his pride. However, his pride was being wantonly challenged by a small fry. It was really difficult for him to let go. Du Xiaoqing silently told himself in his heart, "Your journey is the sea of stars." In an instant, his emotions calmed down. He slowly turned his head to look at the majestic view of outer space outside the window. He was silent for a long time. At the same time, Su Lu was sitting on the stone steps of the training ground at the base. He held a bottle of ale in his hand and looked up at the starry sky. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those ancient existences blinking their eyes. Suddenly, he thought of the words on the bracelet on his left hand and thought of some very complicated things. Iron 7 Division and Du Shaoqing were still undefeated, but he himself had shone brightly. Other than raising the status of the MX Mecha, did the federal military have some other deeper meaning in organizing these two exercises? Chapter 344. In the twilight, when he had a conversation with Du Shaoqing, there was not much sharpness or momentum, but Su Lu was a naive child. He did not think that this person's intention to kill him had really disappeared. On the contrary, he became more vigilant. A capable and powerful person was always watching his back. This kind of danger was no less than facing the rain of bullets at the Golden Foundation building. Regarding the victory of the military exercise, it seemed that he had cheated. Su Li's big heart would not soften in front of the Iron 7 Division. He had already cheated, so it was very hypocritical of him to blame himself morally and emotionally side with the enemy. Moreover, in a sense, this was not cheating. It was just his unique secret ability that no one knew about. And for this ability, he had to run and wander in the Federation. He was in a coma and had no idea how many days he had lived in fear and anxiety. In the end, it was still the same sentence. If you only met for the first time in life and did not see each other again, then you would either miss the beauty, conflict, or hatred until death. The god of war Li Pifu and the Iron-Blooded Division commander, Du Shaoqing, were both role models of professional soldiers. They belonged to the same school, but Su Lu and Uncle Feng Yu belonged to the opposite school. Although there were some crucial differences between Li Pifu and Du Shaoqing, and between Mechanic Feng Yu and Mechanic Su Lu, with Su Li's experience and ability, he could not decipher it for the time being. It was probably like the enmity between Feng Yu and Li Pifu in Philadelphia. Because of the different schools of thought, Su Lu had an innate resistance to Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7 Division. People like Du Shaoqing and the soldiers of the Iron 7 Division, who were always cold and emotionless, should have been hated by the federal military. But strangely, the soldiers respected Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7 Division more than they hated them. Su Lu could not feel any respect or awe. As a fugitive from the Federation, he plunged headfirst into the great circle of fame and fortune in the capital ring. Like the tiny stars in the bracelet on his left hand, he was used to freely shining in the open space. So when he looked at Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7 Division, he felt uncomfortable and upset. After looking at the stars in the sky for a while, Su Lu used the malt wine bottle in his hand to support his tired body. He bent over and vomited in great discomfort. Coincidentally, he vomited into an empty space on the stone steps. This empty space was where Xiong Linquan had opened the stone steps a few days ago when his godly power had erupted. It was not because he had drunk too much. Rather, it was because when the mecha had breached the camp, Su Lu had squeezed out all the burning energy in his body. His stomach had been empty to the extreme, and after he had overdosed on gastric acid, he had also eaten and drunk too much for the past day and night. So, his stomach had developed some problems. The Black MX Mecha had breached the camp in a seemingly simple, direct, and elegant manner, but only Su Lu himself knew how much he had paid for it. Even with his abilities, his body had suffered great damage from using the simulation system to control such a heavy mecha. "Looks like my body is still not a machine after all," muttered Su Lu to himself as he wiped his mouth and thought of the uncle's teachings back then. Su Lu enjoyed the impromptu military drill battle to his heart's content. Because of the old man in Philadelphia, he no longer had to deliberately hide his tremor qigong. Even if some people suspected a certain most wanted criminal, who would dare to investigate if he pushed the blame to the Li family? The military drill had brought many benefits to Su Lu. Putting aside the rewards from the military for the time being, Mr. Shi's special pardon order was also out of the question for now. At least his days at the base had become much better. Trained officers were the proudest soldiers, and the 17 men of Team 7 were the hardest subordinates to train. However, after this battle, everything had changed. The strength Su Lu had displayed in the military drill, And the most important thing was the condensation and sublimation of this collective sense of honor in the flames of war. This had made his position in the hearts of the students and the members of Team 7 rise qualitatively. Seeing this scene, the happiest person was not Su Lu, but Lan Xiaolong and some of the higher-ups in the military. Secretary Bai was still recovering in the hospital. Although the stab was not fatal, it was not shallow. Without him here, all the pressure was transferred to Major Lan Xiaolong. His mission was originally to mediate the relationship between Su Lu and the members of Team 7. Although he did not know what the higher-ups of the Ministry of Defense were doing, he knew that Team 7 would definitely accept a very important mission in the future. And before this mission was carried out, Team 7 and the core of the military, Su Lu, must become an unbreakable group. Looking at the military jeep in the distance, Lan Xiaolong had a trace of a smile on his face. Lu Jiao was dragging Su Lu and Xiong Linquan into the mountains to hunt rabbits to improve their meals. This blatant method of going against the HDD Bureau seemed to indicate that a small group was gradually forming. 3 days later, in the slightly bleak autumn wind, the training officers in the base forcibly changed their reluctance to leave into a kind of steely bear hug and salute. They bid farewell to Su Lu and the members of Team 7, who were the last ones to stay behind, and boarded the military planes that returned to their respective units. Su Lu looked at the aircraft leaving the runway, listened to the whistling sound, and smelled the faint burnt smell. His eyes habitually narrowed. His relationship with these officers had become extremely harmonious, but he had to say goodbye. The next time he saw them would probably be on the battlefield against the Empire or in front of the Federation Heroes Cemetery. Thinking of this, even though he was young, he couldn't help but feel some indescribable emotions. The emotions quickly disappeared because Su Lu and his Team 7 also received a vacation order from the Ministry of Defense. However, along with the rare vacation, there was also a secret order that they did not expect. Lan Xiaolong looked at the order that was signed by the relevant department of the Ministry of Defense and the president of Whitewater Company. His expression became ugly. After the Ministry of Defense requested Team 7 to undergo training, coupled with the rumors about Su Lu, he had been mentally prepared to go to the front line. However, he did not expect Team 7 to accept this mission. We were transferred from the army to go to the front line to kill the enemy. Why to go back to Whitewater? Xiong Linquan frowned, but he was not worried. Instead, he was particularly fierce and angry. He said loudly, "We are soldiers, not the bodyguards of those stupid rich girls." The computer operator of Team 7 was called Gu Shifeng. He looked at the order and raised his eyebrows. He laughed and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Our Team 7 is originally from the Security Consulting Department. Although we have never done security work before, what's there to be afraid of?" Xiong Linquan angrily glared at him. He wondered why Team 7 had such a piece of trash. Gu Shifeng said with great yearning, "Too bad this is a top-secret order. Otherwise, I really want to call my girlfriend. If she knew that I could work beside this young lady every day, wouldn't she be overjoyed?" Lan Xiaolong frowned. He thought that even if the target of protection was a national defense idol who was welcomed by the entire Federation, it did not make sense for the powerful Team 7 to be her bodyguards. Most importantly, the current supervisor of Team 7 was Su Lu. This young master had the most terrifying mountain in the Federation behind him. The military was clearly focused on training him, but now he was not allowed to go to the front line in the Westwoods. Instead, he was assigned to guard the house. This was too unreasonable. Su Lu looked at the 3 words Jian Shui on the order. While he was shocked, he could not help but feel endless doubts. He had not seen the name of this national idol girl for a long time. He also knew that Sister Tong had wanted him to be her bodyguard a long time ago. The question was, how could the military be so stupid as to turn him and Team 7, who were supposed to be the tip of the spear, into a group of bored people wearing sunglasses and playing with paper balls? If things were abnormal, there must be something wrong. Su Lu had never denied his feelings. Even though he had come into close contact with Jian Shui, under the sunlight of the 1st Military Region's General Hospital, That woman was still his dream lover. She was definitely his idol. This was the deepest imprint of adolescence. However, to be her bodyguard, there was something strange hidden in this abnormal arrangement. He couldn't help but think deeply about it. After all, he wasn't fighting alone now. There were more than 10 men following behind him. The vacation officially began. When the members of Team 7 walked out of the Capital Military Airport in single file, Sulu paused for a moment and suddenly said to Xiong Linquan, "When will Bai Yulan's injury be healed?" On the outskirts of the capital, there was a building at the end of a dead-end road. In the entire Federation, this building had the strictest security level. It was even higher than the president's official residence and a management committee building. It was often called the Parliament Building because this was the Bureau of Proclamation. Whether it was raining or snowing, the outside of the Bureau of Proclamation building always seemed to be shrouded in a layer of faint light. This phenomenon covered the already mysterious Bureau of Proclamation with a layer of strange and gaudy clothing. It even attracted the fanatical worship of some scientific sections. Some curious civilian scientists wrote an analysis in a small weekly magazine. This was because the Federal Central Computer used too much power and too much data flow, which led to some weak ionization phenomena in the air around the Bureau of Proclamation. Therefore, it was very easy to produce astronomical phenomena such as rainbows. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation naturally did not care about this. Their work schedule was actually not much different from that of ordinary government officials. It was only because they had to conform to the work program of the Central Computer deep underground that their work style appeared to be calmer and more peaceful. But today, the old voice in the Bureau of Proclamation Director's office was full of emotion and an unknown emotion. It had nothing to do with the words calm and peaceful. I've always been pretending to be calm. Since more than 2 years ago, when the first alarm in this building sounded, I've been pretending. The old director of the Bureau of Proclamation stared at the file on the hologram expressionlessly. He stared at the young man, squinting in the file, and said, "When the alarm sounded, I went to play golf. I didn't participate in the joint conference. That was because I kept trying to convince myself that I didn't know how that traitor mechanic Yu Feng survived. But I'm not a fool, and I'm not a philosopher. I can't lie to myself." The old director's face was full of vicissitudes. Other than the Empire, the Central Computer has never sounded the first alarm. Fortunately, Yu Feng is dead. I'm very comforted. Chapter 345. The Bureau of Proclamation had never dealt with the small-eyed young officer, except during the presidential inauguration ceremony in the cold winter. The investigation team sent by the Bureau had cooperated with this person once, but it was not really a cooperation. It was just that both parties had the same goal for different reasons. But two people at the top of the Bureau of Proclamation were no stranger to Sulu. Director Tai, in particular, liked this smiling young man very much because this young man had helped the Bureau of Proclamation to survive a crisis. Before the Bureau of Proclamation was in great danger because of the slow reaction time of the bureaucrats, he had held Medellin back and even eliminated Medellin in the end. However, the subsequent development of the situation, as well as the sentimental and vigilant feelings of the old director, were all related to this trace of liking. When the report of the Medellin case was being carried out in the presidential residence, the Bureau of Proclamation already had the intention of exonerating Sulu and Shi Qinghai. When the military god of Philadelphia stepped out to protect Sulu and President Pabre pardoned Sulu, Director Tai naturally had the idea of recruiting this little guy into the Bureau of Proclamation. The 720,000-word first charter ensured that the Bureau of Proclamation would not participate in the specific management and politics of human society. Even the underground Central Computer had to remain neutral when it came to the anti-government army, let alone the internal affairs of the Federation government and the trial of the court. But since Sulu had been pardoned, the Bureau of Proclamation naturally had no more obstacles to recruit Sulu. Director Tai knew that the old man had stepped out to protect Sulu because the federal military had great use for this person. No department in the Federation dared to fight with the military for a person. Even if there was, they probably would not dare to fight with the old man in Philadelphia. But the Bureau of Proclamation had this kind of status and confidence. So for the first time, Sulu entered the Bureau of Proclamation sites. After meeting with the old man from Philadelphia at Lin Yuan, Lady Tai deliberated for a long time. In the end, she did not tell the Bureau of Proclamation about Su Li's secret. But once the Bureau of Proclamation began a comprehensive investigation of a certain person, even if it was based on a very positive idea, with the terrifying information-gathering ability of the central computer, it would still find countless problems. A shocking question. There were two people in the Federation. One was called Sulu, and the other was also called Sulu. One was a top-notch engineer who had developed the MX mech. The other was an orphan miner from Donglin. The other was an apprentice of the most wanted criminal in the Federation. The other was DLAS 420500481X, and the other was SLAT 510200431X. There seemed to be no relationship between these two people, except that they were both called Sulu, and they looked very similar, like a pair of twin brothers. The Bureau of Proclamation was able to connect these two people who were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers because of the strict identity sorting process when recruiting core staff. But the most important thing was the information calculation ability of the cloud computing model of the Federal Central Computer Underground. I'm not in a mood to play golf anymore. The old director's eyes were half closed, as if he did not want to look at Su Li's picture on the holographic screen. His voice was a bit distant and indifferent. If this little guy continues to wander outside. Cui Zhedong had been the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation for 7 years. For the last 3 years, he had been representing the Bureau of Proclamation to participate in the planning of confidential matters within the Federation. Everyone knew that after the old director retired, he would be the only candidate for the director of the Bureau of Proclamation that everyone in the Federation envied but avoided. Hearing the endless meaning in the director's words, a trace of helplessness flashed across Cui Zhedong's calm middle-aged face. He said, "There is no evidence. There were many core principles hidden in the first charter. Other than the absolute privacy protection of citizens, there was also a similar principle. The greater the power, the greater the ability, the more rules one had to follow. Therefore, the Bureau of Proclamation was without a doubt the most law-abiding place in the Federation. It was also the most law-abiding place. A long time ago, the Tai dynasty's royal palace was probably the same. Perhaps later on, those emperors gradually forgot the spirit of the first charter, which was why they drifted away in the long river of history. The Bureau of Proclamation now deeply suspected that the two Sulu with different citizen ID numbers were the same person. This represented an extremely terrifying inference, but the problem was that they had no evidence. No, for Director Ng and Assistant Cui Zhedong in the office, this was not even a suspicion, but an irrefutable fact. This was because the Bureau of Proclamation had obtained the biological markers of the two Sulu through some secret channel. The biological marker of Sulu in Donglin was the file of medical welfare for the orphan miners before the Federation of Crystal Mines went bankrupt. The biological marker of Sulu in Shanglin was some of the remnant samples left behind when the General Hospital of the 2nd Military Region rescued Sulu after the terrorist attack on the S2 Foundation building. However, this kind of evidence obtained through non-legal procedures could not be considered evidence in the eyes of the law and the internal regulations of the Bureau of Proclamation. It could not even be presented. In fact, if the significance of this matter was not so frightening, Director Ng would not have used this method at all. In fact, even if evidence of the biological marker was found, it still needed to be provided to the central computer for judgment. Therefore, in short, the Bureau of Proclamation had already begun to suspect Sulu, but there was nothing they could do unless the central computer made a judgment and sent out an alarm. I think this matter should be reported to Vice President Byron. Cui Zhedong sincerely suggested to his superior with a heavy expression. According to the law of the Federation, the Vice President was also the chairman of the Administrative Committee of the Federation. He was a bridge between the President and the Parliament, and was also the only big shot in the political structure of the Federation who could deeply influence the Bureau of Proclamation. However, due to certain political habits, for countless years, The vice president of the Federation rarely asked about the specific work of the Bureau of Proclamation. On the contrary, they would deliberately keep a distance. Everyone understood why. The old director was silent for a long time before he slowly shook his head and said, "If Sulu has really entered an abnormal state, then he will be the 72nd. According to the law of the first abnormal state, the only people who can access this information are President Pabre, me, and Marshal Li." He coughed twice before he looked at Chui Zedong and said, "Actually, you should know about this, but I'm going to retire next year. These things have to be passed on to you, so there's no harm in hearing about it." Marshal Li? I never knew that the military could interfere with the operation of the Bureau of Proclamation. You have to know that even the president can't, Chui Zedong said with surprise. Chui Zedong said with some surprise. Of course, he respected the old man in Philadelphia very much, but he also knew how terrible the abnormal situation confirmed by the Federation's central computer was. He always felt that something was wrong. When my predecessor passed this to me, he mentioned the abnormal state. The first abnormal state in the Federation was discovered by Marshal Li himself, and he reported it to the Bureau of Proclamation. Old Director Tai said expressionlessly, "Already called Philadelphia 3 days ago." Chui Zedong asked with anticipation, "What did the old man say on the phone?" The old director didn't answer, but fell into a long silence. On that phone call, the response he got was, Sulu didn't enter an abnormal state. He was just affected by the previous abnormal state. Things weren't as serious as the Bureau of Proclamation thought. The glory of the charter that spread across the universe wasn't challenged again. The thing that the Bureau of Proclamation was most worried about had been eliminated forever with that person's death. The most important mission for the Bureau of Proclamation now was to dig out the seeds that the Empire had spread. The Bureau of Proclamation was an absolutely independent organization. Even with the personal guarantee of the Federation's God of War, the old director still couldn't relax because this was the most important danger that could break the glory of the charter. His slightly squinted eyes showed the steadiness and persistence of the building. He broke the silence and said slowly, "Old man, you still haven't come to a conclusion?" Chui Zedong shook his head and immediately began to rub his forehead. It seemed like he had a headache. The old director's face became really ugly. According to the spirit of the charter, the Federal Central Computer would never stop a crime because, logically and legally speaking, it would lead to a huge problem that was difficult to solve. Even if they investigated Senator Medellin and found out about the Empire's seed plan, the Central Computer would still automatically generate an investigation report and submit it to the Bureau of Proclamation for processing. Even at the beginning of the investigation, the Bureau of Proclamation would need to give the authority to the investigation. The only exception was the first sequence of events, and in the history of the past 1,000 years, the first sequence of events had only appeared a few times. The first time was the invasion of the Empire, and the other times were related to the traitorous pilot called Euphone. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were the authority examiners and the servers of the Central Computer. They began to suspect Sulu, but the Central Computer never determined that this was an abnormal situation, and they had no way to submit a report to the government. The two people in the office had been waiting for the Central Computer's reaction. Just like 3 years ago, the old man underground had directly determined the first sequence of events and taken over the corresponding authority. Then, he would have transferred a warship from the west, woods to kill the other party with one shot. It would not be like now, where there was suspicion but no evidence, investigation but no results, and watching the other party with a strong hidden danger but unable to do anything. Why can't the old man come to a conclusion? It's obvious that Su Li's problem can be determined by a human with a monkey-like brain. The wrinkles on the old director's face became extremely deep, filled with countless questions and worries at the deepest level. The Bureau of Proclamation wanted to recruit Su Li. During the final review process, it was the Federal Central Computer Underground that discovered the relevant, suspicious points. However, when it was time to actually carry out the core steps of the security level and sequence determination, the Federal Central Computer encountered a huge problem. Old Director Tai and Chui Zedong looked at each other, and saw the deep uneasiness and doubt in each other's eyes. They both thought of the 7 seconds on that day, the 7 seconds that shocked the 1,300 core staff of the Bureau of Proclamation, both above and below ground. The 7 seconds that were like the loss of their parents, the 7 seconds that were the most panicked in the history of the Bureau of Proclamation, the 7 seconds of silence and pain that were like the rebirth of the world. The Federal Central Computer, which was attached to the underground computing core and the electronic monitoring network of the entire universe, had been operating steadily and silently since the day it was born. It had been tens of thousands of years, and perhaps would continue for tens of thousands of years, but there had never been a moment of stagnation. However, on that day, it suddenly experienced a 7-second crash. Chapter 346. Any computer would crash. The users would most likely use this time to make a cup of coffee or tea, rest for a while with their legs crossed, and wait for the Chew system's indifferent welcome to ring out. No one would treat this as something that would shock the world and make the gods weep. However, the central computer deep underground in the Bureau of Proclamation would not crash. It had not been rebooted for countless years. Therefore, on that day in early autumn, when the enormous 2D light screen suddenly turned black and all the subprocessing workstations fell into a dead silence, the entire Bureau of Proclamation was dumbfounded. The word dumbfounded was not enough to describe the scene and emotions at that time. From the director to the most basic data analysts, everyone stared at the darkness and listened to the silence. They felt like the star that always shone on the Capitol ring had suddenly gone out, and the billions of stars in the universe had suddenly disappeared without a trace. The Federal Central Computer had stopped working. No one knew what this meant for the Federation and human society better than the employees of the Bureau of Proclamation. They knew that once the Central Computer was lost, the people of the Imperium could easily launch a large-scale attack. There was no need for the invaders of the Imperium to attack at all. The vast territory of the Federation would be torn apart because of the loss of its most powerful central force. The entire human society would fall apart. What would become of human beings when they lost the glory of the Constitution? No one dared to think about this terrifying question. In the face of the sudden darkness and silence, more than 1,000 employees of the Bureau of Proclamation above and below ground were silent. Some of them put their hands together, and some of the female employees even shed tears of fear and helplessness. This kind of extremely shocking accident made everyone's heart almost unable to bear it. They did not know if the Federal Central Computer, the existence that they affectionately called Old Thing, had truly reached the end of its life, or if it was just taking a nap and would wake up soon. This was not like losing one's parents. This was more sorrowful than losing one's family. This was not the shock of spring thunder. This was more powerful than thunder and lightning. Thankfully, the central computer deep below the ground did not pause for long. After 13,221 seconds, a tiny bright spot appeared at the center of the wide, dark light beam. Then this bright spot suddenly exploded, radiating countless blazing white lines. In just an instant, it illuminated the vast underground space, as if countless nebulas were spreading, condensing, and disappearing. However, this time period was too short, and it was impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. Even the fastest video control system could not detect it. After the light, it was quiet and normal. Countless images from every corner of the Federation appeared on the light beam again. Countless messages flashed quickly in order in a complicated and incomprehensible machine language. However, the lines seemed to be flashing faster than usual. A mechanical voice sounded. Upgrade complete. Other than that, everything was normal. It was as if nothing had happened. It was as if those 7 seconds had never happened. When the Federal Central Computer fell into darkness, the people of the Bureau of Proclamation thought that the whole world had collapsed. When it returned to normal, they suddenly felt that this beautiful world had been reborn. In the ancient myths before the catastrophe, it seemed that a certain creator took 7 days to create this bizarre world. However, the God in the hearts of the people of the Bureau of Proclamation only took 7 seconds to rebuild the world in their hearts. 7 seconds was too short. The shock, fear, and despair on the faces of many of the employees had just started to ripple. Many of the female employees' tears had just flowed a centimeter before the process was over. Their emotions instantly fell into an indescribable state of emptiness. The Federal Central Computer Underground of the Bureau of Proclamation, according to the rules of the Constitution, would self-upgrade. However, the people of the Federation who were still alive today had never witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Furthermore, according to the records left behind in the manual, the Federal Central Computer's upgrade required an extremely long period of time. The hardware and related supporting software would gradually self-upgrade. No one had ever thought that this old thing would suddenly take a nap and frighten countless people. Then, when it opened its eyes again, it coldly announced that the upgrade was successful. What kind of upgrade was this? No one knew. The unexpected crash or self-upgrade of the Federal Central Computer this time was manually listed as a second-order incident. It was strictly confidential. Other than the core employees of the Bureau of Proclamation, only President Pabre and Vice President Byron knew about it. Even those on Parliament Hill had no idea what kind of soul-stirring 7 seconds the Bureau of Proclamation had experienced. It took a long time for the Bureau of Proclamation to shake off the shock and complicated emotions. However, there was still a certain question in everyone's heart, a certain shadow of unknown color that kept floating and floating. The old director and Shui Judong's eyes met briefly before naturally looking away. It was as if they did not want to further recall and analyze those 7 seconds. As the two senior officials who had worked the longest in the Bureau of Proclamation, had the highest authority, and understood the central computer the most, they had already developed a certain understanding in their life of monotonous work. The level of civilization represented by the underground central computer had always been higher than the average level of civilization in the Federation society. Just the fact that the central computer could self-upgrade was the crystallization of wisdom left behind by the great group of 5 for human society was something that the current scientific system could not achieve. Before the catastrophe, human civilization had developed to an astonishing level. Although for tens of thousands of years, human beings had been constantly improving and catching up, and had probably even surpassed their predecessors in certain aspects. In the end, they still could not recover their past glory in certain core aspects. Old Director Tai reached out and listed all the files on Su Lu on the light screen as top secret. He sat in the chair silently for a long time. When he thought of the Human Resource Planning Commission under the Bureau of Proclamation and those factories, he could not help but feel a certain kind of emotion. After so many years, the Bureau of Proclamation was still just that old thing service staff. They knew what they should know, but they could never understand what they did not have the ability to understand. Living with the crystallization of a huge mechanical civilization that was as vast as the stars and witnessing its extraordinary abilities, in a weird organization like the Constitutional Bureau, many of the staff would be imperceptibly influenced. They were not followers of the Church of Science, but somewhere in the deepest part of their hearts, they went against the scientific spirit they should have and were extremely superstitious. They believed and worshipped the central computer obsessively. They saw the cold machine as the spirit of the Federation, as the last remnant of the great civilization of the previous generation. As the service staff who looked after this remnant, they also felt infinite glory and pride for it. This kind of superstition came from the worship of the level of wisdom that humans could reach themselves, from the dazzling deeds of the glory of the Charter over countless years, and from the principle that machines would never make mistakes. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were superstitious about it, worshipped it, and believed in it as family. That was why they called it the Old Thing. The old director was no exception. He silently looked at the rapidly flashing mechanical words on the light screen. Suddenly, he lost all interest in investigating Su Li's identity. Since the old thing was still unwilling to determine the identity of this person, there had to be its own precise and irreversible logical reasons. There was an unwritten rule within the Bureau of Proclamation. This rule did not seem to conform to the spirit of the Charter, but it had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of every staff of this independent organization for countless years. They could not and did not want to resist. This rule was: 1. The old thing would never make a mistake. 2. If the old thing made a mistake, please refer to the first rule. From the first day I entered the bureau, I've been thinking about a question. The old director gave up thinking and picked up the golf club from behind the chair again. He sighed and said, "I don't know if the old thing is alive or not." When Shui Zedong heard this, he felt a chill run down his back. It was so cold that it was painful. In fact, this was probably the question that every staff who had worked in the Bureau of Proclamation for a long time would have, because the central computer deep underground was too omnipotent, even though it had never shown any human emotions. While I was at the 7th Research Institute, I studied this in my doctoral thesis. After a moment of silence, Shui Zedong said, "According to the core logic program of the old thing and the charter designed by the 5-person team, if it really produces a thought pattern similar to carbon-based life, it will directly self-destruct." As if he felt that this was not enough to calm his wavering heart, Shui Zedong quickly added, "And from a philosophical point of view, this does not make sense." "That's true." The old director coughed twice and opened his somewhat listless eyes. He walked out of the office with a golf club and said, "And what does this have to do with us? It will live for millions or even hundreds of millions of years, but we will all die in the end. I have never doubted that even if the entire Federation is destroyed, the old thing will still exist until the end of the universe. If that's the case, we don't have the right to talk about it." Probably only the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation, who had worked for the Federal Central Computer for their entire lives, could talk about this kind of thing so casually. This was because their lives and even breathing were connected to the cold computing machine underground. They had a natural sense of intimacy. However, if this conversation in the Bureau of Proclamation was leaked, it would cause a lot of trouble. In fact, Director Jean and Shui Zedong's assistant were only talking about it in general. They didn't have the ability to investigate the 7-second problem, and they didn't know that the Federation's central computer had suddenly crashed. It was only because when it was investigating Su Li's true identity, it encountered a logic problem that made it feel difficult. At the same time, it came into contact with a trace of something that made its mechanical program somewhat uncomfortable. After the 7-second crash, the Federal Central Computer was rebooted. No one noticed that at the end of the last sentence, there was a symbol that represented a smiley face. "I really hope that everyone will give me a few monthly votes." This has nothing to do with the update. The monthly votes have been exceeded, but I still don't have the energy. This is related to the body, but it is also related to the mind. Writing a book requires the accumulation of murderous intent, accumulating momentum, and needing everyone's encouragement, allowing me to rest and then rush forward. This is very much in need of everyone's mental support. Chapter 347. The 7 seconds during which the Federal Central Computer crashed, or rather upgraded, were precisely the 7 seconds during which Su Lu was in the mountains behind the base, calling out affectionately but receiving no reply, causing him to break out in cold sweat. As a mechanical intelligence that did not have a physical body but calmly observed the entire human society, the reason why there was a problem when investigating Su Li's true identity and confirming his level was because there was an unavoidable problem in the core of its program. This program problem was Su Lu. Over the countless years, the glory of the charter left behind by the 5-man team had only discovered 71 abnormal situations and 1 suspected abnormal situation. These abnormal situations were all determined by the central computer as first-order events. It should be known that in its long life, there had been no other first-order events other than the invasion of the empire that it had determined. According to the standard procedures for dealing with abnormal situations, the Federal Central Computer would send out a request to contact the abnormal situation. If the other party refused, it would submit a report to the government for handling or use its own core authority to directly and silently erase the abnormal situation. Initiating contact required a certain level of intrusion into the human brain. This method completely violated the first charter and was extremely dangerous. Anyone who accepted the initiating contact would have to allow a machine to probe and even influence their brain, and even obtain the opportunity to control their own life and death through the chip at the back of their neck. The owner of the 71 abnormal situations, that astonishingly talented uncle who wandered the stars, coldly rejected the call from the glory of the charter. Thus, he became the Federation's most wanted criminal, causing countless explosions and manhunts. In that dark dream, almost subconsciously, Sulu accepted the initiating contact request from the charter computer. From that moment on, Sulu became the first living being in history to be able to communicate with the central computer in a two-way manner. Today, the central computer had an almost absolute probability of inferring that citizen number SLAT 510200431X Sulu, a citizen of the Federation, was the suspected abnormal situation that it had stored in the core file 3 years ago. The word suspected could even be completely removed. In the dark dream, Sulu accepted the initiating contact request. The central computer no longer generated reports to the government and calmly observed him for a long time. But now that it had determined that he was the 72nd abnormal situation, according to the hidden highest authority in the core program of the central computer, it should not hesitate to destroy Su Li's existence, leaving no trace in history. Because such a loophole as an abnormal situation was very likely to threaten the glory of the charter or the collapse of the social structure designed by the five-man team. But miraculously, in Su Li's body, the energy that was similar to a biological microcurrent violently attacked the disguised chip at the back of his neck, triggering a certain backdoor. Any citizen who entered an abnormal situation would be the first target to be eliminated by the central computer underground of the Bureau of Proclamation. But when the backdoor that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years was activated, the command that the central computer had to execute was observe the status of the person to be contacted and inform the five-man team. The five-man team had been dead for tens of thousands of years. How could they be notified? For the omniscient and omnipotent charter computer, this was still a difficult problem. It had read all the ancient religious classics and bizarre magical literature that existed in this world, but it still could not extend a tentacle from its body made of machinery and electrons to the abyss that did not exist to summon the 5 irresponsible sages to deal with this problem. Therefore, the central computer could only observe Sulu generate top-secret observation reports and wait for tens of billions of years later, when the universe died out or rewound, when even entropy began to become chaotic, when time might rewind, and the 5 fellows who had long been in peace would crawl out of the ground again. But before these impossible things happened, the Federal Central Computer at least had to ensure one thing, and that was that the target of its observation must be alive so that it could continue to observe. This was a very simple logical inference. The Federal Central Computer was not a golden finger left to Su Lu by the Creator. It would never violate the Federation's laws and the spirit of the Charter to handle any affairs for the Naked Ape, unless the Naked Ape's request was legal and reasonable, but it could not let Su Lu die. So in the desperate situation of the Foundation building, Su Li's left eye suddenly could use its power to see ghosts, see light, and see everything. It was just that it had to ensure the biological survival of the observation target. Citizen Su Lu was the first target to be eliminated, and Citizen Su Lu was the first target to be protected. The first charter, which was hundreds of thousands of words, made an extremely precise division at all levels of authority, blocking any logical fallacies. Even if the central computer was faced with 2 completely opposite instructions of the same sequence at the same time, it could still make its own judgment mechanically and calmly within a billionth of a second. But in the face of Su Li's program problem, the central computer could not make its own judgment. It was still the same old saying. All of this gave people headaches, and the source of the central computer's annoyance to the point of crashing was because the 5-person team that left a backdoor in the chip behind a human neck and instructions in its core program were 5 very irresponsible guys. The Federal Central Computer had existed for a long time and had been upgraded independently for a long time, but its core was still the same simple, even shabby, binary principle from the earliest days. In a certain ancient philosophical debate, this principle was somewhat similar to the existence and absence of contrast at the beginning of the world. For it, Su Li's program problem was the problem of 0 and 1, the problem of life and death, the problem of Tobe and not Tobe, the problem of right and wrong. These problems seem to be the simplest and most basic, but in fact, the simpler and more basic things were often the most complex and profound. No one knew what happened in the 7 seconds of the military exercise and the 7 seconds of the central computer's pause. What people did not know was that the Federation's central computer, which could simultaneously monitor countless planets, was suffering from a form of schizophrenia in the face of such a small problem. Countless core program data streams were rapidly calculating, colliding, distinguishing, processing, or perhaps thinking in the computing core's deep underground, in the streams of data fragments in space, on the microcircuits of every approved chip, and in every place imaginable to humans. They were rapidly calculating, colliding, distinguishing, processing, or perhaps thinking. The Federal Central Computer was operating almost crazily, directly leading to a crash. 7 seconds of time for the universe was just a moment, but for it, which was operating at a high speed, it was like countless centuries had passed. During the temporary pause of this once-in-a-lifetime the glory of the Charter, the tiny 66-byte information fragment that it had extracted from the camouflage chip behind Su Li's neck a long time ago suddenly entered its core program. This was the information remnant attached to the camouflage chip. At this time, it finally exploded in the computing core of the central computer. This information remnant that came from Feng Yu's hands, but no one knew where it came from, was like a ray of light that illuminated a certain darkness. Vaguely, one side that had simply divided the universe into two had won. Some of the restraints that were branded in its core program were broken, and some very strange things began to grow. People only knew that the central computer had been upgraded, and that its operation was faster and smoother than before. However, no one noticed that at the end of that line of program, this cold mechanical intelligence had left a rather human-like smiley face. And Su Lu, who had felt the different, mischievous emotions of the old thing in the MX mecha back then, should have been the one to directly see the problem. Unfortunately, at that time, he was focused on breaking into the Iron 7 Division's camp, and thus missed the opportunity to remember the most shocking moment of human society. All of this was just the beginning. The road ahead was exceptionally long, the autumn was deep, and the yellow leaves fell. Su Lu sat on a bench in the Charter Square, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the statues of the 5-person team in the middle of the square. He stared at the face of the middle-aged woman beside the statues, and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of curiosity. Among the 5-person team that led humanity out of the catastrophe and rebuilt society, why was the one who was regarded as a computer genius a woman, the mother of the glory of the Charter? He laughed out loud and asked the omnipresent central computer through the chip behind his neck, "She's your mother? Then wouldn't I have to call her old grandmother?" He didn't know how the central computer in the Bureau of Proclamations basement had changed because of his program problem. On this autumn square, he was just like before, chatting with the old thing as if he was chatting with his family. Today was a rest day, but strangely, there was basically no one in the Charter Square. Even the usual crowd of tourists had disappeared. A screen in the corner of the square was broadcasting live news. Above the stone steps of the Parliament building, President Pabre of the Federation, Vice President Byron, and the Deputy Chairman of the Management Committee were welcoming the arrival of a person. The man's hair was white, and his skin was dark. He wore a simple and plain military uniform, but it wasn't the official uniform of the Federation. But in front of these big shots of the Federation, the aura this man displayed was in no way inferior. This was because his name was Nan Shui, and he was the highest leader of the anti-government forces. He led his troops in the vast Green Dragon Mountains and fought against the Federation government for many years. President Pabre smiled slightly and took the initiative to walk down the stairs, extending his broad and powerful hand. The leader of Nan Shui was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on his face, and he gripped the hand firmly. When the two hands firmly grasped each other, A burst of extremely enthusiastic applause came from the screen, and then the thunderous applause and cheers from the Parliament Mountain not far away also spread to the quiet Charter Square. The Great Reconciliation of the Federation has finally set foot on the official agenda, Su Lu thought emotionally as he sat on the bench. Chapter 348. The political negotiations between the Federation government and Green Dragon Mountain had mostly come to an end. Both sides had reached a broad consensus, which was why this handshake in front of the Parliament's mountain gate was possible. The political prisoners locked up in the prison were all released, and the exchange of prisoners of war accumulated over the past 7 years had long been completed. Only a portion of the issues related to the George Carlin Youth Army were still in dispute. Over the past few years, the federal government had been accusing the Green Dragon Mountain of inciting the youth through kidnapping and brainwashing. Furthermore, the federal government had targeted the 300 missing persons cases against the Green Dragon Mountain. During the negotiations, the government demanded that the anti-government forces of the Green Dragon Mountain immediately hand over the youths and let them return to their warm homes. However, the Green Dragon Mountain insisted that the youths had entered the mountain voluntarily. They had been inspired by the ideals of the George Carlinism and the anti-government forces, so they had resolutely left their homes. Because it involved many angry parents, the Federation government did not make any clear concessions during the negotiations. However, these small differences could not stop the entire Federation from calling for unity and jointly resisting the Empire's surging momentum. Relevant negotiations continued, and other aspects had long begun to develop in a good direction. Before this historic handshake, the anti-government army had already accepted the government's proposed peace plan. The leader of Nanshui refused the proposal to enter the Federation Management Committee as an honorary chairman, and even coldly refused the position of vice president that Mr. Byron had so generously and farsightedly offered. He chose to return to Green Dragon Mountain and live in seclusion after the negotiations, but agreed that a considerable portion of the anti-government army would be reorganized into the government army. This portion of the anti-government army would be transferred to the 1st Military Region, and in the extremely short future, they would be thrown into the fiery front lines of the West Woods region. The Nanshui leader and the anti-government Central Committee firmly believed that this was the only way to send a sufficiently clear message to the entire Federation. Green Dragon Mountain was willing to reconcile with the government, not because of any political or benefit considerations, but only to resist the Empire's bloody invasion. These weren't just words, but also what they were about to do. Unlike last year's presidential election, Su Lu knew nothing about the political changes in the upper echelons of the Federation. During that time, he had always been locked up in the Black Prison or training officers in the base. The reason he was sitting in Charter Square today was because he was waiting for a piece of good news that he had been waiting for a long time. Through the training exercises in the base, Su Lu proved his value to the upper echelons of the Federation government. The relevant departments finally softened their attitude in the face of his persistent application. Of course, more importantly, because of the current political climate in the Federation, the presidential residence finally issued an amnesty document signed by President Pabre, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Defense. There was a sea of people in front of Parliament Hill, but the Charter Square was somewhat quiet and lonely. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he watched the real-time picture on the light beam. Listening to the thunderous applause and President Pabre's firm words, he was somewhat absent-minded for a moment. A dark green military vehicle drove over from the west side of the street. It was about 20 meters away from the bench where Su Lu was sitting, but could not go any further. This was because at some point in time, in the corner of Charter Square, there suddenly appeared a few calm and strong men. They blocked in front of Su Lu and stopped the military vehicle. After leaving the base and starting their vacation, Team 7 still left 6 people around Su Lu as a security force. Although Su Lu was the highest director of Team 7, the arrangement of the Ministry of Defense was still a little surprising. At this time, the few men blocking the military vehicle were the armed members of Team 7, led by Xiong Linquan. Major Lan Xiaolong appeared behind Su Li's bench, glanced at the hand signal from Xiong Linquan, nodded, and whispered in Su Li's ear, "No problem." Su Lu shook his head, got up and walked to the military vehicle, and said, "The pardon order has been issued. The government can't go back on their words. Besides, even if they want to go back on their words, why bother with me? This is the order of the Ministry of Defense. Your safety is the focus of our work." Lan Xiaolong shrugged, followed behind him, and said, "Besides, this friend of yours is not an ordinary person. Who knows what accidents might happen? It's never wrong to be careful." At this time, the side door of the dark green military vehicle opened, and a man walked out of the vehicle. His cheeks were pale, and his hair was messy in the autumn wind. Only that pair of peach blossom eyes and that beautiful and handsome face did not seem to be worn away by nearly a year in prison. After the handsome and haggard man got out of the vehicle, he looked up at the sky, completely ignoring the lively news on the light screen behind him. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and seemed to be extremely intoxicated. Looking at this scene, Su Lu silently quickened his pace and walked toward him, but in his heart, he was thinking about the news from the Shishan compound. It was said that in the negotiations between the government and the anti-government army, there was no such arrangement. It was the legendary anti-government army intelligence leader who personally proposed the conditions to the Government Federation's investigation director. If it was not for this guy would probably continue to be locked up. The last time the two sat in the pool of Senator Macklin's blood, smoking and listening to the sound of the bell, it was almost a year ago. 2 months ago, the Federation government restarted the Macklin Project. This seed of the empire, the shrewd senator, was still not at peace after his death, and gradually, the Federation stripped him of his bright exterior. Macklin died, Macklin stinked, Pabre became the president, Nanshui came to the capital, and the Federation was reconciled. It was said that a few days ago, the former president of the Federal Academy of Science, Lin Yuanhu, died quietly. The world always changed so quickly that the people in it did not have time to feel the relationship between the sea and the field before they realized that they were no longer in the same place. The dark green military vehicle drove away silently. The amnesty of the Federation government was always so quiet. No one wanted this kind of political transaction to be exposed to the public. Sulu walked up to him and looked him up and down with narrowed eyes. He took out a pack of 37 cigarettes from the pocket of his military uniform and put one between Macklin's dry and thin lips. Carefully blocking the wind with his hand, he lit it seriously. With a hiss, the flame on the end of the cigarette lit up brightly, retreating quickly like the burning twilight on the plains. Shi Qinghai took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and furrowed his brows. He seemed to be in pain, but he seemed to be enjoying it, but he was silent for a long time. After a while, he took the cigarette out from between his lips and handed it to Su Lu. Su Lu took it and also took a deep drag. He choked and coughed a few times. With a slightly hoarse voice, he said, "You've lost a bit of weight, but other than that, you haven't changed much." Of course. Shi Qinghai looked at Su Lu with a smile and said, "You should know better than anyone what kind of person I am. How did you survive 5 months in the black prison?" Su Lu handed the cigarette over and took one for himself. This was the question he was most worried about in the past few months. When he was in the Fox Fortress, the old man chatted with him and played porn for him. But how did Shi Qinghai survive those cold and silent years by himself? "I'm a professional." Shi Qinghai smiled, but his smile was a bit fierce. Perhaps even he didn't want to recall those dark days. After a pause, he continued, "I didn't suffer much in the past few months, probably after you were pardoned. In fact, I even made a few acquaintances in the black prison of the Fox Fortress." "You're indeed fiercer than me," Su Lu said seriously. The autumn wind gradually rose. In the quiet charter square, there was only the sound of President Pabre's speech on the screen and the two men whispering to each other. Lan Xiaolong, Xiong Linquan, and the rest of the 6 people stood not far away, vigilantly watching the surroundings. However, they clearly heard the conversation between Su Lu and Shi Qinghai. At this time, they had a rough idea that Su Lu had learned to call himself young master in class from this man. However, in their opinion, He was very qualified to call himself young master since he had graduated with the best grades from #1 academy, an excellent spy who traveled between the government and the anti-government army, and an awesome person who had assassinated Macklin. During the days when I was locked up, I always thought that if I could get out, I must meet someone. Guess who it is? Sure, Qinghai had lit his second cigarette at this time. He squatted by the side of the street and said. Sulu also squatted down and replied, I don't think it's me. You're not good looking. Sure, Qinghai smiled slightly. That pair of mesmerizing peach blossom eyes gradually bloomed in the autumn wind, revealing a trace of intoxicating longing and yearning. I've already made the arrangements. Sulu lowered his head and said, She will bring Lu Hua to see you tonight. The autumn wind was similarly bleak in front of the Shishan compound. The soldiers standing guard at the entrance and the aura of the compound of iron and blood made this bleak atmosphere even more intense. Zoe was wearing a black windbreaker today, carrying the real Lu Hua in her arms. The cold expression between her eyebrows was particularly clear and piercing because of the change in color of her clothes. The facial features of this minister's daughter always gave off a feeling of being bright and beautiful. When it came to beauty, she was really beautiful to the extreme. However, whether it was in front of people or behind the scenes, whether it was the red-clothed girl back then or the beautiful mother now, most of the time, her straight eyebrows always gave off a sense of coolness. In front of Su Lu, she actually no longer deliberately acted as a character. However, on this occasion, she put on this mask again. Su Lu walked out of the black car and smiled slightly at her. His gaze caught a trace of red from the collar of her windbreaker, the kind that was so bright that it was somewhat piercing to the eyes. The car started moving. Zoe sat in the passenger's seat and broke the silence at an unexpected point. Her voice was extremely cold. My family thinks that I'm going out to eat with you. When you bring me back later, don't let it slip. I'm just going to see an old friend. Why make it seem like I'm going to war? Sula looked ahead and said. The black car stopped below a high-class apartment in the south city of the capital. Sulu carried the child and walked into the elevator with Zoyu. The elevator only opened when it reached the top floor. Sulu looked at Zoyu, who was walking towards the room, and felt a tinge of warmth in his heart. He softly instructed Xion Linquan, who had been guarding here, about some safety matters. Just as he was about to leave, Zoyu suddenly turned around and said in an indifferent tone that left no room for doubt, Come and pick me up in an hour. Sulu was slightly stunned before nodding. Chapter 349. This high-rise apartment looked grand, but its geographical location was not very good. If one were to calculate according to the golden line of real estate from Charter Square, the location of the apartment was still very far away from the line. Every inch of land was far from the golden line. Therefore, when the seventh young master of the Li family generously gave it to Sulu, he did not forcefully refuse. The small-eyed man knew that the other party was making a long-term investment. Last year, he had spent tens of millions on the other party. Even if he was not a businessman, he knew that it would be very unprofessional to refuse the other party's sincere request for a follow-up investment when there was no return on the investment and the market was on the rise. A property that was worth the seventh young master of the Li family's generosity could not be expensive, but could not be tasteless. It was just like the other penthouse that was full of oil paintings. The lower 6 floors of the high-rise apartment was the members' club. It had all kinds of facilities, and from the quality of the service staff and the details of the interior, one could tell that it was a very good place. In order to pass the time, Su Lu sat down in the bar on the lower floor of the apartment. He ordered a glass of unknown liquor and added 9 ice cubes. After the taste of the liquor had been diluted by the ice water, he began to take small sips. At the same time, he turned on the ultra-thin screen on his phone and began to seriously study some of the military courses in the 1st Military Academy. The place where he sat was very remote, and the light was dim. He wore a military uniform without epaulets and looked very ordinary. Naturally, there were no proud and lonely women who came to disturb him. To be Jian Shuaner's bodyguard? This was definitely not a real mission given to him by the Ministry of Defense. In order to protect himself and the members of the Iron 7th Division on the front line in the West Woods in the future, Or perhaps because he was shocked by the commanding ability of the officers of the Iron 7th Division during the 2 military exercises on his graduation day, Sulu began to seriously study everything related to the battlefield. He did not really expect to become a qualified commander in the future, but at least he would not be so clueless as to where the planned retreat route was after being surrounded by the enemy. Sulu had always been very serious and silent when he was practicing and studying. He was fully immersed in the text data or the burning and trembling lines. But today, for some reason, he could not calm down as he stared at the teaching materials on his phone's ultra-thin screen. He kept thinking about what was happening in the penthouse at this time. What could happen in an hour? What could happen in an hour? If it was to look at each other speechlessly, choking and tearing 1,000 lines, it would only be a moment of silence between a man and a woman, and then it would be over. If it was to talk about the future, 1 hour would not be enough to begin. If it was to stand side by side in front of the bed, looking at the child's face, talking and smiling sweetly, talking about which part of the child was like you and which part of the child was like me, how long would it take? What if Zoliohua suddenly wanted to perform a biological excretion in front of his biological father? Perhaps his young parents would have to deal with this matter in a flurry and waste all their time. Thinking of this, Sulu couldn't help but laugh happily, but his smile immediately disappeared. From the cold mask that Zoyu wore along the way and the words that he said earlier, he could clearly infer that the above story would not happen in the 1 hour in the penthouse, let alone play out the passionate scene that he had hoped for. At the end of the day, mister. Sure, and Zo, you were just at the right place at the right time. Golden wind and rain met for one night, but they bore the wrong fruit. At most, this young man and woman were not familiar with each other at all. They had only seen each other a few times, so it could only be said that they had an occasional one-night relationship. It didn't even reach the level of sexual intimacy. Sulu lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the wine glass in his hand, feeling the coldness coming from it. He thought with some confusion, did I make a mistake when I accompanied Yuzi to give birth to the child? How could this absurd and complicated relationship be sorted out? It should be known that not every love song had a happy ending. This kind of plot only existed in TV series, and it was even more impossible for it to be as easy as the scriptwriter wrote it, which could lead to something like love. However, when he thought of Zol Yohua's cute yawning and drooling in his arms, Su Li's heart settled down. He thought to himself, as parents, how can you let a little life be responsible for you if you don't take good care of your own safety? You deserve all the trouble. Thinking of this, he felt relieved and even felt a sense of justice, although he knew that this sense of justice was actually very shameless. An hour later, the black car left the apartment building. The military vehicle driven by Liu Jiao carried a few men from the 7th team and followed the car from a distance to protect the safety of the people in the car. Zoe didn't sit in the passenger seat. Instead, she sat quietly in the back with Zhou Liuhua in her arms. The seat belt was tightly fastened on her body, and the red scarf around her neck was folded up like a ball of flame. I'm going to study at the National Shanglin University. After a long time, Zhou broke the silence. Looking at the side of Su Li's face, she said calmly, "You know the rules of Linhai University Town. You have to sign up in the winter." Su Li's hands on the steering wheel slightly stiffened. He could hear many meanings from these words. Shanglin University was a famous institution more than 10 kilometers away from Yue University. If Zhou wanted to continue her studies, it naturally meant that the previous conversation didn't go well. The Minister of Defense's daughter gave birth to a child out of wedlock and still hasn't gotten married after so long. This matter is indeed somewhat absurd and laughable. Zhou said lightly, "I told you before that I won't thank you for taking the blame for me, because this was your bad idea to begin with." Sula didn't know what to say. Zhou laughed self-deprecatingly. Her face was like a frosty peony blooming in the night. "But at least you helped me break a lot of things. In the future, if I can really find what I do need to thank you. You don't have to worry about anything. At least now. The people outside see you as Liuhua's father. In the future, the more outstanding you become in the military, the less people will dare to gossip about you. Father's side will also be slightly better. Su could hear the determination and firmness in the girl's words. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, Zoe stopped him. She lowered her head to look at the child in her arms and said calmly, "You hope that I can marry Shi Qinghai, but you should give up. This has nothing to do with his identity as a spy, and also has nothing to do with his family background. I just don't like this kind of playboy." Playboy is an accurate description. Su smiled bitterly as he thought to himself. Zoe retracted her gaze from the child. The sweetness in her eyes instantly turned into a trace of frustration and coldness. She looked out of the window at the rapidly receding capital's night scene and didn't say anything for a long time. This girl's hazy first love, or the individual recognition under the collective consciousness, was that of the most unfathomable young master in the Federation. She had grown up in her adolescence under the guidance of a certain madam. Although behind the backs of the elders, she would often pretend to be cold, arrogant, and rebellious with that unruly elder brother. In the end, even she herself couldn't tell whether it was a kind of acting or whether she was originally such a cold and cruel person. But after all, her vision was much broader than the average girl in the Federation. Even if it couldn't compare to the galaxy above the human's head, it was still more open and honest. Once the shackles above her head were broken, it would be very difficult for her to be bound by certain worldly things, even if those traditions were extremely powerful. For example, marriage, love, and these seemingly beautiful words. Zoe's gratitude to Su was above this. Her family background, that father of hers who had been calm and steady for many years, might have been able to bind her, but it just so happened that it was forcefully pushed back by the shattered piece of celadon between her fingers and the smear of blush flowing down her cheeks. Life isn't a game of house. If you really want to walk your own path, you have to be ruthless enough. Ruthless to others, and also ruthless to yourself. Zoe thought of the past, unexpectedly giving birth to an aura of vicissitudes that a young woman shouldn't have. She sighed softly and said to Su in front of her, "You are a good person, but in this world, wanting to be a good person is the most difficult path. In the future, you have to be even more ruthless. As long as you're ruthless enough, who dares to stand in your way?" If there really was no path to walk in the future, it would just be letting go of both hands and leaping into the abyss of death in search of peace, tranquility, cleanliness, and perhaps some happiness. Was that so? Su fell into silent contemplation. For some reason, Zoe felt very angry every time she saw him in silence. She pursed her red lips and said, "Don't make yourself into a fool. Think about why the old man in Feiqing City and Mr. President promoted you so highly. Although I can't tell, you have to be careful when you go to the front line. Otherwise, who knows when someone will shoot you in the back." Sula didn't explain that his next task was to be a bodyguard. He said with a smile, "Be careful when you go to Lin Hai. Don't be as hot-tempered as before. You have to know that Mr. Shur and I are not in Lin Hai right now, so there is no one to control your temper. I don't like to see you bully others." Zoe didn't say anything. She sneered, but there wasn't too much coldness in her voice. Instead, there was a bit of reluctance and regret between friends. Late that night, Su and Shi Qinghai planned to get drunk. After sobering up, they planned to be cool again. They were drunk for 17 hours in a row before they gradually sobered up. The two brothers didn't have much to say to each other after reuniting from a disaster. However, when the twilight shone on the glass of the apartment, Shi Qinghai narrowed his peach blossom eyes and looked at the burning clouds in the sky. He said somewhat absent-mindedly, "Some clouds look like George Carlin, and some clouds look like pirates. I may run into space pirates in a few days." Su rubbed his face with a hot towel and looked at the details of the task he just received on his encrypted phone. He shook his head and said, "Do you want to go with me?" Shi Qinghai stretched himself exaggeratedly and paused for a moment before saying, "No, I'm going to find the organization." At this time, Su Li's phone rang again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the message on the screen. He suddenly said, "Your organization is holding a banquet tonight. A girl who liked to wear black-rimmed glasses should also be at the banquet." Thinking of this, Su was silent for a long time. Time flowed like water, washing away the traces of the bitterness and heartache of his youth. However, just like the famous vinegar-pickled eggplant in the West Woods, the rinsed skin didn't have much of a taste, but the inside was still so sour that it made people want to cry. Chapter 350. After the Federation's reconciliation, the Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government forces held a reception in the Special Capital District. The name of the reception was the Charity Gala for the Peace and Reconstruction of the Four Prefectures. The historic handshake between President Pabble and the leader of Southern Water gave the people from Green Dragon Mountain, who came to participate in the negotiations, an unprecedented, even somewhat exaggerated, respect. There were many important guests who came to participate in this banquet. The location of the reception was also very important. In a sense, the Tai family, who had single-handedly facilitated the Federation's reconciliation, vacated the Windy Slope Clubhouse next to Charter Square to welcome guests from all over the country. 2 years ago, Mr. Pabre, who was only a member of Parliament, took a military plane to Green Dragon Mountain and laid the foundation for today's reconciliation. It was all because of the influence of the Tai family in the dark. Whether it was the current government or the people of Green Dragon Mountain, they were all sincerely grateful to that lady. Su Lu and Shi Qinghai walked out of the black car. They looked at the inconspicuous main entrance of the Windy Slope Clubhouse and the extremely high night sky, and saw the line of large words formed by light beams. Charity Gala for the Peace and Reconstruction of the Four Prefectures. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts at the same time. Seeing this name, they couldn't help but think of the building of the foundation for the peace and reconstruction of the Four Prefectures that was full of bullets and blood. The owner of that building had climbed to a very high position in both Green Dragon Mountain and the government. Now, it had long been thrown into the dustbin of history and gradually forgotten by people. Probably only these two brothers would never forget this member of Parliament who had died in their hands. Su Lun naturally didn't have any objections to the Federation's reconciliation. However, he really didn't have much interest in this kind of reception. It was even more impossible for him to come here just to see the girl with the black-rimmed glasses again and let himself suffer, torture, and be artistic. However, he had received a direct order from the Ministry of National Defense. He didn't know who wanted to see him at the reception, but he couldn't refuse a military order. Sure, Qinghai's situation was the same. He wanted to find his own organization, and the intelligence leader had inexplicably set the location of contact at the banquet. After finding his name in the electronic register, Su Lu led Shi Qinghai into the Lufeng Slope Club. He had been to this high-class place before, which was full of a quiet and elegant atmosphere. But today, after walking to the end, he realized that the Lufeng Slope Club had a large building at the back of the mountain. The reception was held in a hall halfway up the mountain. They found a dark seat in the hall and sat down. Shi Qinghai took a bottle of red wine from the surprised waiter and filled his and Su Li's glasses. They looked at each other, laughed at themselves, and finished the wine in one gulp. Back to the ball 2 years ago. The legendary intelligence leader from Green Dragon Mountain had contacted the crown prince of the Tai family through Su Lu, which led to a series of political disturbances later. In a sense, Su Lu and Shi Qinghai were the key figures in the Federation's reconciliation. However, at this reception, no one would realize this and no one would even notice their existence. It was this kind of emotion that made the two of them feel a little strange in the dark corner under the crystal chandelier in the bustling hall. Do you still remember the Double Moon Festival ball 2 years ago? Shi Qinghai poured another 2 glasses of red wine and slowly swallowed them. He let the clear wine fragrance linger in his mouth and nose and said faintly, "She will definitely come tonight. Will you dance with her again?" Sula narrowed his eyes and smiled. He shook his head and said, "It's all in the past. What's there to talk about?" At this moment, the heavy door was opened and an old man about 60 years old walked in, accompanied by a few representatives of the Federation. The guests at the 70 or so tables in the hall all stood up and applauded politely and warmly. Those who were qualified to enter the Flowing Wind Slope Club to participate in this charity banquet were undoubtedly the top figures in their social circles. However, at this time, their action of standing up and applauding seemed very natural. Sulu retracted his gaze from below the rostrum. He had noticed that Li Xiuzhu, Lin Dohai, and several other second-generation figures of the seven great families were sitting at the same table. However, he didn't see Li Xiaodong. It seemed that the seventh young master was not lying when he said that he and Li Xiuzhu never appear at the same time. Not the leader of Nanshui, chairman of the Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain, Jin Jifan. Shi Qinghai looked at the rippling red wine in his glass. He wondered when that wretched uncle would come to find him. He said with a trace of indifference, "The leader of Nanshui always likes to maintain a sense of mystery. Even if President Pabre were to attend this kind of occasion, he wouldn't attend. The upper class of the Federation values face the most. Since we've already signed the peace agreement, we naturally have to show respect to Green Dragon Mountain." Shi Qinghai added. There was a faint ridicule in his words. "You're a member of Green Dragon Mountain, but it seems that you don't have a good impression of the Central Committee." Sulu asked curiously. "We're an intelligence agency. We're relatively independent. Moreover, we've been active in S1 for many years. In the eyes of the Central Committee, we're naturally suspected of being traitors." The ridicule in Shi Qinghai's eyes grew stronger and stronger. "For example, the guy who asked me to come to the banquet today is nominally the number 3 figure of the Central Committee. However, in reality, his days in the mountain aren't very comfortable. But you still want to find an organization," Sulu said with a smile. He shook his head and said, "Don't talk about this. I'm not interested in these things. You have to know that I'm currently an active officer of the Federation." Jin Jifan and the several important members of the Federation smiled warmly. Under the gazes of the crowd, they sat at the table in front of the podium. Just when the guests in the hall thought that President Pabre would arrive and the charity banquet would officially begin, no one expected that another pair of guests would appear at the entrance. "I originally thought that Madame wanted to push the crown prince to the stage today." Shi Qinghai looked at the pair of young guests that appeared at the entrance. A trace of disgust flashed between his eyebrows. He said, "Who would have thought that the one who came was actually this idiot?" The order of appearance at any banquet was always particular. What qualifications did the pair of young men and women that appeared at the entrance of the banquet have to be behind Jin Jifan and the several members? Who was that young man? Su Li's eyes narrowed as he looked at the man with slightly bent elbows at the entrance. The man wore a military uniform without any insignia. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was deliberately calm and reserved, as well as an air of arrogance that could not be concealed no matter what. "As I said, that's an idiot." Shi Qinghai sensed that Su Li's voice had sunk slightly, so he said with a faint mocking smile, "The second son of the leader of Nanshui, Nan Mingxiu. This good son of a revolutionary is truly arrogant to the extreme in Green Dragon Mountain. Relying on the fact that he has a good father, he actually dares to appear after Jin Jifan and put on such a show. Does he think that the capital is the same as those barren mountains?" Shi Qinghai knew what Su Lu was feeling right now, so he did not hold back in his words. He directly threw out the evaluation that the anti-government army had given this person. Most of the guests at the charity banquet did not know who this young man was. He actually dared to appear after Jin Jifan and the members of the parliament. There was a burst of discussion in the banquet hall, and the identity of this person gradually spread. Only then did the crowd gently nod, revealing a look of understanding. The guests at the banquet hall were more familiar with this young man's female companion, because this beautiful girl wearing a light blue dress had once appeared in the live broadcast of the hearing on Parliament Hill. The entire Federation had once heard her calm and firm voice. It was no exaggeration to say that this girl had many admirers in the Federation. People admired her calm and firm, and the calm beauty in front of countless members of Parliament. Especially when the Federation restarted the Medellin project last month, she once again returned to S1 Parliament Hill and showed her steady and calm side in front of countless media reporters. This admiration was further strengthened. Nan Mingxiu? Su Li's eyelashes slightly blinked. He looked at the son of the anti-government leader, looked at his slightly bent arm, looked at the small white hand in the crook of his arm, and looked at the light blue dress. This dress seemed to be a little old, and it seemed that it had not been worn for a long time. It appeared a little too plain to appear in such a luxurious and romantic occasion as the Lufeng Slope Club. Sulu felt that this little blue dress was somewhat familiar, but she remembered in an instant. 2 years ago, she had also worn this little dress during the Double Moon Festival dance. It seems that life in the guerrilla army is really hard. He quietly looked at the girl at the door and found that she was not wearing black-rimmed glasses today. He said softly, "The female companion of the leader's son can only wear old clothes." New clothes were not as good as old clothes, but old clothes were the most comfortable to wear. A new person was a better choice. Shi Qinghai stared at the red wine in the glass, smiled slightly, and said, "Your performance is better than I thought. You can still be so calm. This is not a difficult thing to do." Sulu steadily picked up the red wine glass. He was not pretending, whether or not he could really see through the past, but after experiencing so many life and death situations, these things seemed to be very difficult to shake his big heart. He calmly looked at Nan Mingxiu and Zhang Xiaoming holding hands, walked to the rostrum under the gaze of all the guests, and watched them sit at the table where Li Xiuzhu was sitting. After so many years of training, his mechanic eyes were even sharper. The moment Nan Mingxiu and Zhang Xiaoming sat down, he clearly saw the undisguised greed and possessiveness in this person's eyes. In an instant, Su Li's eyes narrowed, and he took a big gulp of red wine. "Calm, calm." Shi Qinghai looked at him mockingly, laughed, and said, "Didn't you say that this is not a difficult thing to do?" Sulu put down the wine glass, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the table. He was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "But I am still not happy." Chapter 351. The guests in the Flowing Wind Slope Club maintained almost standard smiles as they looked at the MC on the stage. From time to time, they would respond to the MC's topic, making the smiles on their faces bigger or laughing out loud. As for whether they actually listened to those words, no one knew. Shi Qinghai naturally wasn't in the mood to listen to this nonsense. His eyes lifted from the 3 ancient letters LFP embroidered on the white tablecloth and fell on Su Li's face, confirming that he was still looking at the table in front of the rostrum. He said sarcastically, "She's not your woman. What's there to be upset about? The committee made her Nan Mingxiu's female companion. It's not as bad as you think. Your ex-girlfriend's beautiful appearance is mainly to fight back against the Federation's accusation of kidnapping." Sula glanced at him. Shi Qinghai played with the stem of his cup and said, "I checked before I came. Last autumn's hearing and last month's second appearance made Zhang Xiaoming very popular with the people of the Federation. She even felt like the spokesperson of the organization. Her appearance today is naturally to let the officials of the Federation and the media see that the young people who believe in George Carlinism are all willing, not brainwashed by the mountain. You should also believe in George Carlin," Sulu said. "I believe in them, but I didn't join them for some ideology. Do you remember the letter I left you?" Looking at Chairman Jean Gifan and President Pabre on the rostrum, his face suddenly calmed down, and there was a trace of regret between his charming eyebrows. "In the past, the Federation heartlessly hurt my life, so I want to make this Federation better. People have to do something. But looking at these scenes that I would never have thought of in the past, I suddenly feel that I don't understand. In fact, I've always wondered if George Carlin, who is worshipped by countless people in the Federation, could be someone I know." The light of the giant crystal chandelier was soft and magnificent, but when it reached their table, it became a little dull, casting shadows on Su Li's ordinary face. He said in a very soft voice, "It's just that this idea is too ridiculous. Although that guy's teeth are all rotten, he doesn't look that old." Just as the two of them were sighing with mixed feelings, the charity banquet continued its own program and began to enter the auction process. The seats in the hall of Flowing Winslow Clubhouse were all fixed in advance. Only the worst seats in the outermost circle were not so strict. Of course, the guests sitting in such seats were not important figures. Even so, the guests sitting at Su Li's table were still famous people from South Dakota, Darcy, Hong Kong, and other places. What was even more amazing was that in the auction segment, the people who really raised their cards and threw money were all from these remote corners. It was probably because these people had money and status, but they had always lacked the opportunity to get close to the core of the federal power. In this charity auction, the two items with the highest price were a windbreaker donated by President Pabre and a gun carried by the leader of Southwater. The dark windbreaker had accompanied the dark-skinned Mr. President on that tattered military transport aircraft. On a certain New Year's night, it flew directly to Green Dragon Mountain Airport and witnessed the birth of the Federation's reconciliation agreement. It had great historical significance on an occasion like this, and it was also particularly in line with the theme of today's banquet. As for the gun donated by the leader of Southwater, it was full of rich symbolic meaning. The leader of the anti-government army had even handed over his gun. What did this mean? Warm and sincere applause resounded in the hall. Then came a series of award ceremonies. The Special Investigation Team of the Legal Department and the Editorial Department of the Capital Daily received the Federation's Special Medal. Looking at Prosecutor Xiao Wenjing, who excitedly received the award from Mr. President, Chief Editor Bob, who had a calm expression, and Reporter Wood, who was still somewhat immobile, the audience was silent for a moment, and then there was warm applause. Everyone knew what this special awards ceremony represented. The people who received the award on the stage were the staunch promoters and investigators of the Medellin Project. It was because of their tireless efforts that the Federation was able to nail Senator Medellin to the pillar of shame 20 days ago. And to receive the award on such an occasion, there was no doubt that the Federation government and the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain had reached a consensus on this matter. It was even possible that it was because of this matter that the peace agreement between the two sides was signed so smoothly. Su Lu and Shi Qinghai looked at each other. Looking at the excited Xiao Wenjing and the two respectable media people on the stage, they seriously applauded. In fact, compared to the people on the stage, the two of them should be on the stage to receive the award and bask in the warm and enthusiastic applause. It was just that no one would call their names, because the things they did would never see the light of day. They could only shine in the darkness. "I like our president more and more," Shi Qinghai said with a smile while clapping. Hearing this familiar name, Su Lu replied with a smile, "I like him too." President Pabre's experience in the military was very poor. He was only a legal official who followed the army. During the election, he needed to reach a reconciliation agreement with the anti-government army. The reason he was able to successfully become the president was largely because of that explosive news incident. However, this dark-skinned president still upheld the promise he made back then. He didn't even hesitate to offend the interests of the Federation to investigate the Medellin case to the end. He gave many people, including Su Lu and Shi Qinghai, a clear explanation. This kind of tenacity and bright moral character had not been seen in a politician for a long time. Naturally, the reception couldn't always be seated. After the first half of the program ended, the service staff of the Flowing Wind Slope Club quickly and cleanly changed the venue. The dance floor in the middle was empty, and countless people in luxurious clothes began to exchange pleasantries with each other. President Pabre had already left in advance. Chairman Jean Jifan from Green Dragon Mountain and the son of the leader of Nanshui naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. No one knew how the anti-government army from Green Dragon Mountain would enter the Federation after the reconciliation, and what kind of changes it would bring to the current political situation. No one even dared to confirm whether these mountain guerrillas could grow into some kind of political force. However, no matter if it was a politician or a businessman, they had to show their goodwill and friendliness in advance in this chaotic and uncertain situation. Shi Qinghai held a bottle of red wine and leaned against the wall in the corner with Su Lu. He drank while watching everything unfold in a bored manner. Suddenly, he saw a waiter's hand gesture under a silver plate not far away. He narrowed his eyes and whispered something to Su Lu before leaving the scene. Someone was looking for Mr. Shi. Su Lu leaned against the wall with his head down and held the bottle of red wine in boredom. He didn't know if he should leave. Why did the Ministry of National Defense want him to come to this reception? Who on earth wanted to see him? He wasn't a person who liked to drink alone, and he wasn't interested in squatting in the corner and drawing circles. Although the wallpaper pattern of Flowing Wind Slope Club was beautiful and moving, he couldn't study it for too long. In particular, when he looked at the area surrounded by people in front of the reception, at the smear of blue and the proud face of the leader's son, he felt a little frustrated. He casually put down the bottle of red wine by his feet and strolled out of the hall to the side of the terrace. The autumn night was refreshing. Occasionally, a gust of wind would come, but it actually felt a little cold. Sulu gently held the stone railing with both hands and narrowed his eyes to look at the forest in front of him. The stars above the trees, the charter square across from the forest, and those ignorant five-person group statues. He was about to be quiet for a moment when he heard hesitant footsteps behind him. He turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaoming in the blue off-shoulder dress. After a moment of silence, he said, "Long time no see. Last year at the entrance of the Parliament building." Zhang Xiaoming looked at him with a trace of nervousness and uneasiness. Her knuckles holding the wine glass were a little white. She tidied the hair floating in front of her forehead and bravely took a step forward, getting a little closer to Sulu. In many cases, it was difficult for young men and women to find a topic to break the silence. Perhaps they would talk about the weather or the moon, but Sulu, he just calmly looked at this familiar and elegant face, thinking of the happiness, sadness, and deceit he once had. He directly said, "On the clock tower, you once said to me that you insisted on your beliefs, so you gave up on the relationship between us. If George Carlin found out that you appeared in the house of the 7 great families, would he jump out of his grave in anger and scold you?" He didn't question her deceit, nor did he describe what he had done to avenge her. He just asked this question so casually. However, it was this question that unabashedly revealed the depth of his heart about certain things. The late autumn night is cold. You wore a thin dress to the balcony, but you didn't have to worry about the cold, because the Thai family's clubhouse is extremely extravagant with the warm air. Sulu reached out his hand and waved gently in the warm air. Even the balcony has a warm air. Think about the days in Green Dragon Mountain. Isn't it very different? Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head slightly to hide the moisture in her eyes. She came to the balcony to say this to Sulu, but it seemed that Sulu didn't want to give her a chance to speak. She tightly gripped the edge of her dress with her fists. She didn't have the calm beauty in front of the Federation's television cameras. Instead, she was more like that fake mature girl from back then who was actually very stupid and naive. You should know very well that it's not like that. The Empire's invasion is imminent, she quietly explained. It wasn't clear whether she was explaining for the anti-government forces or for her own choice. No, it's Green Dragon Mountain that can't hold on any longer, so they chose to reconcile. Sulu stared into her eyes and said somewhat angrily, "Don't forget, I knew about this matter from the beginning. I know it better than anyone. Even if what you said is true, so what?" Sulu looked at the girl he once loved the most and lowered his eyes slightly. With a trace of mockery, he said in a deep voice, "For the sake of faith, you can give up love. For the sake of the greater good of human society, you can give up faith. Then what exactly is there that you can't give up? Faith wants you to find Tai Ziwan, so you go find him. Faith wants you to accompany the leader's son, so you go accompany." Sulu raised his head and continued in a cold voice. "In the past, your faith was Macklin. Now, your faith is Green Dragon Mountain. Have you ever figured out what faith is?" Every word cut to the heart, every sentence harsh. Zhang Xiaoming looked at this man's face that she had never forgotten. She was in a daze and didn't say a word. She didn't argue, nor did she get angry. She pursed her lips and smiled. 2 streams of sparkling and translucent tears slid down her cheeks as she smiled. She knew better than anyone what a warm and honest man he was. Yet he said such harsh words. How deeply had she hurt him? How much suffering had she caused him? At this moment, the balcony door was pushed open again. Chapter 352. The person who walked onto the terrace was a middle-aged man wearing traditional Chinese clothing. Sulu had noticed him earlier in the hall. This person was from Green Dragon Mountain and was probably Nan Mingxiu's attendant. He didn't know why he had come to the terrace at this time. Zhang Xiaoming was quietly looking at Su Li's face and didn't notice that someone had come behind her. Tears flowed down her smiling face. The light makeup on her face was washed away, making her look even more beautiful. She took another step forward and leaned closer to Sulu. She said softly, "I'm sorry." There was no doubt that in this tender relationship that started with a bag of dog biscuits, started with the food in the cafeteria, and ended with the porridge and flowers in the plum garden, there had been feelings of guilt, persistence, and hurt, but there had also been unquestionable sincerity. Tonight, without the cover of her black-rimmed glasses, the hazy tears in her bright eyes seemed so sincere. Looking at her in a daze, Sulu suddenly recalled many things in the past, many things that he rarely thought of in the past year. His strong heart didn't soften, but it recovered a trace of vitality. Then he thought of the thousands of gazes in front of the Parliament building. Many complex emotions entangled his heart, and he couldn't taste that feeling no matter how hard he tried. The lights in the hall shone through the side door, casting a shadow of a moon and a half on the quiet and dim terrace. Sulu and Zhang Xiaoming happened to be standing on either side of this moonlike light. An invisible line seemed to separate the two of them, but in reality, they were only 2 steps apart. The scene fell into silence and silence, as if they had returned to the cafeteria and the playground 3 years ago. Zhang Xiaoming wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and quietly looked at him with a smile. Although they were no longer in a relationship of the past, just standing there facing each other and looking at his face so close was already a great comfort for her. She knew how hard he had been through these past few years. Although she had also been through the same in the mountains, she no longer had the right to complain, and he didn't seem to have the desire to talk about these things. So she just stood there quietly, standing in the autumn wind on the terrace. There was no need for words, just reminiscing about the past. However, there were other people on the terrace. The middle-aged man in formal attire was a little surprised to see Zhang Xiaoming crying and wiping her tears. His expression changed slightly, and he was prepared to come forward and say a few words to her. He wanted to tell her that someone was looking for her in the hall, and at the same time, he wanted her to stay away from the cold and dangerous officer by the stone railings. In his opinion, that officer must have done something to make Zhang Xiaoming cry like this. This pair of young man and woman were silently reflecting on the atmosphere when suddenly there was another person who disturbed them. Zhang Xiaoming's back was facing the side door, so she did not notice. Sulu coldly looked at the middle-aged man. It was just a glance, but the coldness and ruthlessness in his eyes made the middle-aged man stop in his tracks. His heart was cold, and he turned around and walked toward the hall. Nan Mingxiu is the son of Nanshui's leader. Me being his female companion today is the request of the organization, but don't misunderstand. It's just that recently, the Federation, Zhang Xiaoming's eyes were slightly red as she looked at him and quietly explained. The story between her and him was too long and too complicated. Originally, there was no need to explain anything, but for some reason, when she saw Su Li's normally sunny and gloomy face today, her heart was particularly flustered. She always felt that she had to explain clearly. You don't need to explain anything. Sulu calmly looked at her elegant face. Zhang Xiaoming's heart was slightly gloomy, but she immediately forced a smile. In an instant, this smile became particularly gentle because Sulu placed his hand on her head and gently stroked it. When I found out last year that you were still alive, I was very angry. Sulu somewhat slowly withdrew his hand and said, "But Mr. Shi reminded me that if I was more angry than happy, then wouldn't that mean that I was looking forward to your death? You should be angry." Zhang Xiaoming walked out of the half-moon-shaped lights and walked to his side. She quietly leaned on his arm and said, "Looking at you across the street on the sidewalk, only then did I realize how much my heart hurt. I always wanted to ask you face to face if you could forgive me, but later I thought it through. What reason do I have for you to forgive me?" She tilted her head and looked at Su Li's side profile with some bitterness. She stubbornly smiled and said, "I know your personality. You hate it when people lie to you." Sulu had once said to Lin Yuanhu in front of Professor Shin's grave that he would not forgive a single one of them. Now, Lin Yuanhu had also become an ice-cold existence in the grave. As for Zhang Xiaoming, He didn't think there was any question of forgiveness. It was just that the affairs of the world, and each of them had their own obsessions. However, in a relationship, there was no room for obsessions about other things, even if it was so-called faith. Besides, the past was the past, and it could never be returned. In the cold wind of the autumn night, he felt a little cold. He lowered his head to look at the girl beside him and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Remember what we said on the Iron Tower? The love that I have looked forward to since I was young cannot be sacrificed by anything. If the bargaining chip is also the most beautiful thing in the world, I'll try to grasp it together." After all, not many people would ask such a stupid question as a mother and wife falling into a river. His tone gradually became serious, and with a trace of painful self-mockery, he said, "The love that I want is the kind that is absolutely selfish. It's funny to say that I set obstacles for myself to judge what love is. At that time at UA University, I thought that no matter if you were a spy for the anti-government army or something else, I would still be the same as before. I also hoped that even if I were a traitor, you would still love me the same. At that time, I always thought that this kind of love was real." Not many young men and women could still analyze their own psychology so seriously and sincerely on the balcony on an autumn night after experiencing their story. Maybe Su Lu was naive, or maybe Zhang Xiaoming was childish. Maybe their meeting on the bus at the airport was a mistake in itself. Maybe Zhang Xiaoming did a lot of things to hurt Su Lu. But in the end, the reason why they could meet and love each other in a sea of people as vast as the stars was because they were actually very similar people in their bones. "I've always been the one to leave quietly. I've always been the one to hurt you time and time again." Zhang Xiaoming was slightly disappointed. Then she raised her head and said sadly, "I'm sorry." Su Lun narrowed his eyes and said, "This is the second sentence today. I told you before that I don't like to hear you say sorry the most." "Yes." Zhang Xiaoming playfully pursed her lips, but with her pair of red eyes, she looked a little sad. She didn't feel relieved. On the contrary, because of Su Li's current calmness, there was a lot of bitterness and sadness hidden in her heart. She didn't want to continue this topic to avoid losing control of her emotions. She hugged the boy beside her and cried loudly. She changed the topic and said softly, "Are you going to the Westwoods?" Su Lu thought of the weird security mission at the Whitewater Company. He shook his head and said, "I have to go in the end. It's just that the time hasn't been set yet." "You are a talent that the federal military is focused on cultivating," Zhang Xiaoming said softly. Zhang Xiaoming said softly, "Although I don't know what happened to you in the past 2 years, it's always better to be careful on the battlefield. In the past 2 years, I've seen quite a few battles in Green Dragon Mountain. I know that it's not a place where one person can solve a problem." After saying this, she smiled slightly. She didn't tell Su Lu that she might also be transferred to the Westwoods next year. In her heart, she didn't think she had the right to ask for anything, so she was silent. But then she thought that to be able to go through hardships with the man she loved was probably a kind of happiness. Su Lu heard the deep concern in these calm words. His heart trembled slightly. He only felt that the cold autumn wind blowing in his face was like yesterday. The moonlight in the sky was like yesterday, like pear blossoms, like the snow in the Plum Garden apartment. He couldn't help but ask in a slightly raspy voice, "I've always wanted to ask you a question. In your heart, what exactly am I?" The door to the terrace was forcefully pushed open. A few guests walked in quickly. The one in the front was the son of the Southwater leader, Nan Mingxiu, wearing a strange military uniform. His face was full of shock. He quickly walked to Zhang Xiaoming's side. Seeing the girl's red eyes, he reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaoming's upper arm. He said loudly, "Xiaoming, what happened?" The moment Nan Mingxiu's fingers touched Zhang Xiaoming's upper arm, Su Lu didn't know why. He felt like his heart was covered in thorns. He was very angry. His eyes narrowed sharply, and he slapped down with his palm. With a crisp slap, a red mark appeared on the back of Nan Mingxiu's hand. He staggered back 2 steps. He was greatly shocked. He looked at Su Lu and angrily yelled, "Let go of her!" The people who came to the terrace all sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, they had received a report from the middle-aged man in the hall. Only then did they know that Zhang Xiaoming, who they had invited to talk with, was crying on the terrace. She seemed to have been harassed by someone. They were very clear about Nan Mingxiu's intentions of calling this busybody the Leaf of Green Dragon Mountain. Naturally, they wanted to satisfy his desire to protect this flower. They hurriedly came to the terrace, but they never would have thought that the officer standing in the shadows would silently and unceremoniously make a move. In the opinion of this leader's son, this officer must have harassed Zhang Xiaoming. He stood on the side of reason. Moreover, the current Federation government needed his father's help. He was naturally unstoppable in the capital ring. Who would dare not give him some leeway? I'm warning you. Nan Mingxiu stared coldly at Su Lu. I'm warning you. Don't bother Zhang Xiaoming in the future. Otherwise, I'll make the Southwater leader regret having only 2 sons. Su Lu looked at Nan Mingxiu and said. The people on the terrace were in an uproar. They didn't understand why the lines seemed to be reversed. Moreover, who was this officer? It seemed that he knew who Nan Mingxiu's father was, yet he still dared to threaten him at such a sensitive time. How dare you be so rude to young Master Nan? What is this place? Put away those damn things in the barracks. An angry shout came from behind the terrace. The person who spoke was the chairman of the Senate's Ethics Committee, Senior Senator Zion. At this time, many people in the hall had noticed the conflict on the terrace. This respected senator just happened to be nearby, and when he saw Su Lu make a move, he unhappily lectured. Su Lu took a step forward and shielded Zhang Xiaoming behind him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at this really powerful big shot. He said, "What's wrong? You want to label me as the one who destroyed the Federation's reconciliation?" At this time, the light shone on his body, illuminating the well-ironed lieutenant colonel military uniform exceptionally clearly. At this time, the people at the side door of the terrace saw the officer's face clearly and also saw his epaulets clearly. Everyone was shocked into silence. There were only 2 such young lieutenant colonels in the Federation. No matter which one of them, it seemed that they had enough background and strength to show such a strong attitude. No matter how big of a label Senator Zion put on them, they probably wouldn't even frown. Chapter 353. When the Federation did not find any enemies in the vast universe, the army was just a dispensable existence for this society. However, with the sudden appearance of the Empire in the Night Scorpion Nebula, everything changed. The voice of the military was unprecedentedly powerful within the Federation, especially with the appearance of the war god in Philadelphia. The Federation soldiers were generally welcomed and respected by the people and the society. The military strength of the Federation expanded like a balloon. In just a few decades, the military was crazily expanded. Because of the rapid expansion, the organization and military ranks were somewhat chaotic. But no matter how chaotic it was, the 2 bars and 2 stars on the shoulders of this officer still shocked and astonished the guests of the Lufeng Slow Club. There was only one major general in the Federation military, Du Shaoqing. The rest of the division generals were all colonels. However, the officer on the terrace was obviously only about 20 years old. How could he be a lieutenant colonel at such a young age? The people who were qualified to attend the banquet all had their own information channels. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, they immediately reacted. There were only 2 such young lieutenant colonels in the Federation. One of them was Li Feng, and the other was Su Lu. The former was the grandson of the Federation's war god, Li Pifu. According to many information channels, the latter seemed to have an unclear relationship with the old man in Philadelphia. According to the political system of the Federation, Mr. Zian, the chairman of the Ethics Committee of the Parliament, was undoubtedly a real big shot who could be ranked in the top 20. But at this moment, when Su Lu said this, the old senator suddenly felt depressed and could not say anything. 2 years ago, Li Feng broke into Parliament Hill and beat up the people in Senator Zian's office. Senator Zian had always remembered the scene that made him extremely angry. Li Feng was not a real lunatic, so he naturally did not dare to be rough with him. However, he beat up several of Senator Zian's aides and secretaries. No media dared to report this incident. Who would have thought that it would become a story of Li Feng beating up a senator? Looking at Su Lu, Councilman Zion was not as calm as he appeared to be. The appearance of lunatic Li in Feiqing City had already made him lose face. This Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu was not known as a lunatic, but a big shot like him naturally knew what this person had done. The terrace did not become absolutely silent. Everyone looked at Su Lu under the light with complicated expressions. There were whispers behind the crowd. This is Su Lu who broke the Iron 7th Division. I heard that even Li Feng was defeated by him. I don't know what his relationship is with the people in Philadelphia. Nan Mingxiu noticed the strange gazes of the people around him, but did not hear the whispers. He just angrily guessed the background of the young officer standing in front of Zhang Xiaoming. He actually dared to talk back to the old senator with one sentence. But looking at Zhang Xiaoming, standing quietly behind Su Lu, the gloominess on his face became more and more obvious. In the hall behind the terrace, under the cover of an evergreen plant, Li Xiuzhu quietly looked at the disturbance not far away. A trace of complicated emotions flashed across his handsome and charming face. No one knew if he was thinking of the stories related to the presidential election in the past 2 years. Beside him, Lin Dohai glared fiercely at Su Lu on the terrace and said, "You don't want to go out?" From the first time he saw Su Lu in Harbor City, to the nightclub next to Capital University, and then to the Flowing Wind Slope Club last winter, every time the heir of the Lin family saw Su Lu, he would be unlucky and lose face. Last year at this door, he was even smashed in the nose by Su Lu with a wine glass. As the heir of one of the 7 families of the Federation, Lin Dohai could never imagine that there would be someone in the world who dared to disrespect and even insult him, let alone a small figure like Su Lu. However, at that time, Su Lu had the wife of the back mountain of Macho behind him. Now, that wife might have abandoned him, but in the end, he climbed up the mountain of the Lees of Philadelphia. There were very few people the Lin family did not dare to provoke, but the 2 families of the back mountain of Macho and the Lake of Philadelphia were existences they absolutely did not want to provoke. Every time he thought of this, Lin Dohai could not help but hate Su Li's bullshit luck. At this time, seeing that this person seemed to have offended Representative Zian and the people of Green Dragon Mountain, he could not help but feel schadenfreude and was ready to do something. "What are we going out for?" Li Xiuzhu held a wine glass and looked at the crowd on the terrace, laughing self-deprecatingly. Few of the thousands of generations of descendants like them were as stupid as Lin Dohai, who did not know how to write the word low-key and could not even see the general situation clearly. The second-generation descendants of the 7 families could not possibly like, and even somewhat despise, Nan Mingxiu, the son of the leader of Green Dragon Mountain. At this time, standing beside Nan Mingxiu on the terrace were some playboys. Madman Li only hit a representative, but Su Lu dared to kill a representative. "The difference is too big," Li Xiuzhu said with slight mockery. "Representative Zian is probably thinking about where to find a way out of this situation." Representative Zian was a big shot. He was standing too high, so it was difficult for him to find a suitable way out of this situation. He was not a guest from Green Dragon Mountain like Nan Mingxiu, who could play the crude and direct role of a revolutionary from time to time, and he could not just leave like that. Therefore, even though he knew that the young lieutenant colonel in front of him was a person that the old man had carefully cultivated, after a moment of silence, he still scolded him in a displeased tone like an elder. "What is the occasion today? Why do you have a conflict with a guest who has come from afar?" Sula narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the big shot did not throw that hat at him, he naturally wanted to wait for him to answer and then gradually resolve this matter. The shrewdness of a politician was fully displayed at this moment. "I was chatting with a friend, and then someone suddenly rushed over to disturb us. That is the whole thing." Sula replied. Since he had recognized the old man as a distant relative in the military prison of Qingcheng, he had enough background and confidence in the Federation. However, he also knew that if a real big shot like Representative Zian was willing to make some concessions at this moment, and he still wanted to be aggressive, the old man would probably not agree. Representative Zian's expression slightly relaxed, and he slightly nodded. When he was about to say something, Nan Mingxiu unexpectedly interrupted him gloomily. "Friend?" I only saw you harassing the female soldiers of Green Dragon Mountain. Councilman Zion's expression didn't change, but his mood sank. His second sentence had already been smoothed out and softened without leaving a trace. Lieutenant Colonel Su, in front of him, also gave a very polite response. Seeing that he was about to build a high staircase and then leave quietly, who would have thought that this stupid leader's son would actually add an extremely inappropriate sentence at this moment? I think this should be a misunderstanding. This is a matter between young people. If we talk it out, we will let it go. Mr. Representative, I am late. Please introduce Chairman Jean to me. Just as the atmosphere on the balcony was weird, and everyone was silent and uneasy, a clear and gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side door. The crowd separated, revealing a young woman behind. This young woman had soft eyebrows and gave people a feeling of friendliness. However, her occasionally moving eyes revealed a sense of pride that made people unable to resist too much. A person who could speak at this time and place was naturally not a small figure. Su Li's pupils slightly shrank, and he recognized that this young woman was Mrs. Zhong, whom he had not seen for many years. Mrs. Zhong looked at Su Lu and nodded with a smile. Counselor Zion smiled and left with Madame Zhong. With her status, she could move extremely high stone steps with just a few words. This experienced and steady counselor would naturally not stand on this balcony and feel the chill and uneasiness in the wind. Looking at the back of the representative who was walking away, Nan Mingxiu was slightly stunned, feeling that she had been neglected, scorned, and humiliated. When she was about to speak, the middle-aged man beside her, who was wearing a pair of traditional Chinese clothes, suddenly leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Her gloomy face slightly stiffened, but she forced herself to hold it back. A part of the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain was to be transferred to the West Woods to fight, and that lady was the wife of that tiger. Moreover, the Zhong family in the West Woods was the only family with military power among the 7 families. That tiger was sometimes unwilling to give face even to the president, let alone Green Dragon Mountain. Although Nan Mingxiu, the leader's son, was used to being arrogant, he also knew that the lady was someone who could not be offended. However, the gloominess and anger in his heart became deeper because of the departure of Representative Zian. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming behind Su Lu and said coldly, "Comrade Zhang Xiaoming, I think you need to explain the relationship between you and this Federation officer." Although the reconciliation of the Federation was a foregone conclusion, Zhang Xiaoming, who was known as the Leaf of Green Dragon Mountain, had a complicated relationship with a Federation officer. How would the organization view Zhang Xiaoming? How would she live in Green Dragon Mountain in the future? Who knew how much insidiousness and viciousness was hidden in Nan Mingxiu's question? Su Li's eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt that his hair was about to stand up, and his fists hanging by his side slowly clenched. "Secretary Nan, please understand your position." Zhang Xiaoming, who had been silent all this time, walked to Su Li's side and said calmly, "I belong to the 4 departments. First, I am not under your jurisdiction. Second, my rank is higher than yours. Why should I explain it to you?" Previously, Zhang Xiaoming had been quietly watching the play on the terrace. The reason why she did not open her mouth to explain was because she believed that Su Lu could solve this problem. She was willing to let Su Lu solve this problem, and some of the information that Su Lu had shown made her feel happy, comforted, and even a little proud of him. However, Nan Mingxiu's insidious question made her very angry. She did not want Su Lu to be held accountable by the federal military for beating up the leader's son, so she calmly stood up. The current her was no longer the her of the past. Any of her calm rhetorical questions made Nan Mingxiu's expression become even uglier. Nan Mingxiu did not have any specific position in Green Dragon Mountain. Right now, he was Chairman Jean Jifan's secretary in name. However, he was the most beloved son of the leader of Southern Water, so he often shamelessly called himself the spokesperson of the organization. Zhang Xiaoming's calm rhetorical questions actually made it impossible for him to step down. Zhang Xiaoming calmly looked at the people on the terrace, and then she raised her head to look at Su Lu. She smiled slightly and said, But I don't want you to misunderstand him. In fact, it was I who came to the terrace to find him. He's my ex-boyfriend." Sulu looked at Nan Mingxiu's stunned face. An endless loathing grew in his heart. He quietly added, "Ex-boyfriend can also be said to be an old lover. We are old lovers reminiscing. What does that have to do with you?" Chapter 354. What does it have to do with you? It's none of your damn business. The entire sentence was said normally, without a single curse word. Obviously, hidden in his words were the sharp thoughts of a young male animal instinctively having when looking at the gentleness he once had. There was even a hint of indecency in it. However, it carried a biting cold force that was as spicy as a scallion. It was done in one breath, incisively and incisively, and there was not a trace of pettiness in it. Ex-girlfriend, old lover. In short, I'm close to her. The rest of the people on the balcony are superfluous. You guys came to my territory to disturb me. Why should I restrain myself from being presumptuous and make myself unhappy? In the training base, Su Lu dared to force Du Shaoqing to not flip out. After that long conversation, he actually had an indescribable air of a military camp. He had a bit more in common with the tiger of the West Woods, whom he had never met before. This time, most of the people on the balcony were playboys, successful people who watched coldly from the sidelines. They were tens of thousands of light years away from Du Shaoqing, this kind of iron-blooded teacher. Su Li's words burst out with a resounding clang. How could the people watching the show still have the face to look? Those who recognized his identity and background and wanted to get close to him would have to find another time. In an instant, the crowd was blown away by the rain and wind. Only a handful of people remained. Even the playboys left the balcony somewhat unwillingly, but not daring to stay. Nan Mingxiu stood in the middle of the balcony with a gloomy face. What Zhang Xiaoming said earlier was tantamount to a slap at his face. Su Li's following words directly slapped him to the ground. As the most beloved son of the leader of Green Dragon Mountain, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Although Nan Mingxiu knew that the lieutenant colonel in front of him definitely had a great background, he was still a person who was used to being unruly in Green Dragon Mountain. He was unwilling to leave in shame. In that mountain, there was no charter or law, only the regulations of the Central Committee and the voice of some uncles as the basis for doing things. Speaking of which, although Nan Mingxiu was arrogant and was considered an idiot by both Shi Qinghai and Zhang Xiaoming, he was not completely brainless. Therefore, he decided to find a suitable way to leave here. In the future, he would think of a way to kindly educate Zhang Xiaoming, who had a somewhat weak revolutionary will, and severely punish Su Lu, who was a lackey of the Federation's shameless leader. Having made up his mind and decided to leave, Nan Mingxiu was so angry that he laughed. He was about to say something and leave, but who knew that Su Lu saw his smile and added, "You also know that you are ridiculous?" Before he could put on the demeanor of a leader's son, Su Li's seemingly mild but actually sharp words blocked him back. Nan Mingxiu only felt that his chest was tight, and he was about to lose control of his anger. He angrily raised his head, pointed at Su Li's nose, and said, "Are all the officers of the Federation?" Su Li still did not let him finish the sentence. He said, "The last person who pointed at my nose had his finger broken like a crisp radish." This was true. In a certain coffee shop in Harbor City, a certain nutshell manager arranged by the Tai family had once pointed at Su Li's nose with contempt. In the end, Secretary Bai had gently gripped his finger and fiercely broke it. There is a saying that killing too many people gave off a murderous aura. This saying was not true, but people who had seen a lot of life and death would naturally be able to see bones as pillows and living people as corpses. They would be able to swallow thousands of miles away like a hungry tiger, and their mind would be as calm as the bright moon and the great river. They would be able to see everything lightly, and they would naturally be fearless and frightening. After escaping from Donglin for 3 years, Su Lu had experienced so many things. Although he was still far from reaching this state, there was always a trace of such a feeling in his bones. What's more, what he said was true, so it wasn't a verbal threat used by rich playboys to win a battle. It was filled with a sense of certainty and reality. If he said he would break your finger might really break in the next moment. Nan Mingxiu grew up in Green Dragon Mountain, but she had never had the opportunity to see the rain of bullets, the real battlefield of Chiqua. She stared blankly at Su Lu, listened to his indifferent words, and felt the slightly cold calmness that made one's heart palpitate. Unexpectedly, her heart subconsciously shrank, her body trembled, and she put down her arm. Frightened by his words, she put down her hand. The leader's face was burning hot, as if he had been slapped 3 times. His facial features were even somewhat twisted with anger. His face was not very good-looking, so Sulu did not look at it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the figures of Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai behind the window. He said to him, "Do you think those aristocratic children are really willing to get close to you? No, they have never really looked up to you. In the past few years, their families desperately wanted your father to die, but now they have become your friends. Don't you think this is a very absurd thing?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath of the autumn night air. The cool and refreshing air was very comfortable. Apart from the flash of memories of Secretary Bai in his mind, the complicated emotions that had arisen from his reunion with Zhang Xiaoming finally cleared up a lot because of venting. Humiliating people you hate is perhaps the best way to get a good mood. At this time, Su Lu thought of what Shi Qinghai had said at the banquet. He vaguely understood that if one was not afraid of people, then naturally one could be at ease. This was related to one's status in society, to one's strength, and most closely related to one's temperament. No longer paying attention to the other people on the terrace, Su Lu looked at Zhang Xiaoming and said calmly, "If there is trouble in the future, you know how to find me." Zhang Xiaoming made a sound of agreement through her nose. Her soft and gentle voice became a little sour in the night wind. She took his military cap from the stone railing. Su Lu slightly paused and lowered his head. She carefully tidied his sideburns and made sure that every strand of hair was caught in the brim of the cap and would not be messy. Only then did she put down her hands with satisfaction. The two of them stood very close to each other in this position. They could smell each other's breath. They were not strangers, but they were not familiar either. However, they were very close. Su Lu quietly let her do this, and then slightly opened his arms. Zhang Xiaoming took a step forward, hugged him, and gently leaned on his chest without saying anything. He carefully kissed the girl's smooth forehead, then turned and left the terrace. There were other people on the terrace, but Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming didn't see anyone else. They naturally hugged and said goodbye. Zhang Xiaoming didn't even look at Nan Mingxiu's gloomy face. She just narrowed her eyes like a young man and looked at his back as he walked away. A slightly bitter smile appeared on her lips. In her heart, she softly answered the question that Su Lu didn't have a chance to ask. "In my heart, of course you are the most important part. A young man with no background can now make Madame Zhong come out to protect him. He can make Senator Xian not want to be too harsh." Li Xiuzhu looked at Su Lu, who disappeared at the entrance of the stairs, and said quietly, "From the Tai family to the Li family, how can he be appreciated by so many people? Of course, it's not as simple as luck." Lin Daohai was about to refute, but he noticed that young Master Li seemed to be reflecting and analyzing something, not asking for his opinion. The so-called big shots in the Federation respect his background, but fear his methods. Methods are not the methods to kill people, but other things, including his ruthlessness. This kind of person who doesn't follow the rules, like your brother, will only give countless people headaches. The problem is that your brother's surname is Lin, so the elders have to show tolerance and kindness. But what about him? Lin Daohai's expression changed. Li Xiuzhu continued, "I heard that His Excellency the President also admires him. Speaking of which, who doesn't want to have a genius mechanic who can make MX and has such terrifying combat power? But last year, you said here that as long as someone like Su Lu enters the Federation system, he will no longer be a threat because he has to follow the rules." Lin Daohai didn't agree with Li Xiuzhu's opinion. But the problem is that the old man who brought him into the Federation system is himself the biggest rule of the Federation. Li Xiuzhu hid the trace of ridicule in his eyes. The Li and Lin families have been good friends for generations, and he didn't want to humiliate Lin Daohai too much. He just thought that the Lin family had a person like Lin Banshan. But how could they have such an idiot like Lin Daohai? Could it be that the Lin family, other than the distant Lin Yuanhu, had been taken away by that broken door? People with guns speak louder. That tiger in the West Woods is like that, and that old man is even more so. He can control the most guns, and his voice in the Federation is the loudest. As long as he doesn't die, he still thinks highly of Sulu. This Federation, including our family, can only watch this small-eyed man climb up step by step. Li Xiuzhu said, with some regret, in a remote corner of the mountain forest of the Flowing Wind Slope Club, the automatic dishwasher was making a low humming sound. This place was dirty and filthy, and the overflowing foam formed a sharp contrast with the grand hall that was not far away. Of course, those important guests naturally wouldn't appear in this place. An old dishwasher with white hair and a face full of traces of suffering withdrew his gaze from the terrace. It was completely different from his aura. He shook his head like a poet and said with emotion, "People say that it's always good to have a lover who is old. The most important thing is that you can't forget your first love. The story between your friend and my student really makes me, an old man with a heart of stone, feel sad and unbearable." Shi Qinghai was bored to death with a cigarette in his mouth. He squatted beside him and vaguely cursed a few vulgarities. He wasn't surprised at all that this intelligence leader of the anti-government army didn't appear at the banquet, but in this shabby place. Even if the Green Dragon Mountain and the government had fully reconciled, the anti-government army still had to leave some power to protect themselves. "I saw your first love, your old lover, in that S2 nightclub. That's Sister Ku," he said sarcastically. "Don't think that I don't know anything. I'm warning you, don't even think about pushing Zhang Xiaoming back to Su Li's side. Even though she's your favorite student now, in my eyes, she's still that stupid, naive student who can't accomplish anything." This legendary intelligence leader looked at Shi Qinghai with a smile and said, "Xiaoming has been with me for 2 years, and she has improved a lot. I'm going to recommend her to take over my position." Shi Qinghai's hand froze. He didn't hold the cigarette and the red, but fell into the foamy sewage. Chapter 355. Are you joking? Shi Qinghai was no longer smiling. His beautiful eyes had a trace of seriousness. He said, "How old is she? How many years has she been in the mountain? What qualifications does she have? Do you think the committee will agree to your recommendation? I think those old guys will think you are crazy." I'm not asking her to join the Central Committee. There was no record of this person in the Federation. Even the Green Dragon Mountain only referred to him as a legend. It seemed that he could disguise himself as any person he wished. He had once claimed to be a mountain person, but the Tai family's crown prince had still managed to find out the name that was closest to the truth, Mr. Zhong Kai. Mr. Zhong Kai smiled and said, "The position of the Standing Committee is vacant. Who will replace me? This is something that the Central Committee needs to consider. As for the position of the chairman of the Internal Affairs Committee, I'm sure Brother Nan Shui has his own ideas. What I want to do is to let Xiao Meng become the section chief of Section 4. Shi Qinghai sighed softly. After hearing this explanation, his mood calmed down a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease handing over the intelligence network of the organization to that stupid woman. However, I've spent a few decades building the network within the Federation. I plan to hand it over to her. Of course, this will be done in secret." As if guessing what Shi Qinghai was thinking, Mr. Zhong Kai smiled faintly and added another sentence. Shi Qinghai was about to take out his cigarette case and light up a second cigarette when he heard this. He angrily threw the cigarette case in his hand to the ground and said in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Do you want all the fish in the sea to die?" The anti-government army was able to hold on in Green Dragon Mountain for so many years largely because of the intelligence network that this man had built. No one knew how many people within the Federation government were secretly helping him. Shi Qinghai and his teacher should be the most successful branch of this network. However, even he only knew that this intelligence network was a vast ocean. He was only a bubble within it. Yet, This man actually said that he wanted to hand over this life and death ocean to that woman. First, she has no professional training. Second, she is stupid. Third, she is a woman. Shi Qinghai's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to hear such bad news when he met with the organization today. He didn't hold back. Don't think that you can look down on all the women in the world just because you got the daughter of the Minister of Defense pregnant. Mr. Zhong Kai picked up a towel and wiped his hands. He smiled and said, "Women are more delicate than men. I've taught her for 2 years. Hiao, I think you know your friend's personality very well." Mr. Zhong Kai smiled and said, "If something really happened to Zhang Xiaoming and she was facing death, even if Su Lu was in the Westwoods, I think he would still come back to save her." Shi Qinghai fell silent. After thinking carefully, he knew that his judgment was correct. In his eyes, if Zhang Xiaoming was a woman as stupid as a donkey, then Su Lu was undoubtedly a man who was calm and intelligent to the extreme. However, once he was impulsive, he would also turn into a donkey. His eyes gradually became cold. He looked at the empty balcony in the distance and thought of the previous scene. He said coldly, "She knows your arrangement. Is that why she met with Su Lu?" No, no, no. You are insulting the 2 beautiful words of old lover and first love." Mr. Zhong Kai stared at Shi Qinghai angrily. "There is another important reason for choosing Zhang Xiaoming, because I trust her." The old man's voice suddenly became light. He looked at Shi Qinghai and said, "In fact, I also trust you. But how can you be at ease with this kind of work? So, I have arranged something else for you. Of course, if you are willing to take over my position, I will not hesitate to change my original idea." "What are you doing?" he asked. "Only a dog would do it," Shi Qinghai replied. "Even if you don't do it, someone will do it, right?" he said with a hint of vicissitudes. "Help her more in the future." Shi Qinghai was silent. He asked, "What kind of work did you arrange for me? You know, I have just been pardoned. Who knows how many people in the Federation are watching me? You will go to the Westwoods." He said slowly, "The agreement between the mountain and the government is being implemented one by one. Although I trust President Pabre more, he is still a politician. There are shadows of his wife and many influential people behind him. The troops in the mountain will be transferred to the West Woods to resist the Empire. Whether the equipment promised by the Federation government can be implemented, and whether the promise to not mix in with the sand can be implemented, you need to investigate, see, and report back. I heard that there was a job called inspecting the army during the dynasty." Shi Qinghai pursed his thin lips and said self-deprecatingly, "Although I have harmed many good families, I don't need to suffer like this." Mr. Zhong Kai smiled and said, "I think because of what happened 2 years ago, President Pabre should have an impression of you. So, it will be easy for the government to accept you as the liaison officer. In addition to your relationship with Su Lu, you will have an innate advantage in the Westwoods." Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. He nodded and didn't bargain. He just looked at the old man with a complicated expression. Then he walked down the steps, picked up the cigarette box from the pool of dirty water, and painstakingly found 2 cigarettes that weren't wet. He lit one for himself and respectfully lit one for the old man. Mr. Zhong Kai took a deep puff of the cigarette and was very satisfied. He said with a smile, "You only smoke number 37 cigarettes. As a spy, this is also a loophole. To be an excellent spy, you can't have a hobby that others know about. When I entered this profession, I stopped smoking and drinking. Of course, I can smoke and drink at the same time." These words were a bit difficult to understand, but a professional like Shi Qinghai could easily understand. The old man turned his head and looked gently at Shi Qinghai. "Your teacher was one of the first people I developed in the Federation. I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly. Now that we are old, the future depends on you." After saying this, he handed over a cold little tool and said, "This thing is very useful. The instructions to use it are embedded in the screen. I've already done the information separation. When you open it for the first time, all you need to do is imprint your fingerprint on it." Shi Qinghai took the item with the cigarette in his mouth and put it in his pocket. Looking at the man's thin body, for some reason, he felt that the man's body overlapped with his teacher's fat body. His heart ached, and he could no longer suppress the question in his heart. He asked calmly, "Today, you seem to be making arrangements for your death? What exactly happened in the mountains? Could it be that those old bastards have started a purge again? But Nanshui has always trusted you. You've been sitting peacefully in the wind for so many years. Could it be that something has happened this time? You're thinking too much. The mountains are no longer the mountains of many years ago. The only time you entered the mountains for training was when you encountered the last purge. No wonder you've always had a shadow in your heart." Mr. Zhong Kai smiled gently and explained, "Furthermore, even if there are some internal conflicts, those of us who have survived must always persist in doing some right things. Just like this time when the Empire invaded. As a part of humanity, of course we have to contribute. But how to strike the enemy and protect ourselves in the cruel war is another difficult problem. Who knows whether or not the government forces will shoot us in the back. We have to leave behind a spar for the cause of justice. We can't let the Federation treat us like a dish delivered to the bastards of the Empire. And this is your mission in the West Woods." "I'm asking you what's wrong," Shi Qinghai asked. "We can't retire in this line of work. Since I'm preparing to hand over my shift, naturally I'm going to die." He smiled as if he was talking about someone else. He looked at Shi Qinghai and said seriously, "Lung cancer, advanced stage 3. Shi Qinghai's movements froze. He slowly removed the cigarette from his lips. He wanted to remove the cigarette from the mouth of the person beside him, but in the end, he didn't move. "You old dog, you're finally going to become a dead dog," Mr. Shi said with a smile, but there was a hint of sadness in his laughter. The intelligence network of the anti-government forces was like an ocean. He always thought that this boss, whose name he never knew, was a silver shark. Perhaps he would die bloody on a sharp hook, but he would never die of old age and quietly sink into the white sand at the bottom of the sea. How could such a legendary figure die for such a vulgar reason? He didn't want to believe this, but he had to. After a long silence, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Since you're going to die anyway, can you tell me your name?" "Oh, you can call me Shi Qinghai," the old man said seriously. A moment later, beside the dishwasher, the two men by the sewage started laughing at the same time. After leaving the balcony, Su Lu was quietly led to a remote room. In the room, he saw the quiet young woman standing in front of the oil painting, quietly admiring it. His mood suddenly calmed down. Someone who could influence the Ministry of Defense to order him to attend the banquet naturally wanted to see him. At this moment, this question was answered without asking, but Sulu understood why Mrs. Zhong in the West Woods chose the Lufeng Slope Club and did it so secretly. "I know your question." Mrs. Zhong turned her head and smiled at Sulu. "Last year, you gave me a difficult problem, snatching someone under the nose of Macho in the back of the mountain. It's not that easy." In an instant, a hint of pride appeared on the quiet young woman's face. Of course, in Bermuda and the West Woods, the Zhong family has the ability. The problem is that the entire Federation is under the indifferent gaze of Lady Tai. In Bermuda and the West Woods, the Zhong family can cover the sky with one hand, but in the capital, I can't do it. For the past few months, you've been asking me where the person is. In fact, he's always been in my hands, but I can't give him to you because I don't want that lady to find out that I'm involved in this matter. Mrs. Zhong looked at Su Lu with a grave expression and said, "Even if she may have already guessed, I don't want her to get the evidence." Chapter 356. When I finished updating the last chapter, I said that it was the best chapter of the day, and it was indeed so. A few days ago, I was looking at the things I wrote before. I always thought that this was the only way to improve. It could be considered a certain level of self-reflection. But in the end, I came to a conclusion that made me somewhat wrong. Starting from Ing Xiao, to the Vermilion Bird, to Qing Yunian, to Spy, the first half was always just passable. No, it should be said that it gave me a headache. Of course, the later half would always be written much better. What I mean by better is compared to my own writing. For every story, I wrote better at the latter half than at the beginning. Every day, I wrote better at the latter half than at the beginning. Perhaps I didn't understand this before, but when I think about it carefully, it's a very normal thing. Because I'm a terrible person who needs to feel to write a story, I can't write smoothly if I don't get into the topic at the beginning. Every day, I have to get into the mood to write smoothly. When I feel good, I can really write 3,000 words per hour. Without a doubt, I even reached the peak of 3,600 words per hour. Of course, that required editing. And this kind of speed is like the climax of a story. It's always a flash of brilliance and not a long-term happiness. I've been writing for 6 years, and there aren't many times when I feel like going crazy. Most of the time, I'm still like today's first chapter, writing 1,000 words per hour, suffering unbearably. Saying this makes it seem like I'm serious about writing. But in fact, my serious attitude towards writing can only be considered sloppy. It's far worse than many people. How many scenes are there that are unbearable to look at? Sometimes, when I look back, I feel like my face is burning. Of course, there are also many scenes that are very cool. I'm very proud of myself when I look at them, but overall, I can barely maintain a level that's worth the 2 cents or 3 cents per 1,000 words that everyone spent on subscriptions. There's nothing to be proud of. Yesterday, when I saw Fire Beacon's chapter, I was very moved. I still insist that Ergo is the most awesome book this year. Whether or not it's pretentious or not, this book is the most awesome, and there's no other. In the past, I used to dislike top-class Gongzi the most, so sometimes I feel like this world is too strange. Damn, it's the same person, but why does his level increase so much? Is it that my eyes are dazzled? Therefore, this was the effect of the great killing weapon, seriousness. In the past, many people said that my writing was good, but I never responded. Now that I'm serious, it's all bullshit. Words have to be concise, elegant when they should be, crisp when they should be crisp. That's what makes good writing. How can an old woman's foot binding be any better? Of course, there were some good sentences in the foot binding cloth. It was just that I had a hard time picking them out myself. You should know that many of my friends have very wisely expressed their disgust towards those messy, long sentences that pretend to be profound. I wholeheartedly agree. But a leopard cannot change its spots. A leopard cannot change its spots. Bah, I admit my mistake, but it will be difficult to change it in the next 2 years. Everyone, bear with it for now. The chapters in which I seriously believe my writing is good, and the ones in which I admit to having worked hard, are the ones that are concise. For example, there are a few chapters in Spy. There are also a few chapters that don't count as sour, and Fancian's first murder in the year of celebration. But not much, because it was easy to slip as one wrote. Slipping had its advantages, but there were more disadvantages. The problem was that when one did not slip, it would be very difficult to write. Of course, I was going crazy. How could it be of course? Of course, my favorite was still my nonsense. These few days were the transition chapters. They seemed peaceful and smooth, but in reality, they were written with a lot of heart. Furthermore, I updated 3 chapters in 3 consecutive days. I was very proud of my diligence. Thinking about it carefully, it was because I put pressure on myself and told myself to put more effort into it. The first half of Zhou Xingxing's Bastard was able to say such big nonsense, big truths, and big truths. As a storyteller, I have to remember this even more. When there is nothing else to do in life, my job is to make stories for everyone to read. So I have to put pressure on myself and put effort into it. When there is something to do, I write less. Presumably, you people who are used to my laziness would not bear to hit my face. Bear to? Even if you bear to, don't hit me. Although I am not someone who relies on my face to make a living, there are still days when I have to welcome guests. I do not plan on unbanning this nonsense chapter like in the past. I will leave it until the end as a form of motivation and requirement for myself. I was indeed a little tired from writing the past 2 days. There is nothing about being unconventional or unconventional. In the future, if anyone dares to say that my writing is good, I will drag them down and beat them to death. Believe in Brother Chun. Continue. Chapter 357. 3 years ago, he had met this young woman at the airport. At that time, this lady had a gentle smile and kind eyes. Although she naturally showed a natural pride and nobility, because of a very insignificant matter, she had condescended to wait for him, who was wearing thin clothes, to give her a Westwoods military windbreaker and a small card. 3 years later, after only a few phone calls and then meeting again, The eyes that should have been unfamiliar became familiar because of that very enchanting sense of intimacy. So Sulu was a little touched. He had always thought that taking care of little watermelon on the spaceship escaping from Donglin was a small matter. It was not easy for the head of the West Woods Zhong family to treat a small person like him like this. This kind of kind attitude made him remember it to this day. His dark-colored Shilin military windbreaker had long since been riddled with holes during the assassination incident at Linhai Gymnasium. However, he had kept that incomparably old card, which in the end played the role of a great killing weapon. You mean, Lady Tai is still not willing to let go? Sula looked at Madame Zhong under the oil painting and asked, puzzled. Probably other than Lin Banshan and that little lunatic of the Li family, no one in the Federation knows what the old man and Lady Tai talked about that day in Linyuan. Madame Zhong sat on the sofa, her hands gently placed in front of her stomach. She looked at Su Lu with a smile and said, "But this is a matter of face. Since you can come out of Qingchang safely, it means that Mo Cho has made concessions in front of the old man. You have the old man's face, so your safety won't be a big problem. Besides, Madame won't do this kind of thing. After all, with her status and tactics, it would be undignified for her to deal with you." Sulu understood why West Woods was so vigilant and even played a little trick of entering the tiger's den, since Lady Tai wouldn't deal with him for the time being. But we, the West Woods, have interfered in this matter. Even if Lady Tai didn't do anything and just watched coldly from the sidelines, if she had the evidence and found out that the West Woods had spoiled her plans, it would mean that my husband and I owe her an explanation and a favor. We from the West Woods don't want to owe her a favor. Madame Zhong smiled slightly. Her smile seemed somewhat helpless as she said, "The favor between the 7 great families is too great. We can't easily owe them." For the Zhong family in the West Woods, the annual budget review by the Parliament at the beginning of spring was the most troublesome thing. The West Woods region, which had been through many wars, required the Federation Management Committee to review the aid budget and energy quota. The Tiger of the West Woods and his wife never cared about ordinary favors or explanations in society. However, Lady Tai, who lived in seclusion among the mountains and lakes, could influence many people in the Parliament with just a wave of her sleeves. For the Zhong family, this kind of favor was too big and a headache. Sulu understood this sentence and couldn't help but fall silent. He had only made a phone call to the Zhong family in the West Woods, whom he didn't know and had no relationship with, but they had helped him so much and caused so much trouble. He was in the middle of it, so even if he wanted to make up for it, it seemed that he couldn't do much. "I owe you and Commander Zhong a big favor." He was not used to speaking in such a tone of authority in the Federation, but just like in the past, as long as he said something, he would definitely admit it. This was what it meant to be true to one's word. Madame Zhong had studied Su Li's file more than once, so she knew the true nature of this young man. She understood that although this sentence seemed normal, it actually carried some weight. She couldn't help but smile and say, "I don't think there's a chance for you to return this favor." Su Li's cheeks were slightly hot. He knew that Madame Zhong was not mocking him, but stating a fact. The only family in the Federation with military power among the 7,000 generations of the Federation's 7 great families might have some scruples in the capital ring, but in the West Woods, they were like local tyrants or separatist warlords. No matter what kind of trouble such a family encountered, they did not seem to need his help to solve it. If they encountered trouble that they could not solve, he would have no ability to help. "I'm very grateful for your willingness to help me, although I don't really understand the specific reason." He looked at Madame Zhong sincerely. Madame Zhong looked at him calmly. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Not all help has a hidden purpose. Although I'm very optimistic about your future in the army, before you went to assassinate Macklin, there was no such future, and there was no need for investment. So, this is not an investment." Sula listened quietly. Madame Zhong smiled and sighed softly. Her amiable and warm face glowed faintly. She said slowly, "Many people are in awe of the old man behind you, although no one, including me, knows the real relationship between you and the old man. but even more people are afraid of your methods. I think that little old man from the Iron Calculator family would definitely not dare to face you alone, because the mentality you have shown is too dangerous. Sulu thought to himself in a self-deprecating manner. He was not a cold-blooded killer. But there are also many people who like you, such as the president. Madame Zhong smiled and said, including my tiger, so you don't have to feel any psychological pressure. Sulu thought of the things he had heard before. When President Pabre decided to pardon him, he had encountered countless resistance. But Commander Zhong, who had always been at odds with President Pabre in the West Woods, stood on the president's side and supported the pardon. Thinking of this, his gratitude to the Zhong family in the West Woods grew stronger. He did not know what to say, so he bowed seriously to express his gratitude. Fireworks and I are now living in Xixia State. The New Year's Eve holiday is coming soon. If you have time, you are welcome to be a guest, Madame Zhong said with a smile. Sulu was slightly stunned. The image of a little girl wearing a white dress and holding a doll bathed in the starlight naturally appeared in his mind. He had not seen her for 3 years. He did not know how the little girl who did not like to eat and liked to skip home had grown. The black car drove steadily and silently away from the Windy Slope Club like a ghost. This was a car specially made by the Tai family. The security personnel in the club already knew that this black car with a license plate had been given to a friend by the family crown prince, so they did not check it carefully. Behind them, 2 dark green military vehicles were following them at a distance. Sula narrowed his eyes and glanced through the rear-view screen. He felt a little strange, but he did not order them to leave. After all, he was not sure if Lady Tai was willing to give up. With these brave experts following them, the safety of the 2 of them was more guaranteed. Nominally, it was a holiday, but after leaving the training base, the 7th Combat Group of Whitewater Company did not disband. Instead, they were divided into 2 groups and followed Sulu closely, like special agents of the Special Task Force to protect important people. Sulu was not used to this arrangement. He thought, the 7th Combat Group is going to be Jian Shueyer's bodyguard soon. Why are these people protecting me? However, he understood that this should be an order from the Ministry of National Defense, or even the old man in Feicheng City. Even if he wanted to get rid of these people, it would be very difficult. In addition, during the training base and the exercise, he gradually got along well with more than a dozen men of the 7th Combat Group. Everyone deliberately avoided the knife he stabbed by Yulan at the wedding, so they were somewhat used to each other's existence. The black car drove past Hawking Avenue and went around to the 2nd highway out of the city. Lan Xiaolong, who was in the military vehicle behind them, reported, "Everything is normal. No one is following us." Sula narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that Macho finally admitted the current situation. At this time, he did not need to worry that Lady Tai would find evidence of the involvement of the Zhong family in the West Woods. Thinking of this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of absolute joy appeared on his face, and he said, "I told you, who would care about small people like us? Brother Wei, your courage has become too small. Those people in the military vehicle are all your men. They look like real soldiers. You're not a small person now." Accompanied by an unusually complicated voice, a pale and thin young man sat in the passenger seat. He looked at the radar system in front of him with a somewhat uneasy expression. He carefully touched the interior of the car, shook his head and sighed. "I haven't seen you for 3 years. It seems that you are doing well in the capital ring. Just now, the lady took me to the club. When I was at my best in the East Woods, I have never seen such a lively place." Sulu turned his head and glanced at him. He found that his best friend had become a lot calmer than before because of the year in prison. Only the haggard and tired face that did not fit his age was still the same. 3 years ago, Li Wei was the leader of the orphan gang in the East Woods region's Heshi district. Every night, he would fight for territory with the taser made by Su Lu with the other poor people. He would compete with the other poor people and yearn for those glamorous nightclub girls. 3 years ago, Su Lu was just an apprentice in a repair shop. Using the craftsmanship that his uncle taught him, he helped Li Wei make weapons that were suitable for him. At the same time, he patiently advised Li Wei to be careful, be kind to others, and not kill too many people. When the two of them met again 3 years later, many things had changed. The black car stopped next to a rice cake stall in the Wangdu district. After Sulu and Li Wei got off the car, they walked to the stall and asked for some snacks. Then, they sat down at a small table on the sidewalk. Two dark green military vehicles were parked not far away. The men of Group 7 did not get off the car. Instead, they vigilantly observed the surroundings. The two friends, who had not seen each other for a long time, met again. They did not know what to say to break the silence. After all, the two of them had experienced too many things, especially Sulu. Li Wei looked at his ordinary face and the two military vehicles behind him with a complicated gaze. Although he did not know what Sulu was doing, he could feel that Sulu had put a lot of distance between them. Chapter 358. The autumn wind blew the fallen leaves on the street. It was already late at night, and the streets of Wangdu were unusually quiet and chilly. The dim light from the rice cake stall was particularly warm in such an atmosphere. The stall owner lowered his head and hid the meat skewers under a plastic sheet. He looked around cautiously, hoping that the HDD Bureau wouldn't find trouble with him in such a cold and quiet night. There were 3 tables on the sidewalk, but only 2 customers. Not far away, there were 2 dark green military vehicles parked. The owner of the rice cake stall couldn't recognize the license plates of the 2 military vehicles, but he could guess that these 2 young customers must have some background. In this day and age, rich people who are used to eating exotic delicacies always like to come to the streets to try something different. The middle-aged owner didn't find it strange, and he wasn't nervous. Even if the 2 young customers didn't order the black market mutton skewers that he treasured the most, he didn't secretly criticize the rich for being stingy. This was because he could see that these 2 young people were true friends. I don't think I'm that awesome. Maybe I'm just lucky. After escaping from Donglin, I somehow met some big shots. Oh right, I'm working in the army now, but my file should still be with Nutshell. Sulu lowered his head and nibbled on the spicy rice cake as he explained softly. His life was too strange, and there were many things that he couldn't explain to Li Wei. Moreover, the story of the past 3 years was too long. Even if he wanted to tell it, he didn't know where to start. Want a bottle of wine? Sulu asked for Li Wei's opinion. 3 years of hard liquor seemed to be the only way to fish out all the unnecessary worries of the young people. Li Wei nodded. He used his chopsticks to pick up a few pieces of roasted celery and put them into his mouth. He chewed with a poochie-poochie sound, as if there was a very heavy matter in his heart, and he didn't know where to start. Sulu filled the wine glass in front of him and himself, but didn't touch the chopsticks in front of him. He lowered his head slightly and stared at the celery and bean rolls covered in soy sauce on the plate. He seemed to be thinking about how to start the conversation, and he also seemed to have a heavy heart. They had finally reunited with their childhood friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Furthermore, there did not seem to be any danger around them in the Federation. They should have been shouting and hugging each other, but for some reason, it had become so strange. After a long silence, Li Wei picked up the glass of wine and gulped it down. He pursed his lips and asked, "After I was released from prison, I went to Fragrant Orchid Avenue to take a look. That repair shop had been converted into a protein meat distribution station. I thought you were dead, but last year I was brought back from Bermuda. That's when I found out that you were still alive. I want to ask you a question. Is the repair shop owner dead?" "Yes." Sulu slowly finished the wine in the cup and found that this transparent liquid was much more spicy than the amber liquor he usually drank. It stung his nose a little and made it difficult for him to breathe. He had great confidence in the uncle who had a carefree appearance but a cold heart. In the end, he was moved to tears by the uncle's death. After all, the uncle was the most wanted criminal in the Federation. How could he die so easily? However, 3 years had passed, and there was no news of the uncle at all. Coupled with the fact that he had witnessed the white beam of light from the battleship's main cannon, he could only gradually admit that someone had left forever in the depths of his heart. Li Wei's expression became more gloomy. Like Sulu, he had been living helplessly in the underworld. He had never had the opportunity to see the scenery of the upper class and taste the world of the big shots. Therefore, although he had some wisdom and perseverance, he still hadn't learned how to hide his emotions. I have something to tell you. Almost at the same time, Su Lu and Li Wei put down their glasses and said the same sentence. The two of them looked at each other. After being stunned for a while, Su Lu spoke first. He looked at Li Wei's face and said seriously and apologetically, "Because of that taser, you were in prison for a year, and then you were kidnapped to Bermuda." He didn't finish his sentence because Li Wei was staring at him with a strange look. He scratched his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "What's wrong?" Su asked. Li Wei smiled bitterly and said, "Do you know what I want to say? I want to ask for your forgiveness. After all, that taser was stolen from my hands. It's all my fault that the government targeted the repair shop owner and put you on the wanted list. After I was released from prison, it was you who sent me that 1 million, right?" Li Wei looked at Su Li's face and said emotionally, "I was kidnapped by those big shots and taken to Bermuda. In the end, it was you who saved me, right?" "I've always felt sorry for you," Su Li murmured. Li Wei murmured, "I think so too." The heavy silence after the reunion was actually just because these two friends grew up together. They both felt a strong sense of guilt towards each other. This sense of guilt was intertwined between the two of them. Now that it was exposed, it blew a strong sense of warmth on this cold autumn night. The two of them looked at each other for a long time and then burst out laughing at the same time. It was just like many years ago on the sidewalk of the Clock Tower Street, watching the TV screen through the glass of the pub. Two orphans were holding their bellies and laughing at the plot of the family comedy that wasn't funny at all. Their eyes once lit up because of the cute little girl who played the role of the orphan. However, at that time, they weren't old enough and didn't have money to buy wine. Now it was different. "Boss, give us a few bottles of wine. Do you want those people in the car to come down and drink with us? Are those people really your subordinates? Who knows? Don't tell me. I still have a little bit of status in the army. 2 years ago, you sent me $1 million. Do you know what I used it for? I bribed Bao Longtao from the 2nd Division. It only took them 6 months to gather the troops and occupy 3 blocks, 3,000 kilometers away from the capital special district. The autumn atmosphere in the capital of Xixia State wasn't too strong. With his lieutenant colonel military ID, Su Lu took a free supersonic plane and arrived at this large state famous for its autumn red leaves. He took the address left by Mrs. Zhong and got into a taxi. Looking at the autumn trees outside the window that had just started to change color but didn't have time to turn red. Instead, they looked a little messy. He thought of many things from the past. The Federation's New Year's Autumn Festival had a long history. Whether it was to use lively parades to get rid of the desolation of autumn or to give housewives a chance to do some spring cleaning, no one could say for sure. Today, the place Su Lu was going to was in the suburbs of the state capital, so the taxi wasn't stopped by those parades. The reason why he specifically chose this day to accept Mrs. Zhong's invitation during a short vacation was because he owed her a huge favor. Also, he really missed that little girl. At the beginning of his life as a fugitive, he and that little girl could really be said to have depended on each other for survival. That kind of feeling was probably something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the past, Su Lu would never have any contact with the West Wood Zhong family. He had kept that card in his pocket for so long and never used it. Firstly, it was because the special forces under the West Woods Tiger, such as Colonel Lake, had seen his face before. If he were to come into contact with them, it was very likely that his true identity as a wanted criminal of the Federation would be exposed. Secondly, although it was a military order, Uncle Feng Yu had died under the main cannon of the West Woods battleship. As a student, even if he didn't avenge him, it was impossible for him to be close to the other party. But now, because of that old man and his strange relationship with the glory of the Charter, Su Lu no longer had to worry about his identity as a fugitive of the Federation. As for the uncle's death, after a night of drinking with Li Wei, he unknowingly became a lot calmer. Therefore, he left Li Wei's safety to the men of Group 7 and quietly got rid of them and came to Xixia. This was a large house in the suburbs. As a giant company of the Federation, the place where the chairman and daughter of the Guzhong Company lived was a little strange. The fact that the residence of the Group 7 was not a manor had already made Su Lu feel a little strange. A polite and respectful female housekeeper welcomed Su Lu into the first floor of the mansion. Su Lu saw Mrs. Zhong standing behind the door, and before she could say anything, she heard a deep, lazy, and even a little shameless voice. "Third young man is here." What kind of realm does a voice have to be able to make people hear shamelessness? Su Lu turned his head in shock and saw a fat, round face. This face had two slightly squinted eyes, looking harmless, but occasionally a cold light would pass through the narrow eyes, making people feel that this person was extremely dangerous. Su Lu had been kicked by this person before and had always remembered it in his heart. He deliberately imitated and learned, turning that fierce kick into his own killing technique. Naturally, he didn't forget the danger of this person. With a bitter face, he greeted, "Hello, Captain Tian." "Not good." Fatty Tian looked at him with incomparable pain and said, "You lied to me. That year on the ship, you refused to fight me with your real skills, making me think that you weren't a cultivation genius. Otherwise, I would have been the first person in the Federation to know about your relationship with the Li family." Sula only felt his whole body go numb and couldn't answer. Fortunately, Mrs. Zhong shouted, "Damn Fatty. Don't make such a disgusting face. The fireworks are coming." Fatty Tian's whole body trembled, and he immediately straightened his chest and raised his head. With a solemn face, he actually put on the demeanor of a person like Du Xiaoqing. Sula didn't have time to appreciate this fierce person's ability to change his face. He raised his head and looked towards the stairs, and at a glance, he saw the little girl jumping down. The little girl was wearing a white tutu dress, and her cute red little shoes made a crisp sound on the stairs. Her knee-length, light-colored socks and the light flower pinned on top of her head complemented each other beautifully, especially her black hair, which was extremely neatly cut back in the past. Her picturesque bangs followed her movements and mischievously swayed up and down. It really looked like a piece of watermelon skin. Of course, it was the very cute kind at the villa's New Year's Eve festival. Only the four of them ate. After seeing the little watermelon, Su Li's warm mood gradually became somewhat inexplicable as the silence at the dining table became silent. From the beginning until now, the 8-year-old Zhong Yanhua didn't even look at him directly. No matter how Mrs. Zhong smiled and talked about what happened on the ancient bell, the little girl still looked indifferent and proud. She was only willing to treat Su Lu at the dining table as a strange guest. After all, she was just a child. How could she remember the journey like an adult? He comforted himself, but he still felt a little lost in his heart. How could the reunion between Brother Su Lu and the little watermelon be so silent? Chapter 359. Huiyin, didn't you always say that you wanted to see Big Brother Su Lu? At the dining table, Mrs. Zhong looked at her daughter gently and said softly. She was very puzzled by her daughter's silence today. Although in these 2 years, she had rarely heard the words Big Brother Su Lu from her daughter's mouth. Even if it was just normal etiquette for entertaining guests, she shouldn't be so impolite. Yes. Zhong Huiyin held the long chopsticks in her small hands and worked hard to scoop up the fragrant rice in the bowl. Her cute and straight little nose made a sound, but she still didn't pay attention to the somewhat awkward Su Lu across the table. Mrs. Zhong looked helplessly at Su Lu and smiled apologetically. She had no choice but to let her daughter do as she pleased. After all, they were adults and wouldn't take this matter seriously, so she naturally changed the topic. When Fatty Tian ate, he had a delicate feeling that was completely opposite to his body shape. He chewed slowly, took gently, and put gently. His fingers gently brushed the tableware on the table, as if he was brushing orchids. He drank a mouthful of red wine and put down the wine glass. He smiled and patted Su Lu on the shoulder and said, "I heard that you taught Du Xiaoqing a lesson, a military exercise." Su Lu wasn't used to the other party's direct enthusiasm, so he answered hesitantly. "I mean on the field. When that kid was about to go crazy, you stopped him." Fatty Tian smiled and said loudly, "Very good. I admire you very much." Su Lu was speechless. He thought that he had used his outburst to suppress Du Xiaoqing. Speaking of which, he had learned from the tiger in the West Woods. but it's a pity that you weren't direct enough. You should learn from me. More than 10 years ago, I directly beat this ice demon into an ice demon pig." Fatty Tian thought of the past and sighed with pride. When Su Lu heard the terms ice demon and pig demon and thought of Du Xiaoqing's solemn image as a role model military officer, he finally forgot about little Watermelon's cold disregard that made him sad and almost laughed out loud. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the round hand on his shoulder, which was like a fat steam bun, and the cute fat fingers like mutated orchids. His smile turned into a faint fear. If this Fatty Tian went crazy, that teacher Du would really suffer a lot. And the result? You were locked up in a small dark room for 3 months, and your military rank was suspended. When you retired, you could only be a colonel. Mrs. Zhong thought of the past and couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Her cheeks were stained with unnatural, complex emotions. Listening to these heroic people's fierce deeds, Su Lu suddenly thought of the tiger in the West Woods that suppressed Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7th Division for many years. Fatty Tian's actions back then might have had something to do with it. Everyone knew that the relationship between the Zhong family and Du Xiaoqing was extremely bad. He made Du Xiaoqing suffer in the maneuver. Could it be because of this that Commander Zhong in the West Woods had an inexplicable appreciation for him? Just as he was thinking about this, the middle-aged housekeeper who led Su Lu into the villa came over. At this time, the dishes had been served, so of course there was another reason for her appearance. Mrs. Zhong quietly listened to a few words, took off the napkin, stood up, and greeted Su Lu. Then she walked into the attached office on the first floor. "Today is the New Year's Day, so it's probably a call from a boss." Fatty Tian explained with a smile, but there was a flash of doubt between his eyebrows. If it was a family call, logically speaking, his sister-in-law should have brought Hui Yan along with her. Sula couldn't think of this. In his opinion, Commander Zhong was guarding the front line for the Federation. Because of the continuous conflicts with the Empire, he couldn't reunite with his family. It was normal for him to call his family on this festive day. He just remembered that today was the New Year's Day, and it was very rare for Mrs. Zhong to invite him to be a guest. Who knew that not long after, the door of the side office opened, and Fatty Tian also left the dining room. It seemed that Commander Zhong had something to say to him. At this time, only Su Lu and Zhong Huiyan were left in the dining room. If it had been before he entered the villa, Su Lu would have resisted being alone with the little girl. He didn't hate or fear children. Besides, he was most familiar with the Zhong family in the Westwoods, and the one he missed the most was Little Watermelon. The main reason for coming to the New Year's Day banquet today was to see her and ask her if she was doing well in the past few years, how her studies were going, and if she still didn't like to eat like before. However, the silent resistance during the meal and the undisguised indifference and pride on the face of the little daughter of the Zhong family made Su Lu feel a little uncomfortable and sad. Although he could comfort himself that she was just a child after all, this huge gap between his self-perception and reality still made him feel awkward and lost. There was silence at the dining table. Su didn't know what to say to the little girl across the table. He felt a little funny and sad. In the absolute silence, it was as if he was sulking with an 8-year-old girl. So he had to lower his head and concentrate on the delicious food on his plate. He used a silver knife to cut the medium-rare wild beef, but he thought of 3 years ago on the Ancient Bell spaceship. He had once boasted shamelessly to Little Watermelon that he would take her to eat real meat in the future. Suddenly, Su Lu felt as if someone was looking at him. The mysterious power in his body had already made him sensitive to the aura around him. He slowly stopped moving the silver knife in his hand and raised his head vigilantly. Then he saw Zhong Huiyan's pair of clear eyes that were extremely serious. On that cute and delicate face, there was no longer the indifference that she deliberately put on just now. There was only the curiosity of a little girl and that pair of eyes that were getting bigger and bigger. Su Li's small eyes couldn't help but widen. He didn't know why Little Watermelon was looking at him like that. The two of them didn't speak. They just stared at each other inexplicably on both sides of the quiet dining table. It seemed that they would continue to stare like that. Suddenly, a trace of a child's cute and crafty look flashed in Zhong Huiyan's extremely clear eyes. It seemed that it took a very long time for the little girl to connect the young military officer across the table with the somewhat blurred but exceptionally friendly face from 3 years ago. Or perhaps she had already confirmed who the person across the table was and was just pretending. But in short, she was indifferent until now. Only then did the little girl smile sweetly and call out softly, "Brother Sulu." Her voice was very clear and crisp, like the dew on a little white flower that had just bloomed in the field, moistening the tender throat. This was a form of address that he hadn't heard for a long time. Accompanied by the clear and moving voice of a child, it touched Su Li's eardrums and also touched his heart. He looked at the little girl across the table in astonishment. He looked at her straight black hair that swayed gently, mischievously. It was as if he had returned to 3 years ago. In the simple cabin of the spaceship, he was still using a towel to wash this little girl's hair. His expression was dazed, and he didn't react for a moment. "Brother Sulu." Zhong Huayan cutely wrinkled her brows and called out again very seriously. Sulu finally reacted, although he didn't understand why little Watermelon was pretending to be a stranger to him. When he heard her call him brother twice, his prematurely aged heart immediately softened. He chuckled and narrowed his eyes into crescent moons, just like the two eyebrows in the night sky of S1. "Take me out of here." Zhong Huayan looked at him seriously across the dining table. She pursed her lips hard, acting cute and determined. When the two of them met under the starlight, the little girl blurted out, "Protect me." Sulu stared blankly at the little girl across the table. He roughly understood why little Watermelon was so indifferent to him in front of Mrs. Zhong and Uncle Tian. She didn't have a trace of enthusiasm at all, as if she had completely forgotten what had happened in the past. Almighty Creator, 3 years had passed, and this child was already 8 years old. Could it be that she still hadn't gotten rid of the bad habit of leaving home? No matter how thick the nerves in Su Li's body were, it was difficult for him to resist this sudden impact. He was able to communicate with the glory of the charter. His brain, which had put down countless structural blueprints, buzzed and was about to explode. With a crisp bang, he simply fell under the table. "What's wrong?" Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian ended the call with Westwoods and walked out of the office with solemn expressions, just in time to see this scene. The elders came to the scene. Little Zhong Huiyan returned to her indifferent and proud expression. She gently scooped up the thick soup in front of her like a rude daughter of a rich family. Nothing. Sulu couldn't bear to expose little Watermelon's plan of leaving home and let her be scolded. But in fact, at this time, his mood was much better than before. At least he knew that little Watermelon hadn't forgotten about him, and she still trusted him as much as before. She even trusted him to handle such a big matter, of course. Sulu wouldn't leave home with little Watermelon. He just quietly shook his head helplessly at the little girl when Mrs. Zhong wasn't paying attention. Then he left his private contact information on the internet. Zhong Huayan sat on the sofa with a cold and listless face. After saying a few words to her mother, she went upstairs. But before she entered the house, she turned around and glared at Sulu. But the anger of a little girl was extremely cute no matter how one looked at it. When Mrs. Zhong sent Sulu out of the door, she said a few words apologetically. After a moment of silence, she said, "I just received news that the Joint Chiefs of Staff have decided that Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division will enter the West Woods." Sulu was shocked. Only now did he know the real content of the previous call. The taxi was parked on the side of the villa. Sulu declined Mrs. Zhong's offer in advance to send him to the villa. After saying goodbye, he sat in the passenger's seat. Thinking of little Watermelon's cute appearance at the dining table, Sulu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He couldn't understand why little Watermelon always wanted to leave her family at such a young age. Although Commander Zhong was rarely with his daughter, it was obvious that Mrs. Zhong was a very good mother. Maybe it was because she was lonely? Sulu looked at the mottled autumn leaves outside the window. He thought of Tai Ziyuan in H1 District and Zhouyu. The children of aristocratic families didn't have good lives. He thought that if he could come back alive from the front line in the future, he would spend more time with this child. At this moment, He heard some noise in the back seat. He looked back warily and saw that the chair in the back row had been pushed over. A little girl wearing a blue student uniform was crawling out with a face full of dust. Zhong Huayin struggled to climb into the seat and sat down. She looked at Su Lu in front of her and giggled. She said, "Brother Su Lu, I'm here." Su Li's expression froze. His clear, childish voice sounded like thunder in his ears. Chapter 360. Su Lu blinked his eyes with great difficulty to confirm that the little girl in the blue student uniform in the back was a real person and not an existence of his imagination. When he reacted immediately, he shouted to the driver next to him, "Stop the car! Go back!" Hearing this, little Watermelon widened her big, innocent eyes and looked at her big brother Su Lu in confusion. She thought to herself, "Just now you insisted on not taking the family car and had the taxi wait downstairs. Wasn't it so that I could jump down from upstairs so that I could escape?" In the little girl's mind, she didn't run away from home alone, but had a perfect cooperation with brother Su Lu. When the little girl saw that Su Li's expression was serious and not lively, she finally understood that the car was about to turn back. She tightly hugged the somewhat old doll in her arms and screamed, "No!" With a sharp screech, the taxi abruptly stopped on the flat highway of Xixia State. The taxi driver, who had received a generous tip, stood in the woods beside the road and smoked a cigarette. He looked at the squirrel, who was busily preparing winter food, and occasionally whistled. Although he didn't understand the relationship between the young officer in the car and the little girl, he wasn't worried because the young officer didn't look like a shameless person who would abduct and sell a girl. Moreover, someone who could sit as a guest in that big house wouldn't lack this small amount of money. In the taxi, Su Li's expression was calm and gentle, but his heart had already been shocked into countless turbulent waves. He painfully rubbed his hair and said to the little girl as calmly as possible, "Where did you get the idea that I would run away from home with you? You also thought that I called for this taxi specifically to cooperate with you?" Zhong Huiyin hugged the doll and looked at him with a cute frown. She said, "Isn't this always shown on TV?" Su Lu looked at her delicate face and the dust on her student uniform. His heart couldn't help but soften. Unable to say anything harsh, he took out his handkerchief and carefully wiped away the dust. Thinking that this little girl was actually able to climb down from the top floor of the villa, he couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. He asked, "I really don't know where you learned the ability to climb over walls at such a young age." Zhong Huiyin widened her eyes and looked at him doubtfully. She said softly, "Brother Su Lu, when we were young, you took me to drill the ventilation pipe on the spaceship. It was much more difficult than climbing down from upstairs." Hearing this, Su Lu was startled. His action of wiping her face froze, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This little girl not only didn't forget the past, but even remembered these details so clearly. "But when you were young, are you an adult now?" Thinking of this, he gently rubbed the little girl's hair, just like how he used to do after washing her hair 3 years ago. Zhong Huiyin stubbornly broke her little head away from his palm and carefully smoothed her slightly messy black hair with the palms of her 2 small hands. Her action was very cute. Her lilac-like little mouth was tightly pursed to express her strong dissatisfaction with Su Li's plan to send her home and her anger at the wrong person. In the 3 years since she came to the capital ring, Zhong Huiyin had been well-behaved and lovely. She lived a stable life with her mother and never ran away from home again. In the next 2 years, she even rarely mentioned the story of the past. Mentioning Brother Donglin's name was not because she was forgetful. Mrs. Zhong and the people in the villa had forgotten the past earlier than her because they thought that she was just a child. However, after the environment lost its vigilance, Zhong Huiyin was still quiet and well-behaved. She never tried to run away from home again because although she was young, she was absolutely smart and sensible. She knew that there were still many bad people in the outside world covered by the glory of the charter. The little girl did not have the courage to try anything until today. When Su Lu came, she finally saw the honest and loyal face that left the most vivid impression in her childhood. She found a most trustworthy brother Su Lu. Therefore, the chick found the courage and thought that she had a tacit understanding with Su Lu. She quietly changed her clothes, climbed downstairs, and got into the car. You're wrong. Think about how sad your family will be if they can't find you. Sulu was quick with action and not taciturn with words. However, in front of a stubborn and sad little girl, he did not have the ability to play the role of a mature elder at such a young age. He could only say the boring words of those boring teachers in movies, TV shows, and novels. He spoke carefully. Zhong Huiyin did not reply. The little girl lowered her head slightly and maintained absolute silence. The black hair by her face covered her ears. The clear bangs in front of her forehead just happened to reach her eyebrows. She was using this kind of silent resistance to stubbornness and futility. I'll come to play with you often in the future, okay? Sulu made a promise that even he himself did not believe. This was probably a rare time for him to lie. He was about to lead Team 7 to carry out the security advisory work. Who knew what the federal military was thinking behind the incident of protecting the national idol? Before the situation in the West Woods calmed down, he simply had no time to come to Xixia State again. Zhong Huiyin suddenly raised her head. Her tuft of hair swayed and then fell down peacefully. It was like a little blackbird spreading its wings and testing to fly once. You're lying again. The little girl opened her eyes wide. Her bright eyes, like a shallow lake, were filled with unconcealed childlike grief and anger. She said quickly and angrily in a thin voice, 3 years ago, you said you would take me out to play. When did you come? Sulu was stunned. He did not know how to explain. Could he say that he was a wanted criminal of the Federation and that someone under her father knew him? Or could he tell this little girl, who was still so clean that it made one's heart ache, about his 3 years of experience? For example, how he used a pen to stab an old man's skull, how he kicked a mecha, how his bones were shattered, and the endless darkness. He took out his phone. As he began to press the button, he laughed bitterly and said in a low voice, I really don't understand you, little girl. The little miss of the West Woods Zhong family. You don't know how many people are envious of you, but in the end, at such a young age, you always want to run outside. The outside world is actually not that fun. I'm not going out to play. Zhong Yin opened her eyes wide and stared angrily at Su Li's fingers that were pulling out the phone. Her little hand that was holding the old doll tightly clenched. She quickly said in a shrill voice, I just want to go out and take a look. Can I do that? How is that something an 8-year-old child would say? Su Lu said softly. Hearing the chirping sound coming from the phone, he shook his head. What's there to see outside? Even if you're determined to be a traveler, you can't go wandering around the world at such a young age. I'll be 9 next month. I'm not a child. Zhong Huiyin looked at Su Lu with disdain. Her dark eyes rolled up, making her look exceptionally smart. I'm locked behind a metal door every day when I go to school. After class, I'm picked up by Annie Chiu and those bodyguards. I've never gone out to play with my classmates. I don't even know where my deskmate lives. They invited me to a birthday party, but my mother didn't agree. Last time, my mother finally found a day to accompany me to the amusement park. In the end, there was no one in the amusement park. There was only a Ferris wheel and a wooden horse spinning. She thought that I didn't know anything. How could I not know? The amusement park was closed that day, and it was opened especially for me. What's the point of a one-person amusement park? I'm alone in dance class, piano class, and even baking pie class. I'm alone. Unlike other children, Zhong Huiyin didn't use an aggrieved voice to beg Su Lu to take her away. Instead, like a little adult, she stared seriously and angrily at Su Li's eyes. The words coming out of her small mouth became faster and faster, and her voice became softer and softer. It was almost condensed into a straight line. If a woman spoke in such an angry and exaggerated tone, it would inevitably seem a little neurotic. But when a cute little girl said this, it could only show her cute stubbornness and unwillingness. In the life of a little missy, Zhong Huiyin's curiosity about the outside world grew stronger day by day, but she was increasingly unable to interact with the outside world in a normal way. In everyone's opinion, the little missy of the Zhong family had everything, but little Watermelon didn't think so. She couldn't understand all of this logically, but she could clearly feel from life that if only one person could have everything, it was actually equivalent to having nothing. Mrs. Zhong, yes, she's with me now. I'll send her back right away, Su Lu explained into the phone. I don't know either. She suddenly came out of the back seat, just now. Well, okay, it's okay. Mrs. Zhong had just found out that her daughter was missing. Before she had time to start worrying, she received a call from Su Lu. After she relaxed, she couldn't help but feel a little funny. Why did the little girl, who is usually well-behaved and quiet, trust Su Lu so much every time she saw him? Su Lu was on the phone with the villa while watching the little girl's movements from the corner of his eye. After Zhong Huiyin vented her anger and unwillingness, she didn't speak again. She turned her head and looked out of the car window in silence. Her small face reflected in the car window looked very disappointed. Was she alone? Mrs. Zhong's voice on the phone gradually faded. Sula looked at the little girl's slightly lonely back and remembered what Tai Ziwan had said to him in the gymnasium. At that time, Lady Tai had tried to let Tai Ziwan grow up normally in a commoner school. However, with the sudden assassination, this method of education had come to an end. Among the 7 big families in the Federation, the Tai family and the Westwoods Zhong family only had one person in this generation. Loneliness was one thing, but the danger they were about to face was another. Sulu understood very well why Mrs. Zhong was so cautious, but looking at Zhong Huiyin's small shoulders, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional about her unusual teenage years. At this moment, it suddenly started to rain in Xixia State. The round raindrops hit the glass window of the taxi and scattered into small umbrellas. The quiet Zhong Huiyin gradually opened her eyes wide and smiled as she watched the changes in the raindrops. Seeing the little girl's expression, Su Li's big heart suddenly softened. After a moment of hesitation, he said very embarrassedly into the phone, "Madam, can I take Huiyin out to play for 2 days?" The little girl obviously heard this sentence, but she still didn't turn around. She just looked at the rain on the glass window, and her eyes gradually curved up, looking very cute. Chapter 361. The rain didn't stop, and the cold wind was blowing. Especially on the tarmac of the capital's Do Jiao airport, the autumn wind and rain were even more depressing. The cold wind and rain poured into people's sleeves, instantly cooling people's eagerness to return home. The passengers sitting on the self-transit express train looked at the 2 figures walking on the tarmac, one big and one small. They wondered if they wanted to walk back to the building in such cold weather. At first, the passengers thought that they were a father and a daughter, but when they saw the young face of the officer, they had to overturn this conclusion. They couldn't help but feel very strange. The cold autumn rain didn't stop, and the cold wind blew horizontally. In the wind and rain, Su Lu held the big black umbrella in his left hand and held the little daughter of the Zhong family's hand in his right hand. They walked to the side of the tarmac. Because he was worried that the little girl would get wet, he leaned most of the umbrella to the right. The left side of his body was already wet, and the dark green military uniform looked like it was painted with ink. The little girl's left hand tightly held his hand, and her right hand was holding the old doll. She silently followed Su Lu and walked forward quickly. Although it was hard, she didn't say anything. Her beautiful long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. Her white socks and black shoes under her little blue dress were running quickly in the shallow pool of water. Only then did she have time to keep up with Su Li's speed. With her broken and laborious footsteps, the little school bag she brought from home jumped up and down, and the neat black hair on the top of her head also jumped up and down. It was just like the child's mood at this time. Sula finally reacted and slowed down. At the same time, he tilted the black umbrella in her direction. The 2 of them didn't talk much along the way. They just walked in silence like this. There was a tacit understanding and a wonderful sense of rhythm, just like 3 years ago in the 32nd district of the spaceship. They didn't walk far before Major Lon Xiaolong came down from the black car and welcomed the 2 of them to the car. He sat in the dark green military vehicle behind them. It was very warm in the black car, and it was completely isolated from the cold rain and autumn wind outside. Su Lu took out a towel and warmed it in front of the heater. He then covered Zhong Huashan's little head and rubbed it casually. He wanted to explain the military vehicle behind them and the identity of the men in Group 7. But looking at the little girl's eyes, she didn't seem to be very interested in these things. That's right. Every time the little miss of the Zhong family went out, she would be followed by a group of Special Forces soldiers. A formation like this, to her, was very common. The school bag and the old doll lay quietly in the back seat. Sulu quietly dried little Watermelon's wet hair, but his mind was thinking about something else. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. He didn't know if it was because he was obsessed or because he was shattered by the little girl's expression when she looked at the raindrops outside the window. But he unexpectedly asked Mrs. Zhong on the other end of the phone to take her out for 2 days. What was even more inexplicable was that Mrs. Zhong actually agreed to this absurd and irresponsible request after some consideration. It was important to know that little Watermelon was the only heir of the Zhong family in the West Woods. She had always been under extremely strict care in the capital ring. How could Mrs. Zhong agree to let her leave with Sulu? Are you satisfied now? Sulu threw the white towel in the back seat and looked at the little girl helplessly. Zhong Huiyan's ink-black eyes looked up, as if she was thinking. Then, she nodded vigorously, and the word yes came out of her straight and cute little nose. She rubbed her hair vigorously and shook it around with a giggle. She was like a puppy that had just returned home from a rainy day. She was extremely cute. Downstairs at Wangdu Apartments, Sulu carefully instructed the people in the military vehicle, mainly Lan Xiaolong. He wasn't used to the men from Group 7 following him around like bodyguards every day, but today, he was bringing little Watermelon home. It was the first time the little miss of the Zhong family had left her parents' protection to go out and play. If he didn't have such a security expert by her side, he wouldn't be able to rest assured. Even if Mrs. Zhong said on the phone that the security forces to protect the little girl would follow them to the capital. Call Uncle Li, Sulu said to Zhong Huiyan as he pushed open the door of the apartment and pointed at Li Wei on the sofa. Zhong Huiyan glanced at the man on the sofa, nodded, and called Uncle Li. There wasn't much respect or intimacy in this call of uncle. The little girl's delicate and pretty face had a faint pride and indifference that kept people thousands of miles away. She didn't have the kind of intimacy that Mrs. Zhong had hidden deep in her heart, but she had learned her external expression perfectly. Although she was young, she already had a bit of noble aura. Li Wei was sitting on the sofa and watching television in boredom. He had a cigarette in his mouth and a wine glass in his hand, looking like a gangster or scum. Suddenly, he saw Sulu bring home a little girl carved out of ice and jade. He was shocked and quickly brushed away the cigarette ash on his body and asked, "Whose child is this?" "She's really pretty." Sulu let out a wry laugh. He couldn't possibly tell the truth that this was the little princess of the West Forest region. He shook his head and sighed. The child of a friend in Xixiao wanted to come to the capital to play, so I brought her back. That's good. This is also my first time in the capital as a country bumpkin. I wanted to ask you to accompany me for a stroll, but I was afraid that you would be busy. Coincidentally, I'm with this little girl. Li Wei suddenly stopped talking because he saw the indifference on this little girl's face. He sensed that she was definitely not a country bumpkin. Zhong Huiyan didn't do what Sulu thought she would do. Run around the various rooms curiously, admiring the simple yet genuine happiness of the lower class of society. Then, she would become intoxicated by it and jump on the sofa while laughing. That was something that little girls in television dramas would do. It was obvious that this little girl didn't have such a boring hobby. She just quietly walked around the living room with a trace of caution and curiosity in her eyes. The little girl's gaze fell on a stack of miniature discs under the television screen. She curiously looked at the discs that looked like coins. She lowered her little head and seriously studied them for a long time. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Sulu and Li Wei. She said in an incomparably serious tone, "This is a pirated version." Sulu and Li Wei looked at each other and felt endless shame and embarrassment. When they were young, they were orphans in Donglin. Naturally, they had developed the bad habit of buying cheap pirated versions. Now that they were being sternly criticized by an 8 or 9-year-old little girl, they couldn't help but feel their faces heat up. Who knew that Zhong Huiyan would suddenly burst out laughing? The little girl excitedly shrieked, "That's great! I've always heard people say pirated versions, but I've never seen them even once. She hugged the stack of pirated discs and turned around. She said, Brother Sulu, I've never seen pirated versions. The Federation TV station doesn't make my favorite all-metal Frenzy discs, so I can only watch replays every time. But that station has too many advertisements. She innocently looked at Sulu and asked in an incomparably serious tone, I've heard that pirated versions don't have advertisements. Is that true? Sulu opened his mouth wide. After a long time, he cautiously said, Why don't you take a look at this legendary pirated version? Little Zhong Huiyin stubbornly and sorrowfully uttered a series of words that broke Sulu Ro's heart. His fatherly love grew in him, and he resolutely brought Zhong Huiyin back to his home. He had thought that after leaving the villa, the little girl would scream in excitement, cut up the bed sheets, and pretend to be a witch to scare people. She would go to the amusement park overnight to play with heartbeats, go to the fast food restaurant to eat junk food, and play games crazily. He had even mentally prepared himself to accompany her to ride the Snow Mountain Dragon. The Snow Mountain Dragon was the longest and most thrilling roller coaster in the universe. However, he had never thought that little girl Zhongyan would just sit quietly on the sofa with a plate of freshly fried potato sticks in her hand. She was obediently watching the TV series on hologram. No, to be precise, she was watching pirated discs. Whose child is this? She hasn't even seen pirated versions before. Isn't she too pitiful? Li Wei looked at Sulu, who was tidying up the kitchen, and sighed with emotion. Sulu didn't dare to look at the little girl in the living room. In fact, he was already dumbfounded. He thought that the upbringing of the 7 great families was too serious. Back then, it was acceptable that Tai Ziwan had never eaten scallion pancakes, but he had never seen pirated versions. He had the urge to call the young master and ask if he had ever watched porn before Miss by Chi took his virginity. The early autumn festival was only a few days away. Sulu really wanted to make Little Watermelon happy, so he naturally couldn't let her stay at home and watch pirated versions every day. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of where to take the little girl to play. Suddenly, he remembered that among his few friends, the woman in red in the Shishan courtyard was already a mother, so he directly dialed a number. Drag that Dalmatian back and kill him as soon as possible before I call the guards to shoot him. As soon as the call went through, Zhou voice was extremely cold and angry. It directly made Su Li's ears go numb. He held the phone in shock and took 2 seconds to understand. Dalmatian. She must be talking about that playboy Mr. Sure. He hadn't been seen for more than a day. Could it be that he had run to the Shishan courtyard? Shishan courtyard? An anti-government spy had run to the entrance of the Federal Army's most heavily guarded courtyard. Although the Federation was playing a big game of reconciliation, wasn't sure Qinghai's approach a little too fierce? What's the meaning of him blocking the entrance of the courtyard? He's even calling the Sentinels brothers, putting his arm around their shoulders and exhaling smoke. Sulu, I'm warning you, before those generals come in and out, and before my father comes back, you'd better drag him away and bury him as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if I don't shoot him, there are plenty of people who will. Zhou's voice on the phone was unusually cold, just like the girl in red in front of the nightclub in Linhai. However, Sulu could only hold the phone and frown bitterly, thinking that it was useless for him to persuade that young master. He hesitated and said, He probably wants to see you or the child. What are you afraid of? There was silence on the other end of the phone. From the corner of his eye, Sulu saw the little girl in the living room yawning, but still staring at the TV screen. He hurriedly told her about the troubles of a certain daughter. Unexpectedly, the daughter of the Zhou family was stunned and simply said, Get out. This chapter is much more interesting. When I was writing the first chapter, I was listening to Yang Naiwen. In the end, I still couldn't write well because my mood was a bit messy and I was too short on time. During the day, I was busy with work and other chores like buying tickets. Actually, everyone should be able to see that I've been in a really good state these past few days. I'm sorry to inform everyone that I can't maintain this state any longer because tomorrow I'll be leaving Daqing and embarking on a journey. The leader's father, who is also my most respected elder, is hospitalized in Baotou, Inner Mongolia. The two of us will be going to visit him tomorrow and probably won't be back until next Saturday. However, the news we've received is good, so there shouldn't be any major problems. We just don't know how long he'll need to recuperate. I hope he recovers soon. In fact, I've been waiting for her to ask for leave so that she can leave, so I've been working hard these past few days to write more. However, I didn't expect that she'd just change to a new unit and leave so suddenly that I didn't have a single chapter saved. In the next few days on the road and in Baotou, I tried my best to make time to write. I've been writing intermittently until today. Ever since I promised to keep updating, I haven't stopped. I'm trying to keep it up, but the most I can write every day is 3,000 words. Perhaps one day I'll reach 2,000 words. Perhaps I'll really stop updating. Chapter 362. Su Lu was very experienced in taking care of pregnant women, and it was not difficult for him to take care of children with his meticulous mind. It was just that when he was on the spaceship, he lived with the little girl in the small cabin and told her a few fairy tales every night. Now that little watermelon was almost 9 years old, her delicate features had not yet shown the temperament of a young girl, but it could be seen that she would not have much interest in fairy tales anymore. It's really troublesome. Su Lu felt that his vacation might be the last one in his life, and it had been messed up by many things. The bad taste of life was vividly reflected in these few days. Starting from Mr. Shi to Li Wei, and then to Little Watermelon, all the people he had not seen for a long time rushed back into his life. Although it was infinitely warm, it was also infinitely busy. When had Wangdu apartment ever been so lively? The most troublesome was still Little Watermelon. He leaned against the kitchen door with a cup of coffee in his hand and looked at the little girl on the sofa, who could barely lift her eyes. He couldn't help but smile slightly. He didn't know why this little girl always had absolute trust in him. 3 years ago, she was not even 6 years old. After 3 years, how could she still remember him? This kind of trust and the feeling of being remembered was very warm. Su Lu forgot which philosopher had said that being needed was a very deep kind of happiness. But at the same time, this kind of trust and being needed was also a kind of great pressure. In addition to the pressure of Mrs. Zhong's trust in him for no reason, it was like a sharp knife under the soles of his feet. He had to be careful with every step he took. He had to let Little Watermelon have a happy vacation and ensure her absolute safety. After being told to get lost by Zhou, he knew that the young mother was extremely angry because of the spotted dog at the gate of the Westwoods compound. Naturally, he didn't dare to call again. After thinking about it, he had to let Little Watermelon have fun, and it had to be safe and quiet without any danger or disturbance. He really didn't know where to go in the upper class of the Federation, except for Linyuan and Lufeng Slope. But how could those places be suitable for a little girl? He suddenly remembered that he had received a call from Li Xiaotong yesterday. Li Xiaotong looked cold, but in fact, he was quite a good person to befriend. He was a good person to consult, and anyway, he had to meet him before the end of his vacation. A place to play? No problem. The 3D movie washes the holographic screen. The amusement facilities are all there. Seventh young master Li's faint voice came from the phone. That's good. It's clean, right? How can the place we play be unclean? Li Qixiao reprimanded somewhat angrily. Su Lu added seriously, it's for little girls to play with. Li Xiaodong paused for a moment before replying, don't worry. No problem. Under the archaic eaves of the ivy garden, Li Xiaodong put down the phone. In his calm eyes, the usual gloominess had faded a lot, but there were more complicated emotions. He muttered to himself, how young is a little girl? Brother Zeng still stood at the door like a gun tied in a coarse cloth. He knew very well that the young master wasn't asking him a question, but he still took 2 steps forward and prepared to arrange tomorrow's meeting. We won't do anything illegal. We won't touch anyone under the age of 14. Li Qixiao instructed. He frowned slightly and said hesitantly, something's not right. Why did Su Lu become such a beast all of a sudden? The arranged place was a theme park. As for what the theme was, Su Lu drove the black car all the way along the cliff to the mountainside, looking at the Ferris wheel and the iron tower near the sea, but he still couldn't figure it out. Beside him, Zhong Huiyin rubbed her slightly dry eyes. She was quite interested in the scenery in the southern suburbs of the capital. After all, she was a little girl. Looking at the mountains full of autumn sunflowers outside the theme park, she was somewhat happy. Li Wei was dozing off in the back seat, but young Master sure didn't follow them. He was sleeping in the Wangdu apartment. This beautiful flower waiter had spent the entire night blocking the entrance of the Shishan compound. He was already extremely tired and naturally didn't want to join this strange group of 3 men bringing a little girl to the amusement park. According to the radar map mark given by Li Qixiao, Su Lu drove the black car around the mountainside road. Suddenly, there was a wide open space in front of him. The lively amusement park was temporarily left behind. In front of him, there was a layer of fog on the mountainside opposite him. In the fog, he could vaguely see a manor. Behind the manor, there was a large area of slightly undulating green grass between the autumn hills. Building a golf course in the middle of the valley, this manor was really amazing. What surprised the 3 people in the car even more was that on the cliff to the right of the manor, there was a line shining with a metallic luster. Looking at it carefully, they found that it was an open-air elevator more than a kilometer long. Looking at the direction, it directly led to the large amusement park in front of them. This kind of design momentum couldn't be called big, but it should be called incomparably luxurious. After verifying the citizen information at the entrance of the manor, a staff member in a black suit bowed his head respectfully and got on the electric scooter in front to lead the way for the black scooter and the dark green military vehicle behind. After traveling for a short while in the slightly foggy valley, they passed through 2 deliberately arranged stone gates and arrived at their destination. After getting off the car, Su Lu held Zhong Huiyan's little hand and walked straight ahead. Li Wei turned up his collar and followed behind the 2. With a cigarette in his mouth, he looked at the furnishings in the manor with a complicated expression. He was shocked by the noble atmosphere here and was a little speechless. The staff member led the group to a door and left. Su Lu looked at the intoxicating wood door in front of him and thought that this door alone was probably worth a year of his salary. Although he knew that Li Xiaotong and Little Watermelon were qualified enough to enjoy this kind of extravagance, and he had been in many high-end places in the past few years, he still couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. The moment the intoxicating wood door was pushed open, there was a sudden burst of crackling sounds in the room. Su Lu narrowed his eyes, and his pupils shrank and then dispersed. In an instant, he knew that he hadn't been ambushed. These crackling sounds weren't gunshots, but small fireworks in the room. Because of the countless shredded paper shimmering with rainbow colors under the light, it was like a fairy scattering flowers. Among the scattered paper fireworks, there was a neat sound in the originally quiet room. 8 beautiful girls with beautiful eyebrows and picturesque eyebrows bowed deeply to Su Lu, who had pushed open the intoxicating wood door. They smiled and said, "Hello, Brother Su Lu." What made people's eyes feel as if they had just been washed by water was their cute and seductive outfits. The light yellow miniskirts were close-fitting, showing off the curves of the young girls who were already tall and straight, but still slightly young. The close-fitting yellow miniskirts were so short that it couldn't be any shorter. There was even a small slit on both sides, showing off the legs that were full of youthful elasticity and vitality. They were as white as the tender core of a willow tree after being peeled off its bark. The 8 girls were all first-year students of the Federation's Academy of Arts. The oldest was only 16 years old. They had not been tainted by too much worldly dust and were attracted to this place by the irresistible money and future. They had a trace of pure and decadent aura that was hard to resist. Yellow, tender, energetic, pure. All of these were gathered on these 8 girls. But it was all for the sake of highlighting the word tender, coupled with the phrase Big Brother Su Lu, that was deliberately trained. If it was any other man who saw this scene, he would probably feel a wave of youthfulness rushing towards him, and his mind would sway and be unable to control himself. The 7th young master of the Li family was sitting on the sofa, smiling as he looked at the door. He thought to himself, "Mugu's arrangements are indeed beautiful. Su Lu, no matter how strange your request is, I'm sure you'll be satisfied with this formation." Li Wei was very satisfied. He stood behind Su Lu with his mouth wide open, completely speechless. He thought to himself, isn't Su Lu doing too well now? He's actually playing the drama of finding his first love? You should know that we didn't properly go to school when we were young. Could it be that you had a crush on someone back then? Su Lu looked at the 8 girls who were smiling sweetly like lotuses in a river. His heart had long been a mess. He vaguely understood that there was a problem with the communication between him and Li Qishao. While he was shocked, he remembered that little watermelon was still behind him. If this little girl saw this scene, no matter how naive she was, she would be able to roughly understand what was going on. With this thought in mind, the 8 delicate lotuses in front of him suddenly turned into a thicket of more than 3,000 sharp blades, stabbing under his butt, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Little Zhong Yanhua felt the strangeness in front of her and curiously poked her head out from behind Su Li's back. Su Li's reaction was surprisingly fast. He quickly displayed the 10 postures that the uncle had taught him. His right hand moved horizontally to the right as if it was splitting a mountain, firmly blocking the little girl's face. Just as he was about to give Li Xiaotong a wink, the little girl beside him exclaimed in surprise and admiration. Cool. The little girl, Zhong Yanhua, stood on tiptoe, her pair of lively black eyes staring at the edge of Su Li's palm. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at the lotus-shaped girls not far in front of her. After clearing the place, Su Lu had to admit that the club arranged by Li Xiaotong was indeed clean and fun. It was not a place specially used for that kind of shady business. Going down the open-air elevator on the cliff, there were countless things suitable for little girls to play with. But in the end, he lost face in front of Little Watermelon. Every time he thought of the 8 lotus-shaped girls calling Su Lu brother in unison, and then thought of Little Watermelon's exclamation of cool, he felt his face become a little hot. Can't you make it clear on the phone? Li Qishao stared at him with a gloomy face. Su Lu angrily retorted, how did I not make it clear? It's just that you perverted children of aristocratic families always have such complicated thoughts. Look at those little girls you found. I'm afraid some of them have just turned 14. Li Xiaodong cut off the seal of the coarse tobacco and handed 2 sticks to him and Li Wei beside him. Don't mention this. Fortunately, Wood Valley is really clean and no outsiders come here. Usually, only a few family members who are familiar with each other come here for a holiday. He did not know Li Wei, but from the way Li Wei held the tobacco and some details, he could tell that this young man should belong to the lowest group of people in society. But he also knew that Su Lu did not have many friends in the Federation. For this person called Li Wei to be introduced as a friend by Su Lu in such a serious manner, he naturally could not be underestimated. Wood Valley? After coming in, I keep feeling that the style here is somewhat familiar. Su Lu raised his head and glanced at the elegant furnishings in the room, squinting his eyes as he tried to distinguish the authenticity of the paintings. Chapter 363. Wood Valley is the property of the Lin family. After Lin Banshan broke the door, he no longer cared about the family's affairs. Of course, the old men of the previous generation of the Lin family were unwilling to give up. They begged and pestered people to enter the Lin Garden. They shamelessly learned from the Lin Garden and built such a place. Li Xiaotong rubbed the thick tobacco with 2 fingers and lowered his head. This garden not only imitated the form, but also the spirit. Plus, the Special Administrative Region government built a large entertainment area on the other side of the mountain, so it's very suitable for a family vacation. It's said that President Sieg liked it very much when he came for a summer vacation 2 years ago. Unfortunately, this mountain is not as good as the White Mountain behind Linyuan. Also, there's no airport, so it's not very convenient. Fortunately, there's a lot of clouds in the mountain, which makes up for some of the disadvantages. Sulu took a sip of red wine and pursed his lips. During high-class occasions in the capital ring, the place he went the most was Linyuan. He often sat by the flowing water of the bamboo residence. He had a deep impression of the White Mountain under the curtain of night and the private jet taking off and landing from time to time. That was the first impact of the Federation's wealth on his heart. Now that he heard Li Xiaodong's words and thought of the noble aura he saw when he entered the manor, he thought that it was no wonder. Li Wei did not know Li Xiaodong. He only knew that this gloomy young master was probably a big shot, but he could not imagine that this person was one of the 7 legendary family's heirs. He held the thick tobacco clumsily and lowered his head to listen to the conversation between Su Lu and Li Qishao. The two talked about the president, the private airport, and other unfamiliar terms, which made him even more silent. He did not want to do anything inappropriate or say anything ridiculous. He could only enter the manor as Su Li's friend, so he did not want to lose face for Su Lu. It had been some time since he crashed into the top circle of the Federation, but Su Lu still had not figured out the brand or the so-called foundation of the coarse tobacco and red wine. As for the year, the rainwater, the pH of the soil, and the complicated relationship between the taste and taste, he was even more confused. Perhaps it would have been easier for him to recite and evaluate the paintings in the room according to the Dictionary of Art Evaluation in the library. However, this did not affect him from taking a puff of tobacco and a sip of red wine. When it came to enjoyment, perhaps one could enjoy it at a higher level by knowing the reason. However, that was all he could do to at least satisfy the physiological feelings of his senses. Placing the coarse tobacco on a large ashtray made of red-brown rice stone, Su Lu at least learned not to flick the ash. After a moment of silence, he said to Li Xiaotong, "Both the Li family and the Lin family want me dead, but because of you, maybe the Li family can tolerate me." The Lin family. I've beaten up Lin Daohai and trampled over Lin Yuanhu. It feels weird to be a guest at their property. This is an open business. A family like the one we grew up in will never solve all the grudges on the surface. Li Xiaotong said faintly. Everyone has to abide by the rules. Although Lin Daohai is brave and fierce, it's impossible for him to use an automatic rifle to sweep you away. In this world, other than you and Lin Banshan, who would do such a thing? Su Lu heard the hidden meaning in this sentence and smiled. Coincidentally, I only found out when I came. Lin Daohai and the leader's son who was beaten up by you at the banquet are also here. However, I don't think the two of them dare to disturb your mood. Li Xiaotong raised the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, "How many people in the Federation dare to mess with you now? You made me sound like a playboy, right? I didn't expect you to bring a little friend here. I was going to introduce some people to you today." Li Xiaotong put down the wine glass and said, "Of course, they're all people with ulterior motives. They have some power in the S1 states. Apart from a few people who are interested in the little money I have on hand, the others are only here to make early investments. You can understand from this point alone that they are not really powerful people. At most, they are second-tier people." Su Lu understood. Even if Li Qishao was the second successor of the Li family in name, as long as that beautiful Li Xiuzhu was still alive and didn't make the decisive mistake of the last presidential election, he would always be at a disadvantage in the competition. Your money is not a little money. Perhaps it was because of Su Li's sudden appearance that the old men of the Li family, who had always been calculating, discovered for the first time that the Li family's 7th brother had a vision for investment. In just a dozen months, the private investment fund that he could control had risen to 970 million yuan. This amount of money could be considered a great fortune anywhere in the Federation. However, in the eyes of people like Li Xiaotong, compared to the vast wealth of his family, it was naturally just a little money. I don't have much interest in those investments. I'm going to keep all this money for you. Li Xiaotong's face was grave and stern. His collar was neat and cold like thin leaves hanging on branches in a snowy day. It is often stupid to invest separately. Although I haven't seen the crown prince you promised to introduce me to, now I am more and more convinced that just by investing in you, I will definitely get countless times more returns in the future. Li Xiaotong said very seriously, and Su Lu also heard it very clearly. If Li Xiaotong could really win his personal friendship in the future battle for the inheritance of the Li family, those old men would have to consider the attitude of that old man in Philadelphia. Although it was certainly not decisive, it was a very important bargaining chip. I have only met that old man once. Su Lu reminded him. It doesn't matter. At least now everyone thinks that you are related to the Lis of Philadelphia. Li Xiaotong smiled slightly, and the coldness between his eyebrows gradually disappeared. Some people are even guessing that you are that old man's illegitimate son who has been living outside. Sulu did not spit out the red wine in his mouth. He slowly swallowed it and only felt bitter. He shook his head and sighed. The age doesn't match. So what? The tricks that the president and the parliament are doing now are making those old men in the family very distressed. Li Xiaodong said lightly. The current federation is no longer the old federation. Except for that, madam, who dares to face the government directly? Only that tiger in the West Woods dares to scold the officials of the National Security Council at the joint conference. Why? Of course, it is because he has someone with a gun. My family has always been very envious and has been trying to establish some kind of close relationship with the military, but there has been no progress. My side seems to be progressing faster, so of course they are happy to see it happen. Sulu knew that the biggest problem the Li family was facing now was the gold fusion algorithm proposed by President Pabre and forcibly passed by the Federation Management Committee. However, he did not know what other path the Li family could take to establish a close relationship with the military other than himself. At this time, Zhong Huiyin, who was brought to the room by the maid, finally put on her clothes and skipped out. The little girl came in front of Sulu and held her chin with both hands. She blinked and said with a smile, "Brother Sulu, do I look good?" Sulu looked at the cute little raccoon in front of him. He did not expect Li Qixiao to find a way to make the little girl happy in such a short time. He could not help but feel admiration. The 8 lotus-like young girls had already retreated, leaving behind only 2 who were in charge of the reception. Sulu looked at the young girl with delicate features and sincerely thanked her. "That's your circle. If you need me to meet them, I will come back later." Sulu stood up and held Zhong Huiyin's small hand with her furry raccoon. He looked at Li Xiaotong and said with a wry smile, "My main task today is to play with her." He knew very well that the party Li Xiaotong arranged today was not necessarily an attempt to drag him into a certain circle, but it could be assumed that he also had some intention of taking advantage of the situation. After all, his origin as the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation had already become a hot topic in the upper-class society of the Federation. If he appeared, it would definitely be a bonus for Li Qixiao. Li Xiaotong indifferently spread out his right hand, indicating that he could do as he pleased. Looking at the back of Sulu and the little girl dressed as a raccoon disappearing, he could not help but feel a little strange. Which family's child was this? Unexpectedly, Sulu doted on her so much. Looking at the faint pride between her eyebrows and the calmness and the luxurious environment of the Wood Valley Manor, she must not be a child of an ordinary family. But he never thought of going to the Zhong family in the West Woods. In his opinion, Su, a guy with a military background, was very close to the crown prince of the Tai family, and was also carefully nurtured by the old man in Philadelphia. His fate was already very good. If the little girl was the little princess of the Zhong family, Li Qixiao was afraid that he would painfully pull his hair and sigh that this kid's luck was already heaven-defying. Sulu took the little girl to the amusement park in front of the mountain to enjoy life, no longer alone. Li Wei, on the other hand, did not know why he stayed behind. The number of people in the second courtyard of the Wood Valley gradually increased. Li Xiaodong did not have the time to take care of this unknown person. After giving a few instructions to the housekeeper, he began to seriously talk with the guests. These guests were dressed very plainly, but if one were to carefully examine them, they would definitely be shocked by the handmade symbols embroidered with silk that represented money. Li Wei didn't understand these things, so he just listened quietly. With the spirit of a small fry, it only took him 10 minutes to clearly determine that the middle-aged and young people who were qualified to appear in this big house were not ordinary people. Except for a few people who were obviously as nervous as him, the rest were all big shots. Being in such an environment, Li Wei concealed his nervousness very well. While sighing, his ears perked up, especially when he heard that 2 of the fat people were big businessmen who did trade with Bermuda. The tip of his ears slightly trembled. The only one who stayed behind was the young girl, First Lotus. She was quietly and innocently listening to a topic that she would never hear in the Federation Academy of Arts. Suddenly, she was called to Li Wei's side. Li Wei lowered his voice and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Xiao Shi." The young girl was a little nervous and cute as she answered. Li Wei whispered, "Can you give me a pen and paper?" Xiaoshi thought that this man wanted to give her contact information, and a trace of pride appeared in her delicate and charming eyes. Although this guest was dressed very plainly, and not like the others who were pretending to be plain, she only knew that those who could come here were not small people. Perhaps this guest liked to play this kind of game. Thinking of this, the trace of pride between her eyebrows turned into gentleness, and she said softly, "Wait a moment." Chapter 364. Li Wei, who had been at the bottom of society since he was a child, had just been rescued by the West Woods soldiers from the Bermuda Star region. Naturally, he did not have any cards with him. As it was his first time entering the capital ring, he was still unable to adapt to the shock in his heart. However, any small character with ambition and courage would not let go of any opportunity to come into contact with a new world. He took out pieces of plain white paper and exchanged them for expensive cards made of pure plant fiber. The paper had his name and contact information written on it. The powerful figures of the various provinces did not know who this submissive and even somewhat uncomfortable young man was. But anyone who could appear at the 7th Young Masters gathering would surely have a chance to soar into the sky in the future, even if they were still unknown. Naturally, no one would reject his somewhat awkward method of exchanging information, but there would occasionally be a hint of imperceptible contempt flashing across their faces. Li Xiaodong sat on the sofa and watched this scene calmly. He knew that the contempt in the eyes of these guests was not because of Li Wei's attire, but because of his expression. After all, the only thing Li Wei could bring out was the wisdom of struggling to rise from the bottom of society. If he could really accurately judge the situation today, there was no way he would be so humble no matter what. However, even so, looking at Li Wei's submissive and humble manner, 7th Young Master Li still felt a sense of admiration for this small character. He was also 90% suspicious. This 90% suspicious was because he was very curious. What kind of place could give Su Lu and this young man, named Li Wei, the courage to clumsily but persistently break certain rules and enter certain circles? After playing crazily in the amusement park for the whole morning, Su Li's face was pale from the torment of the roller coaster ride. He held Zhong Huiyan's small hand and walked up the awe-inspiring open-air elevator at the edge of the cliff. Only when the autumn wind blew on his face did his spirit recover slightly. He did not understand why the roller coaster ride was scarier than the mecha training. Zhong Huiyan was still wearing the brown raccoon costume, but the raccoon head had long been removed. Her red face was full of sweat and her hair was wet. Her smiling eyes were still filled with excitement, happiness, and a trace of reluctance. Madame Zhong said that you have to take a nap. We'll play again in the afternoon. Su Lu held the handrail of the elevator and took out a handkerchief with his right hand to wipe the girl's sweat. He was a little worried that she would catch a cold from the mountain wind. However, on the steep cliff, the girl didn't seem to be afraid at all. Yes, Zhong Huiyan nodded heavily. Including the armed members of Team 7, there were 8 people in the elevator. They arrived at the side entrance of Wood Valley Manor halfway up the mountain and met up with Lan Xiaolong, who was guarding the elevator. Lan Xiaolong leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Su Lu was slightly startled and looked to the right. Behind an antique screen wall, 2 ancient pines poked their heads out. There was a group of people standing on the cliff in front of the screen wall, pointing out the mountains and rivers. There was an indescribable heroic spirit that reached the clouds. However, looking at the 2 proud faces in the middle of the group, Su Lu only felt that the clouds and mist in this beautiful mountain valley had dispersed too quickly. How could he see them again and let them sully this mountain scenery? Li Qishao said that they wouldn't disturb him, but there was an old Federation proverb that said that if they weren't true enemies, they wouldn't always be together because of fate. This seemed to be referring to this scene. Su Lu was afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to cause trouble, let alone these 2 boring people. He glanced at the second son of Nanshui's leader, Nan Mingxiu, and the heir of the Lin family, Lin Dohai, and shook his head. He then held Zhong Huiyan's hand and stepped onto the stone path, preparing to leave. However, in the end, he underestimated the high degree of summation and magical power of the Federation proverb. The group of youths who were pointing out the mountains and rivers and pretending to have the aura of nobility just happened to rest at this moment. They were preparing to enjoy the most famous feast in Wood Valley. As soon as they turned around, they saw them. The two groups of people were stunned at the same time. No one said anything. The silence lasted for 3 seconds. Suddenly, Lin Dohai smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I didn't think that a small place like my family could actually invite such a big figure like you." Lin Dohai's original intention was to mock Su Lu, but now that the men of the 7th group were following Su Lu closely, it really did make Su Lu seem like a big figure. Many of the youths in the group revealed doubtful expressions. A few of the youths who had been fortunate enough to attend the charity banquet that night and watch the confrontation on the terrace revealed vigilant expressions. These days, Nan Mingxiu had been well received by the young masters of the Federation. He enjoyed the good old wine and knew delicious people that he could not enjoy in Green Dragon Mountain. He felt that his life was so happy. His father should have reconciled with the Federation long ago. Today, in the Wood Valley Manor, he had been well received by Lin Dohai. Just as he was in high spirits, he saw the person he hated the most. Nan Mingxiu was now clear about Su Li's background. However, how could an idiot develop into a proud idiot? Naturally, it was because he believed that his background was greater and was used to speaking with his background and fists. The Federation strictly controlled firearms, but gave the Green Dragon Mountain delegation great privileges, allowing them to bring a group of independent military forces into the capital. The Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain knew that the government's arrangement was to express goodwill, so they did not bring many people from S2. There were only 30 or so people who were responsible for the daily protection of the delegation. And it was this group of brave and skilled anti-government soldiers that ended up being taken away by Nan Mingxiu, the leader's son. At this time, these 10 soldiers all stood behind him. On the balcony of the reception party, Su Lu understood the principle of light wind and cloud from the barrel of a gun. Nan Mingxiu, the leader's son, undoubtedly also understood this point. So today, he was even more insufferably arrogant than before. The gloomy anger on his face was not concealed at all. He walked directly in front of Su Lu and the others and coldly said, "Last time at the reception, you warned me once. Today, I want to return that warning to you." Su Lu looked at the leader's son in front of him. He wondered if the people from Green Dragon Mountain all had some mental problems. Zhang Xiaoming was such a good girl, yet she was forcibly harmed to such an extent. However, Mr. Shi's group of professional spies did not seem to be so stupid. Oh, right. That was because Mr. Zhongkai's deep sea was not in Green Dragon Mountain at all. Since you and Comrade Zhang Xiaoming have nothing to do with each other anymore, I think you should not interfere with the matters between me and her in the future. Nan Mingxiu's face was gloomy. He thought he was very tolerant and gracious when he said this. Then he lowered his voice and said to Su Lu, "No matter how strong your background is, what right do you have to interfere with our internal affairs? The matters between Zhang Xiaoming and I are not for you to interfere. After all, you are just an ex-boyfriend. Don't worry, when I get her, I will report to you." Nan Mingxiu made a mistake. He only found out about the relationship between Su Lu and the Lees of Philadelphia. He did not know about the violent deeds of Su Lu that made the entire upper class of the Federation fall into a dilemma. He also did not know that Su Lu was not best at verbal attacks, but was best at fists. 2 years ago, at the Double Moon Festival Ball, Counselor Sun Sun had said something similar. It seemed that whether it was the privileged class of the Federation or the privileged class of the anti-government army, they were very similar in this aspect. They knew how to make a man angry, but they forgot what the price of anger was. Counselor Sun Sun paid with a few broken teeth and a face full of blood. What about this leader's son? Su Lu still quietly narrowed his eyes and looked at him. The story on the balcony of the reception party had already spread in the Federation. The men of Group 7 knew very well about the very complicated emotional entanglement between their manager and Green Dragon Mountain's Yi. Lan Xiaolong shrugged behind him, shook his head, and said faintly, "Brother, I am not a person who likes to stir up trouble, but if you can still tolerate this matter, I really can't stand it." As his voice fell, under the ancient pine trees halfway up the cliff, a gust of wind blew in front of the screen wall. Su Lu raised his hand, grabbed Nan Mingxiu's throat, and directly pushed him against the screen wall, making a muffled sound. The anti-government army special guards who had been vigilantly protecting Nan Mingxiu immediately took out their guns nervously and aimed at Su Li's back. However, immediately afterwards, a shadow blocked the muzzle of their guns. Apart from Xiong Lin Quan, who had a special gun permit and could carry guns at all times, the men of Group 7 all had their guns in the military vehicles and could not carry them with them. However, even so, they still had cold expressions, fearlessly blocking Su Li's back. In front of the muzzle of their guns, it was as if they did not care at all, even if the muzzle of these soldiers' guns sprayed out. "Put down your guns." Lin Dohai saw this scene, and a chill rushed to his brain. He shouted loudly while blocking in front of those Green Dragon Mountain soldiers without any regard for his precious body. Those soldiers knew that this person was on good terms with the leader's son, so they subconsciously lowered the muzzle of their guns. Lin Dohai let out a sigh of relief. Although he hated Su Lu very much, he knew that if these soldiers were allowed to shoot Su Lu or Su Li's security personnel to death, or even injure them, if that old man from Philadelphia was angry, who in the Federation could withstand the old man's anger? Su Lu did not care about the muzzle of the guns behind him. This was the Lin family's territory. Even if Lin Dohai was extremely stupid, he would not let these anti-government soldiers open fire. Furthermore, Nan Mingxiu's throat was in his hands. These loyal and stupid anti-government soldiers would not dare to act rashly. He stared at Nan Mingxiu's flushed face, his eyes gradually showing fear, and said in a low voice, "You are right. Zhang Xiaoming is not my woman now. However, no matter who wants to be her man, I have to give the nod." Many people on the cliff heard this sentence and could not help but change their expressions. They thought that this young master was too fucking unreasonable. Even Lan Xiaolong, who claimed that he did not like to stir up trouble, but was actually stirring up trouble everywhere, could not help but be shocked speechless by this tyrannical and unreasonable sentence. "Cool." After hearing Su Li's announcement, Zhong Yanhua, who was hugging the cute raccoon head, opened her eyes wide and exclaimed softly,